keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent-free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, night for the sunrise? That's what you said. And you held me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay away alone, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still rent-free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent-free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up, better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come. Show you all my feelings. I'm not good at keeping no secrets. No secrets. No secrets. No secrets. No secrets. I know you're scared sometimes. Don't know if you're wrong or right. You've been doing things you never thought you'd do. Day in and day by day, it seems like you lost your way. Even when you win, it still feels like you lose. I wish that you could see what I see. Your soul is stronger than what you need. No secrets if you do what they dream. Nightmares, but I'll be there for you. No secrets. No secrets. No secrets. No secrets. No secrets. No secrets.
Last night, just a few short steps from this hall, the Atlanta Falcons brought this city to their feet with a stunning victory over the rival Buccaneers. But now it's time for our 8 challenger teams to rise up all their own and make their case for this trophy just beside me. The destination is clear. The journey there, anything but. But it's time to find out who will land on their feet. It's time to get ESL Challenger Atlanta on the road. Let's get started.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
ESL Challenger is a place where new teams, Tier 2 teams, rise up and showcase what they are capable of. It is an opportunity, a stomping ground, if you like, to showcase that they belong amongst the biggest and best in the world. And ESL Challenger Atlanta is probably the closest we're going to see to the second generation of Counter-Strike stars trying to break their way into Tier 1. My name is Sam. I'm also known as Tickle. I'm going to be your host for the course of the next 3 days as we get to watch all the action unfold in Atlanta. And joining me on the desk to keep you entertained, to showcase these teams, we have Alan and JRT, our North American representation. You came all the way here. If you don't know, they actually put the desk in Sweden. We're always in Stockholm, which is kind of weird. So they took the Canadian, and instead of flying you to Atlanta, they flew you all the way here to talk about Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. You know, at least I still get to talk about Atlanta and North American Counter-Strike. We got a couple of exciting teams here, obviously, in M80 and Wildcard, which I'm curious to see how it's going to go for M80, who have really competed well with top-tier competition, and Wildcard, who I consider a bit of a dark horse here at the event.
Alan, North American Counter-Strike is a little bit of a sad conversation that we could have. It's had its ups and downs, but the one thing that's always on the up is the fans. North American fans come out in their droves. Are you expecting that here at Challenger Atlanta? Do you think that they're all going to be there to watch some CS?
I mean, we certainly hope so. We hope the NA teams do well, give us something to shout about. But yeah, they are known for being a bit of a rowdy bunch. And hopefully this event is no different to them.
Let's jump into North American Counter-Strike, though, because there was COVID. Then there was that other game that everyone went to. Lol, jokes on them. They'll be coming back soon. Have you seen a resurgence? Do you think that it's growing again?
I would say so. It's been a very slow time in growing, honestly, and it's taken a lot of investment in the scene. Most recently, you have Jason Lay coming through with the NA Revival series, which has really been amazing. I mean, he's amazing in general for North American Counter-Strike, going back, purchasing Complexity, and now he's really been a driving force in bringing things back. Flom as well, you know, the Mythic side, those guys have been amazing for NA. And then you have like a lot of tournaments that are starting to come back. I think there's still an issue right now in terms of competitiveness among teams. You still don't have those teams that are reaching levels where you can have good pugs amongst teams in North America. So they kind of feel like they have to come to Europe to do boot camps. But I feel like that could slowly be changing. And that's why I was talking about Wildcard. You know, then you'll maybe have a fourth team. You'll have Liquid, Complexity, M80, and Wildcard. But there needs to be more. And it is growing, though. You have stars that are coming up. Malbs, for example, you know, I mean, he's South American technically, but I consider him North American because he was there for so long. And he went to G2 and and just won his first LAN final in less than 3 months with the team. So, I mean, I'm hoping that there will be more players like that. I think JBA comes to mind, Lake as well, and they're both here competing at Challenger Atlanta.
You mentioned Liquid. I mean, the reason that they're so good, though, is because they don't base themselves out of North America, Alan. I mean, is that the answer? Do the North American teams need to jump across the pond?
I mean, you hear from a team like M80, they boot camp for ages in Europe. Yeah. They're over here for months at a time. And I think it's just a fundamental truth. You got to play a stint probably in Europe to get that practice under your belt, but there's more and more NA tournaments. There's more and more competition between maybe those top 5-6 teams. A lot of the qualifiers are there now as well. So you do need to be in NA for a good chunk of time, RMRs too. And I do think the quality of practice probably has improved over the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. So do you think that that's going to improve North American Counter-Strike, though, if more of those teams
I mean,
are coming
fundamentally, I mean, as good as the top teams are, you need that to bleed through, you know, down through the scene. It's no good if Complexity and Liquid are always in Europe. You need homegrown competition, homegrown teams, and some of those players to look up to as they go up through the scene.
Here's an opportunity, though, because we have those 2 North American teams. There's a South American team in the mix as well. You know what? Let's actually just pull up our groups here for ESL Challenger. We have 2 groups. It's going to be a pretty long day today. You're going to see lots of best of ones. Group A and Group B will be playing. We are going to start the day, though, with Group A because I believe the North American contingent will come out a little bit later in the day. So let's take a look at your schedule and what you can expect from today. It is going to be kickstarting us off. We'll have this is an interesting one, the Australians, because we flew them all the way to North America. So we'll focus in on Group A, and obviously you'll get to see Saw and Rooster. Saw are arguably the favorites of this competition, Alan. That's really where I think a lot of people's eyes are going to be, is to see how the Portuguese team is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first game is a mismatch. I mean, it shouldn't be a particularly close affair, but as a side, so a good way to get into the tournament. We're just excited to see what sort of CS Saw are producing.
Do you think it's going to be a kind of on both groups there? We've got the Australians on one, the Americans on the other, and I feel like for both of them it's a very similar discussion of we need more time playing the top teams. We need more lands. We need more experience to lift the scenes in our respective regions.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it's a problem in any minor region, I would say. I don't want to call it NA minor, but compared to Europe, I think the rest are all minor, and I feel like, yeah, the NA needs more of that practice. I think they're going to get it here. You know, BB team, big. You know, a couple of names that come to mind as teams that you want to play against and get some experience against. But M80's already gotten that, right, by playing in Pro League and proving themselves. So I think it's more on Wildcard and, you know, maybe some other NA teams like the lower tier NA teams that need that experience and those teams to play against.
You know what, let's find out exactly how all our teams are feeling as we kickstart the first day of ESL Challenger Atlanta. We caught up with them to find out what their vibe is like coming into this competition.
What's up, gang? I'm here. It's day 0 here at ESL Challenger Atlanta. We're here at the DreamHack Atlanta, where things are very much still being built. Things are being walked around. People are coming by with mats and suitcases and whatever they've got in that box. As you can tell, audience hasn't quite filled in yet. Neither have the chairs because we're not open yet. But the players are here. They're setting up. They're doing their first media obligations. They're setting up their SSDs on the stage. So we're going to track some people down and stick a camera in their face and see if they'll talk to me. I'm here with Sonic, Mr. Whoospeak himself.
I mean, it's Whoospeak. I don't know if Americans can get that one, but a little bit hard.
Whoospeak. How are things going, Wildcard? You got to stand in.
Yeah, we're doing good. I mean, honestly, I only knew he was subbing like a week ago. So...
And friend, is he a friend? Does he live up to the name?
Yeah, he's very nice. You know, he's the 3rd Polish person on our team, so at least he feels like he's at home, feels welcomed.
What are we Kazakhstan?
Yeah, we are. I didn't even know the guy spoke Polish, but he just breaks it out of nowhere. He's having full Polish conversations with our coach, and I was like, what? I thought I was the most cultured one on the team, but clearly not anymore.
Do you fear that you're going to lose your identity?
I do. I feel lost.
All right, raiding the FlyQuest room just to harass them a little bit. You guys have, I mean, Rooster's here, right? They're kind of like the little brother team right now. You guys dunk on them fairly frequently domestically.
Little bros. Nah, they're all right. They're actually good blokes, so it's whatever. I don't know. Australia's a really small region, so everyone's... It's
I mean, the team check-in was that we didn't want to hear from the Australians. That's just how they... I'm kidding. I'm South African. I'm allowed to make as many Aussie jokes as I want. Also, I think if I had to give Mike a rating, it's a solid 4 out of 10 for his South African accent there. I love how the Americans claim the South Africans, though. Let's talk about Group A. Okay, we mentioned it with the Australians. I want to say that I don't think that there is a specifically like heavier group in this breakdown, Alan.
Yeah, reasonably even. I mean, this one is a very clear favourite in SOAR, but between BB team and FlyQuest, I know a lot of the talent is split, and it'll be very hard between those two teams. Even if one team obviously is going to win today, if they rematch in the decider game, it'll be a very close affair and hard to predict.
Let's jump into that first game of today. It is a best of one, of course. BB team up against FlyQuest. You want to finish the top of your group. This is the matchup that we are about to see. A team that, for me, on the side of FlyQuest, struggling a lot. And then on the other side with BB team, a team that has to do something to get me excited.
Yeah, I mean, when they first formed, I was actually really excited about the roster. There was some early success, and you're like, okay, Nafany's managing to prove himself, and things are looking good, of course. But then there's just that middle of the road where things are just stagnated. They made one change, right, bringing Magnojez onto the team in place of Denist, and, well, we'll see if that yields any fruit, right, because they haven't been playing that much Counter-Strike over the last 3 months. I think only 32 maps, something like that. And it's actually the same for FlyQuest on the other side. We'll talk about that after. But really, I think that BB team has a lot more to prove, and they could punch above their rank.
I'd be curious to find out if BB team is feeling the same way. So let's find out.
I mean, everything is fine. We preparing for RMR. We really have good expectation on it. We will see how it will go, but in general, I think everything is fine. We skipped ESL Köln because of visa issues. Then we played with Boom Dacha and we fucked it up again because of mental problems. It's pretty nice to have such heat before important tournaments. So I hope that it was like pretty nice life for us and we will a bit grow up from this. I mean, the vibe inside the team pretty nice, but it does not matter when you're on server because like everyone have to fight with like themselves. And that's the thing. We trying to help each other, but again, it's usually it's fighting 1v1.
I do like it when a player is just damn honest, right, Alan? Because it hasn't been great for them recently.
Not known to mince his words is Nafany, but yeah, interesting to hear from him. I mean, the team's a little bit in flux. They peaked last season. Looks like they're going to get into that top 20 in the world. Has slipped out of it now, but as we're saying, they just haven't played a commensurate amount of Counter-Strike for us to really gauge this team. So this event will be a very good litmus test for where BetMoomin is right now.
So they've obviously been playing the CCT series. They were playing with a stand-in, but they've had a good run of form there against tier 2 opposition, which, Alan, I would argue here at Challenger, it's pretty much the same level. So could that be a good sign?
Potentially. Different environment, though. Offline now, playing on a stage. Best of ones, where preparation probably becomes even more important. So I don't think they're going to be a team that's in bad form. They're probably a little bit underrated ranking-wise by lack of playtime. But yeah, I mean, certainly coming into this one, they have to hit the ground running.
What do we like about BB team?
I mean, just you got a lot of really strong players on this roster, all kind of outcasts from their previous teams, right? So, you know, players that all have something to prove, right? And I think I kind of like that, all underdog stories, trying to come through and find that success and prove their detractors wrong from the past.
Let's find out how BB team is feeling, because Mike is there, and I know he wants to poke the bears a little bit and get some insights.
I'm here with Chiron from BB Team ahead of their matchup against FlyQuest. Chiron, these are the guys who knocked you out of EPL playoffs last season. You looking for a little revenge here?
Yeah, a bit. We definitely don't underestimate them. They're a good team, so we have to show just a better CS this time, and that's it.
And what are the expectations for you and the team coming into this event here in Atlanta?
To win. I don't know. If we don't win, it's fine, but we hope to win. That's it.
Simple as that. Back to you, Sam.
I mean, that is the correct answer to that question, right? What is your expectation? To win. It has to be. And obviously now getting a chance to see this lineup on your screen, the lineup of misfits, like you mentioned, JRT, they have a lot to prove, Alan.
Yeah, I mean, start with Nafany is the obvious choice. Heaps of criticism thrown against him for his latter days in Cloud9, the team that was formerly Gambit. And whether that was founded, unfounded, it doesn't really change the position that he was dropped from that team. He has to come down a level and lead a team back up. And I think going through that process, a lot of introspection, probably changing the way he calls. I'm sure he's learned a lot about Counter-Strike going through that process and playing through these rungs again. And certainly with this team, as we said last season, on a great trajectory. And we'd love to see if he can call them back to that sort of form again.
This is a really important event for BB Team. I mean, they mentioned it there because it is leading up to the RMRs. This is their preparation, right? And if you look at traditional sports, if you look at teams like Na'Vi, you need to plan your trajectory, right? So at this point, you kind of want to start peaking. For them, a grand final is imperative if they want to do well in the RMRs.
Absolutely. And I think if we would look back a few months, right, we would have said, oh, yeah, their BB team's going to be in the grand final, no question. These guys have the talent, they got the skill, they got Nafany, who's looking great and kind of on the up and up. And it just didn't really follow that, well, does it ever in esports, right? It didn't follow that typical trajectory upwards. It's kind of been more of a roller coaster ride. But I think that they've certainly, and they've got the confidence. And it's good to hear that, internally the team is happy and everyone's looking good. And I would have to take that at face value because Nafany was literally just giving us everything straight up, I felt, in that interview. So, yeah, I mean, look, BB team, I think, are a team that can certainly find success here. And like you were mentioning, build up to the RMR. It's absolutely critical for them.
Alan, for you, what is it about this team in the server that's just not delivering as yet for them?
Counter-Strike falls apart very quickly. Small errors, communication, team play. This, for me, is where this team lacks. If I look at the lineup on paper, there's so much skill here that if they're not having results, it has to be on the structure, the strategic side of the game. So I think for them, communication, fundamentals, this is what in the past maybe has let them down against top teams. Maybe that's got a little bit worse with lack of playtime, but if they can clean up a little bit, they can win this tournament. They can beat Saw.
Would you say, if you're looking at BB team, that the player to watch is Chiron?
At the moment, yeah. I mean, he's been in great form recently. Control player for this team, takes space on T side, will get really in and amongst the opposition. CT side, a bit more of a mixture of roles, but Chiron certainly is a player that can crack the game open and make a huge difference.
Yeah, no, definitely agree with that. I mean, you look at Chiron, and like Alan said, on T side, in terms of entries and stuff like that, he's making a ton of space for his team. CT side, a little bit less. It's more Zorte that's taking care of business with the AWP, but that's typical, of T and CT side. And he's also supporting, I believe, in terms of flashes, maybe not as much, actually, that's more Zorte. But either way, I think Chiron, fragging-wise, is the player to watch. 579 frags over those 37 maps, and he's also had multiple 3-kill plus rounds, 48, leads the team by, I think, 14 in that category. So, yeah.
There we go. We've had a look at BB team, but they are going up against the Australian team owned by the American organization. It is FlyQuest. Let's catch up with them.
I'm here with Inns from FlyQuest ahead of their matchup against BB team. Inns, how you guys feeling about this opponent?
Feeling confident. We've played them before. They're obviously a good team, but we've beat them before, and it's the best of one. So, I mean, anything can happen. We just got to be on our A game.
And that A game, how far do you expect it to take you here in the A town? How are you guys feeling about this event?
Pretty good. I mean, it's a good event to show what we're capable of. Obviously, not the best tier 1 teams, but a tournament where we can show ourselves and prove that we can do it to ourselves as well. Like, we're probably low on confidence the last few events, so we probably just need to perform well here and get that confidence back up going into the RMR.
All right, well, best of luck, man.
Thank you, man.
Back to you, Sam.
Thanks, Mike. FlyQuest mentioning there, low on confidence, and not surprising considering their performances of late.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they've had great performances regionally, right? In Australia, they're 16-0 in ESL.
Doesn't count, JRT. Does not count. Australia is far away. They're in a different time zone. Doesn't count.
Well, I mean, it does in a way, right? It's important for them to find that success there, even though some teams like Talon aren't necessarily competing. So we don't know how they'd compete against those ones. But when they went to Pro League, they didn't win many series, but they did play closely against FaZe, against Eternal Fire, and did get the win against Linvision. So there's something to build on here for this FlyQuest roster for sure.
You're way too positive. I'm going to break you before the end of the weekend. Alan, they're not delivering. They're meant to be the top team from Australia. They're meant to be the team that upsets people. That's what happens, right? We send the Aussies over to Europe or to North America and they upset the status quo. FlyQuest for me is not doing that as of now.
They're not dangerous. You don't come into an event like this thinking they're going to take down a big name. And something the slip for this team, obviously formerly Greyhound, is they're not even the best team regionally. It's Mongols or Linvision or Rare Adam at times in the past. So for them even getting up to that pedestal was difficult, and certainly recent form hasn't been brilliant. They said after their Cologne exit they felt a lot was wrong in terms of how they were playing, how they were approaching the game. And certainly this event for them, just as a reminder they can play top Counter-Strike, is the goal. That is the goal for them.
Has it been the change to CS2 that's made them struggle? Because when they were Greyhounds, the core of this roster had that scary factor. You didn't really know what you were going to get from them. They could upset the apple cart.
I'm trying to think of a nice way to phrase this, but I think they play boring Counter-Strike. I think it's very cookie cutter, very simple, and maybe they lean into that because they want to play really kind of good, clean European CS, but they don't excite me. They don't get aggressive. They don't make moves. And Dexter said that after they went out of Cologne. He said, we're not aggressive enough. We don't play wild enough on the CT side. So maybe, obviously, a bit of a gap since then. Maybe they've changed it. But certainly in the past, for me, they've lacked the inspiration of some of the other teams around themselves in the rankings.
Yeah, I think Dexter was a little more blunt than that when he was saying it.
I'm not quite naffy in terms of what I say on camera.
We won't repeat it here on air, but yeah, Dexter, I don't know if he had like a negative view in the way he was tweeting out his opinion on the way things are going right now in Counter-Strike 2, but certainly there's an adjustment required to their play style, like Alan was saying. They need to get out of their shell a little bit in order to find success against the teams like the ones competing right here.
Can they do it though against BB Team in a best of one?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think in a BO1, yes. Like I think there's the potential for upset here, but in a BO3, I think that's when the questions might start rising.
I think BetBoom's the better team. I think they have a better structure to an extent. I think they can play better Counter-Strike. I think they have better players. And certainly, if I'm looking at FlyQuest in this game, I think I'm looking at the individuals. I'm looking at Inns, formerly in-game leader for this core of players, now thrust into star player positions. Vexite, who was on a trajectory to be the next star of his region and has fizzled out a little bit. These two guys need to be superlative, Sam, because they're not going up against weak individual players. Even though BetBoom might have had some issues, none of these guys are pushovers.
We have to do predictions, always difficult in a best of one. I mean, Alan, I think you've pretty much made it clear to all of us where your allegiances lie. It is with BB Team, right?
Yeah, I mean, I foresee it being quite a close game, but I think BetBoom have more advantages than their opponents.
JRT?
I'm so 50-50 on this matchup, honestly, coming into it because of the struggle. Well, because of the struggles of BB Team. Like, they haven't necessarily found their form again, and you even heard them talking about it, right? They know that FlyQuest definitely has a chance against them, so I would say I'm leaning FlyQuest, actually, for this one. I think they could pull it off here in this BO1.
Okay, that's fine. I'm with Alan. I think it's BB Team. I really worry about FlyQuest. I'm not going to lie. I feel like there is they were always a little bit spunky. I mean, and that was my thing. There was an attitude to them, aggressive Counter-Strike. And Alan, like you said, it might be boring Counter-Strike. If you play simple Counter-Strike and you play it very well, you would still be winning. The problem is they're playing simple Counter-Strike and it's not good enough.
They don't have JKS anymore. They don't have a player that's going to go in there and take over the game individually. So, I mean, Dexter said he feels he himself has to take on star player moves. He has to get aggressive, be proactive, and it shouldn't be Dexter. Dexter's not mechanically skilled enough to do that with consistency. So, if you look at this team, I need a star player. That's why I need Inns or Vexite to do something exciting, because I don't think the system works without one of those pieces.
Does it work this weekend, though? Because this weekend, we are working with the pieces in front of us that are on the stage right now.
I mean, they're building towards their major cycle. They have to make the team work. They can't obviously make a move now, and maybe they're in a region anyway that has a restricted player base. So it's using the pieces they have. I do think Inns and Vexite have the skill to be really brilliant players. They have a new coach in Urcast for the last few months that maybe can push them in that direction, but it's a big change up in the philosophy from what they've been in the past to give the individuals that space and then get the individuals used to taking that space. That's the crux, Sam. You can give them all the room in the world, but, you know, horse to water, not necessarily going to drink.
Yeah, no, I mean, entirely with Alan. I don't have too much to add there. I think Instant and Vexite are doing a pretty good job, you know, at the top of the board there, but there needs to be some other element. It needs to be some sort of kind of spice added to their gameplay in order to get things going. I agree with you. I don't know if Dexter is necessarily the answer to that, but there needs to be something more.
I mean, it's worth saying Inns has played brilliant domestically. He's played incredibly domestically. It's just as we keep harping on about, Australia's not in a good place at the moment as a region, so is that going to translate? I need to see it on the server, Sam, before I believe it.
Bigger picture for a moment with ESL Challenger. Normally we always have that one tier 1 team that's in here kind of messing things up. And this time, I mean, yes, Soul's on a good run, but for the most part, could we say one of the most evenly matched challenges we've had in a little while? All of these teams are kind of sitting on a level where it could be any team's game.
Yeah, honestly, like I feel like this event lives up to the Challenger namesake the most of any other challengers that I've been at personally or seen personally. It's like, so it's such a level playing field. Yes, you mentioned Saw, and you could argue Big as well, maybe that tier 1 team, but they've had their struggles recently as well. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I feel like it's anyone's tournament to take as well, which is also some, look, maybe there's some teams that might have some more issues than others, but I feel like there's a much wider pool of teams that could take this.
Soul's the favorite because they figured their team out.
Yes.
Because they have a cohesive way to play their Counter-Strike. They don't necessarily have a lineup that's, heaps and bounds above the opposition. BetBoom's probably a more skilled team than they are. So if you look at these other squads, a team like Big, a team like BetBoom, FlyQuest as well, they have good pieces. Can they do it on the server? And we haven't necessarily seen that of late.
Can they do it on the server? Can they do it on the stage at ESL Challenger Atlanta? We're about to find out as we kickstart day number 1 here. We are done talking. We are going to hand on over to our 2 casters. It is Scriv and Neoki. I'm going to change his name. That's what we're going to start calling him.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yes, indeed. Excited to get into this. I think it's always a privilege to open up the tournament, right, and get a real feel for where these teams are. There's all this excitement in the air, the tension of like, we can say all these things, we can predict how teams are going to perform and look at what they've been doing in their recent history. But when they get on the server against each other, a lot of teams at these events don't have the LAN experience.
Very true.
Truly never really know what to expect.
Yeah, let's just talk a little bit about recent results in a way, right? So you look at a team like FlyQuest, and they're sitting on the overview, you'd be like 8-match win streak, that's great, but it's domestic, so it doesn't really count. Last European side they played, Sangal, who BetBoom beat them literally just the other week. So you're looking at that already for me, and that's when maybe you can look at BetBoom a little bit and say they might have a bit of an advantage. I'm sticking with what John was saying. I'm going to go with FlyQuest here for me in towards this one. I'm not a huge fan of BetBoom. I haven't been for a little while because I just think this is a side that came together and had all the ability to be a really good team, but then unfortunately never really lived up to, I think, the potential that they even had themselves. So I'm interested to see how this one plays out. Because it's the best of one, it does spice things up a little bit as well. Like they spoke about on the desk, they did play a Pro League, and it was a win for FlyQuest in that sense, which obviously very good to come off the back of that and say we've got a decent map pool under our belt. It was a 3-mapper in that one, but we're not even playing on that map. So in this sense, it's a little bit of new ground, and it might change things up a tab. Let's take it back underway. We are live in towards our first game here at ESL Challenger Atlanta. Thank you for joining us, and Inns joins the server very quickly.
Yes, indeed. The rush out towards long does not net any success for BB here. PT50 reloaded. He doesn't really land any bullets with that, to be honest. So, yeah, not getting off the ground at all. Magno Jez will be the first one to find a frag for this T side. P250 in a smoke retrieved, so he's happy with that, but that's about all he's really going to get, clutching at straws in the end. FlyQuest, an explosive start from them now.
It is. I mean, that's sort of the exact start you want to get on Dust 2. Come in towards it, set the tone nice and early, and just give yourself a little bit of room to work with. Very crisp coming through. A nice little flash from Alistair as well. Dexter comes and joins the fight, and they just take long control, and it is the most classic Dust 2 thing. If you're on the CT side and you take that long control, you shrink that map massively, and that's just what we saw right there. Scout out. Doesn't quite hit. Zorta, the only kind of wealthy investment in a way, right? We do also have a little bit else with, a bit of a Deagle investment, a PT50 coming through, but it's not a full buy in towards this sense. So maybe if we can get a couple of kills with a Deagle, with a Scout, might be something to work with.
Yeah, it's one of those as well. Again, when you're in the LAN environment, that very, very first game that you're playing, also first one's up to bat for the day. I think that you want to warm yourself into it. You want to keep some pressure on your opponents. So it's not a full send on the buy, but it's also trying to stay in their heads and win out a bit of the mental game.
Yeah.
Nice tags coming in here, especially with that scout. So could be a kill or two on the cards. As yet, nothing too impressive from BB. But it is going to be a really tough map here, I think. You know, Dust 2 we've talked about as being the great leveler, but also to touch on a point from the desk about the simple Counter-Strike, I think Dust 2 is very quickly, since coming back into the pool, just gone back to what it was a couple years ago in Go. Well, yes, that would be the rip the Band-Aid off kind of phrase.
Jane, what do you have done to our game?
Indeed, mate, indeed. They even invented the smokes, of course, used on this map. So, yeah, their DNA is everywhere, which there's a joke in there somewhere, if you're a knower. Nonetheless, they are looking to end on A here now.
I'm just looking at this setup as well. There might need to be a bit of a rotation coming through from Dexter in towards CT, but he's going to get caught, so In's under a bit of pressure. Good for the first. Looks for the second. Will nail it as well. Third, just around that corner. Scout will miss. Second time of asking, doesn't. But Leah's out range will clean it up. For a moment, it was a bit of a kind of hold your breath type scenario there, because it could have been a lot more expensive. But exactly as we said at the start of the round, with that level of investment, a couple of kills, I don't think BetBim were too upset.
Yeah, it's like the handshake moment, really. Both teams going to be satisfied. They recovered the M4 that got dropped, so there's no expensive weaponry lost by FlyQuest. Feel like we may well have a small break in play, but ultimately back underway. It's also back onto the Scout as well, so deprived of his AWP early on, still on the scoped weaponry, but this is what it's about. What are BB going to show us here?
Yeah, Dexter, he's lining up this nade, and he, in doing so, takes a hell of a lot of damage, and the nade does absolutely nothing, so a little awkward there. And Nafri's now already got a pretty advanced position up towards Cat here. I mean, he can start really creeping up, play a bit of contact. Shoulder spotted. I think Inns want to relay that over. Seems like might not have, though. Didn't seem to react all too much. That nade could do a chunk, though.
Oh, it does. It does. It forces them forwards as well. Molotovs come in, splitting them up awkwardly. Nafri will manage to do a bit of damage, but not really much beyond that. And I think this leaves BB now in a very, very awkward position. The weaker weaponry is going to start to haunt them, but they do have a lot of utility remaining here.
It's true. The big thing, right, first gun round for BB, and, you know, for them, when you look at it, you want to try and out the gates, make sure that this one is settling all the nerves you have coming into a LAN. You kind of your first appearance here in Atlanta, and make sure you settle the tone, right? And that's the thing we, at the moment, on. They're still looking a little bit timid in terms of some of these fights they're taking. Yes, they're getting good control, but speaking of control, Alistair, look at this. He has got pretty good timing here. He should spot them going up towards Cal. Even so, that information is going to be relayed over.
Yeah, we'll see. Is he even going to be needed at the end of the day? Oh, the answer is yes. Some crisp frags coming in from BB. This is exactly what we were expecting from them. Alistair through the smoke, though. Good timing. Catches one reloading. It's the double on the MP9. And now just down to Magno Jez, that planter. Trying to isolate the fight. Not going to happen. Traded out by Dexter. And there you have it. FlyQuest will manage to pull that one back. Honestly, it looked like it had slipped away.
And it does come down to that flank as well. That flank, he didn't know it, obviously, but the timing is absolutely exquisite because he just catches one of them reloading. The guy who was basically holding for the potential of a flank chooses the worst possible time to reload. Goes through the smoke, gets two, bit of damage on towards the third as well. And then for Magnajez here, I don't think he does terribly. He just makes one mistake. He goes on top of the box. He's really trying to isolate the CT fight, but actually exposes him to it. So really big clutch. And you can already see as well, the Aussies getting loud. That's what we want to see. We want to see FlyQuest come in towards this sort of game and showcase why they are a tier 1 team and one of the best in their region. Alistair, he's a lot of question marks above his head. His style of AWPing, his stats, his consistency, that's a nice way to start it.
Oh, it continues as well. They just roll in through the smoke. I mean, committing to the idea at the very least, but yeah, not the best, man. Not the best. And it does really feel that's actually something that, you know, we talk about Dust 2 and how it's shifting through. That's a relatively key difference, it feels like, from GOAT. The long rushes, because of maybe the lack of skyboxes, your like spawn smokes and things like this, like, actually a hell of a lot harder for the T side in this iteration.
It's one smoke in particular, because of that lack of skybox, you can throw it more or less immediately off a CT, so it completely changes it. You know, back in the day, I mean, we've all played our pugs of Dust 2 where you do have to be, right, who's got that spawn? You have to get a Molotov down. You have to be the one to risk your life, basically, just to try and fight for a bit of this control. But now you don't even have to. You know, you can get a smoke down there, and these days as well, there's even a Molotov that can be thrown from cars, so you don't need to peek, and you can molly doors. So in ways, very, very early, you can kind of take control, and it makes the T side side considerably harder, which is now why a lot of teams have started to kind of change from what, if you all watch old VODs of back on Go, it was always about long control. Now it's about mid to B split, seems much more popular, and actually are, because of those volumetric smokes, much harder on the CT side to sort of deal with. But really good shutdown. Liaz, Alistair combined perfectly. Real nice couple of shots, and yeah, this is exactly the sort of performance FlyQuest want. Flawless out the gates, and just showcasing again, right? This is a side who are meant to be considered one of the best, but haven't been playing like that. Bombed out of IM Cologne play-ins, wasn't good. Pro League finishing in that second to last category. I mean, it's not a good showing for a side who's meant to be revered as Tier 1. Look at this, though. Interesting push. Ins for one. Looks for two. He's under a bit of pressure here. Catches the shadows and catches three. Oh, Ins mowing them down. 4 is on the cards, and he'll get it. Ace is the question mark. We know that it likes to get stolen away, and Napoli is nowhere to be seen. So Liaz mops up the scraps, but Ins, this is a guy who, since kind of relinquishing his calling roles, I mean, he's really come into his own. This is a player, I've seen a lot of people talk about it. If there was someone from Australia to come over to EU and play in Tier 1, it would probably be him.
Yeah, but he's still believing in the countryman, in the organic route. That's exactly what happens now. When you get them off 80 ping, they can actually play pretty well. So I think that certainly felt crisp, very, very fresh, thanks to the connection, of course, for Ins. But yes, wonderful, wonderful way for him to just, I think, maybe even turn a few heads at the rest of the tournament. Got to keep an eye on him. We're hearing about this guy, and there is a flash of what he can do. We'll see if it kind of continues for him. Liaz also not too far behind in terms of performance, so some pretty good individual looks at the moment. Big nade damage. Bomb dropped. Not quite able to follow up there, Dexter, but it's good information. Taps out a few more. Feels pretty comfortable here. Just got to be careful. There's Zorte cutting off the flank that was to find an even situation now.
They lost B. B-side Dust 2, one of the hardest sides to retake. This one stuck in towards doors. Spam is good, but Chiron walking away with the kill. How is he still alive? Gets tagged up again through the doors, but still remains breathing.
This is dangerous. Nafany's in behind. I don't like it, man. I don't like it. Nafany's going to go walking through the smoke as well. No one watching for it. Complete disregard. Just really hoping. Ins punishes him for the broken spray down. It's not impossible here, They're both relatively low. Chiron looking like he wants to make a play. They're opting for this crossfire. Ready and waiting is Ins. Chiron's going. Shadow spotted. Still wins the fight. It's a dangerous move, but the risk indeed gets the reward of that first round.
That's one of those plays, I think, as a coach, if you lose that fight, it's afterwards like, what are you doing here? Your shadow betrays you. I'm sure you should know about that as well, but that is Chiron in a nutshell, right? He's always been a little bit wild and wacky in the server, and he loves to take these fights. Heads up duels, and that time, very, very crisp. I think Zorta does really well in this round. He cuts off a lot of the control that FlyQuest are trying to get, shuts them down very, very early, and actually really limits how much they can rotate and at what pace they can rotate. So I think Zorta, very solid job from him. Next side, this is risky. I don't know if we want to stick around for this. Molotov down, smoke behind it. He's going to be fought here, and Siren walks away with the first. Ins in for the Trado with the AWP.
God, this is very awkward. They've lost control of B-bomb site is the big thing. I think you kind of just have to give this. They're trying to make a play ahead of time, though. They have indeed sent Ins through, and he snuck in. There's a smoke in the way. Frag for Alistair evens up the numbers.
No.
Ins with a big one. The bomb is yet to commit, and now it can't because the Molotov's there. So there you have it. There you have it. Don't just instantly save, guys. Indeed, try and go for it. MagnoJez is out long. A desperate attempt to regain a frag or some control. He may well have slipped through, but the bomb's on the other side of the map, so this is just all over the place.
Yeah, the bomb can't rotate here. You got one in towards doors, now a second coming to join them, and one in towards CT. The bomb has no way, no clear path. I mean, this round is won or lost by MagnoJez. He has to go huge here. I don't really know if he can. I mean, he's starting to make a move up towards short, but clock is ticking here, fellas. We got to go. Speaking of bombs, Zorta head spotted, missed shot, round done. No chance now for MagnoJez. 1 versus 3, 30 seconds, has to recover the bomb, and he will just lose his head to Alistair with the USPS. Talk about confidence. He's looking great out the gates, but I mean, Scriv, we've got to talk about that round, though. 5 fights on 5 different fronts, and they just lose most of their aim duels. It's a very scrappy style of play by the BB side, and it just completely falls apart. I mean, if it works, it's seen as genius, but in that sense, when it fails, we're left just puzzled by it.
Well, I mean, it all comes off of that B play from Ince, right? Yeah. Sure, he maybe gets a few parameters that go his way, like a weird smoke to work around, but ultimately, I even had in my sort of autopilot and, you know, the flow chart of how it works, it's like, oh, they've lost the site, 4v3, doors smoked. That's going to be that, you know. And there would be a good number of teams, I think, especially on LAN, especially in your opening game, where you're like, we can't take any risks, don't take any chances, we got to chill, we got to play the game how it's supposed to be played. Yeah. But they go for it in that moment. Maybe it's because they have a lot of rounds. Maybe, again, as we've talked about, as the desk touched on at great length, this is a team that is looking to redefine itself, and they know what they have here. It's just about getting those pieces working. And maybe indeed, maybe they have taken a slightly more run by committee kind of style. That's what that felt like. I think Ince was in a good position. He was like, yo, can I get a flash? Someone says, yep, and then they go for it, right? Whereas, again, maybe in the past, you've got Dexter deciding everything. And as an IGL, as a percentage-based kind of role, he probably would have said, I think it's a save, guys.
Yeah, and even a small thing there as well. You know, for Ince, he started on the AWP, gets the first, and then his teammate dies in towards mid. He's like, if I want to give this a go, I've got to go and get his rifle. Doubles back. It's small little plays like that, but really well done. An attack pause and attack pause out for BB, but nothing's really changed. And for Railway, he's desperately trying to kind of rally the troops a little bit. It's not looking good so far. We're out towards long, though. We've got out with all 5 alive, which we'll take. It's a bit of a haphazard buy. 1 Galil, or 2 Galils, a Mac 10, a Tech 9, and then there's also nothing because he wants the AWP in towards the next round. So a lot of reliance on these Galils, and hence why even then they swap it over. So Siren, he's taking a lot of damage. He's right. There's no point. I'm basically dead already.
They've got the long control grouped up. It's really tough to kind of decide what they want to do with this, I think. They have that one smoke. As soon as it goes down, they have to commit. So they're cooking.
Are we run boosting here?
They're having a cook.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, that looked a little dodgy. No one on the other side of it doesn't really result in very much, but we see the CT side wake up. 2-piece for Liaz, backed up here. Looking very, very good indeed. Maybe something for Nafany in towards mid. It's a double swing, though. It's beautiful. It's beautiful right here from FlyQuest, even on a low buy round.
Yep, and Zorta, Max 10, no bomb. I mean, he might actually just save just for a small thing of, like, you know, the KD, right? But it's a Mac 10 at the end of the day. There will be some level of buy to come through for BB just off the base of loss bonus. But this is, unfortunately, where my issues have arisen with BB and why, for me, you know, we did our little kind of predictions before, and I mean, I have them getting grouped, right? Yeah. I don't have faith in this BB side. I mean, I've caught them too many times to sort of feel like I know at the moment, where it feels like for FlyQuest, at least at the moment, it just feels like there's an extra level to them. You know, even though there's only kind of 5 rankings different, for example, between these two sides, it feels like there's a world of difference in the server itself. I mean, even though FlyQuest performances at Cologne, for example, weren't great, and just recently in general, I still feel like they've got just something else. I mean, Pro League wasn't fantastic either for them, but they just got something else under their belt, which for me, for BB, I've just not seen for a while, right? This is a side that had a lot on paper that looked great. It was like a young CIS core that might have the potential to really upset teams like, you know, Aurora and kind of take that crown from them, but doesn't seem to be the case. Liaz going for 3. Oh, that's beautiful. Kyron will answer back for a double, though. It's a round not completely out of the works.
I mean, this was something that was just never really talked about in this matchup, is the fact that, like, the individuality from FlyQuest, is it going to be able to overcome BB? We probably wouldn't have assumed so, right? There's so many amazing fraggers on this BB team that we were not expecting to have, like, these multi-frag moments. This is a good handful now that FlyQuest have had, and BB are just not able to match up. There's a little bit of Chiron in this round, but I don't think it's going to result in very much at all. The 46 HP between the two players is just not enough. If they can take another gun, if they can squeeze a bomb plant, then maybe it could be a happy recovery, but surely not.
Yeah, you're right. Dexter, up on towards short. I mean, this round, the Vexite, he should shut it down here. They're so low. Any peek out, and he should actually catch both. Oh, he's turning around, though. Don't turn around. This could be the worst timing. He dropped on towards the site. Alistair going to get one, and now he shoots for Kyron, so should be a dead man walking, and is 8-1. My God, what a showing we're getting from FlyQuest. They are kickstarting Atlanta at a rapid pace, and the vibes look far from adequate in that BB side right now. This is a tough time. And speaking of someone who's probably got a pretty easy time, Hercast. Coach over towards FlyQuest, it doesn't really have to change anything. And, you know, going back to something they spoke about on the desk a bit, and I think, you know, Alan was spot on with this. He was talking about how it does feel for FlyQuest that they need just that true hero rifle in that team. Maybe if In's not doing it as much and Dexter shouldn't be the one doing it, then they do sometimes lack firepower, and especially against the top tier 1 teams, it's very evident. But here, we've got, you know, when Vexite's having his moments, Inda's having a moment, but it's Liaz. Liaz looks great. 12-3 out the gate. He's not normally somebody that we look towards to put up serious numbers. More of a supporting element, more of somebody to kind of help out the pack. But yeah, at the moment, he's looking fantastic. Long control has been really good from him. He's always good for a couple, in all fairness, and super solid to see. So, really good stuff. And as we were talking about earlier, Alistair will drop that long smoke thrown from CT spawn. Oh, misses. Bit of a half buy here for BB. A Khalil on AK, and a hope and a dream as well. I don't know if this one's going to get off the ground.
Yeah, it's going a bit crazy. Dexter's on the AWP. It's going a bit crazy out here. So we'll see whether he gets any kills with it, I suppose. We'll check back in. Straight up towards short from BB, not really wasting any time to try and get this control. I think maybe this is part of the mission directive into this round. Just pick the pace up a little, go for one of these classic CIS bursts. Alistair makes it work for one. Tech9 nets a frag for Dexter. The AWP still has yet to see action. All the same, looking good for the CT side, but maybe I speak too soon. Kyron with the control has created the space for the bomb to go down. Still not got the numbers, but they'll be happy with where this is at so far. They're still in the running, still have an opportunity to steal away a key round, and keep your eyes on this AK. Before I even get the words out, he's a goner. It's all going to be down to Nafany. The IGL does get overlooked, a little bit strange, but all the same, they know where he's at now. 1 versus 3, utility raining on in. They should be able to get the tap on the bomb. It's planted so well for him. He knows there's no one around here. Ooh. Takes another one with him. He just needs to get a player off the bomb. Not going to happen. Alistair seals the deal. And up to 9 now for the Aussies. When will it end?
Yeah, honestly, this is a absolutely stunning showing to kickstart things. And not, you know, for the most part, not really even having to break too much of a sweat. That's the first round we can really talk about where it actually feels like it was semi-competitive. At least it had an opportunity for BB to take around a second on the border and maybe kickstart a bit of momentum tail end of this half, but once again, retake good. And I think, you know, a lot of that comes down to the lack of firepower. They were wielding an AK double deagle at the end there. Try and make that one work. Zorta, what's the reaction times like? He's given up this suicide control, and Alistair is in the open here. He doesn't realize it just yet, but he might get betrayed by a scope in just a second. Yeah, and there we go. Zorta peeks out and takes a freebie.
It's kind of fair. I think it's a bit unfortunate there for Alistair in terms of the read. They've not really played anyone down in the alley like at all on the BB side, and then the one round he decides to play off of that, they do. So semi-unfortunate in terms of the thought process. Minute and 15 on the clock here. These are usually the situations, by the way, for a T side on Dust 2 that they end up winning most of the time. Early pickup, full run of the action. So they kind of know that on the FlyQuest side. Vexite sent through a smoke, gets the upper tunnel's information, should be able to send Dexter to go and bolster somewhere else. Looks like it'll be middle. That is indeed a good call, but I think this one is going to end up being an A split.
I think you're right. Bit of presence now being shown out towards short and via long, so that definitely looks like where they want to go. Liaz. We first contact, flash at the angle though, so that's going to rein him back in for a second. He'll just drop down. He knows it's probably not worth it for the moment. Smoke dropped, flash behind it as well, but it's his fight from Magnagez. Crunching down on this A control. Liaz and Inns, one apiece. A lot of trouble. And Inns 180ing as well. Brilliant work. And the P250 pulled out. Nade doesn't quite connect either. Inns will get caught, but a really nice shutdown once again. Double digits in the first half, Scriv. This is a massacre. And unfortunately, BetBoom still haven't fixed what feels like any of their problems at the moment.
Dog, this is legit. This is some serious outgunning going on right now. That is around, like I had set up, they just should not be winning. Those 5v4 conversions for T sides are so effective on this map, and They had everything going for them, but just, yeah, outgunned. Absolutely incredible stuff to see from FlyQuest. Another quick long move coming in from the T's side. Inns takes a lot of damage. He's feeling confident, rightly so, after his performance in this first half. Not going to be able to net anything just yet, though.
Smoke down towards CT. The smoke on the site as well for In to try and play around. He'll start breaking open a little gap. Liaz good for one. Neil onto back as well, and In's just going to reclaim that space, and so expertly done. And he doesn't overfight either. He just dips away off the back of that first kill and knows that keeping the numbers alive and keeping the advantage in the situation is everything.
Yes, absolutely. Sorte, nice find from him, brings it down to the 3v3. The flash is pretty effective. Dexter takes his time getting through there, but he will indeed find the frag. It's Alistair who gets caught, unfortunately. Vexite also going to go down, so BB do finish it 10-2. A clean showing from them overall on that FlyQuest side, but we'll see here. This is going to be an interesting second half.
Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you. Coasting, open, hoping for more. Dreaming, thinking what I have is yours. Realize, recognize 100 times I've cried. Top down, music loud as we cruise at 85. Wondering is this a dream or real life? A fantasy is what this feels like. 10 toes down for my baby. This life be driving me crazy. Your friends talk down, it don't faze me. Leaving you alone, well that ain't me. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you.
I want your love, and not just any type. I want that February 14 every single night. I want that, baby. I want that. I'm yours, baby. I'm yours. Am I gonna give you up when you're not the better? You're the love of my life, so come and love me forever. Even when I'm out in Topwood, you wrap me up in the sweater. You wanna feel my kind of hot, babe. You wanna feel my kind of hot. Come and meet me in the middle, babe, and I'll give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, won't you give me all of your love? Come and meet me in the middle, babe, and I'll give you all of my heart.
Welcome back in for the second half here, folks. It might be a quick one. FlyQuest have laid down the damn law. Double digits for them already. So the pistol could be the beginning of the end here now.
Yeah, very much could be one of the final nails in the coffins. I mean, it says it all when the top fragger over towards the BB side would actually just be bottom over towards FlyQuest. So for me, it speaks volumes of what has been an absolutely dominant showing coming through. This is interesting. A bit of a proactive move, and it will net them the first.
Yeah, it could be dangerous. I don't think they're going to expect this many is the problem now. MagnaJez in particular on the Julie's looking really, really good. Drops a couple. It's a lovely crunch, and BB clearly know what FlyQuest like to go for. There's quite a common kind of move there. Let's crunch a little bit, or even let's send 2 through the upper tunnels. That felt like an amalgamation of a lot of different B pistols coming in from the CT side. Still not over just yet, so maybe don't talk like it is indeed finished. This could potentially still be on.
Especially with Nafany. I mean, he's barely alive. So you can even really kind of consider this round at the moment as a bit of a 2 versus 2. Might be a little bit something behind this. And a flash and a molly to work with as well, with a decent amount of util. There might be something still on the cards here.
Very possible. Ins slowly creeping forwards. Could get some pretty good timing. Flash does come in, but they are able to cross that bomb. Ins baiting out the footsteps of his teammate as well, but his teammate loses his fight. For just a moment, we were maybe back on. Molotov pushes it back. He should be able to recover the bomb, but he's only got 20 seconds, so definitely corralled into A here, one would assume. They have, however, split. They're playing a super safe game on the BB side of things. Do not want to mess this one up at all. Julie's come rolling round the corner, but Ins takes his head clean off. There's plenty of time to get the plant in. It's down to just Chiron. 4v2, turn 1v1. Where has this come from? Chiron has no information, no idea where he's at. Ins playing it simple, just hold the headshot angle, spots him first, but just cannot find the head. Thank God for the early damage. Chiron makes a meal of it, but he will win it out. BB stay alive.
Oh, that was nearly one of those where if they had lost that, we are going to be saying, you know, really having a strong conversation about what is going on with this BB side. If they had lost that round, that would have been absolutely, I mean, to the point where there's no more excuses. There's no more, oh, you know, it was just a bad half. That would have been so bad. Thankfully, it's not to be, but even the fact that it went down to a 1 versus 1 in itself was slightly concerning. And just the decisions by BB in this situation to split up, you know, in a 4v2 situation, very easy. You could just play 2-2, essentially. Maybe one playing via, I guess, like CT or short, but very interesting decision, and it nearly backfires. Of course, did net a bomb plant, and with a bomb plant means that Ins has got himself an AK-47 and a few upgraded pistols. Another round that you can completely count out either. The Eagle for Alistair, Vexai. I mean, Vexai's been pretty quiet so far, but if this AK can get active, get one, drop a rifle, then there's maybe something to talk about. There's a little bit of an idea of how we're going to make something work. And there's a bit of armor as well on Liaz.
Not really giving anything at all, though, BB. No chances being taken here. 2-1-2 setup. Very safe. Lots of standing in corners. Hoping they get overlooked, which, again, in a round like this, you would generally expect. But FlyQuest feeling confident. Now, timings are so off here. That mid to B smoke has come in. Zorte is somewhat ready, but not ready enough. He will get slammed. That's going to be a gun recoverable. That's going to be the bomb plant coming in as well. Just a really nice piece of nuance. Tactical play from FlyQuest has thrown things up in the air here.
Big.
MagnaJez and Chiron keep the dream alive, but then the pistols come back in. We're back and forth at the moment. It's all down to that initial 1D making the difference. Ins with the trade, and they've done it on the low buy, not even fully spending. They will steal away that follow-up round. Absolutely unbelievable scenes here from FlyQuest.
It's also so well played as well. You know, the thing you briefly mentioned, that mid to B smoke comes at the exact same time that they're popping up towards short. So they're already pulled out of position and an attention drawn in the wrong area, and they get completely overwhelmed. And then obviously Alistair, that first shot on towards the site, he has no armor, so he has to hit the headshot there, and it's brilliantly done. Really, really well done. 11-3. FlyQuest are on track to closing this out and closing it out quick as well. With the force spike out for BB, and well, it's asking a hell of a lot out of just a few pistols. That goes without saying. I love a 5.7, and I think at the pro level as well, in the right hands, this gun is seriously scary, but FlyQuest look considerably scarier.
Once it's in the air, though, the force by back and forth can begin. So we shall see. Zorte tries to take an aggressive stance, doesn't quite land the headshot, but he lives to fight another day. Oh, yeah. 3 round the corner. Dangerous move from Vexite. He will go down. There's a fair trade of damage. There's a kill back, which is obviously the important thing. Nafany and Gang will pick up the AK. They've lost the man advantage in the interim. However, there's FAMAS running rampant right now. And they really just, because of that like AK recovery and everything, lost so much information. Unfortunately, you do have to save here. It's going to be 12 for FlyQuest. It's going to be 9 in a row required from the CT side, but at least they have an AK for the next round, I guess. I don't know.
I think we're doing what the gang like to call clutching at straws.
Yeah,
it really is. I mean, this is just being a one-sided show and an absolute credit to FlyQuest. What a display from them. They've looked fantastic basically all the way throughout. Everybody's having their moment in the sunlight. I mean, maybe bar Vexite, you know, but bless him out. He's not really needed here, unfortunately. You know, he's maybe dipped off in terms of individual form, but 21-8 for Inns. Liaz looking great. He did in the first half and closed out by none other. Speak of the devil. What a showing. 12-3 in a side who are absolutely loving their time in the limelight. Kick-starting ESL Challenger Atlanta. And, you know, obviously they've got a lot to prove here. We already touched about it. The Death touched about it too, where it's been a rough time for them internationally. Domestically, it's fine, but obviously that means absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of Counter-Strike. But internationally, it's been a tough old time. IM Cologne play-ins, bombing out in last, Pro League in that second to last grouping, like 21 to 26th or whatever it was. I mean, it's not a good spot for them to be in. Potentially the final round, we've got a little bit of an investment. Basically, whatever we can bring to the table, which is a Scout, an MP9, a FAMAS, a Deagle, and a 5.7. And to mention as well, no kits. So if that bomb goes down, it's going to make things very difficult.
Magna's maybe crept in a little bit here. Vexite seems quietly aware, and will find the headshot. Okay, so well found. That worried me for just a moment. First kill netted for the Australian contingent. I imagine they will probably drag this one out and just really force BB to play to their tune.
Yeah.
Exactly what's happening here. All 4 of the CTs are gambling on A, and I don't know that the bomb is necessarily going to end up there, to be honest with you. I think maybe eventually, but it's not going to be like the quickest run in the world. And now BB are doubting themselves. So yeah, they're just firmly in their heads here.
Nafany's made the complete wrong call. They pop flash in, 2 swing. They don't see anything bar Inns, who they just assume is a lurker. They don't realize he's actually starting the attack, starting the execute. Good for the first. Oh, and nails him with a spray control to see it off. Even he's celebrating. He's normally quite stoic. Scrim, what a showing. What a start for FlyQuest. Not even for a second did they break a sweat in towards that game. And if that's how they're going to start, I'm really excited to see what they can do here in Atlanta.
Yes, absolute pure magic coming in from FlyQuest, it has to be said. I think it excites a lot of us. This is a team, again, out of the region, the strongest looking team for sure that Australia have had for a good while. And I feel like this is a team now that maybe if they are able to bring that kind of energy to an impressive team in BB, then maybe, just maybe, we are in for a really, really solid showing.
Yeah, absolutely. I really now wonder what the bounce back is going to look like for this BB side. I mean, a lot has to be done to kind of recover from that. Mentally, it's going to be a really, really tough one. It feels like quite a difficult game to going to break down, guys, because it was pretty one-sided. We're going to throw it back to the desk. Sam, take it away.
I mean, it's always difficult to break down the one-sided games, but the reason this won't be that difficult is because we get to break down how our analysts got it so wrong coming into this, because we were not expecting this at all. Alan, what was it about FlyQuest today that just made them unstoppable?
I mean, we got it wrong, Sam, but we got it right. And we got it right because our criticisms of FlyQuest, the things we said they had to work on, was exactly the difference in them in this game and them in their previous international outings. Incredibly proactive, aggressive, making moves. Inns looking like a world-class individual player. Every single thing we criticized going into this game got reversed.
Definitely. They looked like a team revitalized, and let's find out if they're feeling revitalized, because Mike is with them right now.
Grab the mic and shit.
Thank you, Sam. I'm here with Alistair. Man, that was a good opener for you guys. Feel nice on the server?
Yeah, I felt real good today. Everyone was on. The comms are nice, fighting together. It was a good day.
Inns mentioned in the pregame, it's a familiar opponent. These are the guys you bested in Pro League playoffs, season 19. What is it about BB that's comfortable for you guys?
I'm not sure. I think it's just when we play them, it's like we feel like we have a good grip. or a good read on what they're doing. Maybe it's Nafany, I'm not sure, but we just feel like we have like a good idea of how the round's playing out, and we're always in the right spot.
Now, there were a couple rounds there where you guys were man down. Not very many, to be honest. But even in those moments, it felt like at any moment you guys were flipping it on its head, taking control, keeping calm there on Dust 2. Is that the FlyQuest we can expect going forward?
Yeah, hopefully. We want to be going to every game like that, playing proactive. If we're down a man, pushing for info and doing stuff together, that's the goal.
That's a goal indeed. Well, definitely goal accomplished today. What do you think, Sam?
What do I think? I think winning's winning, and they won. There we go. But it was a much more aggressive style from FlyQuest. More confident as well. They looked like they were making definitive decisions.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw them charging down mid with an op at one point, just like going out and taking fights. They ended up losing that fight, but that's not the point. Like, they were getting in the faces of a BB team round after round. I mean, there are just several instances of it. You saw Ints not even getting afraid to go into that B side in one round where it felt like BB team were going to take B and manage to get control of it, but no, he hid behind a smoke, comes out completely unexpected by BB team, and he retakes control of the site. And that's like one of many moments where you felt, okay, BB team's got a chance, they're going to get into it. No. You know, they talked about it already. Alan mentioned proactivity and an interview as well. They were always trying to find a way back into rounds.
There was a very definitive moment, though, as well, in this particular game. Walk us through it.
Yeah, just round number 9, right? You know, you see that BB team's like, okay, they're going to be aggressive. We're going to go out quick, fast, try and take long A, and immediately says no, no, and no again. A complete shutdown, and he sets it up for the rest of the team. You see a little bit of a recovery there coming through from BB team, but afterwards just pick apart the remaining pieces and shut them down. And it's just like, it's unbelievable how well FlyQuest played here. And I kind of feel almost like they wanted to get to Dust 2, because if you look at their map pool, Dust 2 is the least played map they have, and you look at BB team, they were 6-0 on Dust 2 over the last 3 months. That was completely shattered. I feel like there was some kind of anti-stratting coming through before for FlyQuest.
So here we're sitting. We've got FlyQuest, and I'm going to throw JRT under the bus a little bit, because when halftime hit, you said to me, I think BB team 8 rounds, 8 rounds. That didn't happen, Alan. They weren't even able to get it back in the second half.
Well, yeah, they had the anti-eco in the second half, where they lost to a hero AK, and that was the end for sure. But the game was lost on the first half. They let way too much slip, and they at no point had control of this game. FlyQuest, as they said, were the proactive team. They were the team always making the moves. BetBoom were trying to play catch-up, and yeah, maybe there was some hesitation. Maybe you could point at some individuals they didn't play their best, but fundamentally, FlyQuest just did a number on them, and they weren't ready for it.
Ints had 184.9 ADR. I just saw that. That is absolutely ludicrous how well he played. And I mean, you say I was wrong in that sense, Sam, but I was the only one who believed in FlyQuest on this desk. So, you know, I was sort of right. Definitely didn't expect this to be a 13-3. I will not take credit for that at all. I thought that BB team would be able to come back, especially after a tight pistol round victory. You're like, okay, something's happening. Like Alan said, just the anti-eco doesn't work at all in the follow-up round. Just the pistols and the hero AK that managed to get things done. So yeah, masterclass from FlyQuest up against BB team today.
A good way to start the day. Your US Air Force aim high is coming up on your screen right now. And while that is up there, let us actually talk specifically though about the fact that this is a best of one format. Okay, so the groups are all best of ones. And while this is very exciting for FlyQuest, I think the question we need to pose, Alan, is, does it continue when we move into tomorrow or Sunday? And I'm already giving them leeway here to say that they would win the next best of one, but when it is a little less of a sprint and a bit more of a marathon.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, the brand of CS they played on the CD side in this game was risky. They made moves, they stacked sites, they got aggressive, and you're going to lose some of those in the long run. Here, everything worked. Everything worked. Every move, there was either no resistance or Ins just killed everybody immediately. So if you average this out over a series, over a tournament, it's not going to work like that every time. But what they're doing is giving themselves chances to win that in the past they did not.
Aussie, Aussie, yay, yay. There's a cheer or something in there. I don't know what it is, but I'm trying. We have another matchup coming up, and it is, of course, the real underdogs of this event, Rooster up against the firm favorites in Seoul. That is our next best of one. We're starting out early in the morning and making sure you get a heap of amazing Counter-Strike coming your way. So don't go anywhere. ESL Challenger Atlanta. We'll be right back.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. Moving ahead, I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof.
Now tell me, how's I supposed to know she's a devil and you take her bait? Just when I'm good to go, that's when she's gonna make you wait. That's fine, I'll take it slow. That's when she's gonna make you chase. Burn by her fire and all I know is she's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Take pity on me. Just when I take pity on me. She's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Yeah, she is now. She's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Take pity on me.
Within the body of a woman lies the heart of a man. It's a feat of engineering you could never understand. So tell me all your secrets, and I'll tell you all my lies. I've been walking with the angels, I've been talking in my sleep. An electric conversation, pins and needles in my feet. It's a full-on fascination with a twisted combination. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime and does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we touch too much? You could follow every instinct, you could fight the best you can. It's not easy when you're dancing, holding someone else's hand. I've got nothing more to tell you, I got nothing more to say, no. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime and does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? And does it feel so ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. 'Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top, we're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. 'Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna know, I just wanna know. I just wanna know, I just wanna know. I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Otto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the crash, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. Yeah, I gotta get it. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. Hey, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you not at my pace. You not at my level, you not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the crash, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. Hey, I gotta get it, don't mindset.
All the things that I needed, all the things I wanted, thought it was unbreakable. Always felt something's coming, coming so much closer. Now I know I'm vulnerable. Just listen, listen to what's in you. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. Finding strength just to move on, searching for a new point. Now it's time for a change. Together with you, I can feel it, feel what's real and sober. Now it's time for you and I. Just listen, listen to what's in you. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. Together with you, it's alright. Now it's time for you and I. We will make it through the night. Nothing can stop us now. So I'm calling you. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. Together with you, it's alright. Now it's time for you and I. We will make it through the night.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
I think that 1 month ago was for sure our best momentum in the team. So I think that everything clicked on that moment and we kind of follow everything and it was magical. I'm gonna say that inside of the game we didn't change so much because of the tournaments that we had. What I want to say is that we are not on the same level as Cologne. We know that it's possible because we already did it. So that's kind of our mentality right now. We know that we are very high in the rankings and how people are watching us. Well, in some tournaments you just go and you know that you are the underdog. Right now maybe you are one of the favorites to win. So we need to embrace that pressure and we need to do our job. So my expectation is to win, but let's see game by game and let's see what happens.
Let's jump on and use all the overused tropes, shall we? Going into Cologne, this team were the underdogs. No one expected anything from them. Coming out of Cologne, well, things are very different now. The most remarkable Cinderella run for this team. And as we come into ESL Challenger, they are the favorites. And not by a little bit, but by a long shot. In fact, them not being in the finals would be somewhat disastrous, especially with the RMRs so close to us. They're going up against Rooster, a team who no one really even knows anything about. They have a new person in their lineup, and Naokai actually mentioned he was speaking to one of the Australian casters who went, I don't even know the guy that they're playing with. So that is the situation we find ourselves in. It is, of course, Group A here at the ESL Challenger Atlanta competition. You've seen the first matchup already where FlyQuest was victorious, and now we get to see Saw take on Rooster. The Portuguese have to win this, Alan. It's not even up for discussion, really.
No, they will win this game. It would take a catastrophe beyond what we'd expect. So, yeah, I mean, we have to set the stage that way. Rooster, they are a long way out of their depth playing a game like this. It's just by virtue of the Australian scene not necessarily having a lot of depth at the moment that they're here in the first place, and FlyQuest obviously already in attendance. So it's going to be a very tough game. And for Saw, it's not just about winning, it's about cleanly winning.
Yeah, it's been really tough for Rooster. There's no questions asked about that. They had a Pro League run that didn't really yield much of anything, and Danger was determined to be a problem on that roster. I saw it was Chelios doing an interview with Dust2, and I mean, it was just really, really not a rosy picture that was being painted there, unfortunately. Now, you mentioned the new player coming in, JHD. He subbed for them one time in January. I think they won that series, but either way, he hasn't played outside of those two in quite some time, Sam, 4 years.
I don't really like to pull your attention to best of one map vetoes because I feel like they don't really matter. Everyone kind of plays up, but we are playing on Nuke.
Saw's one of the best Nuke teams in the world.
I was like, I'm just going to leave this to everyone else because I saw
they played a qualifier last week for the next Challenger, and they did lose a few games of Nuke. Looked a bit more vulnerable, but it's such a comfort place that I am surprised Rooster didn't take more of a gambit in the veto.
I mean, what are you going to do if you're Rooster? You have one map. You have Mirage. Like, I'm not trying to be mean or anything here, but you got 15 games played. They're 11-4, and it's the perma for Saw. So you have no chance of seeing Mirage at all. You look at it and say, well, I mean, whatever else we get will hopefully work out. And, you know, ending up on Nuke isn't terrible. It's their third most played map, 2 and 3, and they do have a positive round differential there. But again, we have to talk about a lot of this stuff is happening locally. It's regionally.
I was about to say, I mean, take all those.
So it's hard to even justify those stats at all, right?
Yeah, like they just don't play in here at all. However, we'll get into this conversation in a bit. First, though, we do want to hear from this incredible team that did magical things at IAM Cologne. Let's find out how they're feeling. Mike's with them now.
I'm here with Roman ahead of their matchup against Rooster. Roman, this one's got to be a little different for you guys. You're used to being the underdogs at a lot of your matches. Now you're coming in, heavy favorites in this match, favorites in the tournament. Does that change the swagger you guys bring into the server?
I mean, not at all. The goal that we always have is to win the tournament, no matter if we are the underdogs or the favorites. So our pressure is the same. We are just here to do our best, and let's hope we do it.
Now, your opponent here, Rooster, they're coming in, right? They've gotten battered around in international competition a little bit. How do you rate them?
I mean, I've seen Rooster playing for a really long time because usually when I wake up really early, and sometimes they are playing their Australian matches, and sometimes I pop up and watch them. And I think they are pretty good. They are really skilled. I actually watched their game against Mouse live, and I was surprised by their level. So I feel like it's not going to be an easy match, and you just got to be prepared.
Well, excited to see how it goes on the server. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Back to you, Sam.
He's not disrespecting his opponent.
No, not at all. That was very respectful. I mean, it was good. No, very professional interview. Obviously, that's what he is told to say in a lot of situations, I'm sure. But looking at the numbers purely here, and you know the way Rooster has played as of late. Maybe if you looked last season in Challenger League, they were much better in Oceania. This season, it's just been such a mixed bag, sitting at 7-7, and it just hasn't been pretty for them. And FlyQuest has kind of dominated in Oceania. So Rooster's kind of falling off. Obviously, Danger not there anymore. JHD coming in, and I think Chalice was saying we're not even sure if he's going to be a permanent fifth. So they don't really know what's going to happen there in that regard. And like I said, or what I was saying before, it's been 4 years since JHD has had an official outside of that one series that was played. So I'm not sure what kind of performance we're going to get here. And I think he's been doing some coaching on Rooster at times, but yeah.
I mean, let's not focus on Rooster for now. Let's focus on the men on your screen. This Portuguese team who did that miracle run at IAM Cologne, who shocked the world, and who took down some big names, Alan, in doing it. They themselves have said, though, they're not playing at that level at the moment.
I'm not sure they're that far below it. I mean, obviously, the barometer, the meter stick is very high if they want to be phase, arena beating level, but they played fairly good CS over the last few weeks. They will spool up now on LAN, being a team that's had that expectation against themselves. So I think they're in great shape, and individually, Storia, Rosdos, and of course, U-Jerks. They're just going to, even if Roman, Mutiris, the more experienced heads come into this saying, respecting the opponents, if you're going to be a good game, I guarantee you the young guns are thinking, time to farm.
Yeah, I'd have to say the same, honestly. Like, they have to be confident coming into this one. They rolled through the close qualifiers, by the way, for both this event in Atlanta and in Kato. So they're in Kato as well after this. They got a lot of prep coming up leading up to the RMR, which is for sure what they're thinking about in their minds as well. How do we get some practice and reps in, and what better way than 2 Challenger events?
Can we give a bit of credit to the man sitting behind this team? Because I do feel like since they brought in the Dane, things have changed here. Barry has clearly made a huge impact. Are we allowed to call him Barry, or do we have to call him Julio now? I never know.
I don't know where that's come from, but yeah.
Twitter.
Okay. The hub of all factual information.
Yes.
Obviously. Barry, he said himself when he came into this team, he didn't see this coming whatsoever. He actually said he had to check the message twice before he believed it. But it's a very interesting matchup. They obviously felt like in the Portuguese scene, obviously very kind of insulated. There wasn't someone of the caliber they wanted. Barry, of course, there's going to be communication problems, but he brings a very different perspective. He can show them how to play fundamentally. He's come through so many different Danish systems, so he gives them a different angle, whereas most teams just pick a coach that's already in tune with their play style. Barry can bring a very different look.
That man on your screen, though, as well, the player to watch for this lineup, JRT?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's been absolutely phenomenal for them over the last little bit. I mean, you're looking at the numbers here purely. I mean, it's hard to talk about his frags. It's been over 71 maps, so it's like 1,000 plus, but that's not really relevant. We're looking at about 15.8 frags per map coming through from him, a great impact rating as well, and he's really quite effective in terms of dealing damage, of course, with those types of numbers, leading the team with an 85.8 ADR, and that all comes largely in part thanks to his ability to open up space on both the T side and even the CT side. Even though Story takes a little bit of the lead on that side, it's still U-Jerks that's running the show at this point for his squad.
So they're going up against Rooster. JRT's mentioned a little bit about this Australian team. We've touched on it, but let's actually hear from them now. What a way to start their Challenger run.
You knew you were going to get Roosters in the server, but how about a GOAT? I've got the GOAT here. You're standing behind the boys. Could you tell us a little about yourself? How'd you come to coaching?
Coaching. I used to be a pro player, and then ESL decided to end that and give me the nickname the GOAT. So now I'm here, coaching.
Coaching indeed. All right. How are your guys feeling? In the server, in Atlanta, all those things out of this matchup with Seoul.
We're loving Atlanta. We're in their big Atlanta spirit right now. ATL ho.
I love it. I love it. Well, we'll see if you guys can rise up. Good luck.
Rise up.
Back to you, Sam.
Well, they're obviously taking this very seriously. We don't even know anything about this player that's come in, this
No.
JHD. The coach is clearly on the same level as Barry, as we could see there in his interview. Hell has to freeze over for this to be a win for Rooster, surely. Is that where we're at?
Yeah, it kind of feels like it. I mean, I'm trying my best to be positive and think about this in a good light for Rooster. I mean, it is good experience for them one way or another going up against Saw.
So I'm gonna go off on a tangent here because I come from South Africa, and this is something that we did for a lot of the time with these Challenger events. Is a South African team would come, and we would talk about what great experience it was, and the South African team would lose, and then we'd talk about, hey, you know what though? They almost beat Ents. They almost did it.
Yeah.
And there is a point where I get it. It is great, and it is great experience, but there's also a point of, is that enough for you to go home and say you almost beat Saw?
At this stage for Rooster, I feel like the answer to that is actually yes. I mean, things are so rough for them at this point. I mean, they're trying to find their roster. There's clearly discord going on. You know, that they're bringing a coach there to try and kind of wrangle things, but it feels like the attitude is very relaxed, very casual, which might play in their favor in some ways, right? Because maybe that'll lead to something happening for them.
How do you get signed with an organization, get the sponsorship you need to travel the world and play Counter-Strike, Alan, if you're not taking it super seriously when you go up against Saw? The biggest way to get noticed here is beat them.
They're not under an organization. They're not salaried. I'd assume the lineup change isn't a management move from above or anything like that. So you have to set the context appropriately for this team. They will lose this game. They're not going to make it through to playoffs in this tournament, but it's a chance to play on a big stage. It's a chance to get experience. And the best team in your domestic region is in this tournament. If you have a great game, a great event, maybe if they need to make a move, you're in the headlights.
Let's make our predictions now. I mean, they're pretty clear where we're lying. So we can say this to production straight up. I think we all are under the same impression that it is going to be a Saw victory. No changes there from anyone. No one's thinking of jumping on the other side. Could be a good opportunity, though, if you are Rooster. If you get the opportunity to play against FlyQuest, if you beat them, that's a really good sign, right? That's something that you can go home and use with.
Yeah, maybe. I think that would be at least something that they could say, okay, we finally found a way to, overcome FlyQuest, which they weren't really doing in Challenger League either. So, yeah, I'd say that's something to celebrate if they get to that point. But, yeah, we'll see.
The Australians hate us. We are not welcome down under. We know. Saw is going up against Rooster. Let's get into game.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Looking forward to another matchup. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to set up. I don't want to give it this kind of energy. I think the desk have also laid it out quite well. It's going to be harder. It's a learning process. That's the nice kind of patronizing way that you're
a kind man.
Yeah, for Rooster. I always am, because I know when I hand it over to you, you're about to be absolutely savage. But what I will say on my end is that this is about Saw. If you let this opponent get double digits on your best map, or if you lose out like a 5v3 or something like this, they're not great signs. You have to roll over this team. You have to be the overdog, and I think it is a really, really good look at Saw and what kind of team we're going to get here moving into the rest of their tournament.
Yeah, and I don't want to completely discount this kind of Rooster side, but obviously this is a matchup where all eyes for us are on Rooster, and it's all in the kind of the context of this tournament, right? We're looking at this side who coming in at the #1 seed, ranked 8th in the world currently right now, have been absolutely crushing it. Came in towards us this year in 2024, and everyone just saw them as, we do a lot of the tier 2 scene, and they're a top tier 2 team, but nobody expects them to nearly be in the position of cementing themselves as tier 1. But one thing that would cement you as tier 1 is winning a LAN like this, and of course, I guess they've got the backup of Kato too. We're on towards Nuke. Nuke is a wild map to pick into against Saw, as Alan, quite rightfully mentioned, they are one of, if not the best team in the world currently on this map. It's always been such a strong part of their map pool. So let's see, right? The assumption, the expectation is that Rooster have done some sort of prep and some sort of anti-stratting, but I think a lot of teams try and anti them on Nuke, and it just doesn't seem to work. So it's a big ask. We'll see if they got anything up their lockers. A very good start as well for Story. Gets his first. TJP gets caught. And that'll be now everything going quiet. And to make matters worse for Rooster as well, not only are they playing on arguably Saw's best map, or maybe even inarguably Saw's best map, but also starting on the T side too, on the most CT-sided map. So it is an uphill battle and then some.
Indeed. But the vibes may well be immaculate here. Julie's struggling, and he will indeed go down, having not dished out all that much damage. We're into an advantage situation with U-Jerk still being low. It's actually a very, very good look for Rooster right now. There's no kit available, a severe lack of really anything for Saw, so clean headshots. That's about all they've got in the strat book here. Tentatively trying to find some space It's a slow creep up for Mutiris. They want to get him into action here. I don't think he's been keenly watched. He may well have just been spotted there, but they are drawn out now for the fight. Still looking pretty good. And it's a one-tap of sorts from ASAP in the end. Rooster will kick off with the victory.
Yeah, all right. Fair enough. Rooster, I mean, for them, they've basically got nothing to lose in a matchup like this, so it's all about just playing to your game, not falling into kind of the traps that Saw are going to set. And things started well for Saw, but it's this awkward fight with the Julies on towards top part. They just can't get any sort of mileage there, and an unfortunate way to start things off. You know, a bomb plant plus a round in favor of Rooster. I mean, a nice buy for them. We are going to see a force buy, though, coming through from Saw, so we'll see how that goes. We've got a Scout, we've got a FAMAS, a few Deagles as well. One thing to mention, no kit in play for Saw, as it was in that last round. So if that bomb goes down, it really makes things very, very difficult for Saw. They don't have a lot of time to kind of work and get fights back in your favor. You've got to get on towards that site and get on the bomb.
Ah, this is dangerous, man. There is a small pebble that has formed for Rooster. If they win rounds like this, they win that first rifle round, suddenly, you know, it turns into that boulder, and you might not be able to stop them. So this feels against the grain from Saw, but also I think they will believe in themselves, yeah, for the potential of this force by Mutiris. Comes through, first kill, big damage onto TJP. So it's actually a very good start for the CTs.
Hello, Roman. Smells a rat a bit. He's got the right idea. Top part, smoke will meet them there too, so JHD forced to rein it in just a tad. TJP tagged, numbers advantage for Saw, and that clock starting to tick. So a decision has to be made here. Where do we go? How do we make this work for us? One lurking towards outside. Ramp is the main port of where we want to go. Attack from the Scout as well. Story can do some decent damage from here, and they're starting to look a little nervy.
Yeah. Time's running down, but TJP comes in at the right time, and he's opened up the A-bomb site. So it all works out very nice. They sell the ramp angle. Saw had 3 over there. I think we were both looking at that like, whoa, don't go past that corner, man. You're going to get mowed down. But they had a good feel for it, and
they're going to call it.
Beautiful, beautiful find on the A-bomb site.
Yeah, I think we just save it. FAMAS, MAC-10, Scout, 3 stay alive. Just use this buy-in towards the next. It's better than trying to give this a retake. Retaking the top side of Nuke is very, very difficult. Not a lot of teams go for it. And Saw are going to join that cohort. So another round for Rooster. And a failed force buy too is obviously going to give them a nice bit of foundation to kickstart Nuke. We said they've probably done a decent amount of prepping towards this map specifically. There's no reason why you'd float it if you hadn't. It feels quite outlandish. So far, so good. I mean, generally when I cast Nuke, you know, we always talk about it. I would always say 5 rounds T-side. I think you're pretty happy with that. That's a workable amount to be at. And I think at the point that we're currently at, if they can get in that region, who knows, right? Saw could be under a little bit of pressure here. Their T-side's pretty strong, but it definitely asks quite a bit of them. So let's see. We're going to reuse this buy a little bit. Arish Dosh, half armor. He'll wield the MAC-10, Scout and a FAMAS.
Little Deagle dotted in there as well, so we'll see. Scout has some eyeballs towards ramp. Maybe a peek to come his way. Not quite yet. Mutiris looking for something very similar to the previous round as well. Send himself downstairs and maybe creep up. They'll be reeling at the opportunity on this map. I think one of the things that, you know, maybe we didn't go into super deep, and it's always a tough angle because you're going to start sort of contradicting yourself, but we can pull it out a bit more in the broadcast. There's a good chance you prep for this map. You know what I mean? There's a lot to learn from this Saw side. So that is an angle for Rooster that they could be very ready for what Saw specifically bring to Nuke, whether that stretches into a full BO1, whether that serves them later on in the tournament, obviously remains to be seen. Oh, that's the kill. It was on the edge for a moment. Mutiris will manage to find one, could drop another here, but surely with low HP and no kit, there's not really much that he can do to enter this site.
Yeah, I don't actually even think saving is the worst thing in the world here. He knows he has no real chance of making this work for him. He doesn't want to be leaving things too late either, where dropping out of heaven could cause a little bit of fall damage. Obviously, so low, so not worth the risk. Get out of there. Got his kill, got his damage, and That'll be that. A 3-0 start for Rooster. But this next round is the main one. Both sides are going to have money. Both sides are going to have full buys. And this is where we've got to see what Saw have got up their, up their sleeve, right? And what they've got in the locker to really, once again, regain a bit of a foothold on this CT side. We want to see them kind of bare minimum take a lead, right? And so far, obviously that is not looking so good. They've been struggling in the early part of this map, something they usually don't. That's what makes Saw so scary on this map, is they usually start very, very well. UJerks is very proactive. Story gets a lot of space with that AWP, and it's been the case. Speaking of the AWP side in play, now let's see, Story going to go all the way over towards Black Red. It's a nice proactive position as well. We know that Story likes to get into fights, so what a shot from him. ASAP gets clipped.
Yeah, that's nasty. That is nasty. Story making himself known here. Roman quick switching, a little restless, but it's all good because he wasn't looking at me. 5v3 quickly turn 2. And this one is falling apart quickly. Saw teaching Rooster what it's all about. The guns have come out, the conventional Counter-Strike, and they have not put a foot wrong at all in this round.
Yeah, brilliant. JHD, TJP, a lot to do. Not a lot to work with. A minute now on the clock to try and make a decision. The noise made there by UJerks, but it's now all down to one man. TJP got to lead by example here. This one is most definitely not getting off the ground. It's just about, can he get a constellation kill? The answer is no. So talk about a response out from Saw. In towards the first gun round. Make sure that they find it, and find it with, well, in this case, no casualties too, which is absolutely going to help. The econ going to help. The confidence going to really start to spiral them in a positive note. And now we have to look at the flip side as well. When we look towards Rooster, now that they've got the guns out, and now that they are trying to take fights, and we're seeing players like Story. Look how active he got in towards this map, all the way over towards Black Red, pushes outside, gets his kill, doubles back immediately, takes a fight in towards Hot. Mere seconds later, I mean, that is what we want to see coming through from this side. So how are Rooster going to punish them with that? And, they've gone for a bit of a buy themselves, but unfortunately, it's not the most bountiful of buys. We've got one AK, one Galil, which is dropped, and a MAC-10 and a few pistols around it.
Roman's going through that as well. Feeling good about themselves. Story blinded up. Oh, how's he not dead? How does he not go down there? Roman has slowed them down from behind here. Does get traded, but the space has been created. 4 versus 2 definitely hangs in the balance. But it's still Saw looking advantageous here. They're ready for the A hit as well. ASAP trying to find a catch. Doesn't quite happen for him. Loses his teammate. They spot him as well. The bomb will be on that minimap, so batten down the hatches here and, well, make it as flawless as possible. Saw stringing them together.
Yeah, a mini recovery as well there by Saw just in that round when Roman falls. It did look for a moment like it could be actually a little bit awkward, that they could lose a bit of space and maybe pop in towards that top side, but not to be. So we'll see now Saw up to their second and where they can start developing, snowballing in a positive way. Starts well for Roman. I don't hate the proactivity from him as well, just on his sort of individual kind of basis, pushing through single door, trying to get some lobby control. Doesn't gain anything in terms of the kill, but for him it's about information and he gets a lot of it. ASAP could be in trouble and somehow stays alive.
You ever watch any World War I documentaries with the mortar shells raining down? I think that's exactly what ASAP's just been through, man. Just bullets everywhere, running through no man's land, making the heroes charge.
Yeah. You ever play Battlefield 1?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. And he is, all by himself. The team have sacrificed himself to allow the 1 kill to come in. It's all worth. It's all worth. What a mission. He completed it, but they're not going to win the war off the back of it. Even Stevens now Saw with 3.
Yeah, can type, got mine in chat, and he's all right. All tight square, though, 3 apiece. And this is, once again, while it was a little bit of a slow start, sure, this is where Saw really start to showcase just their level. And I think, the desk touched on it. These youngsters, we're looking at that core that came from FTW to Saw of Aristotle, Story, and UJerks. And it's, for them, it's about, can we get some good stats here? Can we really showcase our prowess? And yeah, so far, so good. UJerks 4-2, Story 7-2. And Aristotle plays all of those anchor roles and support roles. He's still up to 4 as well. The old guard just make sure they can basically just facilitate them.
A pause in play from Rooster. as they opt to take a slower approach into this round. ASAP once again in the yard will look for some aggression. He's got enough ground that they feel they can do something with this. Execute being set up. The bomb just crosses there. Dangerous angle, of course. In come the smokes. Nice and wide. Oh, they're moving a bit early, and the AWP goes searching. He misses the shot, but he's revealed that there is some action behind this. Mysterious ready, a tough angle to beat. No one really there to trade out either. He's going to keep pushing forward. Nade in, big damage. He will fall, but not before he's done an awful lot. TJP, thank goodness, knew he was on fire, because while blind, that might have been an embarrassing end for him. But I like the moves here from Rooster. They've left themselves very little time now, though.
It's very true. They've got to make a commitment. What is this decision? It looks like it's... I say it looks like it's down towards this lower side, but bomb's still up top. And they're just getting plucked apart. They're getting caught outside. One by one, they're dropping, and Slimy probably to see it off. Yeah, unfortunate. I think they just get caught in two minds a little bit, and they're split up with no actual clear path of where we want to go. So unfortunately, does not pay off for them. One player to keep an eye out for in towards this game, if he gets active and starts playing well, is Slimy. He's actually a bit of a talent coming through from kind of that local scene, and he's somebody that I casted a couple of his games recently. Very, very good player when he gets going, and if he can kind of individually come up online, you could see him be a little crisp, but he's been a little quiet in the early part of this game. Chelios is another one as well. Very proficient AWPer too. He has to just get his moment. Tech9 rush, and a Tech9 shut down. Mutirist, Aristosh, Roman, all having a piece of the pie here. And in a matter of moments, TJP and Chelios left with nothing, really. They've got no chance winning this round.
The goal is damage. The goal is maybe bomb plant as well. I think that will be taken away from them. TJP playing a patience game inside the smoke, willing to wait to get his reward. It's the right idea.
Do it.
Is the right... Okay, there it is. Finds him eventually. Knew there was something going on. You know, where else is he going to be? And they guessed correctly. So a flawless one coming in. Saw they are the ones that's got the boulder going. I maybe made that little analogy for Rooster early on. Unfortunately, it didn't quite get off the ground. Saw are now taking over the game. Is there going to be a response available for this T side?
Yeah, and the real issue that, you know, we're starting to see as well is that, I mean, Rooster are barely even getting kills. Like a kill, right? That's kind of been as good as it gets since the guns have come through for Saw. This is just what they do best. Really nice showing. Smoke and a molly combination. Just to shut them down if they were going for that single door pop. U-Jerks will play up over towards ramp. Happy to lurk behind this smoke. The issue with Rooster is they're obviously making a call out of spawn, and the second anything throws a bit of a spanner in the works, they struggle to adapt.
Story does want a fight here. Oh, question of how far he goes. They just get off the boost at the right time, but they've unwittingly determined that it must be clear there must not be an AWP around, and it will, of course, be the wrong read.
Brilliant.
Nice find from Mutiris. Very solidly held outside. Solo move here for U-Jerks. He's got the permission to do so. And he left that kill on purpose. He wanted the nade to find it. Of course, this is getting unbelievable. Nearly the team ace, but not a single point of damage, man.
Yeah, and another, yeah, exactly. Another round where we're not even getting a kill. We can't even get step one of the game plan. I feel like attack pause has got to be called here, regardless of what the GOAT can bring.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's my guy going to say? You know, I think if they're winning, he's the perfect coach because he's like,
just a hype
amazing
man, right?
job, guys.
Yeah.
Love it. Keep it up. But now it's like, man, you're not doing good. You need to do better.
Yeah,
like, I don't know. Unfortunately, he's got the vibes, and I'm sure he's great fun. But difficult in the timeout.
Yes, exactly that. JHD though will get the first towards outside. Smoke broken open, but not enough to give them a kill here. I mean, Story's going to completely double away. I think he's worried, and rightfully so. I don't think he realizes how deep they've gone. And I think probably with the lack of steps, he might have actually wanted to go into that double doors control, but he's just going to opt to play in towards Cubby. The only issue with Cubby, especially as an AWPer, is very difficult to get more than one kill.
Oh, a step.
Yikes.
I will have been heard. It is only one. Doesn't quite confirm everything, but they'll start to set themselves up more solidly here for this B bomb site. U-Jerks Getting closer to the action now. Wanting to hold out single. They are winding this clock down again. Just looking to catch their opponents off guard. Noise now being made. They'll move in. Smoke comes around. Ujerks does shoot a little early. The AWP going to get taken down. Rozdosh is here to join the party, but he can't get involved after this nadage comes in. The AWP up close will take him. That's the big kill as well. It's all on to Roman. 1 versus 3. Bomb will go down momentarily. Why not go for it? He got so much cash. And he will indeed stick around, but the AWP takes him, and a heck of a pickup from ASAP there. Really, really big kills from him to solidify that one on Rooster with a half-buy win.
There was one big gap in that B-site setup there as well. Ujerks is playing up until his Wrath is holding single door, and the reason why he plays exactly where he is because he knows the window isn't broken. But the second the window breaks, he needs to shift a little bit over to the left, so he's got the pillar covering him, so he can protect Story. But Story just gets overwhelmed. 2 Tech-9s jump down in towards his position, and the second they fall, it's asking way too much. I mean, Ujerks basically gets overwhelmed. So his one thing he had to do was protect Story, who then essentially covers his single door and his double door as well, but it wasn't the case. Slimy tries to go out of single, but not to be. Caught in towards Squeaky. That'll be the first once again. Something that Sora very good at, opening kills.
Rooster right back to the drawing board, unfortunately. After winning a really nice one in the previous, to be fair. Yes, it is very different rules of engagement, but it's still looked very good in terms of the coordination, in terms of how they played that B hit with like 1 smoke. But this round, not starting off well, nothing much coming, so much utility remaining. This is one of the big things as well for a game like this. Sora are going to be less inclined to throw that default utility. They actually will probably beckon the fights, win them, and then save their utility. You know what I mean? They're playing a very, very winner's mindset type setup, and rightfully so. Another fine from Mutiris here. So honestly, 40 seconds with nothing in. I think you'd probably just save if you're the T side here. They are against that idea though. They'll go for it.
I think now, so now yes? Yeah, especially that
AWP. Okay, we are.
Yeah.
Chelios froze for a minute.
Well, I think one real small thing as well, that molly that goes actually past the smoke and Squeaky, that completely shuts down the support route that Rooster were trying to set up there. They're obviously trying to go through lobby with, on the roof, setting up a top hot Molotov, and then somebody was meant to break out through Squeaky, but the Molotov just stops Chelios being able to support. So really well done. It will just be a relatively quiet 10 seconds to see off the tail end of this. Oh, hello. Yeah, guess his. Another one's not there, but TJP's not exactly escaped the troubles. We'll get one. Tuck your head, my friend. Oh, it's a little awkward, but no one dies. No one dies. So that's all that matters. It will be so locking themselves into a lead at the bare minimum. That's all that we're really looking toward. It's more just on the other case now about whether Rooster can hit R5, right? Even though it hasn't felt comfortable, 5 rounds is still workable. 8 to 4 is not exactly impossible. This is the most CT-sided map statistically in the pool right now. But I think the real issue for us is just that when the guns have come out, Rooster have only got 1 round since.
Story, aggressive role here for the AWP. It's something that he's not really moved for an awful lot. He's had those angles, but getting in the face of the T side, nothing comes of it. Big damage onto ASAP thanks to the nades. Story takes a bit from the Molotov himself. Smoke blown open. Ooh. He didn't see the player. Doesn't seem like he's prepared for a fight there. Another smoke blow comes in. They've actually gone down this time around. Story absolutely gagging for this first kill. It is escaping him at the moment, but the gaps are everywhere. Rooster's not made it down, getting caught out in the open. Deer in headlights. Chicken in headlights, one might say. And Saw once again in a winning position.
The bomb made it down though. That's the important one, right? So now they've got an idea of what we're going to try and do here. They're going to leave one up towards top side to lurk. And I mean, TJP is drawing attention to them. So at the very least, they might read this slightly wrong. That might be an opportunity £2, but Roman's got to go huge. And they're going to double back up towards that top side. How has Ujerks got away with 3? What a way to close the half, 8 to 4. We'll see you after the break.
could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared.
Well, welcome back. 8-4 doesn't look bad, but I think it's safe to say, Scriv, it kind of feels bad. That wasn't a competitive first half. If it wasn't for the pistol and then the following 4 spy rounds, we could very much be talking about like a 10-2, 11-1 half. Saw won all but one of the gun rounds since they first invested in, and I mean, the odds show that exactly, right? It was a very one-sided showing, and Saw showcasing why they're one of the best nuke teams in the world.
The numbers are there. Maybe Rooster can pull off the impossible. This is where, for me, it gets a bit tougher, though. You're going to have the full force of Saw coming at you. They will look to run this game and probably pull out a few of their wackier strats that they usually save for a rainy day, but why not? Ooh, give them a try against Rooster. Nice find from TJP.
Oh, no.
Don't change off. Slimy got to be on that swivel in between angles. Meanwhile, downstairs, one-man army Chelios will manage to find a couple of his own. They have battled for the A-bomb site. Where's the bomb? Where's the bomb, though?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter if you've not got the bomb. They, unfortunately, can't do much with this.
Yeah, and another really unfortunate thing is just where it is. It's one of those incredibly difficult positions to try and recover the bomb from. I mean, they've got so many angles to clear and not a lot of time here. 40 seconds. We've got to try and find this bomb and then try and find our way towards a site. A lot of things got to go right. This first fight will probably determine it. Chelios will lose it. All right, now we're potentially on for something. Bomb is sort of recoverable here. They're both going to fight up together. Do we go back towards top side? Surely we do. Yes, Mutiris, get running, my fella. He'll get up there just in time, and he should be able to get a safe plan.
Oh, he's faking it out, drawing them in. Gets the first, knows where the second is. Looking for this head, running out of ammo. Can't land the headshot now. Why have we gone back? Why have we gone back? What are we doing? JHD, he's out of panic. Leave the door. It was the move. It was the move. You made it away, and that's so rough. I think, you know, got the reload off. He feels like he's got to fight, just caught in it, just caught in the energy, and gave Mutiris that chance with maybe the final bullet.
It was.
In his mag,
it was
I'm pretty sure.
Bullet. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why is the door getting opened back up again? It cost him his life, the round, and that could ultimately lead to potentially the beginning of the end on the map as well. I mean, there was some nice moments in there from Rooster. It's just that last little mistake that cost him. Everything else felt quite good. I mean, the lobby crunch was really nice. The double from Chelios downstairs. This is what we want to see from them. But, yeah, unfortunately, the one thing they had to get spot on was just in that 1v1 play time, and they don't. I mean, this round, it's a non-existent factor, if we're being honest. It's a minimal investment coming through from Rooster. One deagle for TJP to try and hope to find something, but it won't make a difference.
There are spatterings of clean Counter-Strike, I would say, from Rooster. Yeah, just needs a bit of polish, you know, and unfortunately, against Saw, you're not going to be able to figure that out in game.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But maybe if we can keep this kind of energy in these close rounds and into your future games, you never know. We might get a BO3 out of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they took a map off Miles, right, at Pro League, and that was pretty good. It was on Mirage, their best pick, which is just by chance. It just has to be Saw's permaban, right?
You've been fully shafted here, you know. Lowest seed against the favorite inform, and then they don't play the map you like. It's like, all right, sound.
Yes,
you know, what am I supposed to do here?
They're actually probably, right now, you could make an argument for being the worst possible team for them to play against. I mean, that's simply how it goes. Outside control taken. A lot of smokes here from both sides. JHT playing anti. Zero's going to start to make a move, but again, it feels like a bit of a ruse. He's just going to try and draw attention towards his top side, but they're down towards B, and they're down quick. And, well, Scriff, no one's here to meet them.
No. Which is sometimes problematic.
I think even Saw are confused. Like, surely someone's
maybe a little bit.
here.
They've just not read it. At the same time, TJP's down. ASAP is later. So we've got some weird sort of flanks forming here. Mutiris has missed the timing on this, I think. So, yeah, they might not really have an idea, especially if 2 coming down behind. And it is actually a lot of control of back hauls that the CT side have ended up with. It's a really strange round going on here, guys. Clean flash. Lets them down the stairs. Can they do anything with it, though? Yeah, they go straight into the Lion's Den and don't come out alive. Yeah. They will have to back off. They will give that save. It's a bit awkward for Rooster. And again, just one missed little hiccup results in the win for Source. I'm starting to feel sympathetic for the Rooster position. Unfortunately, sympathy doesn't win games.
No, exactly that. And unfortunately, the one guy wielding the kit there, Slimy, he was the second person to die, and the kit rolled forward. So to make matters worse, it rolls on towards the site, which felt completely impenetrable. Nice stuff coming through from Sort. Feels like, they've really understood sort of how Rooster play, and especially even coming off the back of this halftime break. Great. Obviously, we know that guy. That was just on your screen there. Big man, Bem Julio, as they say. I know the Portuguese have been massive fans of him. I did see somebody on Twitter explaining it, and they were essentially saying Julio basically means like the Don or the boss, and they call him the boss, and then Bem means like, good. So they love him though. They absolutely love him. Every single tweet that Saw do, Bem Julio is in the comments there. The boss, and I really feel like has actually revitalized this side. They went through a bit of a dip in form. Things were looking a little awkward, and he has made them a real contender at the top level.
And again, they've been yo-yoing for such a long time where they'd have tournaments like this where they look good but didn't quite win it, or they'd have an early playoff game sometimes, but then would get, as soon as people were like, okay, this is where Saw should lose, they would indeed lose. But things seem to have changed since the addition of Berry. 1-for-1 downstairs there. So looking to take control of this B-bomb site once again. They are a bit more prepared. JHD, he makes, additional noise, and they don't track him. It's still only 1. Still not good enough. Still not a round-winning position here for Rooster. Is there a lurk? We don't quite know. The bomb taking its time to go down. Let's see how they respond to this loss of the site. They will scoop it up. Digits in a few moments, one would assume. Really nice find from UJX, exactly what he was waiting for, and now he's on the hunt for the ace.
If they don't get a kill within the next 10 seconds, they might just call it. And if one more falls, I think the M4 might just call it. And I think now, he's already gone. That was the awkward thing. If he hadn't peaked a little bit earlier from Chelios, I think he probably just calls the save, because their money is not in a good spot, generally speaking. That was a full investment, and one which doesn't pay off.
It's a lack of directive from Rooster.
Yeah.
Last round, they're saving. This round, they go for it when maybe they shouldn't. They just don't quite have the feel. And we talk a lot in this game about identity. Saw a team that maybe recently have just discovered their identity and the approach to the game. What is our niche, that we like to take? Rooster are missing that, yeah? A lot of teams there, they'd be like, okay, it might go up to 12, but we're going to save, because that's what we do. We save, we approach it in the next round. Or they go for it in both, because that's what we do. We're confident, like FlyQuest we're doing, for example.
Exactly.
But not quite there for Rooster. A few too many ideas. Something's got to stick. Something's got to work. It's very directionless, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. Unfortunately, this is something that the GOAT hasn't been able to help with, it seems. I mean, there's been actually a real lack of tag pauses. They've just been letting it play out. So
yeah, we joke about it. I think you probably do just want to take one to even just talk as a team. Be like, right,
breather.
What are we thinking, guys? Let's just throw some ideas in.
Lobby crunch, guys, or change it up a little bit. Go in with a bit of a plan, but it's not been the case. Aristosh, Roman, one apiece. Roman will slightly mess up the second, but Story there to try and clean it up. This nade should do the job, but it won't.
Oh my goodness.
2 points of HP survives.
He's dodging them all. JHD falls, though. That was the only hope. ASAP gives it his best go, but what's he going to do on 2 HP? Locked out at Mini. That will be that. Saw looks good to me.
From the first investment that Saw had in round number 4, obviously they force fought the second round, didn't work out. From the first investment they made with guns, 13-1 was the scoreline. So there's an argument to be made there that if Saw had won the pistol, won the force, we could be talking about something like a 13-0 or a 13-1. But unfortunately, it was not to be for Rooster today. They got the hardest draw, the #1 seeded team in this tournament, and well, Rooster's best map is their permaban. I mean, it started off on a bad note, but really, really good work from Saw all the way throughout. They looked fantastic, they played fantastic, and that is what a favorite should look like. Guys, Des, what have you got for us?
I mean, they've done all the analysis, so I've got this idea that we should just go to a break so that... No, I'm kidding. It was playing out exactly as was expected. Thor takes the victory. Rooster just struggling to find any answers to what the Portuguese were putting out there.
Yeah, there were a couple of rounds where there was 0 damage done by Rooster up against Saw, just completely clean round victories. And I mean, yeah, once the guns came out, it felt like there was a complete mismatch, which, I mean, we drilled into you guys before we got started into this one that it would be one-sided, and it absolutely was. There was that one round, though, from Rooster that looked pretty effective. The take onto the B side, they get the opening frag, which they didn't have much of, and then they actually jump over onto Rowan, I think it was, towards the B site. They get that frag and then explode outwards and actually get a pretty solid execute going, but outside of that, it was nothing else. Nothing really.
I like how JRT still finds some positives to talk about.
Yeah. Well
and
done,
Alan
John.
has nothing, so you know what? Don't worry. I'll figure out a better question for you. But first, let's just go to Mike on the stage with the winners.
Thanks, Sam. I got Muteris. Talk about that pistol, man. 2v5. What are you guys saying to each other?
Well, I don't know. We were just playing the pistol, and when we killed the 2 guys, I felt it was possible to win the round, so we just hit some headshots.
Hit some headshots indeed. Sometimes that's just how pistol rounds go. I mean, look, confident on it. When you saw that they took it to Nuke, what were you thinking there? That's like your home map, right?
Yeah, it's a map that we are very comfortable, but we lost the last 2 games, so I think they thought it was good for them to go Nuke, because lately we are not so dominant, I would say, because we are winning, but we are not winning like for so much. So yeah, I think that it was their comfort zone. We didn't have a lot to watch and to analyze from them. So we just played our game and everything went good.
Yeah, I'd say that it did. That one will help the round differential. One more question. You've now got a date with FlyQuest. If you win that BL1, you're through to the playoffs early on. Get yourselves a day off. How you feeling about that matchup?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. They played really well in the first game against Vetboom. So I don't know. We are okay. They are feeling good too. So let's see what happens.
All right, well, best of luck, man.
Thank you.
Back to you, Sam.
Quick and easy work for Saw there. It's as simple as that, really. Like you said, they just shot them in the head.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at this matchup a different way, this difference between some very good players and one of the best teams in the world at the moment, a top 10 team. Rooster, I'm sure in this game they looked outclassed. Compared to the average player, they would absolutely dominate them. They're a well-versed team. They have defaults, they have strats, but this is difference, Sam, between, a team and then a team that's playing professionally against in some of the best events against some of the best teams.
I'm glad that you did that, though. I'm glad that you made that distinction, because I think it's very easy to watch something like this and meme on the one team without realizing that actually if we threw you in the server, you wouldn't stand a chance.
I wouldn't be in that server, so yeah, I mean, that's as simple as that. But, yeah, it's a good point to bring up, I agree, and it's just that, unfortunately for Rooster, it's another thing to pile on to a lot of problems that are happening for them lately. So, they're going to go into another matchup. Hopefully it'll work out better for them, but at the same time, I'm not necessarily expecting much more than what we saw here.
Let's take a look at those Saw players now in our US Air Force aim high. Alan, walk me through what makes these 2 players so impactful.
Well, the funny thing is, they play not necessarily the spots you'd expect. I mean, Sirius is the outer player on both sides on Nuke. And if you looked at this team on paper, you say, it's definitely you, Jerks. Aggressive, young fragger. It's got to be him, but it's not. And Mutiris, in this game, he played brilliantly. You just plays ramp. And to get 20 to 5 as the ramp player, you're having a hell of a time. So Mutiris across a lot of maps does play a lot of crucial positions against the best teams in the world. Maybe he could be a bit of a liability, but obviously in this case, he ran riot.
While we're taking a look at Saw, and it is the start of Challenger, so I feel like we can throw this question out now. I mean, we obviously all saw them in Cologne, and it felt like lightning's never going to strike twice, right? They get to the playoffs, it's amazing. But do you think this is the start of that upward trajectory for this team? Or was that the Cinderella sort of moment where we probably won't see that again?
No, I think it's the start of the upward trajectory, no question. I mean, they performed so well on such a big stage against top teams. Like, that's not something that I feel is a one and done. And it's kind of continued, like I mentioned, throughout the qualifiers. They continue to look strong. They're not getting big heads either. You see them being very, humble about their success. And even they're saying, we lost last 2 on Nuke, right? We haven't necessarily been that good. We understand why they picked into it. So that's important, especially as you're making that rise, not to let your egos get too inflated. And I feel like SAW are well on their way to continuing this trajectory.
SAW passes the eye test.
Yes.
When you watch them play, they just play good Counter-Strike. They're cohesive. They're on the same page. Ujerks looks like he's blossoming into an international star player. So whilst the Cologne form might be unattainable, there's just too many other good teams with too many advantages. Top 10, top 15 in the world, staying there consistently, they could do that.
So Group A is done, which is a surprise. We've already seen those matchups, and now we get ready for what is coming up next, which is, of course, our Group B playing. We're going to have the American Derby a little bit later, Wildcard up against M80, but first we get to watch the South American team ODDIK take on Big from Europe. That will be coming up in a little while, but first we're going to give you some time to go and refresh yourself, get some drinks, get some snacks, and then get right back here for the Counter-Strike.
Yes.
Guys ready?
Swing, alright. Just run. Dark. Open dark. Pushing him.
I'll jump on.
Dead. Top side. Top side.
Can't get bomb.
I think one's top side.
That's probably left side. No, we've probably got the right side. Good shot.
They went 2 down vent guys.
Still unbreakable. Hey, did. Go up in.
Come on, vent guys. Ding.
Kill that cunt.
You left.
Go up.
Come on, vent guys. Heaven.
I think one wins it.
One lobby. You push me hard. Maybe not pushing. Holding you.
Nice shot. Yard. Who down B? Nice shot. Bomb.
Going dark.
Bomb.
Holding.
Annex.
Dark.
Next to heaven. Two. One sticker.
Two sticker. You going?
Planning.
Going. Close.
Within the body of a woman lies the heart of a man. It's a feat of engineering you could never understand. So tell me all your secrets, and I'll tell you all my lies. I've been walking with the angels, I've been talking in my sleep. An electric conversation, pins and needles in my feet. It's a full-on fascination with a twisted combination. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime and does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we touch too much? You can follow every instinct, you can fight the best you can. It's not easy when you're dancing, holding someone else's hand. I've got nothing more to tell you, I got nothing more to say, no. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime and war.
Now tell me, how's I supposed to know she's a devil and you take her bait? Just when I'm good to go, that's when she's gonna make you wait. That's fine, I'll take it slow. That's when she's gonna make you chase. Burn by her fire and all I know is she's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Take pity on me. Just when I've had enough, she'll find a way to pull you back. She's got that magic stuff. She's deadly as a heart attack. She'll always call my bluff. She's sweeter than a cracker jack. Death by desire, but on and on we go. She's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Take pity on me. Telling you it's no lie when she's got you in her sights. Boy, you better be ready. I'll take pity on me. I'm about to hitch a ride straight to the other side. This ain't gonna be pretty. I'll take pity on me. I should just walk away. Take pity on me. But there's just no escape. Take pity on me. She's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Yeah, she is down. She's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Take pity on me.
Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problem. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up. Better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I owe. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. Hey, yeah, I gotta get it. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. Hey, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no, I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. You dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. get it, don't mindset.
satisfaction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
I want your love, and not just any type. I want that February 14 every single night. I want that shadow, baby, shadow. I want that. I'm yours, baby, I'm yours. How am I gonna give you up when another ain't nothing better? You're the love of my life, so come and love me forever. If I wanna mountain top, would you wrap me up in your sweater? I wanna feel like kinda hot, babe. I wanna feel like kinda hot. Come and meet me in the middle, babe, and I'll give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all of your?
I think that tournaments like this, we are like a bit more motivated to do well in because we know that if we do well in these kinds of tournaments, we always get other like chances to play at these events, which are like really good for Brazilian teams to show themselves to the world in general. And besides that, it's also like really fun to look and see a player that you don't think you would ever see, and that like when you started playing was a big figure. So yeah, but in general, we are more motivated to do well in this tournament. There is some extra pressure on our players, but I think that it's like normal when you can't like try to hide from pressure being a professional player. So you have to learn to kind of embrace it and do your best. Like everyone here is also feeling a bit of pressure. Even the most experienced players feel a little bit. So yeah.
Welcome back to ESL Challenger Atlanta. It is the first game in Group B, our third game of the day. It is the best of ones as we go through these group stages. And the Brazilian team, ODDIK, is facing off against the German organization BIG. That is the matchup here, and the first one that you get to see for this group. And I am going to now be completely freaking honest, and I'm sure someone's going to flame me about this, but whatever. When I looked at this team list, I went, who the hell is ODDIK? And I have no doubt in my mind that there are a lot of other people feeling the same. They are not a South American team that you see a lot in international competition. They are not a South American team that is spoken about a lot. We know the mainstays, the Pains, the 9Zs. Those are the teams we talk about, the MIBRs, the Furias. And now here they are, ODDIK. So, Alan, who is ODDIK?
ODDIK is, as you say, a team in the shadows of the bigger teams of the region, led by Woody, who everyone would have seen in the past. Yeah. Breeston and Fluxo, but more known for leading MIBR. So there are some pieces here that we've seen before, but this lineup, this matchup of players, definitely a new look. And as you said, they don't get many opportunities, so they have to grasp this with both hands.
Yeah, I think ODDIK's an interesting one, right? They're a team that performs regionally okay, I would say. Like all South American teams, they play so many maps, 124 maps over the last 3 months. They're grinding it out in South America, but does that lead to success, when you actually hit the international stage? I don't really think so. So at least it's something, I feel like they've got more of a chance than maybe some people give them credit for, but we'll have to see on the server, and we'll talk more about it as we get into it. Right?
It's a little bit of a clever move from them, right? Because obviously there was 2 tournaments. One is running after this. It is IEM Rio, and you weren't able to qualify for both because there is an overlap, right? So you had to choose the event you played for. And obviously, it's Rio. So every Brazilian team and their mom was trying to qualify to play at Rio, which allows you a space here. If you're ODDIK going, hey, we can get into the South American qualifiers, and all those big teams that we normally have to face off against might not be there. This might be a shot for us.
Maybe that was an angle. I mean, everyone would have favoured Red Canda's, Cold Zero's team, to win that qualifier and make it here. So they still had to fight for it. There was still some decent opposition, but perhaps, yes, some crafty scheduling came in handy.
Well, they had to beat Red Canids twice, too, right?
Yeah.
It was twice they had to come out with victory there, and they absolutely did. So, I mean, there's something to say about that. Like I was saying, I mean, there might be something here going on with ODDIK right now. There's no question.
So I'll take back what I said there, because obviously I actually rate Red Canids quite highly. I think that they're a really impressive team, which means if ODDIK's beating them, they've got to be bringing something to the server. What is it that they bring?
I mean, honestly, just that kind of South American aggressive style that you typically see. And I mean, it's just kind of wild the way they play their Counter-Strike right now. It's hard to predict who's going to win what, maybe because they play so much against each other. But ODDIK is no exception to that rule in terms of, especially like Brazilian Counter-Strike, I would say, coming through there. But yeah, there's some concerns that I have for ODDIK. I don't think it's all rosy right now. I feel like Woody, as the IGL operator, this has been kind of a recurring trend throughout his career. I don't necessarily feel he's strong enough on the op to be an IGLer as well, and oftentimes it kind of falls by the wayside and creates problems for them. So there is still that I keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, that said, though, I do think some of the teams Woody called for, they felt like it was an easy game to get rid of him and then get someone into that position. And actually, they didn't immediately look better. So
that's true.
I think Woody does bring a fair amount to the table, and also CS2 AWPing maybe not quite the beast it used to be.
True.
So certainly at this level of competition, Sam, with these players, he can do tremendous things for these guys in terms of bringing them up through the ranks.
They've had some tweaks to this lineup. What do you think about those changes and and what the lineup is now?
Yeah, so their best players are the new guys. It's Togs, and then we're going with Case Locks, I believe. Heard it might be KS Locks, but we're not really sure. It's a bit of a mouthful, that one. So yeah, I mean, the previous core of the team did play earlier in this year. They played the Americas RMR. I would assume that they decided we need some firepower upgrades to compete with the best teams of our region. So yeah, certainly seeing the new young guns. That for me is the storyline for this team. Togs and Case Locks. Are they here to perform? Could they be on top teams in their regions? In 6 months, in a year, 2 years.
You're already talking about them moving to other teams.
Sorry.
No, I think they still got a lot to show here, Alan. Definitely, it's a couple of players that this is their stage to shine on, right? And we talked about the fact they passed up IEM Rio in their home country, right, to try and compete in this event instead. So, I mean, obviously they feel, and like Alan was saying, and like you were saying as well, Sam, there's some sort of element of strategy perhaps here in them attending this event, but I think it's also to showcase Case Locks and Togs maybe a little bit more. They might have gotten overshadowed at a bigger event like IEM Rio.
And getting them on the stage, right? Because this is the
Yeah.
opportunity when you do an ESL Challenger. It's a LAN event. You're not playing online. You're not in your bedroom. It's important stage time experience that is so imperative for these young players.
No, absolutely. I mean, we talked about it before, and I mean, it's always something that we got to mention. These young guys need to get stage time. I'm going to mention as well for the next NA matchup we're going to have. There's a lot of players there that really do need that stage time to perform at a high level. So, yeah.
Right, so this is the Brazilian team. In terms of when you take a look at how they stack up to the rest of the lineup of teams here at ESL Challenger, Alan, where do they sit in the pecking order?
Nearish the bottom. Yeah. I will say the difference between them and a team like Rooster is I feel like I have a much better barometer for where Rooster is internationally because they play in the same region as FlyQuest. For these guys, I know you can look at their world ranking, you can look at some of the teams they played, but I have a much tougher time nailing down how well they would perform against the likes of, say, Big in this sort of game.
Yeah, because they're just like that tier 2, tier 3 level team that's competing only in South America. Yes. You look at all their tournaments, just South America, South America. Yes, they're winning them. They're getting first place in 3 of them over the last 3 months, but what does that actually mean? I agree with you. Like, how will that translate here to the stage in Challenger Atlanta?
Here we go. Big on your screens right now. The European team that ODDIK is going to have to face off against. What do we think about the addition of this gent into this lineup?
I like it. I mean, they were sort of painted into a corner. They'd made a lot of different moves over the last few years. They go international, they go back German, they go back international, they go back German. And, well, first of all, my initial reaction when they signed him was, does he speak German? And then it turns out he used to play for some German teams, so that's not a problem. But yeah, Regon's a very different player to a lot of their recent moves have been through their academy system. They've been structured individual players. They really know a system. Regon isn't necessarily that sort of player. Regon's aggressive. He's unhinged sometimes, and they're having to now rein him in and decide when to use those aggressive tendencies.
Yeah, he's strictly a role player in terms of entries. That's his job on this team, is to go out, open space, especially on that T side, and get some, give their team a little bit more breathing room to try and perform. So yeah, I think you're right, oftentimes over aggressive, but I still think that that's his role and he needs to excel at that, but it's about timing it right for sure. And I think, you know, that type of timing also plays into some of the inconsistencies we've seen from Big over the last few months as well. They haven't been able to find that success on a regular basis.
Do you think it's fair that we do these matchups and we do these head-to-heads of these teams, but when you look at the level of team that Big is playing against and the results that they pull versus the level of team that an ODDIK is playing against, it's like comparing apples with oranges?
I would say, yeah.
Or strawberries. I mean, I would say it's tiny fruit, big fruit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you look at the fact that Big, of course, were in Pro League and they were facing off against Fnatic, Complexity. They beat Complexity, make the playoffs, lost to the Mongols, who are actually performing quite amazingly lately. So I don't know if that's necessarily showing that they're not that strong, but they made the round of 16 in Pro League, which in itself is impressive. And you can't really, like you said, Sam, there's nothing you can speak of on that level with ODDIK at all.
And then, of course, you can also chat a little bit about this player on your screen right now. He is our player to watch. He's been having a pretty good run.
Yeah, he's been in good form. Serson has a slightly bizarre career, doesn't he? Where he did play for Big for so long. He had his best stint in his career probably was in 2020. Comes out of the system, now comes back in again as they flip back to full German. He has been in good shape, but can he champion them to a tournament victory? That's a very different question because there are some heavy hitters also in this tournament.
Yeah, I was speaking to actually Tea Time, and he was mentioning how Toby leads to success for Searson. He was on the team when Searson was doing well as a coach, and now he came back on the team as a performance coach. And since then, Searson's rating has gone from 0.96 to 1.19. So that is something to keep an eye on. Maybe that's the key to success for this roster.
Do we think that, because I'm just going to say, I think that this is probably the best roster Big has fielded in a long time. Do you think Alan's already pulling a face at me? I love it. Argue with me. Tell me why I'm wrong.
I'm just considering the prospect. There are a lot of good pieces here. The big difference. The big contrast between this team now and the team that we, fantasized, which would have been the 2020 team during the online era, is Tabson was an absolute monster during that period. He might have been the best player on this team alongside Searson. Tabson's not in that form anymore. So that for me would be the difference. I think if you put that aside, yes, his pieces are better, but Tabson's not necessarily the same player he was a few years ago.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, again, that probably is factoring into why they're losing to teams like it was Ecstatic and Monty in straight maps, and it wasn't really that close in their most recent BO3s. And I mean, by all measures, because they're ranking and everything, they should be beating these teams, and they didn't. So that's where my concern comes along. Yes, they did well in Pro League, and yes, ODDIK might not be at the same level as them, but we're seeing teams that are at lower rankings coming out with success. So that gives me a little bit of hope for ODDIK on that side to potentially come out with an upset here, and it would be a big one.
Okay, so let's do some predictions. JRT, are you of the mind that ODDIK can upset Big?
I think I am, actually. I think I'm going to go with ODDIK, honestly. Like, I've been kind of leaning in that direction for a little while, and I think that ODDIK can pull this one off against Big, who might have those consistency issues. It's going to be a long shot. I feel like this is my longest shot call for today, but I feel potentially like ODDIK will be able to do this, Alan. And
I respect your opinion. I disagree, but I respect your opinion. Big's going to win this game.
Okay.
As Sam was saying, there is just a disparity in level of competition and the average teams they play against, the expectations for these teams. Big if Big didn't win this game, we'd be asking some. Well, maybe we will. We'll be asking some serious questions come the end.
You know, I was getting ready to flame JRT, and then I realized that so far he's got all his predictions correct. Alan and I have not. So think about that for a bit. I am going to go with Big, though. I do think that they bring a level of structure that ODDIK's going to struggle against. And I also don't think that ODDIK is as aggressive South American style as everyone talks about. I don't see it. But what do I know? Because I'm just the host, right? So here we go. This is what is going down. We are going to see ODDIK take on Big. We are having a slight delay, though, which means we're going to jump to a quick break, which is perfect for you. You can get an energy drink, and when we return, we'll get straight into game with Neokai and Scriv.
Think you've seen it all? With FaceIt Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FaceIt points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, face it.
As I'm going to the cold now, I see you coming down.
Counter-Strike back on your screens momentarily here, folks. Thank you very much for bearing with us on this delay. Short delay. It does happen. Day one of the LAN, you know how it goes. But we've got Big up against ODDIK. I don't know, are you with JRT? Or is he the pariah? Is he a little crazy for this one?
A little. I'm not with JRT, but I can sort of understand the vibes behind it. ODDIK are not a team you can sleep on. I think, for example, kind of Sam mentioned, who are they? I think there'll be a lot of people who maybe, especially more casual watchers, might not actually know this side, but we've covered a bit of them. We've been doing quite a bit of SIECL, South American ECL recently, and do you know what? They're not a bad side. They've been actually playing some pretty decent games, and at least taking the quote-unquote good teams the distance, right? You know, they're kind of having games like, losses to like Pain, for example, who are arguably one of the best teams, if not the best team in South America right now, taking them 13-11 kind of thing. So they're definitely a side that you can't sleep on, but Big, as Alan mentioned, if they were to lose this, we would be, coming back to the desk and asking quite a few questions. What went wrong? Why is this going wrong? And is this a more fundamental issue? For me, Big are one of those teams that I consider at least a shoe-in for playoffs in my eyes. And unfortunately for ODDIK, coming in towards this competition, it's relatively stacked. And I don't know if they have it in them to be able to get out of this group.
Yeah, no, I'd be inclined to agree. I think that there is potential for this map to be brought close. It could be a danger pick for Big if they're not warm, and unfortunately, kind of a delay like this, getting them into the game might take them out of that headspace, out of that kind of presence that you need, of course, especially in a BO1.
Yeah,
right.
Sure.
But it has felt in the past that Big have been a beatable side, have been a side that people maybe brush across and just say, this doesn't look like a good team, this doesn't look like a good time for them to be playing against an underdog. I don't think that is the case at the moment, or hopefully, as we all love Big and the tactical play style that they have, maybe I would say it's not the case anymore, and they continue to sort of climb and look impressive with, of course, a bit of new blood, a bit of new energy, a completely different mindset coming in from Rigon, of course. So yeah, I think that this could be a very, very sort of good tournament for Big, and maybe a breakout opportunity for them. In fact, I know that we've all talked who's going to take it. The top end feels heavier, but actually not quite as secure, and Big are definitely in that conversation. So we kick off on Ancient, and Big are going to have to indeed put their money where their mouth is.
For sure.
Let's see how this goes down.
There was a couple of good moments from Big at Pro League as well, right? The 2-0 over Fnatic was pretty solid. The 2-1 against Complexity. They're both pretty respectable wins in their own regard. And, of course, a 2-0 over Rooster, but we won't delve into too many of those details. JDC will start things off. He's definitely one to keep an eye out for. And the fact that he's got case locked as well is a pretty big frag to find Julies. However, don't get the same luxury.
Oh, it's wild here from the T side, to be honest, in and around these smokes. Bomb has been dropped. Little bit of team damage there. Never nice. Tog's going to go down. Bomb gets dropped again. It's JDC that cleans up house. 3-piece from him there on the pistol.
Yeah, I really feel like, for me, Big is a side at the moment that are starting to fix a lot of the errors that were very evident for a while. I think, they struggled where they would have, a player like Crimbo basically trying to do it all. Tabson's no longer that like super high impactful fragger as he once was. He's no longer that guy who can, be a bit of a hero rifler anymore. And I think they really did struggle. And I think one of the big things they struggled with was AWPing. No offense to Searson, but when he first came in towards this team, he did look very rough. I mean, for the first 4 months, he averaged a 0.96 rating. I mean, it's not a good statistic to have, but recently he has looked incredible. And I really want to see this guy get active. Does take a dink, and he might decide to dip away, but he actually decides to go forward, and that'll cost him his life. Togs takes that one for free.
Rigon through the smoke. He'll be taking down. Are we going with Nate, I think?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've heard two.
Few different
It's either Nate or Nighty. I've been calling him Nate. I know a few people call him Nighty, but I think with the AI, it kind of goes Nate for me. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest.
We'll have to get Mike on the case.
I'd say Portuguese is, low down there for me. I'm not very knowledgeable in my Portuguese, to be honest.
No, I know Bem Julio, and that's really about it. Yeah, I think it stops about there, to be perfectly honest. But, yeah. It is definitely a player to keep an eye out for. Plays a lot of the hero roles. Very talented when he gets going as well. I mean, I got to catch him a bit at the previous RMR, and he was really somebody who, for me, was very impressive. Speaking of impressive, Crimbo, this one should be pretty clean, and it is. A double for him. The third might just gift itself over, and on a silver platter. A 2-0 start for Big. Exactly what we want to see. Out the gates. nice and clean, pretty comfortable rounds for the most part. I mean, obviously the pistol took JDC to get a 3K, but these are good rounds to take. And they're not breaking too much of a sweat, which is always a good sign. Being the overdog, not really succumbing to the pressure, and especially, being on that stage in itself. So, yeah, good round so far. The big test, though, is going to be this first gun round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a flat one to be expected in the second. See what ODDIK have got, though. This is one of those maps they have in the back pocket. Some really close matchups, as we're sort of all mentioning recently. Yeah. So they should have some stuff prepared here. The aforementioned Nate going to drop early on. Big R trying to get their claws in. Good timing. Catching the players turned away. So this has gone a bit sideways now. JDC as well, not getting checked. Seals the deal. Oh, and absolutely seals it.
Yeah.
So this is simple. This is very simple. ODDIK just running into guns and losing their fight. Not really anything too flashy from anyone quite yet.
Yeah, very individual fight as well, and nothing really working out for them at the moment. Yeah, a little bit puzzling, I think it's safe to say, but we'll see maybe how ODDIK progress. I think right now maybe JRT is breaking a bit of the sweat after that prediction, but they look good at the moment. Playing very, very well. We got a low bite coming through for ODDIK. We're not expecting a hell of a lot in this one. JDC's been doing really good work through mid, whether he's playing passive in towards Red Room or up close and personal and trying to get up in their face. And JDC is somebody for me who, when he does start to come alive a bit, he's really impressive. 1 for 1 there. Tabson maybe should have got his and dipped away. It's Matios who will trade. Grimbo, this position, very strong. The shadow betrays the T player as they start to make a move through, so he'll have a bit of insider knowledge before the fight comes through. It's so simple. When that shadow betrays you, there's nothing you can do. 1 by 1, they get picked apart, as they have in most of these rounds. And yeah, Rigon, I don't think he expected him in there after they killed one of the cave players. Thankfully, it doesn't cost him his life. 4-0. This is, yeah, I think a perfect time to call attack pause, in all honesty, because this has been, as you rightfully put it, incredibly flat.
Yeah. I mean, all the other games that we've had, yes, we might have had some one-sidedness in terms of the scoreline, but at least we've been like, oh, if only 50-50 won here, or that full HP player had been tagged slightly. There's all these sort of caveats that you could read into. Doesn't feel like these guys on ODDIK are getting close whatsoever. And that is never a good feeling, not nice to be on the end of. And I would argue Ancient at the moment is probably like the most momentum-based map. If you just can't get in, the rounds just fly at you, bro. Like, they can be over in 20 seconds. If you're not getting that lane control, then the CT side just runs the show, So this could get very, very dangerous. So that is heads up for sure from ODDIK to get the timeout. Potentially one of only like 2 timeouts we've had across the course of the day as well. Everyone else has just been playing through, rolling through the motions.
Big fight gonna come through. Searson, he will dip away. First fight missed, cost him his life, and JDC also gonna get clipped as well. Togs and Case Locks, good work from them early. And in a matter of moments, we're down to 2 for Big. I mean, this, a perfect time for attack pause, immediately as you're losing control. It was really only Woody who was entering the conversation as the IGL. Leneko didn't really even get vocal there, but whatever Woody's called has obviously worked.
Yeah, really well done. Again, keeping it simple. I don't believe we got the interview on stream, but Mike did have a chance to talk to Matios, and he was saying they like to approach the game very conventionally for Brazilian Counter-Strike at the least, which is in your face, and that's exactly what they've done. So I think Woody maybe just waking them up a little bit, like, the vibes are off. Just relax, guys. Let's just play the natural game. Oh, come on. Could have been a knife.
Yeah.
Didn't want to cross around that corner, I think, and miss the opportunity. Still, big round for ODDIK.
Needed off the back of attack pause. Probably the worst thing for your mental state off the back of attack pause is take attack pause and then just immediately get dumpstered straight after. That's the way that the vibes really get killed. But like you said, right, for Woody, it's kind of, right, guys, relax. Just play our game. Let's just get aggressive, get in their face. Let's rely on our, what is actually quite an impactful rifle core, right? They're a relatively young core in a sense, and they're ones who do like to take heads-up duels. And when they are in a position of confidence, they play very, very well. And I think for Woody, it's just about activating them. And this is really good work. Togs and Case Locks, nice way to start things off. When you get mid-control and Ancient as well, you've basically got like 80% of the map at that point. It's where you dictate all the rotations through, all the control. So yeah, very nicely done. This time though, not given that luxury. Immediate response out from Big is, let's make sure we shut down Elbow.
Oh, I like the idea of the break. Doesn't quite work for Case Locks, unfortunately. It's a cool move, but yeah, doesn't pan out. JDC netting another multi-frag round here. A name that I don't think got like any mention on the desk or anything like that, just because he fits in so nicely, fills the gaps usually, but right now playing like the big name on campus. Tabson will drop another. Big are back to their winning ways, potentially even a save from these final two attackers.
Yeah, that AWP might not tempt fate, in all honesty, and it's quite a long time to save as well. And there's most definitely, probably a bit of an inkling for Big, where they're like, we could hunt here. I mean, for the most of the way across this team, they've got money left in reserve, so they can absolutely consider the bit of a hunt to come through. I do feel like, though, yeah, this will just be a very, very long save. So now we get to look at on the other side again, right? We've been talking about ODDIK and trying to find momentum, but for Big, they're a side who haven't been broken by what was a quick round up in their face. They lost it, and it hasn't really kind of left any kind of shell shock or anything. They're straight back into it, and obviously so far, so good. So I do want to see for the ODDIK side probably get, I mean, especially with how rough this start has been, kind of like bare minimum 4 rounds in this T side. That's maybe something to work with. And shot from Togs will catch Tabson. The hunt, unsuccessful at the first. I don't know if the other 4 already go for it. JDC's low. Crimbo taking a bit of a tag. I don't think you really want to risk it, especially with Crimbo. He hasn't died yet. Now's not the time to throw that little stat line away. So it will be Big up to a 5th after quite a lengthy pause there. And unfortunately, once again, another one of those quite flat rounds. They lose the first couple of fights to JDC, does really, really well in towards elbow, and that's that. I mean, it basically has shown that so far every single round has been won off one thing: who gets elbow control.
Yeah, well, I think ultimately it just feels like there's also only one idea in the round for ODDIK.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, it is elbow, but if you're sort of looking to extrapolate it, it was a slightly different play around elbow, but when that doesn't work, they just don't have a contingency. It's also a change-up for sure. They're not really banking on it this time. Big know what they're doing around elbow. It may even be pretty firmly locked out. We're going again. He's slightly changing the lineup on it. It's Crimbo this time, but they are able to crunch around. JDC goes down before he's able to get into the round. So this looks a hell of a lot better from ODDIK. Same as last round, but slightly tweaked. And there are positives to it. Tabson looking to make a play. Woody misses the shot. That drops the bomb. They know about him. Does he know about this next player? It looks like not. He's somewhat ready. It's a tough fight. That could have been the round. It really could have been. Advantage swings back in favor of the Brazilians now.
This round feels like it's all down to Rigon, in all honesty. Searson is absolutely nowhere near the action. I say that, though, and the bomb on the back of Togs is holding for this flank. What do we do here? Big. As it all goes quiet, they're looking for some information to come their way, and nothing really being gained, but it is still Searson is being held here. I don't know if he's going to be ready for this, but damage has been dealt. Nate's not exactly healthy. Togs is in that kind of relatively low state, like just shy of 70 HP. I think they've perfectly eluded them, though. They're double back in towards mid. They're going to go through Donut, and unfortunately, Searson's just gone the wrong way. They might just save.
Yeah, it is unlucky. But here's some utility raining in. Rigon is nearby. I think it really is all down to him, isn't it? Whether he can find one through this smoke. He's playing. He is playing. Oh, they may well expect you to save, and Rigon says, nope, I'm still here. Remember me, Mattio's the only one left, and Rigon takes his head clean off. It's a 1v3. What's he just done?
I can't believe he's got away with that. ODDIK absolutely asleep at the wheel. What are they doing? They completely fall apart. Then I think, in the same way that we were saying, oh, they might save here, I think they thought that. ODDIK completely let that one slip for nothing. And they get caught with their pants around their ankles, and they get punished. Brilliant work, though, from Rigon. As a player, when he got added to this team, there was definitely question marks. Alan mentioned, I didn't even know he spoke German, but went back and looked at history. He started his career on a German side, a German mixed team. I guess people from Switzerland as well. A lot of people speak German, French. They have a couple of languages dotted in there too. But honestly, I think he really has come in towards this big side and actually kind of found a bit of form himself. It looks like we're getting another pause coming through, as we can see Woody there, bottom right, getting pretty vocal. And Echo as well, the coach behind. But yeah, you can definitely, the vibes are not here. When I caught this ODDIK side doing pretty well at the RMR for the Americas. They were very on LAN. It was like when they got fired up, they were so difficult to play against because they kind of bounce off each other with the energy.
Yes,
But I think the bad thing you see this with quite a few South American teams is when the vibes are up and they're loving life, they bounce off each other so well and it spirals in such a positive way. But when vibes are off, they also bounce off each other and it does seep into their gameplay a little bit, and you can see it now.
He certainly can. Another chance with another timeout, though, to recover things back. Not looking likely. Oof. They've read them already. We're 8 rounds in, and I think Big have got this one figured out. A bit of luck in the previous, don't get me wrong, but the way that things are panning out, it looks very similar round upon round. Woody has slotted himself in. Might get another one here as well. Searson looks severely caught. Doesn't quite spot the head there, but ready for the fight nonetheless. Molotov comes in, smoke on top of it. He will live. And they only have 2 left here. Woody flanked out, all down to Matios. Maybe 1 or 2, but the round itself, not going to happen. JDC in with a 3K. This guy can't stop fragging right now. Look at the smile on his face.
Yeah.
Even he can't believe it to a certain extent.
11-2 for him, but one small mistake made there. Woody gets that first kill in towards Temple. When he doubles back, he just doesn't catch Searson coming out of that donut position. Searson was completely tunnel visioned in towards main, and unfortunately, in this slight little timing misplay, it allows Searson to get this kill and then just drop a smoke on the Molotov and stay alive, and that's where then JDC rotates back in. So really, really well played. Solid kind of adaptation on that situation, and yeah, 7-1. Normally a scoreline that sort of the German teams like right now at the moment off the back of their previous World Cup escapades, but they're loving it here in Atlanta. And unfortunately for Brazil, 7-1, scoreline that they don't like. And it obviously feels it right now. This is the rematch, but in the Counter-Strike server, and it's going exactly the same way. But Woody, other ideas?
Potentially awakened here. He's taking matters into his own hands, tried to make a play in the previous round, entering into this one, but Crimbo makes light work of 3.
That's bomb.
That will be that, it feels like. Rigon catches the straggler, and it is all down to Matios. Could take a life. Will he win the round? Potentially. There's always a chance, of course, with the Deagle in hand. Searson denies at the very first hurdle, and Big keep on winning.
This is incredibly comfortable, isn't it? There is really nothing that ODDIK are offering up that even remotely makes Big feel, on edge at one point. They got that 1 round, Sean. Rigon was called into that 1 versus 3, but for the most part, it's been so clean. Like, generally speaking, Crimbo shouldn't be getting away with 2, never mind 3 in that situation. He should be getting traded. Searson, his awareness, excellent as well. 8-1 is where we're at. And yeah, Big are absolutely loving life. K-Sock's going to try and get behind that Molotov. He's in the open, and a blind JDC will get that kill. Nonetheless, who needs vision? Gets his, blocks the Molotov too, just to add insult to injury, and he's posted in a very they've got a flash surely here. We're not going to peek dry, are we? We are. The flash has come through. He's not getting cleared. How are we not clearing JDC? He's going to get away with yet another kill. What is the communication there?
I don't know. Please don't ask me. This is all over the place, man. Last player going to get eliminated easily, and like I said, Big have figured it out. They like playing through middle. That seems to be about all they've got in the back pocket. We need like an A execute in here.
Yes.
Not happy. We've had a bit of an A play. But
can we get a ramp take? Like,
yeah,
can we just go for ramp? Just 1 round where we just hit B and just go for something quick, because they're doing the exact, as you mentioned, the same play. It's a little bit of shelf control, a little bit of elbow control, but we're fighting through a smoke, so it was just dying.
And it's just kind of like, it is mid, but which area are we putting slightly more resource in?
Yeah.
Which area's going first, And that feels a little bit RNG, where it's like, okay, we're banking on JDC or whatever watching elbow this time, but we're sending 3 from shelf, and so we can trade him easily. Like, it's not much in it, and you see in this round, we do get a bit of the kill feed and everything. JDC's first in, but the AWP is there. You see there's a donut player as well helping out. 3 in middle from the CT side is so rare.
Yeah.
Especially getting that far forwards.
They've just got him down to a T, haven't they? Speaking of, another 2 going to come through elbow here, and, well, Nate met with a nade. Down he goes. Oh, they line up again, but JDC, he can't confirm the second, but a real healthy amount of damage dealt there. Togs is barely alive. 1 foot in the grave for him, and obviously this buy isn't exactly great either. We've got 1 AK, 1 Galil, and a couple of Tech 9s. This is the perfect buy to go for a ramp hit towards B, but again, it's the same relentless play. Let's try and take mid control. Oh, we've all died.
Rig on. Running into 2 here. Oh, no. Splits the difference. Can't find either. So maybe an olive branch here for ODDIK. The B bomb site doesn't have a lot of presence at all. tabseN got to be very careful with how he plays this. Ultimately needs to stay alive, but there are so many tantalizing frags just on the other side of this smoke now. Spamming away, trying to find something. Here's a few footsteps, but he will indeed keep his life as that main plan.
Oh, no.
In for a couple. It pays off the patience, right? The bomb's gone down at the very least for ODDIK. Togs is like, there's nothing I can do, man. AK grabbed. He will make it out. They'll waste their time and utility here trying to find him. Surely someone got to get on the bomb eventually. They got the smoke down. Okay, here we go. And it will be the full holds. You know, I'm watching ramp. Don't worry, guys. I got it. Don't worry. He's not
Togs is in space.
He's not even there, mate. Yeah, it's just
he's just
head in the
chilling.
clouds.
Yeah.
You know. But big, keep it coming. And this is another masterclass kind of performance, and I think is adding to our storyline, unfortunately, of this event where there is such a monumental chasm between the top and the bottom crop.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I mean, even if you look at, like, in the sense of the top four versus the bottom 4, that gap is massive, right? Like, and we are feeling it at the moment. 10-1 is where we're at. Double digits in the first half. I mean, that is the grave already being dug there, if we're being completely honest. It's nearly finished at this point. 11-1 surely is unrecoverable. The smoke going to come down. I think tabseN and Rigon are actually doing really good work through cave because, you know, we've been talking a lot about this elbow control via mid, but a lot of it has to come from relatively strong shelf control too. And I think, you know, both Rigon and tabseN are doing very good work. And JDC, his fortunes continue to favor him. 15-4.
Crimbo is behind, gathering information. Which way will he go? He turns left at the crossroads. That would be the correct call. Oh, he's pulled away. They might not be ready for them.
Oh, no.
To be this deep in, they've even made a call that it's going to be B. Just off the little look. I mean, it's unfortunate. It is timing, I suppose. However, Crimbo, he's going to drop the bomb, and that drops the penny. But this is not a B play. They are now much more ready for this presence. JDC just can't stop fragging. Out of his mind. Togs alone with 35 seconds to go, I think. There is no chance. There is no hope. He's got to run in, kill 3, get the bomb, get back to the site. It's not happening. And he will go down. tabseN drops him, and that is indeed that. 11-1. Need I say more? See you after the break.
Taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. another day, find another way, find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day, find another way, find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside, I'm reaching my stride, I'm standing my ground, I won't give in. I'm moving ahead, I'm back from the dead, I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, I'm raising the roof.
Listen, man, I like casting Counter-Strike. Today I've not had much opportunity to do that, I'm not going to lie. There's been so many one-sided games coming out of Challenger Atlanta here, and this looks set to be another big our closest team in one half to getting the victory, I suppose, is maybe the title they can take for today. Can they finish it here with a pistol victory? You can see those odds. That's crazy. JDC will manage to find that first. Bomb gonna go down, a bomb site taken. It might just be as easy as that. Woody trying to keep the dream alive. He's got some support behind him as well in the form of the Wild Wild West. Case Locks will go down. Woody trades him out. 3 versus 2 now. The Glocks, they are advantageous at this kind of range. It's all on Tabson. 3 heads to find. They're escaping him right now, but they still have to chase after him. He's got a bit more HP. It lasts only a brief second, and Togs will indeed take it. The second round for ODDIK, and they're a bit excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Tabson wasn't to really know in that situation, but there's no kit. If he just bought a bit of time there, he probably would have won the round off that alone. But not to be. He tried to take a fight. It doesn't work out. Misses a shot. And yeah, a couple of scrappier ones. And obviously, Woody getting very, very vocal. Good to see. But a bomb plant does mean a buy for Big. So we're going to get the triple Galil coming through. We're going to get a Deagle, a Tech 9, and a fairly decent amount of util, especially in the back pocket of those 2 pistols of Tabson and Crimbo, respectively. Seems like we have a slight headphone issue for the moment, so a bit of time to chat about what we just saw into that first half. There was 1 round that came through from ODDIK. Is it going to be enough for them? If we're being completely honest, probably no. Right? It's going to require something absolutely miraculous. But we'll see. I mean, the way you've basically got to approach this is just 1 round at a time, right? You can't think long term. You've just got to go bit by bit and hope that you can find a way back into this. For Big, obviously they look great all the way throughout. JDC, fantastic first half from him. And even with his little kill in towards the pistol there, 18 and 5, 140 ADR at the moment, which is absolutely insane.
Big taking a moment to just relish in some downtime. It is unfortunate here. I'm sure they are chomping at the bit to try and get this return round. It must be a really weird kind of headspace to be in. No game, no noise, no sound, and you are just sat in your own thoughts.
No talking.
Especially if you're on that team where there's like no issues. You just, I don't know, in your own thoughts, and it's a really weird place to be. I think in a game like this, it's maybe less difficult, but
yeah,
it is definitely some food for thought in those big games when the tech pauses come in. I believe my guy nearly just fell off the chair. I think he's good, you know, but that shock, you know what I'm talking about?
Like, oh, yeah. But some of them do lean back. Like, you know, you don't really realize. You just kind of put a bit of weight on it and bang, you're like all the way back. But yeah, for now, it's a slight tech issue before we get, hopefully, back underway in just a second. Still plenty of Counter-Strike, though, to bring you over the rest of this, I guess, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. Of course, out in Atlanta for this one. There's ESL Challenger Katowice as well coming up at the end of the month, which would be pretty sick as well. obviously vying for those spots and the lion's share of some pretty decent prize pool as well. You know, coming up after this, we've got Wildcard M80, which should be a real spicy one, right? That kind of homegrown derby and a game that really, obviously, the crowd can get behind as well. So that should be pretty good. And then FlyQuest Sword to follow up. It's 2 back-to-back pretty heaters. I mean, FlyQuest Sword should be very interesting. They are arguably regarded as kind of 2 of the best teams at this tournament, at least in that kind of like upper grouping of teams. So that one should be very, very interesting. Both looked very clean in their opening games. We spoke about how FlyQuest sort of changed up their game plan a little bit. Saw played theirs and played it perfectly. So this semi-clash of the Titans in that sense. And then as we kind of go further on in towards the evening, Bet Boom Rooster, that losers game will get played out a little bit as well. It is, yeah, all to play for here. It's a quick tournament too, right? Only a few days. So you don't, if you're a side who take a bit of time to activate towards tournaments, like, you know, you get the luxury of that maybe with, you know, a Pro League or a Cologne via play-ins, that kind of vibe. You can warm up into a tournament. Same with like the RMRs, for example. But it's 3 days. If you don't turn up on day one, you could already be in a really tough spot. I mean, you could already be out.
So a lot of what we're getting, I think, is the fact that like the more experienced teams that have played lots of LANs in an environment like this, they look a lot more comfortable.
Yeah.
And then it is on the other side of things, the teams that, whether they do that as a squad, it's just natural when you've not really been in these high-stakes scenarios to feel some of the pressure, ODDIK being one of them. But we're back into the Counter-Strike here. We don't have to wait too long. We've done a good job of buying some time. JDC will catch the case locks that is indeed blind, and that is big winning out the elbow battles.
Yeah, I gotta say, JDC showing ODDIK how to win elbow, and he does it in the first round with a gun as well. It's already off to a bad start, and they're gonna take the A side.
Yeah, this looks really clean. The execute coming in. Matios is here. Shadows do help him out a little, but the weaponry maybe lets him down. We've got the rotations in. JDC looking to cut anyone off. It is a twofold position. If no one comes this way, they'll feel pretty confident about mid in general. Rigon next up to bat does go down flat. So man advantage now for the T side is getting a little thin. They've called it, and that will be 12 for Big. Netted early on, they get that return force buy in their favor. A really, really good look now, of course.
Exactly. One more round is all they need. I mean, Nate's already long gone, and they might have a little look over, but I don't think they're going to commit to too much of a fight here. Both sides don't exactly have the real wealth built up. They don't have the reserves left over to risk that. But it's ODDIK now in a tough spot. 2 M4s, an MP9, and whatever else they can force up around this. Maybe even in some cases the likes of kind of a 5-7 armor and util just to try and have something in the back pocket. But Big on the brink of closing this out, and it all starts with JDC once again. He was a menace on CT side elbow control, really doing God's work getting that, but then on the T side does exactly the same thing in reverse. Brilliant work from him. 12 for 2, 10 match points to close this out. Safe to say which way we're all leaning.
Give us a bit of something though, ODDIK. I think they'll need it for the future of this tournament. JDC is looking to get an early finish though. He will, of course, lose his head, but it's set up. It's allied up. They will look for the A-bomb plant. They will absolutely get it. Nate's got some information in his favor. It's a clean headshot situation, but Matios now discovered. The bomb's pretty far committed in towards A. However, he thinks it might be B. Yeah, he's just desperate for something to go his way. Give me a break. Give me a break, he says. Not going to happen. Rigon will find the final frag. And another quick game coming in. Another expectant victory. Big looking clean. And now the conversation around these top teams is very much up in the air because none of them are looking weak right now.
Exactly. And this makes it very, very spicy. Just before we throw it to the desk as well, JDC, credit to him, 9-2 in opening duels, 7 multi-kill rounds. What a showing. That was a brilliant, brilliant performance from Big. And unfortunately, ODDIK didn't show up to play. Des, what have you got for us?
You know, at the beginning of the day, I said, I did this whole beautiful speech about ESL Challenger and how it's like a great place for tier 2 teams and how this is the most evenly matched Challenger we've had. There's no big team coming in here to dominate. And yet, what we've just seen is game after game, whether it's Group A or Group B, these dominating performances, extremely one-sided time and time again. And here it was, Alan, just another one, Big owning ODDIK.
Yeah, I mean they just ran riot. I'm not sure Big did anything particularly special. I think they ran a fairly standard CT side from their perspective. It was quite aggressive. They made moves, but fundamentally, ODDIK, I'm guessing they're not presented with that sort of CS domestically because they were out of sorts. Big could do whatever they like, and JDC was absolutely destroying them in mid.
Honestly, yeah, that was part of the reason why they had such good aggression going into mid. They were bullying ODDIK at one point. Like, there was just no way that ODDIK was able to find success. And there was one round where they pinched in from both sides on mid, and they got that round, but that was it. Like, they didn't see anything else outside of that, and it really was a lot more one-sided than I expected. I think Big outperformed my expectations in some ways. I mean, yes, I know they played pretty standard, but in terms of their mechanics and everything that was coming through, it looked very solid. There was one missed op shot from Searson that led to ODDIK managing to get mid control as well. But overall, I felt like, yeah, it was fantastic from Big, and we'll see how they continue to, if they continue to perform at that level against some tougher competition.
I'm going to call him the bully because it's fun. JDC the bully is with Mike right now.
I've got JDC here. Man, it felt like you were in the flow state, that map. Every round, you're in the right spot. You're getting multi-kills. You're entering on T side. What was going right for you?
Well, I think, first of all, we had very good preparation. So big shout out to the whole team. I think we did a good effort in making me comfortable. But overall, I think Ancient is my best map individually, and I really like the position. So I was just having a very good game.
Now, you guys looked a little different in EPL coming into this, a little bit more dynamic, in-your-face Counter-Strike coming in here. Is this the new big clan?
I wouldn't go that far, but I mean, it's a mixture of philosophies. I think I'm a very aggressive player, but you need to have both in order to be good, right? So we have to find a balance between it. But I'm a big fan of aggressive, so if you face me, probably, yeah.
And what's the expectation here? What are you doing here in Atlanta?
For me, it's very clear that we want to win the tournament.
Win the tournament. Simple as. Sam, do you think they can do it?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Oh.
But they would have to beat M80 and they would have to beat Saw because I think M80 and Saw is ahead of them on the leaderboard. That's where I'm standing, actually. That's if I had to make like a tier list, Saw to lift the trophy, M80 to be second, Big sitting in a third, fourth place. That's how I would lay this out after what we've seen. I know we haven't seen M80 yet, but I hazard a guess that's where it's at. Where do you think Big sits on the tier list?
I had them either third or fourth, honestly. I had Saw and M80 ahead of them as well right here. Like, I literally wrote it down, and then I was like, FlyQuest, maybe? I mean, they already...
What is with this FlyQuest obsession that you have?
Look, I mean, you saw it in the first match, right? They got the upset victory. We didn't expect them to come out with it. Maybe some people said it wasn't an upset because BB Team's kind of been playing a little poorly lately, but still, like, I think FlyQuest has something special cooking on their side.
Alan wants to talk about actual Counter-Strike now. He was like, stop this silly games. We're just having fun and joking around.
No.
He's like, we're going to talk about what we just saw. So let's talk about what we just saw. We're going to pull up the US Air Force aim high. These two players on Big. We're putting them head to head, but Alan, both of them, what do you think about their performances? I mean, JDC obviously just phenomenal in this match.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Crimbo is the air anchor, so they're going to go in mid together on the CT side and take that control. And if they're going to have scorelines like this, it's safe to say ODDIK didn't get mid many times in this map. The thing that interests me about this team is JDC and it's his roles, because I associate JDC with anchor positions that he used to play on mouse. He's playing rotator spots on every map. He said himself in that interview he likes to get aggressive. That actually surprised me a little bit based on what I know him in the past. Maybe on mouse he was chained up a little bit when other players got the space, but JDC in this map looked brilliant, and it's a bit of a it's a bit jarring to see him play like that because it's not what I associate with JDC in the past.
Yeah, his numbers are starting to go up in terms of openers and entries as well. He's sitting third on the team behind Searson and Rygon, but I mean, there he had plenty of openers. You know, I think that he's climbing those ranks and he's kind of being slotted more into the role, like you were saying, of taking those opening fights, even on CT side when he's obviously charging down mid. But Ancient CT side, you're almost always going to have two players pushing down mid to try and gain that control quickly. And to me, to be honest, I was kind of surprised that ODDIK were running into that repeatedly instead of trying to mix it up and go in different directions. They kept trying to take them head on, and Big were, you know, happy to oblige.
Alan, come play with us. Have some fun. Where is Big in your tier list?
Second.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously the recent form might not bear it out, but they just have so many good pieces. They can call very good Counter-Strike, and I just think they have advantages that other teams here don't have. So it's a little bit bold But in terms of teams that could make a final, could beat Saw, Big for me might be the only one. I'd also say actually BB, because their ceiling is so high. I know they looked terrible earlier, but they're for me the only other team that might be able to beat Saw.
And not M80?
The thing about M80 is I haven't actually watched them play that much. That's why, for me, the jury's still out. I need to see them on the server. They certainly have some good pieces, but fundamentally, it's the academy team of Big up against Big if you want that matchup. So Big is better pieces than M80. Big should be a better team than M80.
I don't know about that, honestly. We've seen M80 perform quite well at Pro League. I mean, they made playoffs. They won a match in play. It's like there's so much going on for M80 that's positive right now, and I've had a chance, obviously, to watch them a little more than you have. But, I mean, one question I had for M80, and I'll talk about it more once we get into that matchup next, but is if Malbs could be replaced by Lake. And I feel like Lake firmly answered yes in Pro League when they played there. So that's why I feel like if everything's working out well for M80, they could absolutely challenge a Saw and a Big to take it all here.
That was fun. I like it when you two argue. We should do that more. There we go. Big is now victorious in Group B, and we have one more group game to start us off. It's so cruel that we did this, but so damn fun as well. The two North American squads are going up against each other in their opening matchup. M80 up against Wildcard is on the way. We've had stompings every single game. Is it going to be the same? We'll find out.
Some days you wake up like the world is on fire. Last call came late last night, you're caved in and tired. One more lover that will never be found. Just another body in the cold, cold ground. It's a game show world if you think you can dance. It's good to be alive, give it one more last chance. I know the words burn you
I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent-free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind right now, I'm up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I'll keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Done with silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said, and you have me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay away too long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent-free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent-free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid
no secrets. Secrets. No secrets. No secrets. No secrets. Secrets. No secrets. No secrets. No secrets. Secrets. No secrets. No secrets.
Come down for the world to see. If you wanna get a win, you gotta try to take it back off of me. I wonder why it comes as such a surprise. You better stay on your lane, keep your hands off of what is mine. Yeah, you know that I win, and I know that you won't. Maybe you should leave this win alone. Yeah, you know that you lose, and you know that I don't. Maybe you should turn around and go back home. Don't say I didn't warn you, but now it's too late to change your mind. I can change up to turn back. Bet you wish that you could turn back time. Say, yeah, you know that I won, and I know that you won. I am a legend. Yeah, you know that I win, and you know that you won. Maybe you should leave this win alone. Yeah, you know that you lose, and you know that I don't. Maybe you should turn around and go back
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I owe. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Current state of our team, we are in a building phase. We're qualifying for tournaments, which is good. Now it's about getting the most out of these tournaments and getting as much experience under our belts. The only way you can get better as a team, in my opinion, is to lose and to put yourself in these kinds of situations. So step 1 is to qualify for the tournaments. Step 2 is to attend them and figure out all of your weaknesses. And then, step 3, you gotta fix them and as fast as you can and just, keep on progressing. So that's the current state that we're in. We're just building, trying to get as much experience as we can. And hopefully this is another step forward for us. I feel like our expectations are matching the reality at the moment. We're having a few hiccups here and there because of some out-of-game circumstances. But I think with everything that's been going on, we've done pretty well, especially in the region that we're in. We've shown consistently that we're a very strong team. And I feel like overall, we're definitely painting the picture that we're, becoming one of the best NA teams again.
Welcome back to ESL Challenger Atlanta. 3 of our group games are done, and now we move into the final one. If you're in the crowd in Atlanta, if you're from North America at home watching right now, this is the biggie. It's the American Derby going down. Wildcard up against M80. My name is Sam. I'm going to be your host. And joining me on the desk, we've had a little shuffle. We have JRT, and we have a new face joining us as well. Apples is here. You might know her from ESL Impact. She's joining us here in the Challenger crew. Welcome to the studio. Welcome to the team.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here, and what a better matchup for me to be starting on than the North American one.
Of course, so we got to put all the North Americans on the desk for it. And I know you're thinking, Sam, you're not North American, you're South African. But of course, if you watch Counter-Strike, you know that the North Americans like to claim South Africans as their own on the regular to carry their teams to victory. We know how this goes. And there's a South African playing today, actually. You want to try do Sonic's surname, GRT?
I don't know. What is his surname? I don't have it on my...
That failed miserably. We'll work on that one. Let's take a look at let's take a look at the Group B bracket real quick. You obviously just saw Big annihilate ODDIK in convincing style. So now we'll find out who they'll be facing off against. Will it be M80 or will it be Wildcard? Wildcard has Sonic in the team. Aaron Groesbeek is his name. I don't even know if I said it right because I can't speak Afrikaans, but there you go. Let's talk about this wildcard lineup because they're in a little bit of a difficult situation. This is so typical with events in North America. We had visa issues and they are missing one of their players.
Yeah, I mean, Fuzi's not going to be here. He's absolutely, showed himself to be an effective opper, especially against North American competition. I know he had his struggles coming from Europe, but I really feel like he's hit a higher ceiling now on this wildcard squad. And even when he was playing from Sweden in events in North America with 140 ping, this applies to Susp as well, he was top fragging sometimes. So for me, especially with Counter-Strike 2, right, with high ping being so difficult to work with sometimes, that was impressive. To not have him here, it's going to hurt a little bit for Wildcard, but I mean, Stan was talking about it. You're going to face adversity sometimes. You need to find a way to power through it. And one way or another, they're going to learn something from this event. I don't necessarily know if it's going to be that much of a hindrance. It depends on how Stan deploys Friend.
Talking about Friend, what do you think about this addition to Wildcard as the stand-in?
Well, I think it's pretty interesting. I saw Sonic was actually talking about it. They almost picked him up to be their opper when they were forming this lineup. So I was taking a little bit of a look at his gameplay. It seems like he does play a little bit more aggressively as well, just like Fizzy does, especially on CT side with that op. So I think they're going to be able to slot it in, but they haven't really been practicing together as a team. They've been focusing a little bit more on the RMRs with Fizzy, which they've been deciding that that's a little bit more important than this event, but they haven't practiced together, all 5 of them right now. So they're going to pug it out, going to see what it goes, but what is more North American than pugging it out, honestly?
It worries me, but I also get it because the RMRs are where your priority needs to lie, right? So you're going to choose between prepping for Challenger or making sure you're prepped for the RMRs. That is where your focus is. But how much of a difficulty is it going to be if you haven't had a chance to practice with the stand-in?
I'm not sure because like there's a system in place for Wildcard. These guys have a very nice structure that Stanislas built up. So I feel like Friend should be able to slot into Fuzi's role without much of a problem. And Friend, you know, thanks to Trav, who's my resident VP super fan, has told me has played with a lot of really solid players throughout his career. You know, from the legendary VP roster, he's played with 4 out of 5 of those. Neo and Taz, when they founded Honorous back in 2021 and 2022, and Snacks and Bialy and Snacks' mixed team called Let Us Cook. And so like when he was trying to get back into the swing of things. So honestly, that is some really good company to have. And I think that will help Friend perform quite well here with this Wildcard roster. And he's played a ton of Counter-Strike lately with Permit. I think he's at like, I had to double check it because I was like, really, is this right? I checked it 3 times. Yeah, 136 maps over the last 3 months. It's ridiculous.
So how does he fit in with the rest of this Wildcard lineup? Apples, what do we think about the other players here?
There is actually like a couple players that worry me a little bit. JBA is a player that I have an eye on a little bit. He hasn't really been performing as well on LAN as he should be recently. And it feels like this could be like a proving tournament if he doesn't perform to where the rest of the team needs him, if he doesn't like support this opper that's coming in, no practice with the team, and doesn't really do what he needs to do to help them out, could be on the chopping block. I'm a little bit worried about that.
But this is specifically why Friend is our player to watch, though, because I think if the rest of the team finds a way to basically activate him and support him, that'll be their win condition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and just a correction, 122 maps for Friend over the last 3 months, but I agree with you, Sam. Like, honestly, having a way to activate Friend and keep their structure in place is the key to success. I wouldn't go as far as Apples to say JBA's on the chopping block. I think that was a step too far. He is way too talented for Wildcard to drop off the map here, and I don't think there's anyone else that could replace him on that roster with that level of talent. So for me, I know that I've actually had conversations, not only with you, with Tea Time as well, about JBA not being the player that we think he is, but I am of the opposite opinion. I think JBA is a stud, and he hasn't even come close to hitting his ceiling.
I like that we brought her to the desk. It's her first segment, and she's already like, I'm going to just drop this super spicy take right off. Right off. And also, you know, the players can hear you in the arena, so you just...
do better.
Wow. Okay,
What?
bam.
Yo, all right.
This is a conversation. Let's just go completely off kilter here, because why the hell not? This is a conversation that I've had numerous times, and it's one I'd love to have with 2 North Americans. It's like, what is the issue here with a lot of these teams in terms of trying to find talent in North America? Because it's clearly there. We've all seen the likes, I mean, I know he's technically not North American, but the likes of Mulbs getting picked up and then going to G2, they clearly exist. Why is it that some teams just seem to struggle with finding it?
I think it's a matter of trying to recycle old talent a lot of the time, and you see this maybe a little bit on Complexity. I don't want to necessarily like flag them in that way, but
but I mean you can, because this is exactly who we need to focus on.
That's what's happening. Like Elige, he's a great player, and I mean don't get me wrong, but we already know what he offers, and they're not necessarily going. And I think they maybe need some changes to some younger players. And the fact of the matter is, there's a lot of teams that just don't look to the advanced teams or to the up and coming teams in North America to say, hey, these guys are great. Like why don't we take them and bring them onto the team? And that's why we're not talking about them yet, but I have to say it. On M80, they have had ridiculously good scouting. They've taken European players who might not have been looked at, like Sin, along with Slacks, and brought them on board. Sin in the IGL role, which he didn't do well in Europe, but they said, let's give him a try here. He did well. And then Lake, in particular, talking about the North American side, was incredible. And I mean, just a fantastic scouting and pickup on that side. So it's about the scouting. It's about looking at the right levels of talent.
How did they get that right, though? Because this was the thing, right? They had Mulbs, and then when they lost him, everyone was like, lol, joke's on you. And then they find Lake, and he delivers, and he looks fantastic in this lineup.
I feel like also a lot of it is the talent, but it also, you need to find people that are likable as well, because egos are a big thing in North America. Even just like at the normal like ESCA main level, if you go all the way down, there's people that always have a big head about how they're playing. They think that they can really make it to the top. They can make it to ESL Challenger if they can, you know, find a team that respects them, how they're doing. But sometimes that's not really the case. Maybe they're just really, really good at MM. And then once they get here, they get 13-3'd by a team that's from EU. So
That felt like a dig at 3 teams that we've seen today. Some of them are from EU, just saying. JRT, like, as we look now at this M80 lineup, though, they've had such a good run of late. They're looking really good. It's a slow trajectory, but it feels like there is a trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, you saw them at 3 straight EPLs, right? The first one, you're like, oh, nothing really happened. It wasn't that great. Second one, you're like, okay, we see signs. It's starting to materialize, and Malb's part of that roster. And then they go to Season 20. Malb's is just an absolutely unbelievable star that's formed for this team. And then G2 steals him away. So then you're like, oh no, what's going to happen? But then Lake comes in. Honestly, I thought they were going to target JBA. That was my first thought. JBA is going to M80. But he didn't. They get Lake instead. And it's looking like a great decision because they had their best performance at EPL ever. 5th to 8th, they finished with 32K prize pool. That's got to feel great for these guys. And they've been building up to this moment for quite some time. So for me, honestly, this is the way it should be for North American teams, being able to build up, find local talent. Yes, I mean, you do have some imports coming in as well, but I feel like all teams are going global now, you know?
Yeah, and something I feel like the North American people or teams don't have a lot of experience on is international lands, and this is a stage that M80 haven't really been on with this roster, with this lineup. They've been playing in EU and playing all these EU teams, but now they have a North American team that they're playing against in North America with a North American crowd, watchers, and everyone here is to support them. Are they going to be able to deliver like they need to when they are watched by so many other teams?
Yeah. I think it's really fun that it's 2 teams that know each other really well. It's an opposition that's well thought out. They've played each other a lot. They've got a good feel for each other, and then you've got that home crowd that's going to be shouting both ways. Let's get into the prediction side of this now, though, because you got to put your money where your mouth is. So, Apple, for you, where are you sitting? Who's going to take this?
I'm going to be sitting with M80, honestly. I really like the vibes that this team has together, and I feel like they have the firepower and Lake behind them and everything to be able to take it to the next level.
This one's a hard one for me, honestly. You know, M80 had some struggles in Challenger League leading up to this event, losing to Nouns and Party Astronauts, 2 teams they should beat. I mean, they won a map and lost the map, so in a BO3, maybe they would have won anyway because it's BO2s right now in Challenger League, so it's a little tougher for me. I wish they weren't playing each other because I want them both to advance to playoffs, to be honest, selfishly. But I'm going to have to say Wildcard here. I'm going to go against the grain. I'm going to go against the grain because I feel like Wildcard are an underrated team. They're my dark horse challenger for this event. There's no question in my mind. They're the ones that I feel like could really impress and upset. They've got that upset potential to come out with a win here, especially in a BO1 against M80.
So you think that the team that has publicly said that they haven't even practiced with their stand-in and that they are focusing on RMR prep can beat M80, who seems to be on a really good run?
Yes, because of Stanislaw, because of how good he is at calling, because of how deep his strat book is. I think that's the reason why Wildcard can come out with a win here.
Have you had enough sleep?
Yes.
Do you have jet lag?
No.
I'm trying to figure out where this decision I'm not the only one that thinks it's a little bit insane, right?
No, I do think it is a little bit insane, but you know,
I'm leaning heavily towards M80.
I have watched so much NA Counter-Strike that I can tell you this matchup is a lot more even than you think it is. I guarantee you.
There we go. Fair enough. Okay, so I'm going with M80, but JRT is making me think maybe I'm wrong. The point of the matter is, though, is that we are in North America. We are in Atlanta, and we have 2 North American teams on the stage. I know that North American Counter-Strike went through a little bit of a drought. I know that it wasn't looking too good for a while, but I feel like in this particular moment, it's something to be celebrated. So you know what? Let's get straight. I'm going to be in so much trouble for that. Let's get straight into game. M80 up against Wildcard. Neokai, Scriv, save me from myself.
Hey, it's all good, man. Listen, they might be in North America.
Yeah.
JRT might be on the moon. You know, me personally, I'm down to earth with this one. I think, yeah, it's got to be M80. I will give the slight caveat. I think it's going to be close. It's on a decent map, actually, for Wildcard. So, you know, they've really gone for it on both sides of this, really playing into the North American matchup, could go any way, etc. And they're on a map that really falls in a good spot for both of these teams, rather than maybe M80 taking away such a high rep map in Ancient.
Yeah, people like to talk about, you know, copium and hopium. I think JRT's on something very different with that decision.
Listen, man,
to say they're
someone's got to do it. Someone's got to prove us all wrong. You know?
To say they're a dark horse for the tournament is That is bonkers. But, you know, I can respect it. I can respect it.
I think with Fuzi, they could have been. Is this all stand-in situation?
With Fuzi, they could have been. With Friend, I don't think so. And this is not disrespect Friend as well. Let me just talk through some stats for you. For those who may not know who Friend is, Friend plays with Permitter. It's a Polish team. And actually been really killing it in Tier 2 recently. This Permitter side on no joke. And just to show you, so far this year, they have played 407 maps of Counter-Strike. This year, that is insane. That's more than some Tier 1 teams have played in the last 3 years. It's insane how much CS they have been playing. So, you know, real credit to them. They're absolutely grinding. When you consider that, you know, the #1 team in the world, for example, Na'Vi, have only been 135. They've got, you know, three and a bit times the amount of maps that they have played. So, yeah, you know, he's part of a team that really do grind. They play a lot of Counter-Strike, and they normally do pretty well. And he is one of the main factors in what makes that Permitter side quite scary. But there's the externalities. They're not pracking for this tournament. They're not playing really. They're not coming here and expecting a win, right? By the judgment of them saying that we're not even done any prac with Friend, we're not playing with him, we're just getting ourselves ready for the RMR. And in a way, this is sort of what we like to call kind of quote-unquote official pracs. In a sense, I mean, it really doesn't spoke against them. But on the other side, for M80, they're a side who are coming off the back of a quarterfinals of Pro League, looking incredible in terms of their form right now. Lake has been absolutely killing it since coming in towards this team, and he had absolute mammoth shoes to fill from Malms, and he seems to look really comfortable. So I don't know, for me this feels incredibly lopsided, maybe even more lopsided than some of the previous games looked on paper before we got into them.
Okay, that's fair. That's quite a heavy statement, I think. Yeah. You know, when we're doing all this kind of a wild sort of matchup, I think it will have a lot of tension behind it. One of the things for me around M80 is the fact that they have so much kind of vocal org support, a lot of movement for them as well, with like boot camps and stuff like this. And I think that in the North American scene, that is often something that is really, really valuable. Obviously, it's expensive, it's difficult. A lot of people are in and out. They don't rightly know if they're going to be able to sign a team that, you know, gets those coveted RMRs and stickers eventually and whatnot. Whereas M80, it feels like they are heavily, heavily committed from the get-go. And that's got to be something as a player that really is valuable. You know, it really is going to play on that security factor, you know, that's very, very important when it comes to making a career of this rather than being 17, 18, let's give it a go. So also very curious, talking about organization and whatnot. The M80 model was kind of followed on by Wildcard, right? Where sure, Sonic's been in for a while, but ultimately M80 were maybe the first ones to get their feet through the door with taking a little bit of talent that's not necessarily homegrown, but also not fully grown in the places that they've come from, if you understand what I'm saying. No, but that's fair enough. That's fair enough. You got me, but it did just pop into my head, the little seed of thought that, like, the players like Slacks and Sin and Malbs in the past, not necessarily behemoths within their own scene, or like international, let's spend loads of money and try and get them in. Or the other side of things, maybe Stan on the other side, where they've had a bit of a career and now they're trying to revive themselves, or they're trying to instill their knowledge and experience on the younger players. It feels like someone like Slacks especially has much improved since moving over compared to his performances, over in Europe.
Yeah, he looked very underwhelming for a long time in Europe. And actually, I will even say as well, for his initial stint when coming over towards NA, same thing. He did look a little bit like it was kind of like just the same thing, just a different region, but he's really come into his own. And it's also massively helped him internationally as well. But I think you're spot on. I think both of these orgs have really done the right thing in North America, where there maybe isn't that incredible talent of pool to kind of pull from. There's a few players at that kind of the top end who are making their way through ECL, for example, but they're not quite on that tier 1 international level just yet. And then the right thing, they've gone international, they've gone abroad, and they've brought over a lot of great talent. I think Sauce was an incredible pickup. Why Metasport let him go, I don't know, but look what happened to Metasport now. They're a non-existent team these days. So I think Wildcard have got away with an absolute freebie. So mid-take is where we're going for here. M80 are just flying in towards the fights. JBA going to be this first contact. This is a big ask for him. Dinked down early, so has to dip away. Julies can't come up for the first as Sin will light up the server. Sonic going to get caught. And already off to a good start. Late gonna add to the tally as well. And one by one, they're really just taking this A site with ease.
Kills all over the place. Cheers all over the place from the crowd as well. Susp will battle back, bring it down to the 3 versus 3. There's a kit available. There's a low HP player. His name is Sin. M80 have got their work cut out on this one. Good, risky move from Susp to gather the information. Double peek comes in, though. They will grab the all-important kill. Still this kit, but this feels like a really good setup, to be honest. A lot of keen headshots need to be landed. Friend, yeah, split between two. What's he going to do? M80 will indeed take the pistol.
And the number one thing you don't want to do when playing up against M80 is let them get loud. Don't allow Lake to talk his talk, because he'll also walk the walk as well. We saw it at Pro League, calling out players like Elige, for example, and then beating them. You know, these sort of small things can fire up a team. And since he's come in, you know, you see a lot of players when they join into a new team, they come in a little timid. You know, you don't want to upset the apple cart, so to say, but he came in loud, and he's really been a fantastic player so far. So, yeah, great round coming through. Sin with a 3K, Lake with 2. And M80, of course, first one on the board, and probably going to be the second as well. There is a no-buy out for Wildcard. And as a 4 of them, they've got ramp control. No one's here towards Shelf, but I think it's too late, fellas. They're basically just about to pop on towards A.
Yeah, Flash came in. Could be in cave, unfortunately, so they're not really going to figure out the A play until it is far too late. Still, any damage is good damage here. Take a gun, especially if it's like getting that AK out of the mixture. Could be very beneficial in the short term. In fact, that next round is their first outing. All 4 USPs in from behind. Slacks knows what's up. He takes one, but he is very much aware that there's multiple around this corner. Still feeling excitable for it, though. He's hoping for some support to come his way. Let's try and, you know, take these players down. You can see, though, M80, no messing around. Full discipline here. Do not give the chance at all. What's going on in the smoke? Stan, he's been hurt. A bullet hit him, I think, unfortunately.
Just a small thing there. I mean, real credit to Slacks on that discipline, because he knows the USPs and he knows they've not got armor. So you could so easily, if you're a player with, you know, who's a little bit more fired up, you could very much go, I'm trying to get some stats here. This is, you know, these are free kills for me. I can at least get maybe 3 and then get traded. But he realizes there's a much longer term outlook towards this game. Let's build up our economy. Let's not give them any rifles for free. And let's make sure we have all the positives with no sort of downturns at all. So I like that. I think it's a really good way just to kind of rein himself back in. He very easily could have stuck around for a couple more there. And he probably would have got a couple more. But he knows that the risk on the other side of dropping a gun, maybe having his economy out of line with the rest of his team, it's not worthwhile. This is the first round, though, that we're looking into, and it's an important one. Wildcard, first full buy. One player that I want to see get active, JBA. Apple's a chop and block. I'd have to disagree. I think for me, he's one of the brightest futures in this North American scene. He's a real talent. I've been enjoying him. I did a top 10 list at the start of the year, and he was number 10 on my kind of ones to watch for the future. And I think if he plays to his level, he can be good. And he gets one, but he will get traded.
Yeah, the mid-crunch successful from M80. Stand still close to the action. And a full freeze here from the T side as they do not look to waste their advantage. Just trying to keep the tension up. Maybe Wildcard will reveal their hand, reveal their locations. This is where it gets a bit dangerous. There is such a thing as too much respect, too much discipline, I guess you could argue. So as you can see, Wildcard are getting good timing, clearing information. Might be a player they could catch in transition here. Unfortunately, Stan is fully trapped away. So a bomb site, it's well defended here.
Couple of players. A lot of this, I feel like, for me, really comes down to whether Sin wants the test or not. He doesn't. And now, Friend has the support as well. Sus up close. Has to get at least a couple here if they want to chance in this round. 1 for 1 might not be enough. There's the first. The second eludes him as Rack will trade. And now Friend, the new boy on the block, not had really time to play with this side, and he's stepping into a big roll on LAN. Spam just above where that bomb was going down, and now they're smoked out. There's a world in which they just keep hold of the guns.
Yeah, very, very possible. They're not going to know about the damage
either.
done. Yeah, there's nothing for them, really. So doesn't make any sense to go for it, unfortunately. A small misread. We've got to keep our eyes on it. It's a big deal when it comes to LAN. Friend, didn't necessarily join up with Sus, but it felt like a two-man play, you know,
Yeah.
to defend that site, and he was still eyes on middle. Maybe that's what he's been told to do, don't get me wrong, but that sort of unspoken coordination that you get after so many hundreds of hours of practicing and playing officials together is obviously not going to be there. Doesn't quite know Sus' tendencies, what he's up to, what his plans are. So we'll see here. Certainly something to discover in that round. It might become an issue for them.
It's true. Oh, yeah, unfortunate in that sense. JBA did get us one, though, but he's got overwhelmed. There's a really nice mid take coming through. Two separate flashes get thrown over that wall in towards mid. So, when they're both players, if you're playing over towards Red Room or somewhere in around Donut, you don't really get that much control. You get flashed off, and same if you're playing up close towards Shelf. Hence what happened to JBA. Yeah, so far, it's been tough, though. Sonic and Friend yet to get a kill. JBA on one. Stan and Suspon 2 apiece. They're really struggling to get active here. Swisher yet to frag, but not really being required at the moment. There's a buy, of course, around what they did save. Double MP9 brought to the table. I guess thankfully they have a kit this time as well. They have a few of them. Not a lot of utility though, so they can't really afford to use it that early in towards the round. They've got to keep hold of it, but that works because M80 have been playing very slow out the gates in the rounds.
Must have been a pain point in the previous round. Potentially, if they did have that kit available, they might have gone for the 2v3, and now it seems they've really made sure they've got the kits. Which on your sort of low buy round, as it were, I feel like that's where you would neglect them slightly for a bit more utility. But here we are.
And interesting as well when you see rounds like this where like Sus, for example, has 650, why he just doesn't get another bit of util coming through, or same like Sonic, for example, he's got a HE, something along those lines. But either way, into the round, and Swisher gets out in front of the smoke. We're peeking here. That's a bad decision from Susp. I don't think he expected them that close, but it cost his life, and Stan back turn.
It's the smoke.
Surely the expectation was that they were going to swing, but they overwhelmed. Sonic will get one, but this is a big ask.
Yeah, that's communication kind of going sideways, and the fact that I suppose, unfortunate timing as the line goes smoke, not a brick wall, but they put that smoke down, and the fact that they started walking through it before it even bloomed. You know, they knew the position that they were in, and such a large chunk of the T side. I would argue they get a bit lucky with that timing.
Well, Wildcard not feeling very lucky at the moment. 0-4. Still a really tough predicament that they're in. They'll keep hold of these 3 guns. There's 2 rifles and 1 SMG for JBA, and unfortunately no real ability to upgrade at the moment unless he makes a little bit of a run for it, but doesn't seem like he's too tempted. This is a bit of a breeze, you know. It doesn't really look all that competitive at the moment, unfortunately, for Wildcard, but at the same time, is there any expectations for them to be competitive, right? For Wildcard aside, you know, we already have kind of delved into it, but this obviously doesn't seem to be the competition that they're focusing on. The RMRs is where they're looking. They haven't practiced with Friend, so M80, for them, this is a tournament that they want to win, because for M80, it's about cementing where they're at. You know, there's even still, despite Pro League and what was an incredible performance, you still get the few people who be like, yeah, it was a fluke though, it was a one-off run. But winning a challenger like this really cements it and saying, no, we actually are a side who can compete with top teams. We can actually win trophies and get some silverware under our belt. So that's what we're looking towards for M80. It's about starting to build a bit of their own legacy and actually becoming a certified tier 1 team. And I guess for us as well, that man on your screen, just now in the background, Def, UK, we've got to support him. As Brits ourselves, we've got to back him. You say he's an American.
America of all the places as well, you know, like...
With a British flag on HLTV, he's British in my books.
Fair. That's fair. That is fair.
Also, I don't know. I think when you're called Rory, that's very English to me as well. So I feel like at that point, no matter, you could change your nationality and you're still English at heart. So as a Brit, we've got to support him. And of course, it's really good to see him kind of, back into Counter-Strike, obviously with his M80 project, but then also succeeding as well. It's been a hot minute since we've seen him kind of in the CS scene before this M80 stint. So I'm glad that he's doing well. That M80 are doing well, of course, all vying for that trophy there. TAC pause turned tech pause, it seems, but I'll be back underway in just a moment. But 4-0 for M80. Again, unfortunately, like most games we've had in the best of one today, not really too much competition just yet. No one's really broken a sweat of you winning.
A series of expositions today, I think, is the problem. So, yeah, it's a tough one for sure, but I think this should pick up. A lull in play, again, is never nice in your first game on the first day. That man in your screen, Susp, has been shaky. And this, yeah, it's not a good look, is it? Not a good look to have the lackadaisical swing, the slow communication, so Stan doesn't really understand how close they are or what's going on. You know, Cave is quite a big place, if that was all your call out was. Back into the action though, of course, couple 5-7s in the mixture, but the buy, considering the expense, is not all that bad for Wildcard. Eventually one of these rounds has got to fall into place.
Yeah, surely, right? 2 rifles, 2 5.7s, and an MP9, hoping to make things work. Boost over for Slacks doesn't spot anything. It's a boost that a couple of the EU teams have already been trying to implement, but it does get countered quite a lot now. A lot of teams hold that first and then flick down, especially when the shadows start to come and creep through. It's a bit of an early A presence, but then no commitment. And then they're leaving Swisher as this lurking sort of anchor over here, and at least to a degree, he's doing a decent job of just keeping attention drawn. You can see, actually, French starting to rotate over, but so's the bomb.
It's coming back. They're still indecisive here. Yeah, I don't know. This is a weird look for M80. They feel some pressure, I think, after attacking to a tech. What are Wildcard cooking up? A lot of utility used by this T side as well. If you look at what they have left, it's only 1 smoke.
Yeah.
Which, with the B lean, and it would seem the B finish, that's not going to cover everything. They've opted the right-hand side. Are they faking, though? The bomb is other side of the map right now. This is a wild kind of call. 25 seconds left as he starts this sprint. They are not quite biting just yet. Maybe as the kills come in and the pressure, yeah, is being applied. It's actually a nice spin here from M80. Clearly a worked out round. And let me tell you, it's worked very, very well indeed. Advantage in their favor. Maybe a little bit more going to come here. I doubt you expect anyone in the donut. And another save for the CT side. It has to be.
Yeah, and to the second as well. I mean, they're getting that bomb down with like 6 seconds on the clock, basically. So credit to M80. It's a big mid-round adjustment from Sin there to kind of call them back when they're already so far forward. You got one boosted in towards box, one who's already pushed up ramp on towards B, and then they rein it back and they go for the CT rotation too. So yeah, real big call, but it works perfectly. And especially the second a kill or two start to come on towards that B site, it immediately drags the whole pack over. Because they've got a bit of a half buy, they just want to play the numbers game and hope that they can trade. And yeah, unfortunately works against them. Maybe in a bit of a full buy situation, you still leave an anchor over towards A, like Sonic, for example, who was playing towards boxes, and he maybe tries, but not to be. Soft will actually die there at the end, which is definitely not anything else you want on a side that's already really struggling. But in a similar vein that we had in our previous games, unfortunately, while it's one-sided, it's also quite a flat game, right? It's just very run through the motions, get your space, take the round, and Wildcard are quite easy being moved out the way.
Yeah, it's tough. You can't point back to a moment where you're like, okay, this is where it broke apart, or this is where, if only they'd clutched that, they could have broken the bank, and then they'd be forced into a weird kind of eco situation, etc. We're just not getting any of this conversation right now. It's like M80 playing a better game. What I will say, compared to maybe a couple of the openers, it's not just clicking on people that's going better. We have just seen in that previous round, saw in the first rifle, some good ideas, some good tactics. There's still a lot of respect from M80 that Wildcard, as we like to say in the UK scene, can shoot back.
Yes.
And I think that they are playing a very solid team game, therefore.
Good to see a good crowd out here in Atlanta as well. Hope everyone's enjoying it so far. Normally those DreamHack events, they're, very fun. I've heard good things. Never been to one, but heard good things. And obviously got a decent little showing out there in Atlanta. We've got plenty more Counter-Strike over the next few days. So, of course, make sure to continue joining us. Got best of 3 to end the day, and then tomorrow, Sunday, of course, for that grand final. So we're looking forward to it. You guys join us all the way throughout. We're back underway. 5-0 for M80. Light work for them so far. Back into the buy for Wildcard. Friend got out as AWP, yet to get a kill. Now would be a pretty good time, mate. We need to see you get active. Slack's got an AWP out himself. T-Side AWPing Ancient can be a little bit uncomfortable at times. A big control taken as well, which is big, but those nades are going to rain down as Stan just chipped down a little bit by the 3 that were thrown over.
Slack's on the search. Swisher looking for this first opportunity as well. It feels like good lane control from M80, but it could really fall apart. Very, very heavy mid presence from Wildcard. Good timing is going to be everything. Swisher's jump in. Stanislaw will be communicating that. I think Sonic is waiting to hear another sort of cue before he goes up for this peak. And as well, Wildcard seem aware of the fact that M80 are playing this slow game. So good timing. Peak comes in. No one really around the corner. Okay, so let's not change too much up. Swisher could overlook this corner angle if he tries to go hunting that player. Steps being made. Stan with the frag and a full confirmation, I would argue, that there's no one out towards B. Let's prep for the A.
Good patience has to be said from Stan there as well. Doesn't peek until what ends up being absolutely perfect. JBA. A smoke thrown towards CT. He'll call a rotation over. His friend comes to back him up. Bomb is in this direction. Now we're going to start to make a commitment as well. Bomb on the back of the IGL. JBA going to start to tick in that molly. Swings out, down he goes. Susp comes over for support. His friend gets one, but gets traded. This is a little awkward. As Susp falls, friend gets smoked out, and they can't deny that bomb going down. It's a tough retake, and it's not going to help losing your head.
Yeah, Rek takes the risky move and potentially wins the round off the back of it. I think this will be another save situation for the Wildcard squad. Yeah, really nice move from Rek. Because even if you go down there, you've traded info, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well found. Good gap. They are sticking around here, looking to just keep the pressure up. You never know. Late retake. There's not a lot of time left on the bomb. Only 10 seconds gone. It's not planted anywhere near default either. So they're getting kills. Sonic is able to dip away. Should get away from the bomb, not taking any damage while being in the site. Still a little close, but he's all good. And so they do take some guns away, which is relatively valuable.
It's true.
Given how one-sided things are becoming.
Quite a few M80 jerseys as well in the crowd, which is good to see. Pretty cool merch as well. Def has a bit of a conversation with the gang, and obviously so far, so good. A really simple showing. Good to see that friend at the very least got his kill with the AWP. Maybe you can see him get active. We've got something to work with going forward, but at the moment for Wildcard, it's been a bit of a lackluster display. These two teams have played Ancient 39 times combined. Yeah, it is both of their first picks, generally in vetoes. More often than not, both of them will pick into it, and I think as well, one of them which they've had quite a bit of confidence on. I mean, for Wildcard in particular, 25 times last 2 months for them. M80 in 50% of their vetoes, so bang on half. They pick in towards this map. So basically, probably the only time they don't pick into it is if there's a real distinct punish pick to come through, but Ancient's always been very good for them. We've seen them play at the top level and play it well.
That is a lot of tape though, my dog. That is a lot of tape, so it seems like M80 have potentially watched it all. Cannot stop winning right now. Another opening frag goes their way. Stan trying to mix things up with some aggression. Goes south. Susp sticking around. I think taking a few licks from the fire. A really clean advantage now for M80, and it's going to be tough. Wildcard have got to make a move if they want to get back into this.
Yeah. This North American derby is not offering up a lot for Wildcard at the moment, and now with this numbers disadvantage, we've got to get active. You have to try and bring the numbers back in your favor. You have to try and get up in their face a little bit. Can't allow M80 to continue dictating the pace of every single round and getting very easy map control and not really having to work for too much space. Once again, mid control taken. No commitment of the bomb, but we're early rotating here, the Wildcard side. And it's wrong.
Well, this is the move they're trying to make, right? This is the risk. This is the attempt at finding some kind of a reward. Friend in an advanced position. He will get a smoke down. He has maybe seen this round. And that cuts them off completely. A lot of noise being made. JBA is in position to hear them, to cut them off potentially. It's only one for him, unfortunately. Nothing happens in on B, but Sonic, the lone defender, is at least ready for A. He sprays down one, can't get any more. So every time they take a step forward, they lose 2 steps back. It's another close plant. It allows Susp to get in, can't win his fight. Down to the AWP, and the flick is too wide. Rex sees it off. Flawless. Half continues here for M80.
Yeah, these mid to late rounds are really, really effective. And again, as all the credit has to go towards Sin. I think On The Fly is doing a very, very good job of just pulling apart this wildcard side. And it's been very, very easy. We were kind of talking about it earlier. I thought this was a game that might, in terms of the round differential, feel a little more even, but I always thought the game would itself feel and look very one-sided. M80 are a side who, at the moment, I think especially without Fuzi, you have to see M80 as the clear favourite in towards this game for me. And yeah, I think, Fuzi's obviously been so important to the successes of Wildcard, and unfortunately, not that there's anything, bad about Friend. He's a very solid player, but he's just not part of this team. They don't have the reps with him. They don't know that innate understanding, as we've kind of spoken about these peaks and playing off timings of each other. Fuzi does, and yeah, it's a shame not to have him here. Was it visa issues is why he isn't present, but it's a tough old showing at the moment. 7-0 for M80. Slight tech issue, it seems, over on the wildcard side. Hopefully we can get that fixed ASAP. It's that wonderful Challenger trophy that we are playing for. Some pretty forlorn places there over towards the wildcard side too. Of course, lion's share of $100,000 US is on the line here. The Pro League Season 21 spot as well.
I wonder, laid out, $100,000. That probably looks crazy. Like physical.
Like in Breaking Bad, and he lied.
Yeah.
That was definitely more than 100 grand, but that at some point you just want to do that, right?
Yeah, exactly. you kind of want to see it. I think that would be very that must be really difficult to split between 6 people. If it was all physical.
Yeah.
So it's
like old
nice
movie tropes
idea.
when they're taking duffel bags and that.
Yeah, but that usually just all goes to one guy.
True.
Rather than a team of guys. So yeah. We'll leave that idea in our heads potentially.
Well, slight issues, of course. Hopefully get them fixed as soon as. Aside as not be having issues, though, M80, my God, this has looked very comfortable. And, super late round calls being this successful, this consistent, is actually quite a bad showing towards Wildcard. They are getting yo-yoed between the sites, and they're always getting it wrong. They're not reading about how to break down this side. And it gets to a point where we do have to look at Stan, for example, the caller towards this side, and say, maybe there needs to be a little bit more of a gamble to be played here. I think the way things are playing out right now, we're very much seeing M80 take the control out the gates, map control, the pace of the game is all dictated by them, and Wildcard are reacting, but they need to actually proact. They need to get up in their phase. I feel like at the moment we're getting to a point where, especially now when we're 7-0 down, what have we actually got to lose here? We have to have some sort of foundation on our CT side. We've got to do something.
I will say, Stan did try that in the previous rifle and just got flattened. So, it's really difficult for him and the team to find a way in. It does seem M80 coming into this tournament after what they've learned over in Europe potentially have changed their game up.
Who's Wildcard?
We're as yet to find out, to be fair.
It's a great question, mate. I haven't got an absolute Scooby, but we're waiting for them to come on the server. Seems like Friend is fixed. I mean, headphones are back on, so that's a good sign. Yeah, dap him up. Come on. Let's get hyped up here. Let's get something going.
He's rubbing his hands and everything, man. He was ready.
He's ready.
For that high
he wants to. He was warming that puppy up. He wanted the connection, but it seems like we're about to go back on the way in just a second. Headphones are on. Everyone's getting dapped up, and it's time to get the show on the road. But things are going very, very well for this M80 side. Round number 8, live. Hopefully no more of those pesky tech issues. We get, back in the way. Friend back out with the AWP as well.
Got to give us something here. A complete fresh slate after a break like that, right? Mental reset. And I would imagine Stan's been thinking it over. What kind of changes can I make to the calls and the setups? Felt like that AWP was a big one. It was not super aggressive, but far forwards to begin with. It's going to be an A-hit here from M80. A different taste to it than they've previously had, though. More of a straight-up approach rather than this late round, playing it down to the clock, switch up. Just the one smoke, though. It feels like a fake, doesn't it? Swisher's going to go down towards B. Again, there's a gap for information over there, potentially. If we don't overstep the mark, I don't think they will fall into the M80 boost trap quite yet. It's such a weird situation, isn't it? You've got a player out, another one ready to go. Now everyone's been smoked off in A main. The AWP goes searching. It's a missed shot from Friend. He will create some space, however. Double for Sonic. JBA gets one before going down. It's a little messy, but it looks like Wildcard have netted there first.
Yeah, so as per that guy's question in the crowd, this is Wildcard. As they go back to get their first on the board, it seems, unless Slacks can go absolutely insane, but no. Stand off angle, we'll see it off, and that's exactly what we needed. So Wildcard, maybe late, but better late than never. Let's get in towards this game now. Let's start to snowball. We need to. That can't be a flash in the pan. The worst thing that can happen to them here is start to get a round under their bells and immediately get a little bit hyped, and then the door gets shut right back in their face just as they open it up. That would be the worst thing. That'll once again kill the momentum, but also hurt the econ as well. We know that CT economy can be very difficult, especially when you don't have full loss bonus built up for that consistency. So we'll see. Of course, Friend standing at the moment for Fuzi. Didn't get too active though with the orb just then. He did get caught off guard. Tunnel visioned in, and he didn't expect the aggression out from MAT.
Yeah, I mean, he missed the shot as well.
Yeah,
I think he had it. It was a little bit of unfortunate timing. He's kind of lining it up where he stood, and then he went wide.
Yeah.
But still, he had a chance. Did not rightly take it, but is gifted the AWP back into this round. That is so much damage to open us up. Maybe Wildcard are indeed back into the argument. Friend nets one with his HP. There's kills all over the shop. The crunch comes together nicely. Down to just 2 in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, Swisher and Rek have really got to dig deep here. This is not an easy round. Bomb is recoverable. That's fine. It was never dropped into enemy hands, but it's about where do we finish it. And they basically, if they want to rotate over towards the A side, they've got to go the long way. Swish surely got to be expected here. No, maybe not. Stan only looking one way. Swisher now thrust into a 1 versus 2, and Friend closes that. Back-to-back rounds from Wildcard. Exactly what they needed. And that might start to give them a little bit of hope in towards this game that they can get active. M80, it's not, alarm bells just yet, but you got to make sure that you don't let them get like a 7-5, for example. That would be a really good recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. So they kind of have to wake themselves back up. It does seem that this awkward pause in between is just taking some steam out of the M80 attack. They still have plenty of cash. They will run dry after this, but all these nuances, loss bonuses built up, get a bomb plan. You could make something happen into round number 11. Should the need a rise?
Yeah.
That is a leg. That is a leg. The boost works successfully. Nearly does cost Friend his life, however. It's a lot of resources into that as well. So the site control itself doesn't look fantastic. You've got to fight your way out. And they do just that. Sus will take one. Worse for wear players. It's another good look for the CTs.
Yeah, it is. Now Sonic going to get one of his own as well. Make that 2. Looking for 3. JBA there to mop it up. And, well, Sin, you got to lead by example now, buddy. 1v4, and surely even the first is not going to be given over. Behind a smoke. This one feels impossible. And now by throwing that molly, his position given away. Deadman on arrival. Doesn't clear his close left. And down he goes to the hands of Stan. 3 pretty decent rounds out now from this Wildcard side. They look completely revitalized. Took a bit of time for them to get awakened towards this game, but now they're here. Just as that guy was asking who are Wildcard, he's now found out.
It's his fault, mate.
Yeah, he jinxed it. If Wildcard end up winning this game, everyone there in Atlanta, you know who to blame. Him.
Well, North America wins either way.
True.
That's all that really matters. In this game, at least.
Definitely throw a bit of a spanner in the works, though, if M80 were to very immediately go on to the chop and block. They're a side who, we had a conversation about this, and you sort of even spoke about them potentially even winning out the group, right? And potentially even being one of the teams who you could consider a favorite coming in towards this tournament, or one of them. And yeah, if they were to go down into that losers bracket, it would very much change that conversation quickly.
Yeah, one way or another, we both see them in the final.
Yeah.
And then maybe ask me on the final day, are they going to win it? I might indeed lean that way, but Sonic taking a heads-up fight here is trapped in, so it's another fight your way out kind of situation. And again, finding success. The Tech-9 slips the net, but it doesn't really matter all that much. Rek trying to lurk out onto A, hope for a bomb plant, not going to happen. Sin left with the impossible situation. biding his time here as he hopes to just take one, soften this final round of the first half that is on the horizon. Flash comes in, he is spotted, he is revealed, and surely his days, moments, seconds are numbered. Friend with the creep will take him down. So I would say 4 rounds is already a pretty good recovery.
Yeah.
7-5, that's a respectable half. And yeah, there is a world here where Wildcard pick up the momentum moving into the second half.
No, very true. I do actually think they've done a very good job of kind of getting back into this and looking competitive, and there's a lot to like. And even seeing, for example, someone like Friend, who at one point he was really struggling. It took him like 5 rounds to get a kill, and then even after he got that kill, he was still looking a little timid, and now not so much. Getting active there, as we saw, making that peek out from Donut. Speaking of, fight in towards elbow here, Lake, full blind on the edge of this smoke. They send him through, a good for one. Brilliant work, JBA gonna get caught. So does Friend, and there might be more bodies to drop behind this. Stan tucks his head behind that smoke. He'll give away his position, but I don't think he wants to stick around too much for a fight. Rek is so lucky that he only shot 1 bullet.
Yeah, literally, that's crazy. Straight in the cranium. It still does a lot of damage that could be useful later on in the round. Molotov in, and he takes the fight alongside it. Clean kill, but clean trade. And Wildcard just do not have the numbers to go for those even plays. Going to be a bank on B. As the utility comes out slowly from M80, it could be another late swing towards A. That potentially might be overthinking the situation, if you ask me. But all the same, they're taking their time about it. So the 2-man dynamic duo of Susp and Sonic, which is a bit of a tongue twister, to be honest. They are all together. They are somewhat ready for this. Molotov comes in. No kills through the smoke. I think they needed one of those before bomb went down, before mounting this retake, to be honest. Yeah, because they're just going to get chipped away at by the foursome here. Feels pretty good. Slacks and Sin. The German dynamic S's will get it done. 8-4 at the turn of the half. Let's see how things pan out in half 2.
I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind right now, I'm not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights warm in my bed? Nightfall to sunrise, that's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I'll keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights warm in my bed? Nightfall to sunrise, that's what you said. And you held me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay away alone, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you.
Final half of the opening best of ones. It gets serious after this, let me tell you, but it is indeed a serious matchup right now. Wildcard have managed to salvage themselves. It is still not quite out of the woods just yet. They've got some work to do on their, indeed, T side. They're very quickly going to work their way out towards B, though. Slacks has maybe given them too much room, loses his head as the Glocks close the gap, and they will continue fragging out. So it's a simple execute. M80 potentially expectant of more of an A-sided play. Julie's get into action. Lake can't make the jump, but
it's a hard one. I'll give him that.
It is a hard one. It is a hard one. Yeah, I've done him dirty. In the 4v3, though, Wildcard looking like a winnable situation. Lake can tap heads, though. That's what he's all about. He's going to keep him going. It's all on Stanislaw. He's in behind. He was flanking around. He was the last man in. His teammates have potentially let him down here. He will have to make noise. Sin takes his head off. And where the hell did that come from?
Oh, Lake, talk your talk, my king. Tell him. Miss the jump, but they don't miss them shots, I'll tell you that. My God, that was crisp. And Stan looks shell-shocked. How have we lost that? He's probably thinking to himself. A 5 versus 3, and they threw it away. What a way to find your way back in towards that round. How have they even done that? The execute on towards the site, onto B, brilliant. But these shots coming through from Lake afterwards are perfect. And Sin also has a bit of a moment of his own. He gets a kill at the same time, and then obviously he gets the last as well to make sure that Stan cannot deny them on that bomb site. Brilliant work coming through. By going to come out for Wildcard, of course. They did get a bomb down. They did get some kills, so they do have a bit of funds to work with. It's 1 AK-47, 1 Galil, and a few upgraded pistols to as a bit of a hope and a prayer. But we're talking about you lose this, and the next buy is at like 11-4. I mean, at that point, surely it's too little too late.
Yeah, it is true. They've got to have a game plan here. I mean, look, the execute, the approach was pretty much perfect in the previous round. It is just those final few moments, and potentially the fact that M80 have just got the edge in the firepower today at the very least. I'm sure this rivalry will continue into the annals of North American Counter-Strike, but this best of one, M80 seem to be on that extra level. Slow start for Wildcard. This smoke is going to go down soon, so they've got to get a step on before Slacks has an opportunity to isolate a frag. They will all group up in the donut. I mean, totally unexpected. You can see Lake nearly gets caught off. He will eventually pay for his lackadaisicalness, and, well, the rifles come round. They will secure the site. 3 versus 3 on the retake.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Molotov gonna go in towards Donut. The spam does good damage as well. Friend will fall. So will JBA. Gets one before he hits the grave, but it puts Sus in a seriously difficult spot here. 1v2. Looks for the first. He won't get it. Sin. Patience is a virtue. And M80, yet another round. A bomb Pollard might facilitate a buy again for Wildcard here, but I mean, it is a bit of a pick your poison type situation, right? Because you can either buy in here and go for a similar type of buy, have like Galils coming through, maybe a few Mac-10s if you want a bit more util, and make it another force and say, we got close there, maybe we can do a little bit better next time, or you take a lower buy and then full buy in towards the next of AKs. But either way, the massive risk that's on top of each buy is a really difficult decision to make. So tough call for Stan to make. It looks like they are going to go for a little bit of a lesser buy here. And will allow them a full buy in towards the next, but you still talk about losing this, and it is 11-4 as we spoke about.
Stanislaw. Ooh. Gotta be careful. The spam gets close. It's actually more damage onto Susp, isn't it, really? Ooh. And the smoke works in favor of Stan. Sin, unfortunately, is not tall enough to see over it, it would seem. 4 versus 4, recovered rifle. Oh, that's the kill. That's the kill that turns the tide. Doesn't really give any information across either. JBA has taken a massive head with that deagle.
That is a beauty of a shot. My God. But Rek gonna start stepping. Wants to try and get into something, and he'll lose his head, just as his teammate did as well. And Slacks might just do the same thing as well. It looks over, but no commitment just yet. Swisher playing the pixel peek over from deep short. He doesn't spot the information just yet, and then met with a smoke as well. He'll tap away. JBA actually does get a little tag on towards him, and he takes a serious one himself. This is a tough 2v4. Do we actually want to give it a go? It seems Slacks is saying no.
Yeah, it does look that way. They don't know about the low HP is the thing. If, again, they were sort of groups up together, catch them before they fully get the bomb down, fully get into post plants. Could have thinned the numbers. Not the case, not the world in which we live at the very least. So, Wildcard fans rise up in this one for sure, as they will win out that half by. They've been forcing the issue quite a bit as this second half has gotten going. So, hopefully it continues for them. Give us a bit of a game here that we wanted for our NA matchup, marquee matchup of the opening games at the very least. But we'll see. The save doesn't actually facilitate a lot for M80. Just caught the money a little bit there at the end. So they might even save again, but then they've got a few players on the low buy. So it's a really good chance for Wildcard to break the bank, rack up some rounds.
Yeah, exactly. It's you know, a big round that they've actually turned on its head as well because of the investment they had. It was only really upgraded pistols. That was a half buy. There was not much of a commitment behind it, but they made it work. M80, we are going to go for that force. The only reason they could basically go for the force is because Slacks and Lake had just shy of 2K. So for them, they're thinking, we can sort of try and drop around this and facilitate an okay-ish buy. And they have. AK off Slacks, good for the first. Susp will get clipped. He's really struggled to get active, Susp here.
Yeah, man.
North American team, North American soil, but he hasn't found his form just yet.
Strange to see as well, you know. I think he was one of the sort of standout factors with that Metasport run at the showdown and everything that, you know, really surprised a lot of people. Wildcard, though, as a squad, will manage to bring it back. Completely open here, and you can't give Lake chances like that. He will take them. He will run with it. It's still open. What is happening? JBA brings it down to the 1v1. Definitely salvageable here. Bomb not been planted. He's got it on his belt. He's only got 49 points of HP, though. Sin remaining calm in this situation, not moving. Maybe has heard a step or two as well. JBA trying to clear some angles. He really wants this fight. Sin, the IGL might not be his wheelhouse. Doesn't want to give him that fight. Just looking to edge out the information. Molotov comes in. There it is. And that's the brains beating the brawn. JBA frustrated. He couldn't get it.
Yeah, well played. Really, really well played there. My, oh my. That was a round I really feel like Wildcard needed. They had to break the economy of M80 if they wanted any chance of making this work, and it's not to be. I mean, it goes close, right? And because it did go down to 1 versus 1, there is still going to be a tough conversation about the reinvestment here, which won't be the same as towards Wildcard. Wildcard have got funds, so they can buy back in, no issues, where it actually will be probably a little bit more awkward towards M80 as it is. But either way, what have we got to work with here? Wildcard chances are slim now to get back in towards this game. Nade breaks open the smoke, and Lake will get his before Friend pop flash bounces in his face, but the instincts are lively, and he'll get his kill.
Sin wants a bit more, and he will get it. Quick flick. Really big kill. That cages them in now as well, is the difficult thing. I think he will have been close enough to hear the bomb drop sound potentially as well. So really could make a difference into the attitude of M80. It does seem like they are starting to bolster up around here. Friend creeps in, an angle that he will win. They're so close to the action. The MP9, though, does not want to take this fight round the corner, just holding the mid-information, so his teammates can join in. This could be a double swing here that works nicely. Slack's going to go digging for it. Loses out. It's set up for Lake, though. Don't quite call it just yet. Of course, it's the support of JBA that's coming in. Lake trying to bait out the shot, and unfortunately just wasn't ready for JBA in the mixture. And they will clean it up. So Wildcard right back on the board. Still a long road to close this gap, but they're staying in things in the second half.
Economy broken now as well for M80. They're not going to have a buy-in towards the next. That's going to hurt. Really going to hurt. At the very most, maybe Lake can pick up like a hero rifle if he wants, but I don't think that's even worth it. Well played. I think Friend does really well just to make sure that he doesn't let things slip away from him. Tough predicament, and yeah, exactly as called. Yeah, Lake will go for that force buy. I mean, actually, the fact that it's a force buy is interesting. I thought they were going to go for a hero rifle on him, or a hero buy of some sort, but the fact that they're fully invested into this is quite the big call, and Sin That was not the big brain play. He gets clipped by Stan immediately.
An opportunity for Wildcard to show us what they've got at this point. There is still this big question around whether they can match up, whether they can be the dark horse that JRT feels they may well be. I think he is, you know, manifesting a little, all that, and it is unfortunate without Fuzi. I think with Fuzi, there's a fair argument for
with
it. With
Fuzi, I would talk about them potentially getting out of groups.
Yeah, he's just such a pivotal part of the team.
Yeah.
You know, Friend, though, it's taken a bit of time. He's started to slot in better as the game has gone on.
It's true. He's actually looked a lot more comfortable as it's come through. You know, the first, like, 6 or 7 rounds, you could definitely tell he's a little nervous. I mean, I really don't know how much LAN experience he's had in general.
It's true,
right?
man.
You know, he's also quite young. I mean, obviously, Permitta played a lot of Counter-Strike at the moment, but it's 99%, if not 100%, all online. So, for him, how many has he played? How many times has he played in front of a bit of a crowd, too? We pop on towards the A site, and Wildcard will realize nobody's home. Red carpet rolled out for them. Bomb plant to come through, and for M80, it's a full save. They fully invested in, and they gambled. And I think of a gamble, sometimes it doesn't pay off, and this time it hasn't. They lost Sin. They won't lose anyone else.
An anticlimactic finish to the round, as Wildcard will not want to risk losing anyone at this sort of poorer venture, ultimately. It's not that far, the gap now, actually. A couple rifle rounds go their way, and suddenly we could be looking at that even scoreline. I think we were due an overtime now.
Yep.
Be too quick of a day in the office, I think, for us in the commentary booth if this was another one-sided affair. So,
I mean, let's just see. We've had 13-3, 13-4, 13-2 so far. So it's been pretty one-sided games. At least this one has some, you know, sustenance behind it.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I feel like I've got my appetite.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I've finally got a bit of CS in me today. But we will have a tack pause called by M80. And I think this is a good time to have a conversation, right? Because they're in a bit of a weird predicament in terms of they force ball in towards the last round, but yeah, they save 4 out of 5 investments, but they only have 1 rifles, though. It's, you know, 3 upgraded pistols. So it's not exactly a great buy, but you don't want to reforce again in towards this round because you want to have the 2K at least to buy in towards the next. So at that point, arguably it's 11-8. 11-8. It's a close game. It's much closer than it felt even 5 rounds ago.
yeah. And I think, as you've spoken about a couple times, as we've seen, you know, a number of the teams have false starts on their T sides in terms of the comeback. You just have to ignore the top of your screen and grind those rounds out. This is where the value of someone like Stanislaw will really come in. Just keep calling the rounds, keep up the energy, keep up the positivity, and it's just like, because look, man, when teams scrim, you know, you sort of turn your rules off and everything, and they can scrim for like 30 rounds a half or whatever, because they're just going to be running A executes is potentially what we're doing today. And ultimately, that is a good mindset to take into a situation like this. So I am very, very curious if they can keep it up. Timeout from M80, of course, that puts a bit of fear into you. Nothing from our standpoint expected into this round, but it is that next rifle that is just around the corner.
Yeah.
A stack. No one's going A, at least for now, unless Wildcard decide to pivot, which is entirely possible.
Well, we'll see. Stan so far, though, leading the charge in terms of opening duels. 4-1 for him. He's doing a really decent job. Cracking open sights and giving his team just a bit of space to work with. This one, though, for Wildcard, we do have to once again look towards Stan a bit because there's 0 presence shown in the map. There's no information for them to work with. They did have a gamble stack towards A, and they've pulled them over towards B, and this is the right call. This is where we're finishing here. Farmas boosted up. We'll get 1. Stan will still get another opening kill. Now putting him at 5-1. But he gets traded immediately.
Bomb spilled forwards, though, is the big thing here. They, again, just have to not panic. Execute comes out like normal. Susp tracking a kill, but opts not to take it. The boost is there once again. The bomb dropped once again. 8 seconds here. 7 seconds. It looks like they have indeed recovered it. Swisher's going to go flying through. It is protected, so they get the plant. Didn't need it in the end, but it could have gone sideways, gone upside down even. That was a panicky moment for a few there. All the same, That 11-8 that we were banking on. It's really close now. It is really close. Cannot reiterate enough. A good, clean rifle. Just wipe them off the board. It is going to be the key swing round.
Absolutely. This is arguably the most important round we've had of Counter-Strike today so far. At 11-8, M80 are back into a buy. It still requires a FAMAS, a couple of them, and an MP9 too, so it's not the healthiest, but they lose this, they're broken. They win it, and they're back. And it looks like so far so good. Rek, Lake combined for a killer piece, but Sus will take this A site, and he's scratching his head. No one's home. Rek, I don't think he spotted him out. Lake in a bit of trouble as well. Tries to shoot off the back of the shadows, that'll cost him his life.
Rek's still here, though. Rek's still in a good position. That is a slightly deeper smoke than you might want. And Rek will capitalize. Missed shot from Friend. Again, could have swayed things. Not going to be the case. Stanislaw is still very far away from the action. Holding the flank. Is there anyone, again, to give me a kill? Super curious approach here from M80, I have to say, right? They take the time out before the half buy, before the low buy. That kind of puts Wildcard on edge. Then into the rifle round, Wildcard are expecting something different from the team that's lost momentum, just taking the time out. But actually, M80 kind of keep it simple.
Yeah.
Mid-aggression, it's not that deep. And Wildcard are the ones that feel they have to react to the incoming reaction and maybe have overthunk themselves ever so slightly. So I think whoever's called it, I would imagine maybe that's like a bit of a death read. Really, really smart. Really, really intuitive stuff to just confuse Wildcard a little. But I'm going to go down here. Still definitely on for the retake.
Yeah, the best thing Rek can do here is just stay alive. Don't peek. Buy time at the very least. Maybe make a bit of noise. They know he's there because he obviously just threw that Molotov. But do not die. His position is super strong, and now the fact that he's getting support as well. Friend missed shot. Molotov will come down. They'll trade mollies, but he somehow gets out. Not for much longer. Swisher on the swing, and speaking of, another one going to come through as Rek gets caught. Stan also fall to the hands of Slacks. Match point M80. It feels like it's been a long time coming, but my God, in these last few, they've been made to work for it.
Yeah, and really tense though. It's a 4 versus 2. Really, really tense getting into that retake, so they certainly are feeling it. But it works out. The methodical play, the time taken to get that retake going is very clean in the end. Yeah, it's unlucky. I think the mid-round doesn't look too bad from Wildcard. It is just that initial loss of manpower that ends up costing them with, yeah, potentially a play that's a little out of pocket. Incredibly aggressive. They go for it once again into this one, though, and success is found. Sonic with the blind spray down. Takes the head of Lake. There's a return back in. It's all over the place once again, as to be expected from this game. And as it starts picking up, Wildcard are the ones picking up the kills. Advantage. Ooh, nearly solidified. Not quite. Rek is here soon. He's taking fights, and he is winning them. 4 headshots in a row on that A1S. And it's just down to 2 to save the game for Wildcard.
Friend might be really needed to try and make this orb sing loud here. He's already got 1, but this is a tough 2 versus 3. They're still committed to this B hit. JBA as well. Started a little slow, but he has come alive. 14 and 12 for him, the youngster. Been impressive so far this game. Had his moments, had his time, and well, they're going to call on them. Smoking towards short. They're big flanking here, but they might actually overthink it. No, they've caught it perfectly. Rek should be able to close it right here, right now. Down goes the bomb. Down goes JBA. Down goes Wildcard. M80 take the North American derby, and they take it in style. But my God, Scriv, they were actually made to work for that more than we thought.
Yeah, for sure. I think, actually, I think that fits pretty nicely. It's a good map for Wildcard. They put themselves in a relatively good spot. Scoreline-wise, there was a moment there where they were able to get back into things, where they were able to give themselves, ourselves, some hope. But ultimately, for me, it was like a 70-30, 65-35 weighted in favor of M80. And that ultimately is how it feels and how it went down. So a very, very fun game to watch. Unfortunate for Wildcard, but enough from us, and back to the desk.
Thanks, Scriv. We're going to watch some highlights of that matchup. Of course, The North American derby going down, and I got 2 Americans on the desk to break it down. There was a point when M80 had a 7-0 lead. Apples, what the hell happened?
So basically what I kind of saw happening is that a lot of Wildcards, specifically, it was Sonics and their other B player, I completely forgot the name here, but they were not really taking the site how they needed to. They were relying on his op, relying on something that would happen, his aggressiveness a lot more than they were able to, honestly.
Yeah, I think Wildcard were just too passive in the early rounds. Like on Ancient, you really do need to take that aggression down towards mid, or at least like send someone scouting up. Stan was playing it super passive, super laid back, and M80 was as well. So it was just like, who's going to go first? And eventually, once M80 does take the initiative, they were winning most of the rounds relatively cleanly. And then afterwards, finally, Stan activates, says, okay, let's get some aggression going. And as soon as they do, they win 4 rounds in a row, and they get themselves back into this map. But like even that second half, it actually felt more push and pull than it was in the previous half. And if half one had been like that, I feel like we would have ended up maybe in an overtime or a much closer match here.
So I wonder how M80 is feeling, if they're happy with the scoreline. I mean, obviously everyone's always happy with a win, but maybe it could have been closed out with a much more dominating performance. Let's find out, because Mike is with Lake on the stage right now.
Maybe it could have been, but a win is a win is a win. You guys started strong. You ended strong. Feeling a little good here in Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. The team, I mean, looking good. Elias has some great calls right now. Honestly, the mid rounds, they're instant, they're perfect. Whether it's freeze or to explode, it's very good.
Good indeed. Now you guys coming out with the dub, you know, domestic rival. You were calling them a little something before. You want to repeat that?
I mean, honestly, they only beat us on LAN. I mean, this is LAN. They shake a little bit on LAN, I guess. I mean, it's just one of those things. But I mean, it's honestly a good rivalry. Even though that Mario left, and that was kind of the main part of that rivalry. I'm gonna keep it going for sure.
Well, we'll see if we can find them any water bottles for you. But going into this next matchup, right? Expectations of playoffs here, expectations of that trophy, perhaps. What are the expectations for you here in Atlanta?
Honestly, we're very confident right now. We're starting to really hit our stride as a team. I think we're playing big, right? If that's big, got to do it for the Germans for that one. We beat them, the Americans. We did that for us. We got to do that for the Germans.
Got to do it for the Germans. Sam, who you got to do it for?
Mike, I can't answer naughty questions like that. Let's chat a little bit more about what we just saw here. Obviously, you heard the talk from Lake there saying, well, they only ever really beat us online.
I mean, this was, you know, there was a moment where you felt like Wildcard get back into this one. Obviously, Lake's trying to trash talk, and I appreciate that. You know, it's good. It's healthy for the scene to get a little bit under the skin of your opponents and create that rivalry, which is clearly what he wants to do, as he said. But definitely, Wildcard, you know, they haven't had that experience on LAN. They've got some younger players that do need to get it, so maybe they were a little nervous. I mean, it's not necessarily out of the realm of possibility, but I feel like it's Stan, like he said before, you know, you're going to learn more in your losses than you are in your wins, and I think it's just about getting the experience here. And they definitely got that here in their first map.
And that's just kind of how North American Counter-Strike is right now. Yeah. There's not many lands at all, especially for Tier 3, Tier 2. I mean, Tier 1, you go to Europe. You don't go to North America. There's really not many tournaments happening other than ESL Challenger for a lot of the teams that are on the lower end that need to learn, that need to figure out how to beat bigger teams.
Let's take a look now at a head-to-head and have a little bit of fun. We're going to pull up 2 players. It is the US Air Force Aim High. We've got Lake on one side, JBA on the other. Why are we comparing these two?
Well, for me, these are the 2 young guns in North America right now that are at the top in terms of like prospects. And for me, like I mentioned before, JBA was that player I thought M80 would pick up. But if you look right here at the head-to-head, M80 clearly made the right choice in this situation. Lake looked sharper. JBA had his moments, but Lake was unbelievable with his reads. And like he said, I think, you know, Sin was setting them up really well in the mid-round. And like Lake was saying, to explode out. And Lake is a player that likes to get aggressive. He likes to get into the face of his opponents. And he was able to do exactly that throughout mostly the entirety of the match. And you see it there in the results with the 21 frags and 108 ADR versus JBA, who was a little quieter, but we saw his deagle pop off there in round number 15, I believe it was, where he was able to just propel his team forward in an eco round and get a round victory. That's when things start to look promising for Wildcard. So, you know, both players have their magic, their potential to come through with important rounds, but this time it was Lake just overcoming JBA.
I feel like there were a lot of rounds, though, that we were waiting for Lake to explode, and they didn't get called in the mid-round, and that's when the Wildcard were able to take that opportunity, take the space that he wasn't. And while that's really good that Wildcard was able to find that, that's also a problem for M80. If they're not on the ball of figuring out when Lake needs to explode, I mean, that's going to be an issue.
I think a lot of the problems early on for M80 when they picked up Lake as well is they weren't necessarily reining him in, and he was going all out every single round, and it wasn't necessarily benefiting him. So they had to, you know, pull him back a little bit and say, okay, we have to be more calculated about our approach here. And I feel like that's why you're not seeing him go out as much, because I'm sure he would
Yeah.
if you unleashed him.
There we go. We have got through our initial games here at ESL Challenger Atlanta. Both of the groups have all played. We've seen all the players. And next up, we have 2 best of ones. It is the winner best of ones. Let me just explain how cool this is. If you've just joined us and you've never watched a Challenger before, the winning teams from each of those groups will face off against one another. And if they win, they go straight into the semis on Sunday, which means they get a day off to explore the States and go watch football with my friend Mike. That's the vibe that's going to be happening. So up next is our first winners match from Group A. It is going to be FlyQuest going up against Saw. That is a mountain to climb. We'll see if they can trek right on up in a little bit.
Go kill him. I think we're on down. Hey, Boost dead. I'm fighting triple comp.
I'm with you.
Fighting.
They're taking going up.
I'm gonna kill him. They're both side. Close big ones. Dead. 1 alive. Together. No! Fucking go, baby.
Let's fucking go.
Dashing now. Dashing now. Heaven one. Can't see you. Heaven dead.
I'm in cave, please.
I have
cave. They don't know.
cave.
I'm coming through with you.
Okay, let's go peek. They're peeking behind this. What do you need? What's short? They don't know. Let's go peek. They know. One clear.
Holding on.
Wait.
One short.
Close dead.
Short. Now let's 3.
I'm smoking short. 3, 2, 1.
One short.
I will go A, okay? You go A, guys.
One broke still.
Still bounce flash just once. It's 30 seconds. Do it now and then come back to donut.
Get your fucking stats up! Holy shit, you need them! JBA, you're so nervous on lane, it's insane!
Up B, 2 mid, 1 B. Up B, I'm flashing up pussy. Flashing up pussy now. I'm doing guard flash, wait. B side. 2 up. Guard flash now. ASAP. One more pillar. Dead. Upper alive. Upper might be long. Ramp.
Cross there. One ramp, one unknown. Smoke short. Double smoke both.
Hey, cave. Last guy.
Nice! Let's fucking go, man!
Rio de Janeiro, home to long stretches of sand, people dressed like birds, and Big Jesus, has for the last couple of years another way of drawing people into the city. They call it Counter-Strike.
Trophy so elusive, only a few can say they've raised it. An unassuming force, the first champions in Rio outsiders claimed the major title in Brazilian soil in 22.
Outsiders! They've proven indestructible!
Defending champions of Rio. The momentum of Team Vitality's success in Cologne could mean another IEM title for Apex and his band of troops.
Wonderful down after 1, and ACB's got it all to do! What is that from Spinks? Charging up to deliver the headshot. Oh! Apex wants this so damn much!
Who can stop them? And is it time? Furia always show up at home, getting to the stage but falling short of a big lift in front of their friends, family, and nation. Can this team go all the way? For some teams, there is little to no excuse not to be laying your hands on the silverware. Na'Vi, FaZe Clan, G2, who can finally reach their potential in front of the Brazilian fandom? It's no easy task to gain glory in this arena. The stage is set, the teams are ready. Let the party in Rio begin.
Real estate denied. No! Georgie, problematic now as heads home!
I was disappointed to hear of your run-in with the authorities.
Just a misunderstanding, Father. I had nothing to confess, then or now.
Then why are you here?
I've heard concerning rumors, Father, that you're losing faith. It's true, isn't it?
Well, you've played the bait, I presume?
Of course. Who hasn't?
Many have been denied access, my son.
May the Lord save their souls. Father, the Lord rewards patience. We're merely being tested.
Unlike the closed beta?
Not you as well, Father.
Answer me this. If the Lord truly loves us, why didn't he attend the last CSGO Major?
Because the Lord moves in mysterious ways.
Like the CS2 movement. And they can't even get that right, can they?
Father, please. They will fix it with a patch on the 10th.
Patch on... You know the patch dates.
Father, the...
Quite the expert. I think there's two types of people. Special connection with Val. Finding an Xbox smoke 2 days after CL_Showpause is removed from the game.
Drake plan to develop or dev themselves.
It was you.
Just embrace patience, Trace. You shall be next on the list.
What happened? Father.
This heaven?
Father, what happened?
This is hell.
everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard. but I hit right back. I never back down, I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom, 'cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems. 'Cause I got no problems. 'Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it. No problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it. No problems. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems.
Now tell me, how's I supposed to know she's a devil and you take her bait? Just when I'm good to go, that's when she's gonna make you wait. That's fine, I'll take it slow. That's when she's gonna make you chase. Burn by her fire, and all I know is she's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Take pity on me. Just when I've had enough, she'll find a way to pull you back. She's got that magic stuff, she's deadly as a heart attack. She'll always call my bluff, she's sweeter than a cracker jack. Death by desire, but on and on we go. She's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Take pity on me.
Current state of our team, definitely a lot of identity finding. For me as an IGL, I definitely know how I like to play, but there's also a lot of aspects about how individuals like to play, and trying to give a lot of space for people to grow themselves and be comfortable within their own roles without me tampering it too much. Here in Atlanta, I think our expectations are not like low, but they're just not there, like as in we want to be real focused on ourselves and make sure that our growth is definitely showing and whatnot. And if we go out in the group stage, then we're definitely not going to be happy with how much we've worked and everything like that. And if we go into playoffs and further, then definitely can take a review and be like, yeah, we actually did a lot better than what we would have thought we could have. So right now it's just kind of keep the expectations low, but also know that we can definitely do a lot.
Welcome back to ESL Challenger Atlanta, and the group stages, those first matchups are done. We are moving into the winner bracket part of the conversation now, and our first winner matchup on your screens. Surprise, surprise, it is FlyQuest going up against the Portuguese powerhouse that is Saw. And let me tell you, both of these teams won their first games in convincing style. Saw obviously 13-4'd their opposition, but on the other side we had FlyQuest, who 13-3'd BB team. Completely unexpected for most people, except JRT. For some absurd reason, he guessed that one right. I mean, Apple, were you surprised by the results?
I am a FlyQuest fan, unfortunately.
Oh,
For you,
no.
I'm sorry, but you have to deal with this. But I am a FlyQuest fan. I always believed in them. And even though it did look not convincing when you were still first looking at this matchup. It felt a little possibly not in their favor, but I wanted them to win. So
Me too. I'm a FlyQuest fan too, obviously, because it's always easy to be a fan in hindsight, right?
I mean, it wasn't luck, by the way, Sam. It was a careful analysis of stats and, breaking things down and looking at everything. And
That's exactly how I do predictions as well. We don't just make them up as we go along, yeah?
All right. No, but all seriousness, I think FlyQuest outperformed what we thought they would up against BB Team. BB Team should have put up more resistance. They didn't. I don't know if that was the fact of FlyQuest was better. BB Team didn't really reach their potential. I feel like it's more of the latter. But either way, that opponent is in the past for them now. They're going up against a SAW team that, like you mentioned, is looking absolutely ridiculously good. Everything's clicking on all cylinders for them, and I don't really see... I consider FlyQuest to be good in this event, but not at the level of SAW.
I want to talk about SAW. Let's pull up Group A's bracket, though, so you have an idea of where we're at in the competition. It is a long day, so I imagine if you've just joined us, you want to know. It is, like I said, the winners bracket currently underway, and it is SAW up against FlyQuest is the one we're going to see. Here's the big thing. Whoever wins this goes straight into the semi-finals on Sunday. It's awesome. You get a day off in Atlanta, which is pretty cool. I've heard the food there is really great. You kind of want that day off to run around, eat some good food, and have a chill time. Let's focus on SAW now, Apples, because they are a team that nothing less than silverware in this particular event is going to do. They have come from competing against some of the best in the world. They are aiming at beating the best in the world to get to majors as well. I feel like this is simply that moment in time where they know that nothing more than winning will do.
Nothing more will do, especially for them. I mean, you saw the first game, 13-4 ending for them. They came to win, and that's exactly what they showed in the first opening. I mean, granted, they did have a little bit of an easier matchup as they were the top seed in the group, but it was perfect Counter-Strike that they were playing. There were a couple rounds that Rooster didn't even get a lick of damage on them. And that's what you were saying, actually, like right after. Like, they did not do anything against SAW that they weren't seeing coming, and it was just exactly what they needed to do.
It was a complete mismatch, and every player on SAW was doing exactly their role, right? Jerks was popping off as he usually does, getting those frag story, not always implicated, but getting the key op shots and helping out support in terms of utility, and just everyone clicking at the right times on that squad. They didn't even look fussed though, right? Up in that matchup, it just looked like it was business as usual, almost like they were practicing rather than actually in a legitimate match. It was pretty wild.
They did say, though, that they weren't 100% happy, and they mentioned this as well.
It's crazy, yeah.
And I think coming into this said that they've had a few shaky moments.
Yeah, I mean, I admire that, and I said that before, right? The fact that they're always like looking within and saying, what can we improve? How can we get better? Just because we got that dominant win, what else can we look at? How can we make ourselves improve? Especially on Nuke, right? He was saying like, we struggled on Nuke the past 2 times, so we understand why they picked into it. And even their confidence wasn't necessarily high, but I mean, I don't see why not the way they played in that series, in that map.
So you saw the video a little bit earlier. They'll be playing on Inferno here. Let's find out, though, how the players at SAW are feeling. Mike is with them now.
I've got a Rose Dos ahead of their matchup against FlyQuest. Now, you guys came out and slaughtered in the opener, feeling strong here, but they did the exact same thing. So based on that, based on the Aussies looking good, how are you feeling about this matchup?
I feel like any other match. I'm just ready to play. Yeah.
I feel like a lot's been put on you guys' preparation, taking some time off, redefining things ahead of Cologne, doing that again, Barry was talking about. Do you feel like that's helped you as a player develop who you want to be?
Yeah, of course. Having time to practice, I can focus in a lot of stuff I can do individually. And like Barry said, I think we got so much stronger individually because as a team, you just can only add strats, and individually you can focus on yourself and improve, and that makes you. There's some rounds you need to win individually and not as a team. So yeah.
It's a good thing, redefining all the things. Is this going to be domination again?
Let's see. I hope so.
He hopes so. What do you think, Sam?
I think it's a really interesting strategy to have there. If we're going to work on the team, we're going to work on the teamwork, and we're going to figure out what our strategy is. But at some points, I'm going to need you all to level up and individually take these rounds. That's a really important thing, is to know when to rely on the team and when to realize that the buck stops on your shoulders.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to happen in many matches where you have that teamwork coming out, and there's rounds where you're just completely isolating the other team, making the perfect calls, perfect pinches, and everyone's getting in on the action. But then there's moments you're in a 1v2 or a 1v3 even, and you have to find a way to clutch it out. And those individual moments can define a match, and it's great to see SAW recognizing that.
And something that you said earlier about FlyQuest was that they play simple Counter-Strike and they do it well. But I feel like Saw plays perfect like story Counter-Strike where they're able to really do exactly what you just said. They're able to find the clutches, the clutch moments, and while they do rely on the team, they have the 1v1s, the 1v2s that just really expel the team energy there.
Yeah, and I think Jerks is obviously that player on Saw that's going to deliver in those moments time and time again. So certainly one to watch out for. So much damage done. Already was effective in that previous one, like we mentioned. And yeah, no, Saw has everything they need coming into Challenger, and they were my favorite to take it all, to be honest with you, with M80 as a close second.
So I've brought this up so many times, but it is one of my most fascinating conversations. Something that Barry said when he took over this team was how much these tier 2 and tier 3 teams are expected to grind these online cups. So they spend more time competing than what they do actually being able to take a step back and watch and go, what am I doing wrong? What do we need to work on as a team? Having those moments. And I feel like that's something he's obviously brought to the table, where he said, whoa, you're going to stop doing every single competition and we're going to focus on what needs to happen. It works in Cologne, but I think it speaks to the bigger conversation here at Challenger with so many of these tier 2 and tier 3 teams. Where do they find the time? Because you are literally grinding every day. Sometimes you're playing in 2 different tournaments on the same day.
Yeah, it's really tough, honestly, and you see teams like Spirit just passing on big events, and people are like, why are you doing that? Because you need that time to reflect on previous things that are happening. You have to also factor in travel and how fatigued you're going to be, and also, of course, practice, like you were saying. So I think this is even going to become more challenging in the next year, because there's going to be way more Counter-Strike, way more opportunities, and teams are going to have to seriously take a sit down and look, which ones do we pick? How are we going to be most effective in both our practice and our actual matches, and also not get ourselves so fatigued that we can't perform at the level we need to?
This is interesting because we all come from regions where this is very relevant, and we're going to be talking about an Australian team. But one of the things you mentioned is the travel, because we've all got to leave home, right? So if you're in North America, you got to get into Europe. If you're in Australia, you have to get into Europe. That can also weigh very heavily. And then when you are in Europe and you've played all these tournaments, the last thing you feel like doing is now boot camping more. You want to go home, which can cause this issue we have where we don't see enough prep getting done.
Which I feel like esports is just such a very, very hard thing to really get into, because it's it's a time sink. It's a lot that you have to do to grind. It's basically a sport because you are working every single day to get better. And FlyQuest especially, I feel like they have slowed down a little bit on more international competitions, which I feel like that we did see, I guess, a little bit more from them earlier, but that 13-4 map that they played. And maybe that's just like what they need to be doing.
We'll have a talk about FlyQuest and how much they play in a bit, but first I think they should talk for themselves. Let's hear what they had to say.
Liaz here. Liaz, Saw coming in as a very strong team that's been on a meteoric rise. How are you feeling about them as an opponent?
They're alright. We've been fisted by Aros Dodgy before, Sweet Rice, so want a little bit of payback, but I think it seems like we're in good form, right? So maybe we'll do okay today.
Yeah, I mean, that was a strong opener. Felt like everybody was firing on all cylinders. Do you think it's something the water day, something that's really gelling, or is it just expectation?
I don't know, bro. I went back to my hotel room and passed out for 3 hours after that game. We were so jet lagged, as always. Same old fucking story, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Well, that might be the story, but there'll be a story in the server. Best of luck, man.
Thanks, mate. Bang. See ya.
Back to you, Sam.
Yeah, he said what you thought he said, and it was funny. Don't be shocked, Yanks. Come on. Like, that was a good giggle. Here's the problem, right? FlyQuest is not delivering. They don't play enough, in my opinion, right? We see them, we see them in a couple of tournaments, but we don't see them in enough international tournaments. They are meant to be the golden star of their region, and when they do play, they're not. And then sometimes they're just not playing at all.
Yeah.
Exactly. And honestly, I feel like they're all just buddies kind of hanging out sometimes because they're all just really good friends. And while they are really representing Australia here, maybe they need to be representing it more. Just like you said, they should be playing in more international tournaments. They should be at least playing in more, I guess, the smaller ones too that really help out Australia. Maybe there's got to be something.
They got to play in Europe. And they've got to come, and they've got to now go toe-to-toe with the best in the world if they want to be considered the best in their region and the best in the world.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, they've had their opportunities in Europe while boot camping to play events, but they've declined them. It's very strange. I think this is where we talk about that balance between competing and not. And here we see, I think, a little bit more required from FlyQuest if they want to be taken seriously at this level of play.
But here's the thing. Now they go up against Saw. This is when it's going to become really tough, right? Because you're now playing against a team that does play a lot. And not only do they play a lot, they play against the best in the world, and they beat them.
Yeah, no question. I mean, look, I think Saw is my pick for sure to take this one. I don't think that there's going to be an upset happening here. I've been trying to predict the upsets and watch it happen this time because I'm moving away from it. But honestly, I feel like Saw are just too good right now for FlyQuest to compete.
I'm going to have to agree with that. As much as I am a FlyQuest fan, I feel like that first map may have been something that just happened that they are happy with now. But they are able to go lower bracket run and figure out how they can win this next time.
This is Alistair. He is your player to watch. Apples has already written him off. The reason I say he's the player to watch is because he hasn't delivered recently, but he started to look a little bit better in that last game. Yes or no answers. Can he do it again?
I'm going to say no.
Apples?
Yes.
She's just saying that because she knows she doesn't have to defend it. She's just jumping on either side. Here it is. It's Saw up against FlyQuest in the winner's bracket. Tea time, Yumi. Let's jump into game.
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that we don't have more faith in the moustache men. We don't have faith in Ins and Alistair. Sam, thank you so much for breaking everything down. But myself and Michael, we've got other opinions, don't we, Michael?
About FlyQuest?
Taking this, Michael? Michael, is FlyQuest taking this, Michael? Let him take it, Michael.
I don't think so. Listen, stop raising your voice at me, because it's not me that's going to be actually displaying that in the server. We had a great opening first round from FlyQuest. They demolished a bet boom that I had high hopes for coming into this tournament, but they needed to lay it on the line with the favorites for the event. Saw on the defense, jumping into Inferno.
Going to be keeping an eye out on Ins all throughout the game. He obviously had a fantastic start to the tournament. Unsustainable, but listen, if he can even do half of that, then you've got a chance. It's a BO1, never forget. And on Inferno, no less.
Yeah, FlyQuest grouping themselves up in this pistol as well. It'll be a hard and just cold call here from Saw, but they've got their stack in the right place.
Starts off worse, though. It's Vexite to get the first. Arrows Doge responds. Good for one. Can he make it three? No. Only the two, and he'll settle for it. In the meanwhile, rotation's being called in. Roman will be late, and Muris doesn't want to let that happen. Trying to buy time, but he's only bought death. And Ins and Alistair are the ones selling it.
Yeah, timing working great there for the FlyQuest guys. They just got themselves in position, ready to burst into the A bomb site, and then they find this opening first kill into brackets, and they're just able to scale with that so effectively. Roman now in this 1 versus 3 where it'll be incredibly taxing. Even if there was a kit available, it would just be so far detached from the action. And now that they've spotted him, Alistair will start hot like he did earlier against BetBoom. This is the man that has the most scrutiny about him. Not the man on screen, but Alistair as this individual AWPer for FlyQuest. You know, we've looked at Dexter as the in-game leader, the implementation of him, and he was supposed to raise the bar for the Aussie scene. But now we have another team that's waiting in the wings. We have Talon within that region that are hot on their heels. They'll have opportunities at the RMR as well to demonstrate whether or not they're as good or even better than FlyQuest are currently. And they know that there are going to be many teams like Saw or better that they're going to have to beat. And
this is your best chance to try and make a mark, right? You beat Saw out over here in the best of one. You're through to the semifinals. You don't have to play them again, theoretically, till the grand finals. This is where you want to capitalize. And it might be up against these Deagles where if you clean these out comfortably, start off in that 3-0, we know how important that can be. Now, they get control over Banana, but FlyQuest will be receding for now. This is one of the things that we did see a lot in Pro League, actually. FlyQuest takes their time, but sometimes they take too much of it.
Yeah, and I think that's them trying to adapt to their philosophy and maybe as well rein players back so that they're not always on extremities by themselves. They're getting isolated by investigative peaks. They have changed their style quite a lot outside of their even just domestic competition, and it does transfer quite well.
One of the things I always love about Saw is that they go for these stacks on these 4 spies as well. This time stack doesn't really work out, but Udrix still good for the one. Traded away oh so swiftly. And the rest of Saw might as well look to save at this point. There isn't really that much utility available for FlyQuest either, actually, so maybe you want to stick around, see if you can get a Deagle shot or two, but they decide against it.
Yeah, I mean, may as well just treat this round similarly to how their start against Rooster went, where, okay, we picked the wrong side, our stack doesn't work out, and you've got weapons that can do some damage into the following. Can't exactly critique the philosophy, especially on a map like Inferno. You know, I think when we see into that second half as well, there's going to be a lot at stake and a lot of scrutiny maybe levied to, I think, the anchors of FlyQuest. I think their CT side is going to be more taxing because Saw has actually been a team that I think many will see and look on, like, I think even Alan mentioned it earlier that this team passes the eye test, and it's on those T sides that they can actually be the most fearsome. Even if you get opening advantages, they're very good at immediately springing for gaps.
But that's the thing. Saw is a classic national team, right? You're not necessarily looking at all of these players and saying, oh my God, this is, like this prodigal CIS talent type of player. As far as individual skill is concerned, I would even argue that man for man, Saw might be less mechanically skilled than a team like BB Team.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And FlyQuest are fragging out versus them too. Now, obviously, Saw's got a lot more structure. They've got a lot better rotations. They have much better communication. It's a huge difference.
I would fight back in that U-Jerks and a Rose Doge can sometimes take over games.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Yeah.
You're looking at players like Zorte and everything, right? It's a conversation. And when there is that equivalent, there's maybe hope, right? FlyQuest can at least have the idea that if we lose, it will be off of our structure. It will not be because we got out-clicked.
Yeah. And at the moment, they're doing a pretty bang-up job, but even the flash play here from Saw with the limited investment that they had from that previous round, unable to get an opening. I think as well, so funny to hear from Liaz and just say, yeah, listen, we've played a Rose Doge before, and it did not go great for us. Maybe looking for a little bit of revenge. But that was also 2 years ago. You can't hold a grudge forever. But there's a Rose Doge, that man that we just mentioned. He finds a kill over towards A. It's going to accelerate the progress over to B. And with only a USP at the back of this bomb site, it's difficult. And there's a dink there from U-Jerks, but FlyQuest break into B, no problem.
Thing is, that event, we just looked that one up on HL TV as well. It was 2 years ago, Michael. You were working in that event. Maybe you are just an omen for the... whatever will happen over there. I'm not going to say the words. He can say the words. I can't.
What? So you're saying... if I was some kind of talisman for Rose Doge, I would take that. And, someone to advocate.
Yeah.
For me, I guess more.
The Sweet Rise has gone bad right now, though, and it's okay. Next round's where things really get started. Saw is going to be looking into that one. If Story can pick up a kill over here, it's nice. You get a bit more util with the AWP, but no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
Honestly, even if you save, it's the same thing because it's $600 for the Kevlar or the kill, so it really doesn't matter.
I think what's most impressive about this FlyQuest team right now, though, is, we look at this Inns character on the squad, from in-game leading to then taking star roles, and even through all the turmoil and turbulence this team has had.
I think he's the best Australian player in the world.
He plays like it very frequently, even in the losses. So... yeah, I have a lot of hope that this FlyQuest team can actually sort of get it together towards the end of this year. But it will be demonstrated by wins and reference points in other tournaments, and tournaments like this, where Saw have expectations of lifting a trophy, FlyQuest are looking to deny as best they can.
Oh, nades to the feet of Roman. He is feeling a little bit loose-headed.
Yeah, not exactly a comfortable start. So some nice... opening volley of utility here from FlyQuest. They're making no urgency of going over towards that B bomb site, but Story in the meanwhile has caught just the glimpse of Vexite, I guess improperly peeking out from Boiler. Of course, it's an off angle there from Story, and even if there is a player there, you're maybe hoping it's a rifle where you wouldn't have just died instantly, but an opening advantage found by the Portuguese.
The question is, does Liaz want to try again? But U-Jerks turned around. They're not looking at him. They're trying to clear out first oranges, and U-Jerks takes full advantage of it. That is disaster right there. FlyQuest. I don't know if that's a read that they have. I don't know if that's an expectation for them to come in with. But the thing is, even if there was going to be a player there, when Roman's been double naded off early on as well, they don't know that worked. But I guess it just doesn't work for them in that way.
Yeah, and it's also just the timing of having these two smokes down, one CT, one at the mouth of B, where traveling through it is a risk. But they wanted to try and beat that timing somehow, especially with the opening kill that Story got on that A bomb site. They lost tabs on it for a moment. Liaz was still nearby, but he couldn't guarantee that they hadn't cleared mid, for example. So a lot of justified decisions there from FlyQuest, but as much as you can justify it, they cannot pull the round together. Now that Saw on rifles, they will be a much more difficult beast to tame.
Arizdos should end up going down over here, but Vexite will need that adjustment. Will Arizdos continue forward? Story should be finding this first kill, and that's when Vexite wants to make a move, spots out the shoulder, but loses the duel. Arizdos takes it away.
Yeah, a beautiful setup there for Saw. Just picking apart those two apps players, and now FlyQuest are left with questions to answer. Dexter just wandering the smoke, and he actually managed to dodge the AWP of Story, but Second time over, Story will rectify his mistake.
Come on, and you've only got 4 players to kill.
Yeah, bombs nearby too.
It's true. But unfortunately, Udrix is one of them. Nicely done from Saw. Again, these small little setups are what characterizes them so effectively as a fun national team to keep an eye out for. This is obviously one of the things for Saw where they are not ridiculous grinders, right? They're not playing every single online cup and whatnot. And you can actually see it in their gameplay. You can see these small little setups that they've got in mind. They have a lot more of that than maybe every other national team might. You compare them to something like, you know, for example, a Bait, another national team but they're the grinders, right? So I expect this more from Saw than compared to a team like B8. So it's just a fun little thing to see it work out when they're going in towards the top level, where normally speaking, the underdog is the one pulling out, oh, hey, let's try these little 2-man setups. Let's try this, let's try that. But how demeaning it, not demeaning, how defeated do you feel? It's like, oh my God, they've got set strats for us.
I think as well, you know, Seoul will have had expectations from even just the start of this year. I mean, what they did well at Blast, and they made it through the group, only for them to really struggle at the following events. And then, you know, start of this season, Cologne, they get to the semifinals. So, you know, I guess the question for Seoul is the longevity of how much energy they bring to these games, and actually stepping away from a tournament or two, will benefit. That's a great HE to blow the smoke. Fantastic assist there from Udrix. Roman just positioned perfectly for it, and FlyQuest call it quits from this B probe. Only bringing in that one rifle. This will be challenging to crack into, but hell, FlyQuest did a bit of it against the BB earlier on. They made a hero rifle work, but Dust 2, I think, maybe simpler to get that accomplished. Especially with no util.
Oh, no.
All right, Liaz, your turn. And he has greater success in dodging the AWP. But there is no ego on these challenges. There is no lingering pressure there from Saw. Once they know that they've lost the advantage on the angle, they let Liaz have that space. Some nice taps. Again, baiting out this AWP of Story, but Muteris, the high ground on the boxes on site. Seoul will find their way to a tie scoreline after losing the opening 3 rounds.
And I'm glad that you're bringing up the fact that Seoul's obviously had some of their fortunes turned, despite the fact that they've always been a team to find sporadic success.
Yeah.
But it does feel like now that they've gone away from that Portuguese coaching system and gone into more of like, okay, we just need something new, right? Yeah. Barry's come in and he looks like he's completely changed this team around. In terms of the numbers, there's so many interesting stats that, you know what, I'm going to try and pepper across the entire tournament. I'm not using them all on this first V1, but hey, it's just really cool to see this team now come through with a revised vision, considering how long they've been together. But now, Roman starts off with some spam. He's been taking a lot of early damage many times over. Udrix, however, has avoided the grenade.
Another slow builder here from FlyQuest. This is a team that can, at times, maybe get carried away when they do find openings, but, you know, as of late, they have reined it in quite significantly. Yep, that's Seoul.
It is. And it's Inferno. Don't forget that.
And our lovely partners at Monster.
Hey, they really are lovely. Dexter wants to be a monster himself, but trading the smoke, he faces true death. It's Udrix to deliver. Udrix looking for more. It's a bit sloppy, but it doesn't matter. Vexlight will trade. There's still Molotovs, there's still utility, and most of all, there's still the AWP of Story to go through. Alistair taken down, and Roman has added another to the tally.
Yeah.
Liaz feels lonely.
They really were expecting that, you know, as soon as Udrix goes down, that they would have a little bit of a gap, only have to deal with Roman, but the fact that Story is there on time just to relinquish any sort of a prospect of FlyQuest getting past this smoke. Very timely rotation. So are making a few mistakes so far on this CT half. Now that they have guns in their possession, they are building money quite comfortably. And FlyQuest, to be honest, with how slow a lot of the pace has been, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see them maybe speed things up a little bit.
You'd hope so, at the very least. Maybe a timeout to come through and see if there's anything of that nature to be called. Still, it's going to be a bit of a half-life/eco around over here, so maybe not the best place to call it. You will need it soon, though. If Saw continue their winning ways like this, FlyQuest are going to run out of their very short leash. a little bit too fast.
Yeah, and it's not like this idea actually couldn't have worked for FlyQuest. I mean, with Udrix playing that close wall, had he not deleted that first player, you know, we saw how long his spray was to get a second. There was a real fighting chance for FlyQuest had they maybe just gotten their timing right and a suitable flash to take Udrix off that position.
But that does feel like it's been the case for a couple of these rounds, right? FlyQuest come through with a game plan that feels like, hey, I understand where it's coming from. It kind of makes sense. I could see it working as well. But then you lose maybe one too many players. You've lost an aim deal. You don't pick up Udrix when he's gone for that sloppier spray. It's these small mistakes that are going to add up. FlyQuest right now would really love to do some damage, but Story has again and again been, like you said, Michael, without ego, but he really deserves to have one. I know it's just against pistols, but man, he is looking good.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, he is feeling confident. A very hot start. As soon as he's had that AWP in his possession, he has found picks consistently. Whether that's been to rectify some lost ground or just to take matters into his own hands, deny space for FlyQuest.
And the thing is, even when you look over towards Saw's players, I mean, in Muterus and Roman, who would be considered, hey, these guys aren't your heavy hitters and whatnot, when Saw starts to get into the flow state, they will make moves. They will play like they've got, quote-unquote, better aim than they do, but because sometimes they just start to pop off. Roman can get out those clutches, Muterus gets out those mid-round plays, and this is the worst possible way to get Saw started on a tournament if you're going to be going up against them. Everyone already knew they're the favorites, but you're hoping that Muterus and Roman won't get a chance to heat up either, and honestly, Roman's been looking fantastic.
Yeah, funnily enough, I actually think that's where Barry's acquisition makes the most sense, is that, you know, when they do get heated and they do start to see that momentum building, they can often get carried away, but they rein it in at the right times now. So aggressive down middle, and with Muterus going down so quickly, Arostos does well to find a trade, but they are losing life so quickly. This is another new idea implemented by Soul, but it has not worked out.
Aggression like that is exactly what FlyQuest had been waiting for. These slower paced rounds is what's set up for just waiting to see what Saul wants to get going, right? So many of these situations, it's just early grenades out towards Banana and then not contesting for control. Late flashes through after the first note's already expired. Great shot from Dexter to end things as well. And this is what FlyQuest has been waiting for. Now, it doesn't come at a time where they could have reset Saul's economy, right? Saul's been saving every single one of their players pretty much for the past few rounds, so you will have a hard time running into it, but this is the start that you wanted to kind of kickstart the engine again.
And this is exactly the type of decision that I'm kind of expecting, or exactly what I was talking about just that round ago. They call a timeout as soon as they go for this more aggressive line, where, you know, Barry will offer his 2 cents, maybe dial them back a bit. You know, the things that they've been doing on the CT side so far have been working splendidly. You know, allow Story the time to get that AWP pick, and FlyQuest are going to be left with very few answers when it comes to a lot of these mid-round decisions. No in-game leader wants to operate always being in a 4 versus 5. But they take that moment. FlyQuest may be the biggest team in Australia, but I shudder to think that they could be dismantled by Saw after this 3-0 start. This one round where they're able to dispel that aggression, get out a bit more stride to their step.
It might be Leaz to try and make the play back towards apartments. He's gotten in very quickly. There's been no contest from Saw this time over. Outside of that 1-2-man push, apartments has been free real estate for FlyQuest. Whether they can do anything with that real estate is a different matter altogether. FlyQuest will maintain slower pace. They will not be speeding up and accelerating. And with the Alistair all being prioritized, of course, you understand that, right? You want to give him time to make a pick happen. You want to give him time to work these angles, but you also let Story do the same. And he's found the shot, might not have found the kill, but it's already somewhat incapacitated. On paper, your best player. He's also revealed position, though, so Archers could be a focus. Vextide tries to poke and prod into short, but Muterus is the one who's manning the helm out long. That's where the duel might come through. But Alistair is just waiting for the re-peek, waiting for Muterus to try and go for information. It seems inevitable, but it will come through with a flashbang. Alistair gets that first kill, and now it's time to see what Arasdosh has in mind. The Archers play coming forward. Ujix pushing in. Liaz is trying to defend. Vextide gets the one in the sight. Ujix is all alone. A flash forward and trying to take the fight to them before they can push through. Dexter will punish.
That is fantastic patience, especially from Alistair in that moment. So many grenades thrown over towards short, a Molotov first and a flash. You know, from if you're flying blind on the side of FlyQuest, you could fully have anticipated that they may be trying to retake brackets and aggress through short. And by Alistair holding onto that position, Seoul were really trying to play this mind game where they maybe expected FlyQuest to have all attentions raised to short specifically. And Muterus wanting to get that probe, get a shot in the back of the head and then fall back. It's that first domino to fall. So by FlyQuest playing it patient, not biting down so heavily on that micro fake that Seoul throw their way, they pick apart that A defense.
And it's even more fun because when you consider how long it took, Alistair might have even been expecting Story to have rotated back to Arches because that's been the play he's been going for. And Story's having a great game, so if Alistair is feeling confident enough to say, you know what, screw it, I'm going to challenge him directly into head-to-head where he's speaking into me, that's exactly what you want to see from the man who's been having so much scrutiny on his shoulders.
Yeah. I think the focus from Alistair already at the start of this tournament is looking quite lethal. Yeah. I mean, if this is the type of way he's going to play consistently throughout, and, you know, hopefully we have many more rounds of FlyQuest gameplay. Yeah, this team can, I think, just increases its lethality so much so. Once again, a passive approach here from Seoul. After that timeout, they have slowed things down considerably, but FlyQuest are starting to accelerate their own progress. Doubling up inside of Boiler, they group up inside of that smoke inside of mid as well. But with that Molotov, that's down. Story funneled back. He's not done.
He's trying to re-peek back in. The flashbang, though, forces him away. He's shift-walking. Vexite punishes. Spots out the second as well. And Arisdosha's head is on the floor. Maybe more to join it right there. Vexite as Muterus in it as well. It's a nice collection of trophies. And Saw need to save. They do not have the money to buy in the next round. But is that going to be the call? Ujerks reveals position. Vexite not done with his initial entries. He wants 4.
Took so much room. He'll hear the retreat of Ujerks as well. And just like that, they know that this round is completely done. Just about how much damage extra that they can do to that economy of Seoul. Like you said, they do not have the reserves available. But what a fantastic move. After the Molotov, maybe even anticipating that re-aggression in from Story, the flash was perfect. And Story tried to call their bluff. You know, he didn't think that that flash meant anything. It was just simply to take that bracket's control. But Vexite, fantastic pathing and fantastic shooting.
Especially with the timing being where it was in FlyQuest, this is the first time they've gone on a faster note, right?
Absolutely.
They've been so slow. Their first contact, when they've been taking it themselves, has been coming in around that 35, 38 second mark. This was far before that, so like you said, he tries to call their bluff, but sometimes they hold all aces.
And considering the amount of respect that they were giving in some of those earlier duels where they knew they'd lost the advantage or they'd been taken off the angle from Story himself, given the success he had earlier on, maybe feeling like he could go for that peak, but so good to see FlyQuest adapt around a player that could have been a massive problem in that round.
And as much as Story's been fantastic, now he's without the AWP. Ujerks, though, is happy to come through and pick up the mantle. Finds ins early on again, that aggression attempt, but this time it's in the very beginning of the round. Dexter, however, will find more success and maybe more to it. Roman trying to trade, but a flash from Alistair that was preempted will find his head. You still have Muterus locked out into the bomb site, but FlyQuest are now more than comfortable to slow things down. Remember, Liaz is the hidden agent, but when will he wake up?
Muterus, that's a good kill. Dexter, that man that's probing, and Alistair does find that trade on the bomb site, but with these smokes that are down, Story playing around the edge of it. The nade, he had to get away from it, and the spam from Alistair is right on point. A one-on-one now presented for this AWPer. And he's going to take... Oh, he thought about it. He was going to take that risk, but something or someone called him back. Now a full-on clutch where Rosdosh approaches through that smoke, and there's another one that Alistair can actually use to segment angles. He has gotten so much information, he has time to reposition all the same.
He also has a Molotov and a grenade. Now listen, the grenade might not be the most useful, but he's got the scope out. Turns away. He's worried about a smoke push to come through, but Arisdosha caught with utility in his hand.
The molly missed.
The AWP makes the molly miss, and now Alistair might be missing shots, but he knows it's all about the time, and Arisdosha doesn't have it. Molly on the ground. Tech9 in his hands. Alistair will be down, but will they have time? It'll be right at the nick. The Molotov's been missed from both sides. It's 6-6. Saw will be even, but will that remain true in that second half?
could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of.
6-6 and a 1v1 to end things off. What more could you want? Saw are being challenged early on into the tournament. Narratives be damned. But will their run be over here by FlyQuest? Let's find out as we head into the pistol round. U-Jerks, one set of utility.
Yeah, they weren't given the safety of playing an Australian team on their best map.
Not this time.
And there were fumbled mollies at the end of that half, but all forgotten now that we're into this T side. And I said FlyQuest may have difficulties when we see them on CT. So creeping those apartments, one player just making a bit of presence, Orozdosh firing off these shots and an immediate smoke that greets him. But they're split 3-2 here on the side of FlyQuest. It's not like this A bomb site is as reinforced as Seoul would have had in their own pistol.
Seoul might be looking to back off over here, though, but oh my god, look at that fadeaway shot. Inza is perfection.
Disgusting.
If you can have a player like this come alive on the CT side, all weaknesses will be shored. Arisdosh knows that there's still a player to deal with. Alistair right around the corner, and Inza's caught them off of archers. Alistair, the sole defender, Liaz is gone, and so is Arisdosh. So advantage maintained and information gained. It's Dexter to now come through in the surprise. Only Roman left. And he's got a lot to do.
Yeah, and immediately Saw tried to get something back as soon as they lost a player inside of middle. Roman going the smoke and actually catching off Dexter. He treated it like a wall, and now Roman left in a clutch. A Roman clutch for Saw. This guy loves to pull these together, and it's another head ripped. Vexite late to make that rotation. They had reinforcements here on the side of FlyQuest, but they rely on these dualies given to that young, emerging player out of the region. But Roman has other suggestions. It's those dualies, though, that catch him. Aim a little too high on the side of Roman, and great patience behind the Molotov. Vexite not deterred.
A little bit humbling, I'm sure. Right, I mean, Dexter turns around, understandable, he's worried about an Archer's push because they don't have that covered, and then he doesn't hear anything because obviously they're talking, they're chattering. Man just comes up behind him, dongs him on the head, picks up his USB, kills his teammate, uses his incendiary cordon off Vexite then. God, that is a scary man in a clutch, that is Roman.
But it was a great start to the pistol for FlyQuest. I mean, they understood as well as soon as they got that pick still to play defensive and not make any sort of rash decisions. Even those B-site players refused to investigate the B-bomb site just in case there was a lurker around. They know Seoul like to stop, freeze, and wait for continued aggression when they lose that opening man.
I mean, even Alistair didn't actually drop down from balcony at any point, even despite so much early pressure. Yeah. But that pressure has taken Dexter early on. Banana a bit more exposed and the fruit looking a little bit more easy to eat. Saw is feeling hungry.
Yeah, and immediately pouncing, but a great set of flashes. Vexite able to capitalize, but there's a gun relinquished to the control of the T's as well as the bomb site itself. They may have come away with that pistol, but they even lose ins round the edge of the smoke. The aggression into Church as well. It's not as though there are many safe havens. FlyQuest off of that one opening pick, and that all just comes down to a Molotov that Dexter has misread in that he thought it would give him actually the safety around that half wall. Instead, Saw just come right back in with this force buy.
It's also just, I mean, U-Jerks guns it for Church immediately. Inns was not ready for that at all. And this is the problem with, you know, getting your anti-force buys right. I think it's one of the hardest things to do as a team that isn't playing many officials. Like, you know, when you're looking at FlyQuest, a lot of these gun rounds will look complete to you very often, but anti-force buys, even if you're in scrims, even if you're going up against the best teams in the world, a lot of the time people aren't trying as hard, or maybe they're trying their own specific thing. Maybe they're not necessarily going for full strats. They let things get a bit more buggy because you've got an entire day of scrims. You don't want every single round to be draining you like that, right? So getting anti-force buy experience really only comes from officials to get it effectively, and that is definitely something where FlyQuest falls short on. You can sort of see it coming out right there.
And it's not even like what happened in that round was exactly how Saw had planned it. You know, just able to get U-Jerks ahead of the Molotov, and he took a peek, and Dexter's head was right there, so why not click it?
Well, I feel bad for Alistair. He's been taken out immediately. That's a Molotov to do it, but at least Dexter's been able to trade. Unfortunately, MP9s are wielded by both teams, so Aris Dosh is happy to do the same.
That was a great opening util set. Molly straight into HE. Alistair just wanted a quick peek, and instead he doesn't even really get to see anybody.
I think they might have spotted Vexite there, but yeah. FlyQuest is calling over more of a B-site lean. Just want to get something out of these 4-spot weapons, but yeah, if Alistair wasn't able to find the kill over there and distract for Dexter, it becomes a whole lot more difficult still. Flashes out, Udrix will be able to fade away, so at very little risk, especially with Vexite eliminated.
Inns is still playing around the edge of that smoke, but it just simply not to be. That's a little unfortunate for FlyQuest. Soul got caught by their own flash trying to enter the B bomb site. They had one that was actually primed from CT in Inns' possession that was setting up so that Vexite could take a favorable set of duels towards the mouth of B. But simply because there was a team flash, Soul hadn't rounded that corner just yet. Sometimes it is the little things, but...
serendipity.
Yeah. What happens, happens.
And what isn't happening right now is FlyQuest being able to convert off of that pistol round. You're going to end up looking at them being down realistically 7-9. And then there's the entire conversation of, well, one gun round at 7-11. You basically have 2 more rounds that you can lose in terms of real gun rounds in the game if that ends up being the case. So you better start thinking. And one of the problems is that Alistair's doing pretty well, sure, but we aren't seeing the kind of huge performance from Inns that at this point FlyQuest have come to rely on, and it's not reasonable to rely on it every single time, but then it always feels like FlyQuest might end up with one player who's kind of not doing too hot. Right now it's Liaz, 2-8. He's had his fair share of opportunities in the first half as well, but on the CT side we're going to see this being magnified more and more. As much as Alistair's had a few good moments with the AWP as well, I can't see him getting the same sort of impact that Story did.
Yeah, and to be fair, Liaz was having a rough go of things from the apartments, either meeting the AWP of Story or just ending up in this like awkward fighting on the edge of corners, spam battles. You know, even though he had chances, they weren't always the, they weren't ripe for the picking, so to speak. Yeah, definitely some challenges ahead here for FlyQuest. They were able to salvage together, I mean, three gun rounds on that T side, and sure it was a little sporadic, and there was always chances, I think, for Soul to come back into those rounds, but they were very quickly dispelled by either players like Vexite or Alistair in the way that they were playing, either aggressive or with that Alistair patience. But are we going to see that, gravitas, the bravery of Alistair that I think FlyQuest have come to, I guess, stylistically revolve around in a certain degree? I personally, watching FlyQuest as they've developed, Alistair at times maybe needed to stop being so aggressive, and maybe they've had conversations about that. But he is a guy that, when they go domestic and, when they're fighting other teams within the region, he can get away with plays like that. And, you almost want to have that same level of confidence that, oh yeah, European opposition, it's going to be fine.
Yeah. Especially as an opper.
Yeah, and especially because he can be and has been fast when he goes for picks like that. But something about that transition has been difficult for him. And, that is more, I guess, easily expressed when you're on the T side, or actually, no, rather, sorry, when you're on the CT side, where you've got these many different openers that you can go for, where players might be just going automatic with their utility. It can be quite simple to catch out someone with a grenade, or just maybe not expecting an AWP around the corner, or expecting a rifle instead. It seems we have a bit of a tech issue at the moment, and it will, I guess, slow the progress of this best of one. But today has actually been quite a
fortuitous.
Yes.
Day ones we generally, expecting,
iron out a crease or two.
There's always a little bit of something. But right now, the only creases we see are in gameplay, which, to be fair, might be the worst kind.
Yeah, I've had we were fighting to see who got the most round as a losing team in the opening games. Here in the winner's match, it is as close as can be. FlyQuest, of course, not coming in with a lot. Just what little they saved in that prior round. And they're grouped up heavy, but there's even team kills thrown in the mix. They're just so heavily clustered, they fall right into the clutches of a Saw that were ready to greet them with open arms.
I just hope you can laugh it off. I know it, because it is insignificant, right? It really doesn't matter. Sure, the minus $300, whatever, who cares? You laughed it off. This might end up being the exact kind of morale turnaround round that you sort of want. Especially if Dexter ends up getting a kill or two. No, it's okay.
Yeah, it's not like these players were the healthiest, so that USB could have still been some threat to Saw. I think they're happy that they had all their guns at the ready to meet this contact play.
And look, at the end of the day, no matter what we might have said about FlyQuest, their firepower, no matter how much I might have appreciated the Mustachio men's performances in that first map, Saw is a giant by comparison.
Yeah.
Right? Saw has been a staple of Europe, no matter what lineup it is, no matter who it is. It's always Muris and Roman corralling together a couple of youngsters and making it work. And right now, they've found the right mix. U-Jerks, though, has been eliminated from that mix. Can they still bake a cake without one of your main eggs?
Yeah, aggressive B-side utility there from FlyQuest. They take deep control already, and so now with that opener, they're going to be comfortable in leaving Dexter and looking for more. You know, Saw are very infrequently just going to abandon U-Jerks, but now that he's gone, the reaction is through brackets, and FlyQuest do have the right read on this.
Molotov should be flushing out Liaz. He's already used all of his utility, so it's down to Story, who's found Vex site still delayed by an incendiary that's not going to last much longer. So have plenty of time to make a move, and Arasdosh has moved on to Liaz's face. Inns, however, is now back into it. Farmers ducks back into Cole, but he's only good for the double. A 2-on-2, a retake to be taken, and Alistair in position to look for that first shot. Story, though, playing up top, might not be expecting the flank to be this soon. He will not be dropping down. That would be a surefire giveaway, but now needs a no-scope. No, it's just quick, but man, he is so fast. Dexter, left alone. HB not on his side, has got offensive utility, but he dare not deploy it. An impossible crossfire to move past, but he spots out the elbow. He gets the first, a molly deployed, a grenade to the feet. Muir should be low, but he still needs to get it done. Dexter has it, and onto the bomb he goes.
And it's the in-game leaders that have to duke it out for this fight, for this round. I mean, fantastic work there from Dexter, taking that elevation, getting an angle advantage over Story, and then just perfect set of util. You know, he's eliminating all these close angles and funneling Muteris into a position where the pre-aim is perfect from Dexter.
And Story wasn't expecting him to already be that close to the cart, which is why he's got that elbow exposed with it. Dexter just happens to be faster. Maybe Story just read it and that, hey, Alistair's up top. If Dexter was going to be there, he's heard me drop down. He'd want to trade me, anything like that. Dexter stays patient. He takes his time in the 1v2, and it really does pay off. That's an excellent round to be finding. Even if your economy is not going to be doing too great after that one, you at least give yourself some breathing room to try and get back into the game.
I mean, had he not made his way up short as quickly as that, you know, there's kind of no chance that Dexter could have been in that position. So yeah, I mean, right on the money. And they are going to be pretty saddened about how that round ended up developing. You know, Inns getting that double in the bomb side, of course, gives the round some legs. They're on the side of FlyQuest. But still, a 2-on-1 where they've got pit control and a Story that's caught out this crazy flank timing. Even when he puts himself in a compromised position, Story can be so very good at bailing himself out.
Not that time.
Yeah, clearly not. And listen, this was always why Dexter reuniting with the Aussies was always going to be a threat. You know, people always talked about him as being the fragging in-game leader. And, you know, he had glimpses when he was in Europe as well. He still had maps where he would actually do quite a lot when we compare other in-game leaders within the region. But then the re-emergence into Australia, I mean, he does find his kills, but you want a level of veterancy alongside it as well. You can't go across the pond and bring only the strategies or mindset that can be tough to implement when you're the only one trying to push for that.
Gotta show them hands.
Yeah.
And he's got them. Probably real vascular as well. It looks like he hits a gym. I appreciate that. I struggle with that. I'll be honest, mate. I try really hard, but then it's like, oh, well, you've got an event on this time zone. Like, well, I guess I can't gym anymore. But yes, you can. What
Yeah,
do you
I mean, there's always time to be healthy.
Yes, and right now, Dexter on the server is showing us just that.
Yeah, esports professionals have been very good at increasing the level of activity because I think we're seeing quite a few players that hit the gym do quite well when we get to events. Something about releasing endorphins or something. I don't really get it.
No endorphins like the ones you release when you win, though. Nothing quite like it, and both of these teams are really, really wanting those endorphins right now. Things are tight, and I don't just mean in the rounds, I also mean in FlyQuest's money. A Farmer's and MP9 out, but at least Alistair's op was saved from the previous round. Dexter's been able to give that one over. He needs to make it work now, though.
I think there might have even been a discussion, you know, whether or not Soul start to target players. We highlighted Liaz as this player that has struggled to find kills so far in this map, and it's not because of the difficulties he's had on CT side just yet, but there can be conversations when you are in a rut. How do you get yourself out of it? Do Soul look to capitalize on maybe an underperforming Liaz?
You've got a full build of utility on Vexite on the B-bomb side, so he's not going to be the one to rotate. Alistair's pretty competitive. You're not going to get rotations here. These three players on the A-bomb site need to be the ones finding a kill. And they're not going to be aggressive. They don't have the utility to try and go for it, but the time is running down low. Saw is hoping for that aggression, but FlyQuest have shown that they are patient in the clock, if nothing else.
Dexter hasn't really cleared spawn either, so it's going to really sow a lot of doubt into those B players, and there might be just a weird timing. Yeah, Dexter goes back to look spawn, but it's only now that Muterus has permeated into the arches. Saw sitting short, and it's a great splash from Vexite. Liaz still atop this box. It's Inz has taken all attention, and so they will be none the wiser to his elevated angle. Muterus too late to activate in from those arches. One already skirted on by. And FlyQuest will shut down what was chalked up to be a very late finish by the Portuguese.
And that's the advantage of being so confident in your late round play, in your individuals, because you just see Alistair's holding on to the B-bomb side. Sure, he might miss a shot, whatever it might be. The one thing you can never criticize this team for is not having trust in their teammates. They have full faith in that. Sure, Dexter misses the timing maybe, but that's where that flashbang helps out. Inz is doing so well, holds on late round. Zaw's already used most of the utility. They don't have the flashes to scale onto the bomb side either, and now you're suddenly 9-9. You're the ones who are strapped for cash. You're the ones who are tight on funds. But Utrix has done some of his best work in those situations. AWP revealed, but do they know it's a secondary? Dexter, the one who has his hands on it. Alistair yet to show his own off.
Yeah, a bit of a feign, but it's not as though Alistair has taken any significant space with his AWP, starting to progress up through short, and with Rooster sitting around those angles, you know, kind of akin to what was happening on the side of Soul with how aggressive Story was being. Alistair has denied a lot of space. This re-aggro into Banana is great though. Ujerks, he's ahead of the Molotov, but he eats the flash, and Dexter will happily take that one. It's Vexite that's lingering though. They're continuing to swing, but it's the double trade right back from Soul. Very quick rotation out from Inz, and he finds a perfect timing. Story did not have his gun prepared, sitting on low health, and a Rosdosh needs to relink somehow, but he's caught Alistair while in transition. But the bomb at the feet of Inz now.
And Inz is going to keep on peeking. He's going to keep on asserting himself. 3 kills for the round, but really it's Dexter and Vexite who felt like they won it for FlyQuest. Beautiful trading coming through there. Dexter getting the first, but then Vexite continuing to fight again and again. Sure, it's a 2-for-2, but Inz is so fast on that rotate. And where you said maybe the CT side play is the question, so far it has really been looking A-okay. You can tell FlyQuest, one of the advantages of having so much time between events for them is the fact that you get a lot more time to rehearse, to study, to readjust. And considering from all of their comments over the past few months, they knew they had to, and looks like it might be working.
Yeah, I gotta say that second kill from Vexite was disgusting as well. You know, the round was not exactly comfortable for either team. The timings were weird, but Soul now with Tech 9s trying to just scale quickly. It's Alistair with the AWP, and they don't have support from Long as well. They can get wrapped, but it's all on timings. It's distance with that Tech 9. Muter is struggling to kill Alistair, but they have lost control of this A bomb site. 3-on-3, they're still ahead of these smokes, still fighting in from brackets. Arostos running straight through it. They have not prioritized getting that bomb down. These rotates are here. They blow the smoke right open. These awkward looking routes from FlyQuest, they have dispelled another.
And as much as you might be haunted by the specter of the half-buy you lost to, this is the one that matters. They're not able to get the bomb prompt, they're not able to get that extra money, and you're able to recover the AWP. 2 players alive is never enough, but you know what? If one of them is the AWP, it really does make it a little bit more stomachable. And also for Saw, you have to keep this in mind. There is going to be a point where they start to scratch their heads maybe a little bit more. They start to think, man, it's a BO1. Damn it. We know we've been upset before. We lost in Cilio a couple of months ago. What's going on over here? Is this happening all over?
Yeah, even, coming away from their win on Nuke, not satisfied, knowing that they've struggled on that map in separate instances as well. A complacent team, perhaps.
And that is something they just cannot afford to be. And they know it. Running out of flashes are Saw, and there's 1:20 on the clock. Watch out for these dry peaks, and Roman is trying to go in for them. Traded out too quickly. Liaz makes short work of it, deploys his smoke early on. The CTs are looking to reinforce. Vexlight will be starting to rotate over, but maybe Saw has read into it.
How often do you look to Roman as that guy that goes in for entries? Reading the nameplates is as important. FlyQuest are continuing to regress, and with the information that they gather, it is not as though they are flying blind. They do have some presence over towards this B-bomb site. A timely smoke, a Molotov down 2, but Alistair, he's continuing to probe. Oh, he doesn't round that corner. Arostos is waiting so patiently for that time to strike, but Sora caught behind Util, and now Arostos finding that AWP. He's just trying to find a path back for Sora into this round.
There still isn't a call, but there's Alistair moving back into it. That re-aggression was crucial. Saw can no longer make noise, and with 20 seconds left, that means that the FlyQuest has such a massive advantage. Alistair's even trying to bait out for Liaz. Now they decide to settle for a crossfire instead. All pressure coming in from short. Alistair watches out, and he gets the first. Liaz ducks out, gets himself the second. And now in the one-on-one in the bomb site, Muterus has a chance to do what Roman could not, but he doesn't have the HP to do it with. Just enough time to plant the bomb. Dexter and Vexlight in hot pursuit, and Muterus' feet are on the fire.
They know he has to be trapped inside of this site. They got there to short so quickly. The AWP, and then the immediate switch back to that AK. He's trying to bait out like they have to go for a double swing in some capacity, but even with the backwards position in the site, it's not as though Vexlight is going to be at a disadvantage on the duel. A 12th round here for FlyQuest, and where Soul may be caught in the mind of 2 years ago, these cores fought against each other and we demolished them. Arostos, fantastic work all throughout. It's not like the Australians could hold a candle to them. But this FlyQuest team is far different in their temperament, in their control, and in their trust in their setups. Right now, the CT side is all about setups. And they are doing a fantastic job at converting. Even when we're talking about liabilities on the server, when we're talking about the underperformance of Liaz, he is getting his kills when it comes to defense of this A-bomb site.
And Alistair as well, he might have only gotten 2 kills on the CT side. They might have been some of the most important. Dexter now trades 1 for 1. The Flames will do what the bullets could not. But little do they know, Vexlight is right behind. He's right behind the smoke, and he wants to get ahead of it. More damage through it. Vexlight lives. But for how long?
It's awkward here for FlyQuest even as well. It's not like they have good positions inside the apartments or anything from short. For them, they're trying to feign and bluff and puff their chest out that there is a secondary player outside of the one that's already fallen. The great boost, though, implemented by FlyQuest just around that smoke. Roman just trying to get some extra space so that they can burst B. But it comes down to 3 here for the Portuguese. FlyQuest could already be looking to cause what is our first upset here in ESL Challenger Atlanta.
Still one more round to get past. It'll be tough. Inns trades out 1, but he needs more. His company will be so far in assisting him, and he just can't find it. A full 2-on-2, a smoke for CT ready. This is not going to be easy. Saw planting Smoke's also slightly delayed, so you've got extra time on it, and it's deep, so the grenade doesn't pop it open either. It's Alistair to take charge, and he has done so. Muta is down, and Arizdosh leading the server, only behind Dexter, but he needs to do a little bit more. 2 kills to just keep themselves alive. Arizdosh has asked for good angle to be holding down. Alistair will not be getting aggressive. That's what he's banking on. A flash forward. Alistair's position revealed. He needs to go for the trade. Running out of bullets. Alistair with the AK will take it. And FlyQuest on 13 will take down Saul.
And it is with an open fist that FlyQuest answer back against the Portuguese. They find their way all the way through Group A, and they get to enjoy a beautiful day in Atlanta as well, all to boot. The Australians are back, and Saul are really saddened by it.
And they don't know what hit them right there. Alistair and company just coming through. So many good calls, so many great moments, and it all comes off the back of, like you said, really good team play. This is not a one-man carry performance. It's not a 2.64 for Mints.
I mean, just fantastic work throughout. Even when, players are struggling to get consistency, again, they just fall back on what has worked in their preparations ahead of this tournament. I really do think it was just a stylistic clash where Seoul were not quite ready with what FlyQuest were ready to bring to the table, but we're ready to throw over to the desk.
They did that. They threw over to the desk, and there was a bit of a push and a pull and a roll over there from FlyQuest. I am shocked. I mean, we'd all sort of put Saw on this pedestal. They have now fallen down into the lower bracket of this tournament. Unexpected. Of course, they'll be fighting for their lives tomorrow. But FlyQuest, a team that coming into this, we said looked shaky. We were concerned. Hell, at the start of today, you were all on this desk talking about who should be replaced in the team. And here they are. They're in the semifinals.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, look.
Not you. You did actually say that FlyQuest was fair enough.
Because I said
Sorry,
that,
Alan.
we were arguing if FlyQuest in the top 3 right now, and I was saying they're leaning in the top 3, and they might be better than what Big is bringing to the table today. And I mean, we don't know that yet. I mean, obviously, we still have to wait for the playoffs to start before we can start making those conclusions. But honestly, FlyQuest impressed me in that one a lot. I didn't think they had what it takes, but I mean, there were a couple of key rounds, and we'll probably get to them later, that it felt like they just kind of took over the flow of play completely.
I feel like the difference maker is Alistair. When he is online and when he is performing, they are just a better team. And I do think that this is what a lot of the criticism aimed at FlyQuest coming into this was that Alistair wasn't really there. Changed the game here, though. He was definitely here for this one.
Yeah, there were a couple rounds that he seemed like a little bit shaky, like still like on some clutch moments that could have gone in their favor a little bit easier if he maybe calmed down just a little bit. But still, when he was playing with the full 5, with the full 4, it felt like he was able to execute onto the site. Especially that last round, he was able to just go completely into that B site, kind of disrupt whatever Saw was thinking about trying to do for that last round, that last possible round that they could have had. And I'm very impressed by Alistair. I love FlyQuest, but I do know that there are some limitations to a lot of their skills, but they really impressed me this game.
I tell you what, let's hear how our first semi-finalists here at ESL Challenger Atlanta are feeling.
How are you feeling? First semi-finalist at ESL Challenger Atlanta.
Yeah, feels good. Feels great.
You love to see it. 6 rounds in a row on Inferno to close that, right? To take it to map point, take it over the line. What clicked? What settled in against Saul?
I think we were just playing our own game, just taking the space and making it difficult for them to play. And yeah, I don't know. I think everyone was just hitting the right shots and had a lot of composure in the right moments. So that's what mattered the most.
You've hit all the tropes there. You got a day off now. What are you going to be doing with that?
Be really healthy, go to the gym, spa, get a facial, yeah.
I think well-deserved, well-earned there. Well, congratulations on the win. Look forward to seeing you Sunday, man. Back to you, Sam.
Thank you so much, Mike. Okay, let's talk about what they did right there and how they were able to topple the Portuguese.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they obviously weren't playing like they were afraid at all. Like they were right into the faces of Saw round after round. I think it was a lot of individual efforts, even though like Casper's Yumi was talking about, it felt like it was a contribution from everyone. It was just a lot of individual plays that were coming through. And you see, looking at the scoreboard, Dexter, IGL, 18 and 15, and on top of it all, he had a really important clutch. We're probably going to see it after, but I have to talk about it now because round number 17, you know, Dexter was a beautiful 1v2 that came through. Story wasn't aware of the fact that he was over at short, and Dexter gets the first and then immediately swings around. We might even see it here coming through. It was very back and forth in this round, and even you see this right before that, Ince gets that important 2K to set up Dexter for that final blow after Story, whose op looked very crisp, I would say, throughout the entire map. But here it is, Dexter, great utility usage, had it at his disposal, put so much pressure on the last player alive there for Saw, and well, I mean, you saw the result. It was a critical round at a moment where the match could have gone either way, right?
Yeah, and I really feel like on their T side too, it was kind of still either anyone's game, especially like it was like 3-3-3. But I feel like once FlyQuest really started to speed up their T side, they were able to really take Saw off of the hinges. Like the Saw at first, they were taking a lot of space on Banana, but once FlyQuest got there quick, started executing top Banana a little bit quicker, they learned that they needed to probably step back so they don't lose all of their players at the first part of the round. Because when you have more players on the CT side, it's a little bit easier, obviously. And FlyQuest did perfectly there. And obviously Dexter was a really great top fragger this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Dexter has had his success at challenges before. I'm thinking a couple years back, actually, when he was with Mouse in his early days in 2022, and he pushed them into the playoffs. They didn't end up making it to the grand finals, but they still had a very impressive performance. And now he's here again, putting on impressive stuff. And I do have to criticize Saw a little bit, though. I think that they made a mistake in one round in particular. Muterus gets into Arch, right? And then they just don't do anything with that. No one was there. They had 3 players executing onto A. Instead of calling a mid-round saying, whoa, I have all this space, maybe we should readjust here and pull back and perhaps pinch towards the B site, they just go and execute onto A. Muterus doesn't get used at all. He's literally standing there, the last one alive, even though his positioning was the strongest in the round. So that was a tough one to watch for Saw, and it wasn't the only moment where I felt like their mid-rounding was a little lacking.
Let's pull up your US Air Force aim high, just to show the impact that we brought it right back to the beginning there, though. But talking about Alistair and him being able to go toe-to-toe with Story from Saw.
Yeah, and I feel like, honestly, if I look at the better opper in this series, I probably lean Story. It just felt like he was getting some better shots and more impactful ones with the AWP. But Alistair was able to, despite the fact that his op wasn't necessarily clicking, he's getting frags on pistol rounds, finding that last round he actually got an op right, picked up the rifle and clutched it out, right, that Apples was talking about. But overall, I feel like Alistair has managed to, despite his struggles with opping lately, still step up his game and help his team. Also, he's, not to mention, very strong in terms of his flashes. He's got 0.13, I believe, flash assists over the last 3 months, which is very, very strong for any player, really. So he's been able to do that. I think most oppers kind of have that requirement to support with utility, and I think Alistair is doing that, but he also needs to be opping a little better. Being the bottom-rated player on his team is a little bit tough, but at least here in Challenger, he stepped up to the plate when he's been needed.
I think it's a process for him too, because almost half of his kills were with pistols.
Yeah.
And while that's not great, obviously you are the primary opper on your team, it's getting better than it was before. Like, obviously he performed a lot better than we thought he was going to. He was the player to watch for us because we wanted to see what he could do. And obviously he was able to do what he did, and he was able to kind of dismantle a couple of rounds and maybe not get the clutches that we hoped that FlyQuest could have. But I feel like he showed up when he was really needed.
Yeah.
So we have our first semi-finalist. It is the Australian boys, but hear me out. It is a North American organization. So are you claiming this one? Because you have a tendency to do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
So we have an American in the semi-finals for ESL Challenger Atlanta. Let's find out who else will be joining them, because coming up next we have another winners match. M80 versus Big. Could we have 2 NA teams? This is ridiculous that I'm trying to play this at the Aussies or NA now, but could we have 2 NA organizations claiming those spots? We will find out. Quick break for you to get refreshed, get ready, and when we return, the Germans take on the Yanks.
Corner close. Bang. Come on.
Close.
Corner with all.
You.
I'm flashing.
Go back. Smoke CT and smoke coffin, guys. They did one by car.
Bench, damn it.
Damn it, dead.
Bottom mid. Top mid offer.
Dead.
Absent.
Top mid and B. Top mid and B. Yeah, we're... Watch it, guys.
I'm back one. I have Balk.
Inside. I'm waiting for that, guys. Nice.
Pit somewhere, guys. Still holding Balk.
He's in apps.
Bang. First stick.
I'm blind jungle.
All dead. Pit.
Nice, speed up on it. Okay, jungle out. Murder. That's it,
Jungle, okay, jungle.
Nice. That's fuck you, common.
Team grab Chris.
Flash, he could be anywhere. Up. Tick dead. One more
Pulse.
Chill. Dead, one more dig, I'm reloading.
I'll let Charlie.
Stay, somewhere. In this one. Jungle. Dig up.
In out, Charlie, in out. 4v2.
Dead.
Murder last, murder.
No!
Good job. Flashing twice. First. Second.
Swing the other. Run, Nemo. Down.
Nice!
He can't do a thing here. Cello just wasting his time.
Wait, the crazy shot. Hang on. Backstab him from Impact. He's done it. He's won the round.
Frozen knows. There's one. Alice from the corner. Molotov towards heaven. Asking time. And Frozen might make something of this. Alice is going to get caught. 118 when he pulls on the bomb. He's still alive, but he's still finding. Bye-bye Ings. Bye-bye FlyQuest.
For Zaka, edge of the smoke. Double kill for him. Oh no, Hooksy into the 1v3. How have we got here? Zaka on the edge of the smoke.
Is perfect from Ings. 10 seconds left. It's not going to be easy, especially now they've lost their heads. It's Ings with 4. Dominant defense.
In the corner. Into the first. Into the second as well. Manesi put himself into the 1 versus 1. He knows Starry was in rotation as well. And Manesi just knocked him out to the final 1v3. That is a monstrous way to close it. This isn't going to be easy. He's all alone.
Oh, the flash is so good. Lex Melon, though, can't get the kill. Zaka does manage to trade it out. A collateral lander by Munisi. He keeps on fragging. A pillar of strength here from Munisi, looking for the ace, denied away. Nexa surely has to clutch this up now. He's through the smoke, going to move his way in. He spotted Star. He gives his position. Wants that to keep Lid Vision alive. Zaka finding 3-4. Oh my God, Zaka.
Walk up with this all holding, and they catch fouls lining up util. Jimmy tries to bail them out, but Naf with the ace does not let them in.
Let's go, Merchant! What is that? What?
Everyone's low. Hooksy can win this on his own. Essential 1v3. And he's got it in the palm of his hand. Hooksy holds strong.
He tries to make this play. He wins that fight. This is the ball rolling for m0NESY. A safe plant nets him the bomb to play around. They think they've uprooted m0NESY. They couldn't be further from the truth. m0NESY runs him down. And look at this, 2 flashes. Carrigan wants to try and punish top. Skulls safe from the flashes. It's a double from Skulls. Lock it and loaded, it's a triple! 4 from Skulls! Good luck out there. Oh, what is that from Skulls? You're gonna meet G2 in the top side. m0NESY or Hunter rather dead early. Hooksy followed up 1-2. Impact! 3v3 for G2. Hooksy is the man trying to take them there. Hooksy is on for the ace. And it's just Shui left to beat. Door ready to be swung. And he waits to the final 5 in the round. Timing is bad though. Exertion chases down Nico, and m0NESY's got to do it alone. Agile on the AWP. Roland down. m0NESY rising to the occasion. Bro spotting this AWP.
Got YouTube, but doesn't want to put on his name.
Oh, no one's looking. Oh, Bro will get 2. A third is crazy. Bro can come on. Clutch! Outrageous from Bro!
ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. 'Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on tap, we're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. 'Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. Just wanna know, I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. 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 I just So I'm calling you. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I wanna go. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go. Some days you wake up like the world is on fire. Last call came late last night, you're caved in and tired. One more lover that will never be found. Just another body in the cold, cold ground. It's a game show world if you think you can dance. It's good to be alive, give it one more last chance. I know the words burn you down like a cigarette, and when the ashes hit the ground, you are a silhouette. Don't give up if you're invisible. Don't give up if you're invisible.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Current state of our team is unfortunately very inconsistent. We have high potential to beat, I would say, consistently top 10 teams. But to be fair, I think we work really hard. I think we are one of the teams which work the most, I would say. And therefore, I think we definitely have the potential to work people off, I would say. But work doesn't mean you will achieve. So this is something we definitely try to work on, that we achieve also what we definitely have improved on or worked on. I can only speak about myself. Seeing myself here in Atlanta and also on this stage, it's a flashback to all these events we have played in the recent past, like a few years ago, which were smaller tournaments, but also they put me back to the ground, you know, like this is something where we grew up with. So this is something I will definitely look on, that I will bring the positivity, doesn't matter how it will work out, because as I said, we work hard, and this is something now we can show and can just leave our feelings alone and just do what we can do best, and this is playing Counter-Strike.
Welcome back to ESL Challenger Atlanta. Our final best of one of the day is here. It is a winner's battle between the German Big and the North American M80. This is the fight of the ages, because on M80 there are a couple of Germans as well. So this is going to feel a little bit fun, because it's almost like a little bit of a, you know, you're fighting your countrymen who have decided to leave and jump on that American ship.
Yeah, they made the right choice by jumping over to an NA roster, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no, Sin and Slacks have been absolutely incredible additions for M80. It's added a lot of discipline. Sin's calling has really elevated their game. I thought when Manx kind of stepped away from the roster, that would be more trouble for M80, but this goes back to my point from before, where they have amazing scouting, and they brought Sin in, who was overlooked, I would say, on the European side, and has absolutely been a stunner for M80. So it's really great to see on their side. And I'm personally thinking like M80 is hitting their stride. They haven't hit their ceiling yet, and they're a team that could easily threaten against teams like Big any other day of the week.
This is just going to be like a biased casters on the desk the whole way through, isn't it?
Absolutely. Because, I mean, even if M80 lose this matchup, that just means we get to see them more tomorrow. So
that is true.
I hate Americans sometimes. Just kidding, Atlanta. Here we are. Obviously, you saw that this is a winner's battle. And what happens is if you win this particular best of one, you go all the way through to the semis on Sunday. You get Saturday off. There is an advantage to that. It gives you a little bit more time to prep. It gives you a little bit more time to rest because these days are very, very long. And obviously, you're playing less games, but you're far closer to the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a key for both teams, right? And you were hearing them talk about on the big side, you know, inconsistency. They're unable to find that rhythm and winning matches on a regular basis against teams they feel like they can win against. We already talked about that, you know, in Pro League and recent results, actually more so, that they weren't getting the wins that they were expected to find. So, yeah, I mean, it'll be a test for Big to see if they can get that consistency and for M80 to show if they can also, on a regular basis, find wins against teams that are considered at the top of Counter-Strike.
Okay, so let's be frank and not mess this around. M80 did not look convincing against Wildcard. Big, on the other hand, looked extremely convincing in their first game.
that is, yeah, fair. But I feel like you put two North American teams next to each other playing against each other, it is going to be a North American matchup. We were talking about it literally in the green room. You're like, oh, it's totally good. They may come back. They may come back. Because even if it's 11-5, there is always still a chance. And you don't see that more often than you do in North America.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, to your point, Sam, I think ODDIK is a much lower rated team than Wildcard in my mind anyway. I feel like Wildcard is a notch above ODDIK right now. So that's why you saw them give M80 a little more trouble. But I felt like all the tests that M80 were put up, you know, a little bit of adversity mid-round, or I should say mid-game, and Lake, you know, seeing if he can still frag out on LAN, which he absolutely did, and Swisher even having some really good rounds. And I think Swisher's an important piece to bring up on M80, because sometimes you might look at his stats and be like, well, what is Swisher bringing to this team? Even though, like, we were once touting him as a star fragger, which I still think he has the potential to be, but the thing is, right now, he's embracing a different role on the team, supporting wherever he can, playing the tough spots on the maps, and also, he's a positive influence all the time. That's what his teammates love about him. They love to play with Swisher because he's a hard worker, he's positive, and he always keeps them pumped up. So it's the intangibles that Swisher brings to the squad as well that really gels the whole squad together.
We'll talk a bit more about M80, but first let's hear from them themselves.
I'm here with Sin ahead of his matchup against Big. This is the first time you've played Big since leaving the organization. Is there a little something extra in this for you?
Oh yeah. It's been a long time. It feels like an eternity for me, a new environment for me. I'm the IGL in this team, and just meeting my old teammates in Tubbs and Crimbo, and my old organization, of course, which gave me like the step into Pro CS, and I'm here to beat them.
Here to beat them indeed. Now, it does feel like maybe some of you exiting Big was conversations about philosophy, what you wanted to do, what the direction was, who was going to lead, who was going to take the helm. They've started to maybe adapt and make some changes. Do you feel like you're going to show them how you should play CS?
I mean, for sure, I have a lot more freedom in this team. It's been, I feel like a different player for sure. And just also like how I play with my teammates, it evolved a lot. And yeah, just another person, to be honest, than my last stint in Big.
And Tabson in particular, right? Old teammate, old friend, mentor figure perhaps. You want to show him what you're doing now?
Oh yeah, for sure. It will be the head-to-head, right, with the IJ. It will be the mind games on T side. And yeah, just looking forward. He's a legend. I've grew up with his style of playing, his and Goffy's, you know. Like, not always, like, he didn't teach me like step by step because I've been in the academy team, but he showed me like how to get better, how to evolve yourself. And that was just my philosophy, which I guess I got from him. But now I'm here. Now we are head-to-head, and I'm looking forward.
And I'm looking forward to seeing it. Good luck, man.
Thank you, bro.
Back to you, Sam.
It is like the young Padawans left, you know, and this is his opportunity to come back and turn to the dark side, slay his master, whatever.
Is North America the dark side?
Yeah, I just got really
It's
dark
not.
there for a minute.
Okay.
It's not. It's the other way around. But yeah, no, but really, like, if you look at it, you know, Big is kind of the old guard in a lot of ways. Average age at 25.4. Their youngest player is Crimbo at 22, but everyone else is 24 or above. You have Tapson 29, Searson 28. They've been around for a long time. And Sin and Slacks are, well, Slacks at 25, but Sin in particular, you know, that young Padawan, like we were kind of alluding to, if you want to go dark side and light side, young Padawan coming over to M80 and just really showing what he was made of that he wasn't given a chance to do when he was part of that roster.
What do we think about the German imports on this M80 roster?
German imports. I mean, I like it. I do enjoy it, but I don't know. I feel like even the entire team really does add a lot of value to everyone. I feel like they work a lot better together, honestly.
Yeah, I think like it's easy to overlook other players, like I was alluding to. When you look at Slacks and Sin, how much they've brought to this team, it's immense. Like, they're top-rated players for this squad over the last 3 months, but you can't overlook a player like Rek, for example, who's oftentimes, again, similar to Swisher, you know, playing those tough roles, but I've been watching him play throughout his career, through Advanced, moving up to ECL, and even now at a Tier 1 level. He's a solid player, got a great mind on his shoulders, and really can change the result of a round in a way that you might not even notice sometimes. He's just that player that managed to slip in and find the right spots on the map.
Yeah, people overlook him a lot, I feel, because of Lake and like kind of how big of a star power that Lake has. And I feel like we could see him a lot more, especially against Big.
Do you not think that when you watched M80 up against Wildcard, the moment that Wildcard took control of the pace of the game and slowed it down, M80 struggled and didn't really know what to do? Is that their kryptonite, just control the pace?
I don't know if I would say that the slow play was the problem, because at the beginning, in the first 7 rounds, it actually was a lot of slow play that M80 was going up against Wildcard, and they were doing quite well for themselves. They kept waiting out Wildcard, saying, nope, we're going to play the waiting game too. We're going to make you guys guess when we're going to go as well. I think what happened was, once Stan mixed it up and got them into a lull, they started to have a little bit of trouble once Stan decided they were going to go for that push and to get to that aggressiveness.
Let's find out how Tabson feels about his young proteges and the little bit of smack talk they were talking there in that pre-interview. I'm sure he's got something to say, Mike.
I've got Tabson up ahead of their matchup against M80. Now, does this one feel a little bit like the Padawan coming back to match up against the Master? Sin, your former protege in the team, perhaps, now gone to find his own roster?
I wouldn't say so. It's just another game. You know, it's we are good friends, and finally we are meeting because they are pretty good at the moment, and I'm looking forward to just show what we are capable of as well, and hopefully it will be a banger game.
You sure there's nothing extra in it with an old teammate on the other side?
Nothing. To be fair, nothing.
All right, keeping it clean. How do you think you match up against them stylistically?
I think we are matching really good. I think also it's a kind of domestic matchup as well. You know, like they have 2 German players, and I'm looking forward to how they actually want to play against us. You know, how the mindset is going on, and it's kind of different as well if you play against German players. But as I said before, I think they are really good at the moment, and I'm just looking forward to play against them also here in the stage, because I think they will have many fans as well. So yeah, I'm excited to play against them.
Play against them, play against the crowd. Well, good luck. I'm excited to see it.
Thank you.
Back to you, Sam.
So he skirted the question, but I won't let you do that, Apples. How do you think these two teams match up stylistically?
So what I really think is interesting about this is that it is like the new young players coming into the scene on M80, and it's all the fresh minds that are like, I haven't been playing Counter-Strike for 10 years. My brain is like okay right now. Like mentally, they're not run down. They're all good. But like, I'm not saying that Big is, but I'm just saying you're playing.
Did you just call everyone old?
No. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, you're doing the same thing for 12 years. You're playing Counter-Strike for so long. You have to have a couple of ruts that you've gone into. Like, it's a little bit easier to get better when you have less than 10,000 hours in the game. Once you have all this muscle memory, everything there, it's a little hard to shift and change your play style.
I'd actually argue that Lake is like that game changer right now with the aggressive style that he employs, trying to get into the face of his opponents. And, you know, the Germans on Big, they tend to be more disciplined, more efficient in their play. Very typically German, I would say, in terms of the way they like to play the game. So yeah, that's the type of upset style that I would say is going to make a difference here for M80. And then even Swisher as well. I think he did a good job in that previous one of getting into the faces of Wildcard and coming out with some big plays at key moments. So for me, it's all about, you know, seeing if M80 can employ that tempered aggressive style against the Big roster that can really punish you if you even make a single mistake.
Our player to watch is on the screen right now, JDC. He has been really outperforming on Big. We saw that in the first best of 1. He is fantastic. How does M80 shut him down?
Yeah, that's it's not going to be easy. It's funny, you know, JDC brought over with Searson onto this roster when they were playing with 0-0 Nation, and I mean, obviously Searson might have even said, hey, this guy might be worth picking up and bringing over, and it was a great decision, because I think that he is certainly just similar to Lake, I'd say, like someone who's going to get into your face, maybe not as much, but very, very strong in terms of his fragging. And for the M80 side, it's going to be difficult. I think maybe a little bit more patient play, like we saw against Wildcard, waiting for JDC to maybe try to make that first move, shutting cutting him out of the round, and then you can go after the rest of the pieces.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a Lake versus JDC. Two top fraggers, two top players that we see a lot happening. I mean, they both had, like, not very contested first matches. I mean, Wildcard did give Amity a little bit of trouble in the second half, but it was overly easy for them from what I saw. Big, it was very easy for JDC. One of their teams, like a lot of them were less than double digits for their frag count. JDC kind of carried the entire team with 21. At that point, it's a little bit easier when you have one player that's just kind of going crazy, which is exactly what Lake has done in the past.
Yeah, I think Big was just completely complete mismatch against ODDIK as well, and JDC was able to farm them out.
I mean, they're obviously going with M80, but I think that Big is probably one of the best teams here, so there we go. Let's find out how this plays out. Tea time. Yumi, are you on the side of the Europeans, or are you going with the Yanks?
I'm not too surprised that the only person who's right is the one with right in a name. Of course, the analysts, don't listen to them, guys. They're NA biased. We all know that. I'm Tea Time, it's Mike Yumi Cassidy. Mike, are you NA biased? Are you back?
I kind of hate.
You're the only one from Europe in this entire broadcast.
Listen. The problem is Big themselves have recognized that they are in a rut. The integration of Rigon has not gone as swimmingly as they had hoped. Whether you want to believe it or not, M80 have done a better job of adding a star rifler into their mix than Big themselves. It is the young buck that has suddenly become the master, but M80, the master of their own fate here on Dust 2.
And Slacks is the one who's leading the charge, but Wreck is the one going down for it. Crimbo takes him, and he's looking for a repeat. Of course, Crimbo, the big man, the star who's supposed to be sort of taking over what Xantares left behind once upon a time in Big Clan. They've never filled up that firepower hole, and it feels like Crimbo's given them hope, but they still have this 4v3 to deal with.
It's not just Crimbo. I mean, JDC, they talked about it on the desk. This guy is great. But there's going to be a lot of importance placed on Rigon in this pistol. He left B, but he gets himself back in time. He loses the support of JDC, but Rigon's still fighting for the back of this bomb site. And Sin just trying his best to pin him against the wall, and he'll finally get that kill. But it's so labored, and it takes so long that Big could have already rotated. M80 still slowing things down.
At the same time, M80 have control over the entire map should they want to acquire it. Of course, they don't know that, but at this point, Big have been playing bunched up, both sides playing off of each other, and Surson and Dabson looking to get aggressive down middle. Surson has an old foe to thwart. Slacks taking that first bullet. Position revealed, and they should know that Sin should be close behind after having seen him initially in that shot. Surson's holding the tight angle. You're going to see him holding this one a lot with the AWP as well, but why not start off early? 30 seconds and M80 is going to run out of time. They're hoping that Big will bite, but with Dabson's positioning, Dabson has full clue of what's going on in the B-bomb site. Surson has no reason to rotate. They don't have time to have moved all the way back. Dabson goes back to the B-bomb site. Slacks has a chance for a backstab. Surson is turned around, and with Sin making noise, Surson is gone. The A site, their destination, 10 seconds, and Slacks is here to cut off rotates as well.
I don't think he's going to make it. He was caught on short as he was going up. I think there was just a bit of fumbled movement, but it comes down to that hunting kill there from Slacks. They knew they had to find that final kill. Sin just not able to get that timing right. It was so damn close. M80, a great reposition. That fake towards B. Big fully bought into it given the timer.
All smiles.
But just a small mismanagement. That M80 know that they could have won that round.
And one of the other cool things for me to also keep in mind is, this is less talked about, but Slacks versus Surson is a very old rivalry.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, I mean, you're going back, I remember 2019, I was casting ESL Meisterschaft in the summers. It was always alternate attacks versus Sprout in the grand finals. Every single time Sprout had Surson, alternate attacks had Slacks. And Slacks actually bested Surson so many times until when it mattered the most. December 2019, Slacks loses. Big picks up Surson. Everyone forgets about Slacks. He's been marked off. He tried joining different teams. He feels like he's been left behind, and M80 is where he's found that second wind. America, the land of dreams, but Surson wants to wake him up one more time.
Yeah, I love that angle for this particular matchup between the two AWPers, because Slacks was just left to just try and salvage, a way back into his career, and M80 has been a great home for him. But, Big went to Searson not once, but twice. They took him off the team, they went for other prospects, and they bring him back so that they can have a German AWPer. When Slacks is just thinking, come on, man, I've been here all this time, and I've been pretty damn good.
I mean, Slacks, poor guy. Even OG picked up Mantu from his team.
Yeah, I know.
He's not had the best of luck, but neither has Sin over here in this round. M80 were hoping for damage, and well, let's be honest, they were hoping for a round. They were assuming damage, but so far assumptions and hope have all been dashed.
Yeah, really nicely handled there by Big, getting a little bit aggressive, you know, some presence towards those lower tunnels, and then just continuing to pry into mid at differing times and catching several of the M80 players off guard. Nice tempered way to approach this round, even with the aggression. But you want these SMGs to farm up some cash or catch out players that have committed to that force buy. So M80 will have to bend the knee. Now they didn't get really much out of that secondary round. I just always find it so curious. You know, we think about teams that bring in star players. Rigon was, I think, in my opinion, supposed to be another star player that they sort of implement, but he's not in all the star positions. You know, he's given anchoring roles, and sure, on the T sides, they'll look to him, but they have not done what other teams will in that, you know, you are a star on CT sides and you are a star on T sides as well.
And it's such a stark contrast to when you look over towards how Lake has been integrated, right? I mean, you mentioned this, but Lake's been given every single role that he wanted. Now, obviously, you know, Valken has sort of talked about it a little bit. Valken, of course, used to be Lake's former coach. She's talked a little bit about how, oh, well, you know, Lake's actually been modeling his game off of Malb since the very beginning, sort of, it felt like. So it was a much more natural slot. But you can see the contrast in, hey, new guy, flashy hotshot rifler, who's done better? It has to be said so far. It's like, but so far Big's been doing better in this game. It's wrecked to fall. Dabson, while blind, comes through, and he wanted more, but that's where the big man Lake himself will respawn and maybe look for more. Around the corner goes that MP9. It has scuttled away to safety.
Yeah, they have to be very careful here, though. They've gone for a very quick investment into the AWP, but with Searson missing that shot, he has to cede that ground. A smoke that is going to disrupt some of the long pressure here for M80, but they slow down. They even permeate right past it. They got that CT smoke down as well, but Searson has struck in with that AWP, and there is information here for M80 to play around, but Big are seeding the site so that M80 can play that man down in the after plant.
A boost being prepped up, but the smoke's run out, and on the other side, Slacks' AWP is yet to find blood. Bomb being planted, the jumping MP9s will finally find it, but Swish has got the package down, and now Slacks looks to defend it. JDC down and out as he rounds the corner. It is Sin from behind to come through with a double, and now Searson left. A man with question marks on his head is someplace by himself, but can he give us an answer? Not in this round. M80 bring it together in the 2 versus 3.
Yeah, an immediate capitalization. You know, Rek was willing to take the risk and journey out towards long, and Lake comes in right behind him to guarantee that trade. You could see that they weren't comfortable on the side of Big continuing to fight for that long control, given that there were still SMGs in the mix as well. Even if Searson wanted to be there as you know, on that long corner just to sort of cover that fallback, he didn't find himself in that position quite quick enough. And by the time that volley of util comes out for M80, they're able to break into the bomb site. Even when they were down, they were certainly not out. Fantastic round from Sin.
And that is the thing about Sin, like, it really does feel like he is a spiritual successor for Dabson, right? Fragging IGL, who's managed to set up people for success who you might not expect it. That sounds like Dabson to me. Rek, though, always been a consistent man, but right now too many men to deal with. Crimbo will eliminate, and Slacks looks to cover, and cover he will.
Yeah, Lake as well trying to probe in towards the B side of things. Rigon finding him through the smoke. Barely got out towards those tunnels, but they're finding kills, and they're just continuing to press the issue. From Crimbo getting one over at Longhouse, now it is the tunnels that are threatened.
Hey, that's a bad news Eagles play if I've ever seen one.
It is very much a flow state decision. Just, oh, I got a kill on the extremity. They fight so early. There's no way they can cover this in time, and M80 are prepped. That is such a... in my opinion, an odd thing for Big in particular to do. You know, a team that are, I mean, habitually one that converts advantages, but after they find openers, they still find themselves in a 3 versus 3. JDC B bomb site is occupied and tabseN is cleared out middle, so M80 are on a timer, 20 seconds by the time they start threatening this B site. JDC having to turn from so many flashes, but they get caught by their own set of util. M80 a little labored on that trade, but this flank is just so damn quick, and Slacks just cannot get into the site in time. As that bomb dropped, it's Sin left in the clutch, and they know that he has to go in for this plant. He is covered from both sides. It would have had to be a fantastic shot, but it is great proactivity from tabseN, the in-game leader of Big.
Again, JDC is just so impressive, though. You had 5 flashes from M80 that they deploy over there while he's solo anchoring with 22 seconds left. You're not expecting 1 flash sometimes at around 4 or 5. And JDC not only manages to dodge all of them, he takes advantage and gets a multi-kill over there as well. It's just really good stuff. Makes up for the fact that Rigon loses the advantage early on, and it is just setting up for tabseN's flank as well. Fantastic stuff on the anchor position.
Yeah, I also think that that might have been a round where M80 have a bit of a read on some of the habits of Big. You know, for them to have thrown some threatening util over towards B, I don't think they were expecting Long to be covered off by 2. And maybe that timing is just slightly mismanaged from Rec, because otherwise, you know, him sort of late challenging Long dry is a little bit of a curious decision, considering so often, you know, a lot of the aggression and these hunting kills are, I guess, funneled through Lake.
M80 are going to be hunting for some frags to come through on Rec and Swisher as well, though. As much as we might be talking about the big trio of Lake, Slacks, and Slin, these are incredibly important pieces. They're incredibly capable pieces as well. M80, however, fast up catwalk is the call, and it is Crimbo to try to interrupt the flashes overhead, but he spots out the player coming down. Slacks has found one, but JDC and Surson regain control and stabilize the round one more time. Crimbo may have let a player go past him once. He will not let it happen twice, and Sin's trade means that although the round is honestly very expensive for Big, they had the money to spend.
Yeah, I was so caught off guard by Slacks actually getting that instant kill in towards spawn. You know, jumping down Tech9, the inaccuracies that come with it, ensure the Tech9 can sort of give you kills in certain situations, but that could have very quickly spiraled out of control. It wasn't as though M80 had implemented a drop smoke as well to actually allow Slacks to be a part of the play. They actually wanted to fight that guy CT. But right back into rifles, RM80, Slacks on the corner, and he'll be smoked off. Searson being aggressive, though, when he hits the leg.
Just a bit of a reminder. Just a bit of a reminder. This is why I'm here. And your flight was only 2 hours long.
Yeah, a really nice attempt, and definitely capitalizing on a gap there in the default for M80. No one keeping tabs on whether that was a possibility. So Bigger already throwing in a couple of differing moves that actually could disrupt M80 and how they see this, especially when we have that conversation about Sin as this defector to the M80 squad.
I've no doubt he would have chosen to be here, but he has found so much success in his new home. Hoping to continue it, or honestly at this point find it in this game, though. Down 4 rounds, and if you lose over here, the CTs can really get out of control. It's a map that Big really staked their claim on from years ago, and it feels like even if their ways have not been winning every time, they are very often defining on the map itself. Double smokes down mid from M80, and Big, with 28 seconds, deploy their incendiaries. They've still got that one crucial piece of utility left, but they don't know what's going on middle, and they want to try and get out of sightline. Rigon unsure as well. He's worried about a B split, but it will be an A hit. tabseN lies in wait. A Molotov to flush him out of position. He will look for the duel, but not find it. Surson instead combines with Crimbo, and again, the clock is against them. And Slacks will be forced to save, but might not be given the option to.
Yeah, this is another 20-second choice here for M80, whether it's on the pistol and the weird things that they're doing over there, or, you know, for them to collapse on B when JDC is still there. You know, they don't have the time effectively to clear out Goose, especially when, you know, Searson is able to get that pick on the cross as they're transitioning into the bomb site. It really does just alleviate that extra manpower that M80 were really hoping that they could use to secure a plant. It's been some nice shooting for Searson right off the rip with that AWP. And at a certain point, there will be questions and conversations about, you know, how do M80 shift their game plan? These late round finishes that they're maybe expecting could serve as some kind of vulnerability or big over-rotating. It has not been fruitful so far.
And the thing about Big has always been, look, they call the king of tier 2 very often. I don't think that's entirely true given that they're silverware, they're trophy captain. But what has always been true is they are the gatekeepers to the top.
Sure.
It's never going to be easy to move past Big. If you are going to have any holes, Big will find them.
There was a time
okay,
where
there was.
yeah.
Okay, there was. Fair enough. Maybe not never, right? Let me have some fun.
Yeah, but the gatekeepers have found their keys again. Even if it is a dodgy lock.
I'm going to steal your call for there, and it was a tow truck to bring it in. Rigon, however, is... I'm going to bring this one in as well. Comfortable spray down. This is a good time.
Yeah, nothing all too threatening thrown his way. Dodging util and then channeled through a smoke. Sin does catch Crimbo, but as he gets his hands on this rifle, he will very quickly lose it. Taps in there to secure the round. But a fantastic hold there from Rigon. And you can see he's yelling right at them, thinking, you can't come into my bomb site. Not like that, at least.
He's just sending a reminder over to Sin. Bro, they chose a Swiss guy before you. He's having a good time. And so Big right now on the server. This was not one of the maps that really I think any of us expected would be one-sided, but so far Big has made it just that.
You just see some of the chances that Searson is willing to take. A smoke down mid, but he's spotted. Slacks definitely knows he's round that corner, and Searson this time will not stick around. Doesn't even rattle off a shot, just knows that he's been face-checked. They've breached long. So a lot of given ground here for Big.
They're looking to retake it, in fact.
Yeah.
3 players ready. They've got the flashes on Searson.
They're way past the smoke.
Look, it's a double flashbang to peek outwards. It really just depends on the timing. It's a fake initially. They're hoping M80 comes forward and aren't expecting it, but Searson cannot put his AWP away. What's going to happen? Slacks is going to find the first. They continue to peek forward, but the flashes are now on Tabson as well. It needs to be a one-on-one, and again, Searson will dominate. Absolutely dominate that scope battle.
And they're running straight away, trying to find a gap. And there would be space to take. Rigon had a lot of responsibilities as his team were fighting towards that long side. A Molotov from the back of the site. They know exactly where he is, but he gets that molly down. And M80 cannot chase through it.
How annoying is this? Big always have the perfect single incendiary ready, right? You look back to that Tabson incendiary on short. You look over towards what Rigon just did over here. JDC's now been given space to rotate back to B as well.
It's another 20-second call.
It might be even later than that. I mean, they've realized what they're doing over here, but Sin will not be relevant unless there's rotators to be found. JDC watches out. He's been spotted. They don't know about a double man setup, but they'll check it at least. JDC traded, and the site has been taken by M80. Time's about 6 seconds when they start to punch in the digits, but Big still want to go for it. Searson had found Sin.
There'd be value in saving this AWP. There'd be value in saving these guns. It's not as if it's out of the realm of possibility that M80 start to apply that pressure and salvage what they can out of this half. But Big are confident. Taps in that man to lead the way. A Molotov that he'll drop at the feet of Rek, but he'll bypass it. Searson gonna try and fight out, but I mean, just didn't have the health, and Swisher will cover up high all the same. M80 are back in it, and this time that late call does work out.
Yeah, that long flashbang where Tabson ends up getting blinded as well really did help them out massively. If not for that, Slacks probably ends up going down, and sure, that is an inevitability at the end, but a lot easier to navigate a 4-on-4 than a 3-on-5.
It's more the information that Big would get from it. Tabson would be closer to the angle. He could clear out long completely. They would have a little less doubt and a little bit more strength and security in getting that B set up there quicker.
Oh, Tabson's worried now. He knows what's going on. He's read into this perfectly. Lake's gonna have a nade to his legs. And this is the thing. M80 love to play this slow style predominantly because they want to enable this man on your screen. Lake likes going for individual plays, but it's very hard to get them off when you know that's what's coming for you. And after Pro League, no one's missing out on M80 in their radar. Tabson Smoke comes through, Swish has found Raygon. There's still JDC to be concerned about, and you really should be concerned. A one-on-one that Sin does not want to take. tabseN's found Lake in the meanwhile, but the trade is there. Slacks should commit to it. And now the double swing plan. JDC would do good for one, but he can't deliver. M80 once again will take over that B bomb site, and this time surely Big will recede.
Yeah, and it feels like tabseN as well had a great counterplay to what Lake was trying to hunt for inside of middle. You know, got around the edge of the smoke, and I don't know that that was something that Lake was all too prepared for, but even in spite of that, once again, it's JDC with this opportunity to sort of thrive as that secondary B player, and yeah, I mean, the double swing was going to be very hard to beat. Even if he got one, it was no guarantee of Big coming back into this round. But I do think, you know, when we're really putting it under the microscope, if there is anybody you're going to look at as a pressure point that M80 could exploit, I actually do think it is Raygon. Like, regardless of whether he speaks German and his integration, like the culture that he has, I guess, invested a lot of his Counter-Strike career into is so different and so wildly, I guess, slower or more reserved than the versions of Counter-Strike that he's been playing for most of his life. They've reined him in, weirdly. And I thought they would actually want that extra inspiration to spark something more out of Big. But weirdly, a lot of the opening challenges and a lot of the initiative drivers at the moment are, what, tabseN and searson.
It goes back to the conversation you were having, right, about the roles that have been allotted to Raygon. That B-side anchor on Dust 2, no, it's not what
position.
You expect for a guy whose trademark move was, I will run down Ancient mid and get 2 kills every time.
Yes.
Right? That was the Raygon play.
And so much doubt cast about whether Lake would fit with M80 on the inverse, but hell, does he fit?
Oh my god, Swisher's out, and guess what? There's more where it came from. Lake finds Grimbo, and he's not done yet. These guns that are being jiggled and juggled will all be dropped big. This is not a circus act, this is Counter-Strike.
Yeah, a little awkward with all of them trying to get their hands on that weapon, but that smoke and that long just having this gap in it was immediately recognized there by Swisher. You know, he is really the champion of this round, even with Lake on those 3 kills, just creating that space, getting that info across, and they were cognizant, I believe, about, you know, 2 saved weapons and not a lot left behind it. Now, they'll know searson is pretty far away from the action. Even the quick, you know, jump peek there from Slacks, I love that.
I'm kind of surprised searson is being this active about it, but listen, I mean, he knows that his position's been given up earlier on. Now he's taken down. You're not going to have an op in that last round.
Well, he can go glass cannon, but it is one of those things where, considering how active he is being, maybe that's you know, even more challenging to do when you have the prospect of getting spammed, HE'd, held tagged through the edge of a wall before you actually rattle your shot off. It has its vulnerabilities, but given the way that he's been shooting, I don't think he'll have any problems investing into that, and he'll go dive right for it. Last by the half. And last round, M80 turning the ship around, given Big's fantastic start to this map.
searson starts off with a deep angle into the B tunnels. If he holds on to this one and lets Raygon rotate away, you could see what this glass cannon op can maybe do in terms of enabling that rifle aggression.
But I think as well, they have very little util on the side of Big, so Raygon might even give that smoke over to searson and just start walking it while searson has it covered. Or actually, just kidding, it's searson that's probing.
Flashbang timing has been missed and searson's past the smoke. He's not going to be worried about this, and that means that M80 could be losing out on that bomb and revealing it at the same time. Swisher is the one wielding it, and he moves forward. They're waiting. searson's found it. Lake on the close angle was the one found, but the bomb wasn't seen.
Yeah, perfect to catch M80 in that as well. They hear that smoke blooming. They think it's completely covered off, and searson is just on the edge of it.
And he heard that flashbang into tunnels as well, right? So searson knows exactly what's being set up there. It's a great read, but there's still more to do. Staying back flat and letting Rigon take over middle is where JDC very often does reign supreme. JDC's waiting with the flashbang nearby. Do not forget that. That could be important because Crimbo's demise means that middle is where they would have thought of aggressing. Instead, though, with Surson and Rigon both revealing positions, it could be back to A, but that bomb will be slow.
They have to go B. They literally have to go B. The bomb is inside of those tunnels, and it is not safe passage there for Swisher. A split being lined up here by M80. They have that man advantage, and Slacks has caught another one on the rotate, but it's Searson that is still denying. He could actually move in to try and cancel this plant, but M80 have it in time. Only 2 that remain here from Big. M80 have done so well to salvage this half so far, and there is no kit. There is little util. Big need to show some urgency here. But they'll try, and nobody gives an inch. No one peeks out even the slightest, and M80 will get 5 at the turn of the half.
Within the body of a woman lies the heart of a man. It's a feat of engineering you could never understand. So tell me all your secrets, and I'll tell you all my lies. I've been walking with the angels, I've been talking in my sleep. An electric conversation, pins and needles in my feet. It's a full-on fascination with a twisted combination. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime. Does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we touch too much? You could follow every instinct, you could fight the best you can. It's not easy when you're dancing, holding someone else's hand. I've got nothing more to tell you, I got nothing more to say, no. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime. Does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we touch too much? Does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we touch too much?
I can see why a German team might be too happy at 7-1, but turns out Counter-Strike doesn't end there, even if football might. M80 on the other side know that very well, bringing it back to 5 and hoping to quickly turn it even further.
That's European football, by the way, that he's referencing. We're in America.
All right. Oh, yeah. Actually, it's true.
Soccer! Yes. It's because they wear socks. This pistol is starting slow from Big. They're maybe kicking their feet up a little bit, but they do catch Sin, and he takes a hard fall. So that's about as much as the damage will reflect. Smoke down towards CT, though. There is a little worry here for M80, but they do have 3 on one of these bomb sites, and Big are heading that direction.
Switches up and intercept. He has found the one, but Tapson's returned through the smoke. The bomb's been left behind. Big need to turn back to get it before the smoke starts to dissipate. Rek will, however, interrupt, and if that wasn't going to be enough, the rest of his team has already made short work of Big's attempt at claiming that B bomb site. Success will not be found in the pistol round for either one of the T sides.
Yeah, I mean, they got that mid-B smoke down so early that it unfortunately comes down to, you know, losing that one player with that bomb. That you're right on the money. They need to get it before it dissipated, but it dissipated as you said that. So it's not like there was much to salvage there for Big. Right now, I mean, this is quite the run for M80. Now 5 rounds straight, coming out of a 4-round spree at the end of the half. Big are feeling nervous, like you said, started 7-1, and they're still at that dreaded 7. They had the safety of winning the pistol, the subsequent rounds. They dealt with the force buy, and then when guns came out, you know, M80 got their first round.
That's a fun time, I will say. You've got company, you've got cover, you've got a lot of Glocks running down at you.
Yeah, and it's just perfect utilization as well of this extra angle that CTs are able to use by courtesy of the fact you can jump short yourself these days. You know, they just flooded the angles, and as soon as they heard those steps top middle, they knew that they could all reveal themselves. Slacks does steal most of the glory with his peek from short, but he also did as well get the information.
True. Still a lot more glory to be had right now, and it is Surson to continue to look like he might be a dangerous man to deal with. Mid's been completely abandoned by the CT side. They are relying on the Ts to be using that early tower smoke, but that tower smoke might be disrespected. They're going to how? How? I need a replay of that. If I can get it, I'd be very happy. JDC, however, is overjoyed.
I mean, exactly what you could ask for, you know, a round where M80 have SMGs. They're trying to be proactive, and JDC's that man that's supposed to be overwhelmed and instead just rips their heads clean off. I don't know how he's managed that.
That's crazy.
And with what, 1 bullet between each for each player that sort of counteracts him, that will certainly not do.
He's on one.
This is the thing. Before Rigon came, before Searson, actually, to be fair, even with Searson, but it was Crimbo and JDC that we always look to as the sort of main driving forces on this team. They can still be that. And there's maybe been a little bit of a backseat taken by Crimbo, I think, in particular. You know, statistically, he's not performing as hot since Rigon's implementation, but that man can still clutch. Like, he can still win rounds for you. And we get DeCastro flexing on them in the first gun round.
And the thing is, I actually think a lot of that is because ever since Toby was reintroduced to the team as well, GRT mentioned this as well, but it's basically Surson's numbers have gone from 0.96 in the past, you know, in the first 6 months of the...
Oh!
Wow, that's...
Come on!
Actually a little bit unfair. That's what I'm talking about. He's gone from 0.96 to a 1.11 average rating against top 30 teams. He has been fantastic. And a lot of it comes down to, you know, rejigging focus away from Crimbo, a little bit out towards him at times as well. And you can see it paying off.
And also to cast your mind back, you know, if we're thinking about players that use the Scout. I mean, it was Searson and James during the online era that were the pioneers of just... Yeah, I mean, Chris J, yes. But we're talking like they would actually use a Scout instead of an AK, given a lot of different situations. These guys, you looked at AWPing and scouting stats, and you just think, well, how do they have so few kills with an M4? So a great display already.
A lot of the focus in this round has to be on Lake. And it's not just because he's a big man, he's also got the big gun. But a mid-B smoke that's been refreshed, and a threat to B that is going to be reasserted, perhaps by JDC, a solo lurking man. Swisher's getting an inkling of what's going on over here, though. Swisher knows that this might just be a quick push in through the mid doors, and Lake will be unable to find that first shot. Taking damage, and it's Raygon to finish him off. Sin won't have that extra company in from Car, and Raygon! That's what I'm talking about. Quick entries onto the B bomb site. That's onto the A bomb site, rather. That is a specialty.
Yeah, I mean, really fantastic work there from Big. They had multiple ways in which they could have won this round, whether or not it was the flash timing and JDC going in through that CT smoke. He was going to be at an angle that Lake wasn't going to anticipate, and, you know, as good as Lake is, he is not an AWPer. You know, you're not looking to him to hit crazy flicks like that. But even in spite of that, you know, the flash actually catching the big members as they went for the burst, Lake was also caught by it and just able to scale so effectively. It's fantastic entries from Raygon, like you note. But M80 having to bend the knee here on USPs. And that's not exactly a... I mean, this is not the most proactive approach as well when you're on a buy like this. You know, so many teams will, you know, stack sites or go for pushes and try and overwhelm you. But with Big Av having a slow temperament, they decided they were going to wait around. And, well, seriously, will simply lap up for catching them with a Glock as well.
I think Eco-Frag should count for more if you did it with the pistol yourself.
That sounds... I mean, you've got head armor, though. It doesn't...
Yeah, but there's 3 of them.
Yeah, but... they've got no armor. They've got nothing.
It's a 3-on-1.
Yeah, you're talking like an Eco-Fragger.
I wish I was an Eco-Fragger.
Either way, those kills matter. You know, Searson could have very easily fallen.
Yeah.
Alp could have been maybe saved here for M80, and so they will notably not have that weapon to play with.
Searson's happy to stand in the Molotov for a while. That flash is good, but the trade is right there. Raygon takes him down. And although Lake is trying to cover off, a quick jump up means that Searson has completely cheated past his crosshair. That is frustrating. At the very least, they should know what's going on over here. That is an interesting smoke. If a deeper one towers up and gives you space to lurk behind it, I do believe, but it still blocks off the vision. That's pretty cool, actually. Searson, this is what he's been waiting for. He's got another to deal with. Searson has it in the pocket.
It doesn't matter what gun he's got. This time they have armor. You know, all that talk. Oh my goodness. How on earth does he get away with that? Looked like a trade to be, but right now for M80, it is simply not. Big are happy to live in the luxury of getting multi-kills out of players they want to be stars and driving forces. Where Crimbo had inconsistencies in his game, yes, that Toby acquisition, hell, he is the whisperer of Searson.
Shout out to Maui Snake for sort of catching on to that one as well. He really did bring that one up in a Snake and Banter, and I have to say, I have been very happily surprised by how right he was.
Yeah, and happily reminded of the kind of play that Searson actually can bring to the table, because for a while, it was a shell of his former self.
I mean, he looked gone. Yeah. I was ready to write him off and be like, bring Montu in.
Or bring Slacks in, you know?
Listen, he's off the market. Raygon, however, another acquisition that looks like it is paying off. Some of those calories he's got on might be slightly empty, but listen, it doesn't matter. It's muscle all the way. Is he finally going to be overrun? Finally, the raid boss is down. That's actually a pretty savable op as well, so M80 at the very least will be going into the next one with a lot to work with.
But I mean, you think about how cleanly Big have been winning these rounds. They have money to burn. They will want to get this op out of their hands.
You'd hope so, but it doesn't feel like that might be the case over here. They're also worried about losing more weapons even then, right? Like, you don't want to end up with an AWP and an AK being saved up on the other side. Bodies, nades, all of the jazz thrown forward. And at the end of it all, it will just be a saved AWP for Slacks. It will not be anything beyond it.
Yeah, I really thought they were going to continue to press the issue. They find themselves at map point. Big looking to be the first team out of Group B to make it into the playoffs. Showing a very strong game in that opening round, as quite a few of our favorites did. but now demonstrating as well on this T side that since they've got their hands on rifles and AWPs alike, M80 are struggling to serve up a match to them.
JDC will not reface, but that Molotov's going to force them forward. JDC could have gotten 2 instead. He gets nothing. It's his Molotov that posthumously will finish off Slacks. But it's an advantage for M80. Do they realize how far Crimbo has come? And I don't just mean in his career. I mean in this round itself. Crimbo, backstab, Crimbo, double, Crimbo found. Still a 2-on-2.
Yeah, I mean, but look at what tabseN's trying to do. While that smoke was up, he was trying to hunt down Rek, and now they know exactly where he is. There is no chance that he could be inside of spawn. tabseN would have caught a glimpse of him at the very least, and that Molotov, it's just going to draw all the attention away from searsAN on the flank with his AWP. Right now, M80 are getting shot in the back, and they don't know quite what hits them before it is finally staring them down. It has to be Swisher to keep hope alive for the local heroes here at ESL Challenger Atlanta. It is not going to be a simple task. A Molotov available, he can eliminate one angle, but it is planted for long in such an open position, and it's all just about playing with time and playing with Swisher's feeling. 6 HP, and it is just simply too far gone. tabseN found, but there's searsAN to swing. 13-7. There might have been turbulence in this match, but Big, when they got on that T side, never let go.
Consistently under control, searsAN consistently fragging, Raygon showing up in crucial moments. This was a team that was in control all throughout, and I have to say, it really shows, you know, that Slacks and Sin versus the German side matchup, it really did feel like it was very clear who the favorites were. But you know what? I want to hear from Tech Girl and the lot. How does it feel to be the only one right on the desk, Teckle?
I mean, it happens a lot, so I've got used to it. Just kidding. Funny. There we go. Big takes the victory. Make sure that they get a spot in the semifinals. It's not goodbye to M80. They drop into the lower bracket here in Group E. We're watching some highlights. It felt like they were desperately trying, but they just weren't quite sure what they needed to throw at them.
Yeah, I mean, look, in that first half, it felt like M80 had finally figured things out. You know, they were going for that B site, abusing Raygon's anchoring position on the B site, and I was really happy to see that, honestly, for them, because they were able to finally get that rhythm. But then the second half, it really searsAN took over. He was doing such a good job towards mid with the AWP, continually doing damage or finding frags, even with the scout, and you saw there just beautiful work towards Cat. I didn't see a bad round from searsAN, honestly, in that second half. Unbelievable stuff. He's really changed the way he played since Toby's come on to that roster as performance coach. It really is true that he's, you know, the whisperer for... I'm forgetting his name now. I'm so tired at the end of the day. But for...
It's okay. You've had a long day.
There we go. I'm just sad because NA lost, and I'm trying to get that out of my mind right now. But searsAN's honestly been amazing.
You know what's really funny is before these segments, we have to choose certain players, right? So before, in the pre-match, we choose the player to watch. And there's a little gent behind the scenes. His name is Newt, and he does all the stats and whatever. And he said he wanted to go with searsAN, and I said, no, let's do JDC. Wow, was I wrong? I should have listened to the stats man. But instead of listening to the stats man, we're going to listen to the man himself, because Mike is with searsAN now.
You're going to listen to me instead, Sam, and I'm going to listen to searsAN because holy cow, that was quite a dust too. What'd you eat today?
Nothing. Chipotle. Nothing else.
There you go. There you go. All right, so in this matchup, you got Slacks on the other side, right? There's some Germans in the server. There's a German opera on the other side. You guys have been playing each other for a long time. Does that give you a little extra motivation?
To be honest, no. I just play like my own game. I don't care who's playing like in the enemy team, you know? Like, this can be simple, it can be Zyvo. I just don't care. I just play my own game. I play with the team, and yeah, that's it.
You've been looking much revitalized recently, right? Your numbers have been off the charts. You've been having great performances on the AWP. What's changed for you?
Yeah, I changed quite a bit, I would say. Nowadays, I'm not like that much into the game, I would say. I don't make that much, like I don't think that much about the game like as before. I just play my game. If I miss a shot, then I say fuck it. It is how it is. Like back in the days, I was like really like harsh with by myself. But now I just don't give a fuck and just play, you know.
Don't give an F and just play, Sam. What about you?
It's pretty much the motto of my life, so I get it. Let's talk about Big, what they were doing right, I think, is the conversation I want to have. What was it that they were getting right in the server that allowed them to take this victory?
So what I really saw from M80, I'm going to switch it just a little bit, but I feel like M80 didn't have the space to really get creative. Big was kind of turning that down at every single corner that they actually saw them move, and a lot of things happening with M80 that went wrong. Like they were trying to go to cat, weren't going to have a long lurk, were like really taking the space that they needed to on the map to be able to go onto the site, losing their aim battles. Just Big was really able to crossfire really, really well against them, and while there were some really close rounds, it just felt like Big, they were playing better, and it was the veteran like spirit that they had, the German EU spirit that they had, that really triumphed over M80. Like we did not see the same confidence that we saw earlier today.
Yeah, I thought honestly Big was doing a good job of on CT side getting in on the flanks against M80, going and taking that aggressive push. And I think Searson once over in lower tunnels, found one for free at Xbox, and then you had the cat play that we already saw before. Just creating chaos, right, for M80, which they finally found a solution to, which was just send it B every round and try to take B, and that's what was effective for them. But they were one-trick pony at that point on their T side. Then they switch over to CT side, and I mean, they tried to get a little creative, I would say, pushing in towards those tunnels, and that's when you saw JDC just get that ridiculous 2K, which under any other circumstances shouldn't happen, but the spacing wasn't good for M80. Maybe a little bit of panic setting in, but you can't have the players that close to each other because it's such an easy, like by accident almost, you can get a spray that just gets both players instead of having just a bit more of a gap, and then the second player can swing in and find that trade. So little mistakes were happening on M80 side, and Big, like I said in the pregame, they will punish those every single time.
I mean, this is a map that's been around forever, right? And we talked about a little bit in the pre-show analysis that these are players on Big. They're a little bit older. They've been in the game for years now, 10 years. So they know how to play Dust 2. Maybe it just recently got back into the pool. Yeah. I know there were a lot of teams that were insta-banning it, but now it is a regular map for a lot of teams. And having a really strong one against someone as big as Big would have been really great for M80, but they just fell flat.
Yeah, all I can say is I would love to see a BO3 between Big and M80, so maybe we'll get that.
You want to go through that loss all over again and feel that again?
I don't think it'll be a loss next time, Sam.
Did you watch the same game that we did? Okay, I'm going to stop here. Let's pull up your US Air Force aim high just to rub some salt into the wounds of our North American analysts here. And of course, I mean, Searson just heads and shoulders above everyone else in this map.
Yeah, no, Searson was absolutely incredible. You're going to see the ADR a little bit higher for Slacks, but that's just because I think he was rifling more often than not. Couldn't get the op up because of the situation for M80. But on Searson's side, like I mentioned, the scout, when he was playing T side on Med, even on CT side, he was very mobile, very in the way of Slacks and the rest of M80 throughout pretty much every round. And you saw him finding frags onto B one of the rounds, not the ones when M80 won it. He just found one and managed to push them back long enough to even get into the site and find himself a second. So just consistently making life difficult for the M80 squad.
They're now in the semifinals. Are they a favorite to make it through to the finals?
I would say yes, honestly. I feel like Big and SAW are the two teams that look the most impressive right now based on the eye test and what we've seen so far throughout these BL1s. So yeah, and I mean, to be fair, two of the four teams that were my top four teams have already made it through. So I feel like M80 are the next ones to make it through, and then we'll see if the last one is going to get there as well. But yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like, yes, SAW and Big are the favorites internationally from all the people that are watching around the world. However, it is still a North American tournament. We are in Atlanta. Everyone there, not everyone there, but most of the people there that are watching are North American Counter-Strike
I was going to say everyone there is
everyone there is an American
Counter-Strike fan.
No, everyone there is interested in watching North American Counter-Strike because they're there, you know? And having the M80 Wildcard game on the first day, that was a great showing, I feel, of North America. But I mean, we need to see a little bit more. We have to see more of M80. We're going to be able to see that tomorrow. So they're my favorite.
We're going to get a lot of M80 tomorrow, a lot of M80 on Sunday as well, because they're going to make it through. And SAW as well. Those are my two picks to make it through to Sunday.
I'll tell you a story that I learned from my mom a long time ago, which is that if you are caught in a lie, and you just keep going harder and harder and harder at it, it's pretty obvious that you're not telling the truth.
Is it a lie if two people agree?
I don't know, JLT. I'm just saying you're going very hard on the whole aim. I'm just kidding. Actually, I rate them to be in the finals. But now we're moving away from the fun stuff and who's making the finals, and we're getting into our first elimination game of the tournament. This is it. Two teams are playing for their lives, and one of them is one of these North American teams. Wildcard goes up against the Brazilians in a little bit. Who is going home? Who is staying in Atlanta? We'll find out.
Point beside. Dead. I will smoke short. Dead. All dead.
One was cat, one CT. 3 CT, 2.
One more. Dead. 2. Cat, upper.
I could be out.
Tight.
He's probably out. Close up. Close up.
Nice! You take off round. Nice. Flashing corner now. One clear. He's ramp. Guiding ramp.
Don't see him ramp.
Ramp dead.
Goose, man. Goose ramp. Long. Come this way.
I jump this.
I know.
Move you. Up door. Low. Door into B site. Door still.
10 seconds.
Door. I got sights clear.
Mid and door.
Mid and door.
Flashing up.
Point window.
Chill. Holding once more.
Flash.
Flashing again.
Just react.
Upper's 50. Yeah, I'm playing off mic.
Good
So fucking back. Good shit. Go B. Let's walk double cat then. Let's walk.
One out, maybe one following door.
I don't think they're green bucks yet. They're not out B. They're walking Karen.
Isn't see anything. Silent B, but they're two coming. Up goes. This kid. One was long, one was mid, guys.
Okay.
He's smoking from outside long. He's good. Hey, cross!
Walk there. Yeah.
Think you've seen it all? With FACEIT Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FACEIT.
looking for more. Dreaming, thinking what I have is yours. Realize, recognize 100 times I've cried. Top down, music loud as we cruise at 85. Wondering, is this a dream or real life? A fantasy is what this feels like. 10 toes down for my baby. This life be driving me crazy. Your friends talk down, it don't faze me. Leaving you alone, well that ain't me. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my card. If you let me, I would give it all to you. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my card. If you let me, I would give it all to you.
Who's that come walking by? Now that's unexpected. Jump in and take a ride. Now you won't be unaffected. We're going up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. I make it worth your while. You're not alone in this one. We're going up in style. Now we never stop for no one. We're going up. Let me tell you. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Now we really feel it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down and down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down and down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down and down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down and down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down and down.
give you all of my heart. And if I met you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Come and meet me in the middle, babe, and I give you all of my heart. And if I met you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? 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 Come and meet me in the middle, babe, and I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out. 'Cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up, better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Otto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. Yeah, I gotta get it. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. Hey, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you not at my pace. You not at my level, you not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. revival. I shoot it to kill it. I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they was scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. I gotta get it. I gotta get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Wildcard, I think they are a team that has had some impressive results with their new lineup. Of course, they aren't with the complete roster here, but I think it's a good team, like a tough opponent, but we don't have really that much information really on them for now, I think.
Welcome back to ESL Challenger Atlanta, and it is now time for our first elimination game. One of these two teams is heading home. Will it be the Americans, Wildcard, or the Brazilians, ODDIK? If they go home, they'll have time to watch IEM Rio, so that's got to be going through. I'm kidding. Here we are. They're facing off. This is always the tough one, because to play for one day and then go home is not what anyone wants. Alan?
No, but we enjoy it. And the cutthroat nature of this tournament in a world of so many leagues and long elimination formats is a lot of fun. Every game from here, Sam, is against elimination. So all the jeopardy.
All the jeopardy. Let's take a look at your Group B so you know how we got to this particular point. It started off pretty early in the day. This was what happened. We obviously saw Big. They were able to beat M80 and they are going through to the semi-finals. But now, in that lower bracket, ODDIK up against Wildcard. Whoever loses this goes home. The winner will have to fight M80 to survive. Let's get straight into this. If we take a look at these two teams, neither of them, for me, Apples really delivered earlier today.
Yeah, they both had a little bit of a struggle, I would say, against their opponents. Wildcard against M80, obviously the more powerhouse of North America, and then they had to play against Big. ODDIK had a big problem that they had to get taken care of, and it didn't really work out for them. But I feel like both of them have the same amount of proving skill that they could bring to this best of three. I mean, it's a best of three. There's 3 maps that they have to get through. Both of them chose a map that they think themselves can finish and win, so it could come down to the decider.
What do we think of both of these teams now that we're mixing into a best of 3?
I mean, it will certainly be intriguing. I still question for Wildcard how much the stand-in factor is going to play a role in this game. I think if they were the full-strength lineup, I don't think any of us would pick ODDIK to win this series, but won't help them in the veto, won't help them in many aspects. How do you call your standard rounds? So that alone should make this a very compelling matchup.
So you mentioned the veto. It's up on your screens right now. Is it something we need to focus on? Do we even have enough tape on these teams? Like you said, Wildcard has a stand-in. So, I mean, are we really going to put too much on this particular play out and how the veto goes?
If I'm Wildcard, I'm just playing comfort maps. Now, I don't know enough about their veto normally to say if it is, but if they've gone a wacky direction, that wouldn't make any sense. You should just play maps you, and particularly Friend, is comfortable playing, because you're just adding way too many complexities in the mix if you go for a more left field choice.
I mean, earlier we talked about Sonic talking that they were going to really pug it out because they hadn't practiced at all with Friend. And they picked Nuke for their map, and I feel like that is a very puggy map if they're able to slot Friend in, if he's going to go outside, if he takes ramp control. But that would have to be a very aggressive start with an op, especially if they switch onto CT side, if they're starting T side, depending. It's going to be very up in the air, I feel, for Wildcard for both of these maps starting. The next map is Ancient. I like to say that Ancient is like the new Overpass, because I feel like it's very, very team-based, very timing coordinated. You have to have your utility down, your spacing down, especially for CT, which was exactly what Overpass was. So with a stand-in, you're not going to have all the practice that you need on Ancient, and we saw that earlier when they were playing against M80.
Let's find out now exactly how the American team is feeling. I know that Mike is with one of their players.
At Stanislaw here. Stan, that first series got away from you a little bit. You guys nearly brought it back. It was starting to get interesting. What do you think went wrong in the first match?
Not really sure what you're talking about. This is our first game of the day. No, I mean, we just started very slow. It seems to be a theme with our team. So we're trying to work through that. We're trying to figure out why that's happening. We have some ideas, obviously, but it's just about implementing them. And the more experience we get, hopefully, the better we'll get at it. So I'm hoping that doesn't start in this match because I'm going to be pissed.
Obviously, a little bit of an extra challenge here, you know, playing with a stand-in, friend stepping into the server. Are you changing up the calls at all, changing up the approach with a stand-in AWPer?
I mean, you kind of have to. Our original, whole strategy and game plan is very intricate and detailed, and we're really missing our AWPer, but I don't think I could have found a better stand-in, to be honest. He's really good, so hopefully we can just give him the platform to show how good he can be, and I have to change it up a little bit, but yeah, we just got to play more cohesively as a unit.
Now, looking at this matchup specifically, right, you've got ODDIK on the other side. They're a team that haven't necessarily had a ton of international experience. This is kind of their first international stage in certainly a very long time. What do you think of them as an opponent?
I never underestimate any opponent, let alone a Brazilian team. They can always shoot really well, and they got that X factor. So yeah, we have our prep done. We're taking them seriously, and yeah, we just gotta show up today.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Back to you, Sam.
How much prep do you do against ODDIK when you're working with a stand-in, and at the same time, any prep outside of the server also needs to be focused in on the RMR with your normal lineup?
You prep specifically for each series you'll play. It might not be massive prep, but they'll certainly be focusing on their games in isolation. Now, there's value in that even for an RMR to go through that process now. So even with a stand-in, they can definitely do their stuff. And it's not just as a team, the individuals themselves need to see how their counterparts are defaulting or the nades they're using. There's definitely a lot they can learn just from watching a few demos.
If you think about the best of one that we saw earlier today when Wildcard lost against M80, what do they need to change coming into this matchup to ensure the result is different?
Definitely not get overconfident with your peaks, making sure that you are playing with your team and especially playing with your stand-in. There was a lot of times on H and especially on CT side that the op wasn't utilized how it should have been, especially on like B site. Like they were not taking the ramp picks, and maybe they were pushing out a cave too early when the ramp push hadn't like connected, and that just comes down to timing. And if they're not making that work here on ESL Challenger, how is that going to work in the RMRs?
You're in agreement, Alan?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, potentially. I think for both of these teams, this game, they'll both feel like it's winnable. Certainly, if I was ODDIK coming into this, and I'd be looking at the wildcard squad and saying they looked not brilliant earlier, they got the standing situation, who knows where the map pool is at. So I think for both teams, very achievable victory here, and maybe even more so on the individuals. I mean, if you're a wildcard, as Stanislaw says, he can't call his standard rounds, he can't do all of his standard stuff. So maybe someone like Sonic, some of the other good players, they need to step up individually to make up for the team-wide gaps that are definitely going to be there.
We've seen Sonic in the past. I mean, he stood in for Complexity at one point. He has that incredible firepower. I'm not biased at all. I've known him for a very long time. He was one of our best players in South Africa for many years, I think from the age of like 16. He has the potential to pop off. What does he need to be given in order to do that?
Freedom. And I feel like he is given that on this team. He's probably playing some of his best CS for several years right now. He's a great domestically for this squad. So that's all a good sign, though. Doing it on LAN in a big environment is a different stage. And yeah, I mean, he's got the skill set. He's certainly got the experience, but translating that to LAN in a big game takes a different kind of person.
We've seen him do it before, so maybe he can do it again for Wildcard. But in order to do it, they're going to have to face off against the Brazilians. ODDIK didn't have a good start to Challenger, and as Mike mentioned there as well, they don't have a lot of international LAN experience. So I'm curious as to what they're going to be changing up coming into this matchup.
I'm here with Woody ahead of their game against Wildcard. Woody, oh, here we go. There we go. Woody, it's elimination on the line now for you and the boys. You've got a lot more competitive experience internationally than a lot of your teammates. So what are you telling them? What's your message based on what you've done before going into this game?
We need to play CS. CS is kill people in the game. We need to kill. That's it. We need to play CS.
It sounds so simple when you say it like that. Wildcard on the other side, what do you think of them as an opponent?
It's a great opponent, but they have a complete. We need to play our best game, but that's it. I think it's a good game to fight.
Now, shifting into the BO3s as well, you got a little bit more time. Do you think that gives you a little bit more cushion to maybe make some mistakes and settle in?
Yeah. We have young players. They need play more to sit down and yeah, I'm prepared.
All right, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing it, man. Good luck. Back to you, Sam.
I have always wondered why, when I'm doing these discs, if I pose a question to an analyst, they never respond with just click heads, forehead. Like, I mean, he basically said that. That's what they got to do. They got to play CS. They got to kill some people.
It comes in handy. It's undeniably a part of the game, but if that was the case, mixed teams would win every tournament. So there tends to be a little bit more. There's a bit of strategy, a bit of communication, and maybe a little sprinkling of that could help them along the way some.
I mean, obviously, we also are asking the Brazilians to do the full interview in English, which is probably why it was simplified to the extent it was. What do you think of this team's particular play style, though?
I feel like a best of three is definitely going to let them stretch out there. I mean, they have a mix of young players and older players that have been around for a while, and especially Natty. I feel like we've seen him play a little bit more on the higher end, especially a little bit earlier when we saw them against Big, but just was not able to really connect. Only 2 rounds against that opponent, and it's going to be hard for them, but if they are able to take their time, play CS just like they did, they've been playing 124 maps in the last 3 months. So they definitely have the time, the experience in the server. It just depends on if they are able to do it on LAN in Atlanta right now.
I mean, it's also whether or not they're winning those maps, right? Because for me, watching them, they weren't the... You know, when you watch Brazilian Counter-Strike, Alan, and they come to a challenger, there is a certain passion and dynamic, and the pace is a little bit more faster, and there's a lot more aggression in the mix. I didn't see any of that with ODDIK.
Well, that's the other side of the coin. What happens when that doesn't work? If you have a very defined, if you're one-dimensional, as soon as you play an international team, a team that plays a different kind of CS than you're used to domestically, maybe you can get pushed out of your comfort zone. I think fundamentally earlier, individually, structurally, everything was such a mismatch for them. They couldn't get engaged. This one should provide them a lot more opportunities to feel like they're in the series.
According to the analysts, it should be a little bit closer, but let's find out if this goes all the way to 3 maps. It is our first best of 3 and our first elimination. ODDIK taking on Wildcard.
Thank you so much, Sam. It's 2 teams that both come through with most of their presence being domestic, but now they've taken their steps into international water. First step didn't go that well for either one of them. They're hoping the second can actually lead with some swimming rather than sinking.
Yeah, and it was nice to get insight from both the in-game leaders, both of them saying and expressing very much the same thing. You know, the first game didn't really feel like they were actually in Atlanta. They didn't feel like they were actually at LAN. They just got battered in the opening round, and it's not as though that is how you want to experience a LAN event. It's not how you want to experience being in America in front of a crowd that may or may not be backing you. You know, these are guys that want to continue on within this tournament, but yeah, that's the harsh part. I mean, we have this experience where first day of the tournament, you can just be knocked out, and for Wildcard, I think the stakes are a little higher given that they are on home soil.
Absolutely, and also not to mention, listen, at the very least, you might have some sort of consolation that, hey, well, we don't have a 5 and everything, but the stakes are always going to be high for a player like Stanislaw, right? For a player with as much experience as him, he knows that every single one of these lands is another chance to showcase that, hey, I'm going to be able to corral together my troops. I'm going to be able to make something work no matter what, and you can't afford to lose to ODDIK if you're on that side. Same with ODDIK. You can't afford to lose to a team with a stand-in.
And a team that is going to be at the Americas RMR that ODDIK failed to make. They got to 2-1 and just couldn't find their 3rd win. Lost a cold Zera in the bunch. But here on Nuke, we start off, and Tog's already pressured at ramp, taken out by Sus. But the rotate from Madios is timely. A nice quick headshot, but he's still probing for more. He doesn't have backup coming so quickly, but there is a player that has rotated towards that lower side. It is not exactly safe territory. Wildcard actually just pushing the boundaries, even finding a following frag.
Brings it back to the 3-on-3, but that's where Nighty comes into play. Oh, Nighty's doubled up. Nighty and Madios with this team have been such a consistent 2-man force across, well, honestly, opposite ends of the bomb site. And that's sort of what ODDIK really relies on as they pick up the pistol round as well. Because generally, it feels like they've actually set Nighty and Togs up to be these anchors on either side of the map and then used it to be very mobile with Woody and KS Locks, right? And it does feel like it's a bit of a spiritual succession to what Woody used to do with Turtle once upon a time, which I know we both really enjoyed. KS Locks a little bit more passive on the CT side, similar style of rotating and all that stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see whether that ends up being the case over here as well, or whether they've had some change-ups and some other plans.
Yeah, I mean, 90 is like this aggressive kind of rifler. If there's going to be someone that finds aggression into the mid-round, this is the guy that you look to. I mean, he's got big muscles, and he likes to flex them in the server.
It's true. Intimidating man.
Yeah, and to play against. And so, rightfully, when we got the interview with Stanislaw, he knows not to underestimate a Brazilian foe. You know, ODDIK may not be the creme of the crop within the Brazilian scene. They've struggled domestically against teams like the Red Canids, for example. But that's also one of the best of what Brazil is kind of offering. Like, they'll lose to Pain as well, another team that we have a lot of promise for.
And at the end of the day, they are absolutely grinders, right? And everyone is in South America, but feels like ODDIK amongst the most of them because they make it deep enough to not get eliminated early and not play too many matches, but it also feels like they never get the respite of, oh, we're going to take 2 weeks off because we qualified for a LAN, right? It's none of that. ODDIK are amongst the hardest working players in terms of just number of officials played. And while Wildcard also has actually quite a few reps in, right? Any team that's playing domestically will. It's not the same as, hey, when we get to the top, we're playing up against Spain, we're playing up against Red Canids, like you mentioned, we're playing up against Fluxo. It's very different to Wildcard's case, where you don't really get to compete with Liquid and Complexity.
Yeah, for the top of your scenes, like the exposure to them, right? You have limited, I guess, reps against teams that will have more of these international opportunities. That's actually something I hadn't even really considered, but I mean, with ODDIK hustling as much as they have, and for them to already find these opening rounds and do so fairly unthreatened, Wildcard will have a lot to answer for now that they're on rifles. I think already taking a lot of damage in the opening bout towards outside, and they do clear the close angle, even specifically flashed for, so that's set up for success, and he'll find even more outside.
Lovely. Absolutely lovely. There was a chance for 90 to come through and ask for a flashbang peek out behind it, but it just can't be put together. JBA and Susp have pretty much secured this round for Wildcard. And at this point, it's all a matter of finding that one last M4 and putting it to bed. Dogs will put up a fight and makes it 2, so at least some damage being dealt, and he's keeping things honest, but that's all he can do.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely done there from Wildcard, not to get caught out by this forward play. I think, you know, if you're thinking about it from the perspective of ODDIK, they want to set that precedent early that nothing is going to be given to you for free. Outside control, you throw all these smokes down, we will play ahead of it, we will try and challenge you. And just a good attention to detail here for Wildcard to flash those angles and minimize risk while also still showing that presence. Not exactly a clean buy here for ODDIK either. Just after they lose the first gun round, we see KS Locks on a 5-7 and MP9 out for Matios as well. Wildcard will still take a cautious step. For them, it's about repelling the potential aggression of ODDIK.
90 is about to pose that very aggression, and Sonic has anticipated it perfectly.
Last thing you want is ODDIK feeling real confident, getting a stride to them and taking all of these risks. I mean, you see Wildcard just nice and slow on their approach, never giving info away for free. ODDIK have to face check these angles, and where they're facing, they're finding bullets. It's another great trade here for Wildcard. And they're just going to collapse on the A bomb site. I mean, with how many players they killed in the transition towards main, the side is ripe for the picking.
And I'm very curious to see whether or not this ends up being the continued 5 men together. Let's maybe at most leave one player behind and just try and play off of each other's setup that Wildcard have shown us so far. It's early days, but if this is what the gun rounds are going to look like, well, at the very least, it's very straightforward Counter-Strike to play with the stand-in, and it's also actually leans into what was classically considered one of Stanislaw's strengths, which is mid-round calling and making individual lurking plays based off of reads. Now, if you're playing all together, especially on a map like Nuke, you don't even have to make the play yourself. You can just call for it for someone else as well. And I think that actually leads into the strengths of JBA very effectively. All right, so it's a very interesting thing to just keep an eye out for Wildcard and see how exactly they want to make this work.
The kind of best case scenario best thing you could really ask for here at the start of your T side, you find immediate success. You've set a nice, comfortable amount of control towards outside, and when you have gone there, you've been there in heavy numbers. You saw the reaction from ODDIK. They clear lobby, they don't find the lurker, they struggle to get anything, I guess, back for losing all this long control. And so from Stanislaus' perspective, there's going to have to be some respect put on the wild card name, so to speak. ODDIK are maybe going to taper back slightly or cede a bit more space and play for where Wildcard are headed as opposed to where they are currently. But that's the kind of versatility, or I guess the freedom you want as an in-game leader to know you have options, and that ODDIK are the ones having to plug up the holes in the ship. I just love that they're so dead silent in everything that they're doing. Not even feigning steps or anything. ODDIK are really going to be stressed on information. Wildcard aren't giving anything away for free.
And especially when you've already been punished that early on into the game for going aggressive, right? And it might not feel like much, but are your players going to be as willing to do the same 4 rounds from now?
Mm-hmm.
When you always feel like you don't know what's going on, when you always feel like, well, we did get aggressive and that didn't work, I don't know, maybe I just want to hold my side. There is that legitimate fear that creeps in. Let's not forget, it's not just about international LAN for ODDIK. For players like Chaoslox, this is his first international LAN ever. This is his second LAN ever, according to Wikipedia. And I think that includes, locals. His first LAN was a couple of months ago, also with ODDIK.
Yeah, we're not talking about going to your local internet cafe and just playing a few games where there are stakes. Yeah, I guess foreign waters in more ways than one for Chaoslox.
And everyone around him is pretty veteran, right? These guys have been on the grind for a while. Even Togs over in Sharks.
Yep.
Has had his own shots, maybe not with ODDIK, sure, but been there regardless. So, yeah. Let's see whether or not Wildcard can continue this success. Matthews will be saving this AK-47 as we move forward. And it will be the lead found by the North American side for the first time.
And for both of these squads, a lot of the reliance is going to come off of how active and how successful the riflers are. For them, they don't want to put too much responsibility on the stand-in and friend on the side of Wildcard. Sure, they would much rather have their full team, but the circumstances are how they are. And for ODDIK, it's not as though we look at Woody as being this guy that continually creates opportunities for his other riflers. He is a fairly sedentary AWPer. Doesn't take a huge amount of risk.
And it's interesting because Woody's actually tried to make his playstyle a little bit more conducive to enabling the riflers by being aggressive, but that never comes on the AWP. And it's understandable, right? He might not have confidence in himself for that very same role, but it also means that there's a big disparity in playstyle when he has the AWP compared to when he doesn't. So Chaoslox doesn't feel as unlocked in that situation. So let's see whether or not there's other compensation, right? Maybe someone else has assigned that task to help out, go aggressive, let Chaoslox be the one to trade. Let that young talent come out.
I always find it so curious, though. The Brazilian scene have put out so many AWPing in-game leaders, and yet I think few have tried to mirror what Cadian did with a Heroic, for example. But that's, I think, what he tries to do. Much faster here from Wildcard, and I said they don't give anything for free. Stanislaw, he 1Gs.
Ends up running into his own Molotov after getting lost inside the smoke, and Sonic has got nothing to do to trade. They have gotten a lot of control down towards the lower bomb site, but the bomb is isolated in Friend's hands. He's still outside, and he doesn't have an escort to take him forward. It has to be a play made by the lower players to try and maybe go back to ramp. You can't really go up vents, let's be honest. So that feels like there's only one way that you can actually attack the site.
I wonder if they're going to try and be cute here with JBA or not, but with him down, it's going to be hard to activate him without giving away sound cues. Maybe they'll just wait for those smokes to bloom. But it's just about linking up with the rest of the squad. Sonic is able to transfer over, as is The whole wildcard team ready to pounce on this B bomb site.
ID's coming into flank as well, and Togs' position is not bad at all. He's got the grenade to pop this smoke open, so he'll be able to spot these players out, but it's gone too deep, and Togs even takes some bullets for it. Friend now goes for the plant, and Sonic's found 90's flank. He's ready for the second, but Marios will have delayed. Togs still worried about ramp presence, and it's Woody to find Susp. Marios adds another to the tally. Sonic turned away at the wrong time, and with Friend now to cover off, he needs to break that egg, and he wants to do it by breaking Woody's head. JBA, however, steals the kills, and they will still be in the round. Both players on a sliver of HP. Togs without a kit, and is they want to be picked up. It doesn't feel like it. Time's running low. JBA's position reveal. Shots being missed, and is he going to commit to it? Jumps up, spots it out, plays it smart, and Togs will lose the round to time, even if it had not been that bullet to take him down.
Yeah, I mean, JBA really making a meal of that one. A one-on-one where it's not as though Togs was going to, it was anticipating that position either. A very, very uncomfortable clutch, but JBA will deliver. I mean, he got the critical kills that really swung the round, even with Friend serving to delay the ramp pressure. If not for these frags from JBA, the whole round was in jeopardy. Wildcard, I mean, that's the first proper after plant they've been in, and they did so working off a deficit. Stanislaw died without really even contributing much, aside from calling from the grave.
Your first death is one of the rifles that you've taken into this one, but
yeah, it's a weird buy.
The investment is strange. I was actually trying to figure out, this is a full 5-man loss bonus, so I'm guessing Woody's has just decided that he doesn't want to prioritize the op unless Togs is the one dropping
yeah,
it for him.
it'll just be something like that.
In which case, I'd rather just seen Togs with the M4.
Yeah, that is fair. What are you saying? It's okay, you can just drop me.
But I'm
the rifle.
the best rated player on our team? What do you mean?
Oh, well, you know, I've always been a big fan of 90, and he does dispel a couple towards outside, but he did need some help. That position for Marios was a little deep. Wildcard were caught off guard, but a missed shot. 90 unable to get anything further.
5 rounds on the board for Wildcard, despite a couple of hiccups in the middle over there. This is looking very, very smooth. It's a good time in Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, also just good to see some life from Wildcard. Good to see life from both of these squads, really. And, you know, right now it is looking as though Wildcard are keeping the cards close to their chest.
Okay.
That's a beautiful play. I mean, they go for the run boost, they get Friend on that box, and it's just an angle that is unanticipated, but he needed the full kill. He got legged back.
And now Woody's expecting there to be a player up top on the Marshmallow. Will he be able to spot out JBA or not is the question. That challenge is never given. And that's the one to receive it. Wildcard, this time, recede backwards. They will not be competing for outside at all beyond that initial pick unless they want to go for a late set of smokes outside. They've certainly got the utility to go for it. But the bomb is down, so it does feel like a ramp commitment, and that's exactly what Togs is waiting for. Flash goes over, and Togs will be spotted out, or heard at least. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Sonic happy to commit to it, and the rotations are late from the CTs. They go down to the lower bomb site instead.
Fairly similar reaction as to what happened in the pistol, but they got crunched from hell last time over. Wildcard are not making any sudden moves as of yet. They cluster, and with that Molotov in Friend's possession, they do set themselves up for an A-side attack, but the timing for the peak is perfect there for Marios. The Molotov will flush him out, but they're stuck in at that door. They need to look for other avenues, but to lead the way is Friend on low health, and JBA taken low again. Sus just keeps on finding these critical kills. And with KS Locks diving those vents, he does emerge, and Sus just keeps on finding head after head. ODDIK, they are put on notice. There is a Swede missing from this wildcard roster, but it's not Sus.
He's been stunning. Honestly, he has been fantastic. And it's really going to be such an important thing, because the other point is obviously Wildcard have also got a lot of these inexperienced names. Susp is one of them, but just getting him going, getting him ready, going forward into tomorrow as well. If you are going to win over here, it is so important to know who you can bank on in a position like this, who you can stand up and say, listen guys, don't worry, forget about the first game, I carried the second game, I'm going to do it again tomorrow. And right now, ODDIK would really love to have a player like that stand up themselves. But unfortunately, it feels like whatever they've had planned, the aggression has stopped. Early round aggression is just not happening over here. Togs was set up for potential success. He feels a bit nervous as well. Shoots out a little bit preemptively. They know where he is. What could have been an overlooked angle into a double kill ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. And from that point onwards, it was just Sus taking control.
And it's really all just about the LAN experience. You know, Suspect guy that hustled, grinded, actually got it very high up with Metasport as well. But, you know, expectations are different when you're the import. But he is delivering on the goods right now for Wildcard. He's been at the forefront of the action. Stanislaw this time will just catch 90, probing outside. The flashes are decent, but they're getting crunched. Togs taking some pressure away by rotating quickly to hell, and Woody's AWP will also collect another.
Bombs on the ground as well. That's the important one, and they're not ready for the push-up from Chaos Locks. He picks up Sonic, immediately backs off. 4 versus 2, and if there was any round to tip your head on his turn, it is this one. Wildcard looked like it's already lost friend, the only one with HP, and he's going to try and make a gander for it, but with an AWP on the other side, he's peeking into it. He had the right idea, but the man with all the ideas takes him down. Woody. A very big round for ODDIK to have stolen right back, and it's JBA to deal some damage, but damage is not enough.
Yeah, and it's just a patchwork buy from the ODDIK side that they finally find success in. ODDIK, I mean, with Wildcard getting that kill so quickly, considering the temperament that they've displayed in the mid-round by slowing things down, waiting consistently, walking into a lot of their plays, they try and speed things up and maybe catch ODDIK off guard, expecting the play to be safer. And, well, I mean, the smokes fade on them at inopportune times. They try and jump through it, and it turns out to be the wrong decision. A real chance for ODDIK to get something back out of this half.
Run boost forward one more time. Susp is going to find nothing. Woody's taken over the ramp mantle and said it's 90 up top on top of the credit card to get the first. Stanislaw again trying to be the one to lead forward, but it's 90 to double up this time. Susp and Stan both out, and Woody is in ramp just waiting for the other prong, the other shooter drop.
ODDIK are not scared whatsoever about lower pressure. They could have crossed with those smokes, but ODDIK would rather play the 5-on-3 if Wildcard get a free plant. Timely Molotov in from Woody. He just starts to rotate away, and Togs is set up for success. They run through those flames in anticipation, trying to catch them swapping between util, but just leaves JBA in the dust. And in the wake of ODDIK salvaging the CT side, some great timing there from Woody. Togs will give him a nice high five, I'm sure.
You'd hope so. This is where, again, one of the fun things about this matchup is how many parallels there are between these teams, right? I mean, I talked about how Stanislaw is obviously this legacy IGL with the tenure and everything, and Woody hasn't been on the same level, but as far as Brazil itself is concerned, being on the MIBR brand means that you've got yourself some chops, means that you were considered one of the people to potentially replace Fallen and his legacy at the time when he came in, right? So he's got a very similar pressure on his shoulders, and he's got a very similar role in this team. He needs to get everything working when it's all breaking down. And look, this might be what they need to get themselves up to a 6-6, but this is also just the CT side, and Wildcard should be content with what they have, maybe not happy with it, considering how early they got it. But 6 is great on the T side.
I mean, it feels self-explanatory, but, you know, the in-game leader is the brain of the team. You know, it's your core identity. So much talk about, you know, elite level teams and how they make roster moves and how they change their philosophy. It starts at the in-game leader.
And right now the round started with both IGLs as well. One with their hands, the other with maybe a little bit more of the brains, I guess. That's what I think of utility damages, but
Sonic just misreading that Molotov duration. It's an unfortunate way to go, but this time they will pressure ramp and they'll spot Togs immediately. No quick reinforcements this time over, and he'll just get overwhelmed, swarmed. Ramp is open. The Chaos Locks could lock down this B bomb site.
Are they committing to it, though, is the question. They are at least threatening it, and yeah, it's going to be a ramp side hit into B, and Chaos Locks has gone to order and gets himself the first. Knows where the second is as well. He knows there's a turnaround. He smelled blood in the water, and it's only Sus left swimming in it. A 1-on-2 that's very achievable with the time as it is, but he's hunting for a frag. It's Woody around the corner. It would be a good kill to find. It's an AWP with a pistol in his hand. But he's not gone far enough. Commitment to the bomb plant over here would just guarantee pretty much a loss. Marios and Woody can then put their heads together. But it feels like it's your only option to commit into. Woody continues to trail forward. He's getting closer and closer, and now with 20 seconds left, the bomb's dialed in. He'll have a chance to take this duel initially. The door is opened up. He spots out Woody, but Woody's not missing his shot. Might have been a missed opportunity for Dogs to pick up a multi-kill again, but regardless, it is some good work being done by Woody and KS Locks.
I mean, that rotation towards the lower bomb site, they've been doing that consistently. Anytime there's pressure towards ramp, this player is dropping down the vents and trying to get as far out towards that B bomb site as possible. As soon as Togs is taking that contact, Chaos Locks already is on the move and able to capitalize on a wildcard that thought they would have a little more time before they'd have to really deal with any of these CTs rotating in. A fantastic time for that particular rotation or protocol to rear its head. And when Chaos Locks was given the opportunity, he did not falter. Already 6 on this T side. It can feel like enough, but when you hold a lead for as long as you do, it will feel like you should have gotten more. 90, a nice opener, but they just build the wall, and JBA able to get a kill back, but Woody can see right past it, and the smokes have faded. That is inopportune.
At the very least, Sonic is able to find Chaos Locks, and it's back to a 3-on-3. I believe that might be a recoverable weapon, but that one surely is. Oh my god, he doesn't need one. And now Matteo's all alone, all smiles in that previous round. High fives to be given, but now he needs to give him a straight punch. 1-on-3, that's the first, and the bomb with it. And he knows all he needs to do is protect it, but how can he? He doesn't have any information about where Stanislaw is. Could have been coming in on the flank, but it's Sonic to take them to 7. Wildcard will maintain that lead into the second half.
middle, babe? Would you give me all your love? Come and meet me in the middle, babe. And I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Could you give me all your love? Could you give me all your love? Come and meet me in the middle, babe. And I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Could you give me all your love? Would you give me all your
The first day of ESL Challenger Atlanta, and we are sending a team home right off the rip. This is the first map between Wildcard and ODDIK, and the team with the stand-in, missing their Swedish star AWPer, has the one that has come out on top. A successful T-side campaign by Stanislaw.
It's not over yet, though. They need to do it on CT as well, and they have already conceded control of Hell. Over to the Brazilians, Chaos locks underneath JBA. They're both trying to hide away from each other. But first contact's going to come through for the ramp player, and it's Stanislaw on an angle he's just not used to. Togs to take him down.
Such an awkward fight. You know, you could be effectively crunched from both sides, but also, like you said, the duel is so unfamiliar at times. This is hardly a comfortable setup here for Wildcard. Even with them having the information about seeded ground, they're going to have to find something back. They do push lobby, but even then, again, these duels are not exactly comfortable, and they've got JBA all the meanwhile. This A bomb site is now open for the taking.
And it has indeed been taken over. Sus trying to respond, but it's so little to work with. It feels like ODDIK's already done the job, but Susp is coming in with a little bit of a try at the very least. Friend missing opportunities, but it's going to be now ODDIK just hiding away, turtling in. Susp has got it. Only enough HP to be traded, to be baited out. No! He's getting it done. He's got nothing to work with, and the world on his shoulders, he will carry it. Only Chaos Locks, a 1-on-2. The players without kits, but they need to commit. Chaos Locks wanting to take the duel. He's getting nervous. Friend takes him down. It's Susp and Friend to bring it back.
I can't believe they've managed to get out of that situation. Susp on his low health the whole time. You know, after the opening couple of duels, he fights back from Hut, just able to provide so much more, and there were labored gun battles for Friend as well. Hell, across the map it felt like that pistol was incredibly labored, but it is so very difficult for them to get a handle on just how well this Swedish player is playing so far for a Wildcard right now.
He's been a savior.
Yeah,
he really has.
A driving force.
And he doesn't know that there's a brake pedal in this car as well. Look at him go all the way forward, all over again. And well, listen, right now it's Wildcard that are all over ODDIK. Friend finding those first 2 kills with a nice cozy flashbang as well. ODDIK 4 spot into this round. Let's not forget, this is not just a, hey, it's an anti-eco.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of damage that's been done, it does look like that. But Chaos Locks does show his hand, his forward position. You'll get 1, but that's all she wrote for the ODDIK 4 spy.
They end up with 4 rifles in that one as well. That's basically best case scenario.
Thanks for buying these rifles for us.
Look, AK and Galil, this thing's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And another reason to say thank you very much is the eco round that's around the corner over here as well. And Wildcard, who looked like they might have been letting slip of some of that advantage that they had early on, right? 6-2, 7-5. That's not really the best finish to a half. That starts off as splendidly as it did, but right now the continuation is fantastic.
Yeah, ODDIK will have quite a lot to answer for. You know, when we were looking at these in-game leaders and these teams coming into this event, I actually think, you know, ESL Challenger Atlanta with the, I guess, with the projected big favorites we have, there's a lot of open ground that could be taken by teams that are on the come-up. So for me, I always thought, you know, one of these teams, maybe more on the fringe, actually just had a lot to really answer for.
That's an unfair statistic. It was a bad game. All right, it was a bad game.
Yeah.
And KS Locks has had his moments over here. That one particular one that allowed them to actually start turning things around on the lower bomb side of Nuke was beautiful. That being said, beauty cannot be ephemeral. It must be a little bit longer lived if you want to win out a map of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, getting trophies is, I guess, the biggest thing about this Challenger event for basically all of the teams involved. You know, whether or not it's players that have come from success or come from, you know, big teams like Nafany with Cloud9, for example. You know, this caliber of tournament actually is out of the cabinet for basically all the teams in attendance. You know, the only ones that have really touched that silverware, I guess, is big as an organization. But it's been quite some time, and it's really only, what, Searson...
Oh, Marius has a deagle, man.
And Tabson. Yeah, and Marius does have a deagle. He's very willing to show Wildcard what he's got.
Marius Unity's deagle is actually very impressive. I remember it very fondly. That said, you don't always see it work out, and it's a difficult angle to work with. It is still the anti-eco. Wildcard's only job over here is keep as many players alive as possible, and Susp is damn impressive. Just a mechanical display that he keeps on putting up for us here is fantastic.
Yeah, I'm sure he's loving the output he's putting on the server himself as well. Now, when did these kills be so free-flowing? Like a bar at tap.
Unfortunately, the bar only opened from match number 2 onwards.
Yeah, that fair, actually. Very fair.
But now it's open. And let's see what they continues forward. Marius, of course, short, cute shot. Very nice to see all that good stuff. But now's really your only chance to bring it back. It's down 5 to 10. They're already on double digits. They're one gun round away from pretty much securing themselves map point. And yes, this is Wildcard's own map pick, but it's not like ODDIK themselves are unfamiliar with it. They've played this 19 times in the past few months.
Yeah. This is the thing, though, you know, coming over to and playing other regions on maps that you're very familiar with. I feel Nuke is actually a pretty good example. Mirage is, I guess, the biggest litmus test in terms of like a differing version or a different style that you're maybe unfamiliar with. But you know, especially when we look at the South American region, in terms of development, and even when they cross those wars and they play American teams, often we will favor the South American squads, given how much they play against each other and even just the different styles within their own region.
JBA hoping to start off with a quick kill on a 90. It's Stanislaw who's taking his litmus and his light away. Triple kill as they're pushing out from behind. And all of the hopes of ODDIK are coming to a close. If this is what that T side is going to look like, I don't want to see it.
I mean, these investments are just being dispelled. It's not like Wildcard are particularly stressed in any of these moments. You know, the pistol was the most stressful experience they, I guess, have had so far on the CT side. And then they went, what, 2-on-4, 2-on-5. It's, you know, that's the type of CS that I guess Wildcard are experiencing when things are going wrong. It's not as if it's going so wrong you can't get out of it.
Forced buy out from ODDIK. They know they don't really have a choice over here. They need to get something now. And Sonic doesn't want to let that happen. Already past the smokes before they've even bloomed, and he's relying on ODDIK to be feeling tenuous. They've used all their utility on the T side. The grenade to pop open the smoke, and Friend to find Woody as well. Sonic is bumping bodies inside the smoke, but he's going to come out on behind them. Will there be Marius checking it? It will not matter. He's back in the smoke like a ninja, this man is. Sonic finds more before finally being put down.
Yeah, I mean, this actually was just pegged up to be a crazy play from Sonic from the start. ODDIK using all of their utility to get that cross, and as soon as Friend blew open that smoke, Sonic can simply thrive. Fantastic footwork around the util.
Getting fancy.
But it's always that first domino that enables crazy multi-kills, I find. And, you know, without one, there is not the other. ODDIK are really going to have to pull literal magic off in this round. JBA currently not face-checking the idea that they could have prepped the site, so Stanislaw will die, but JBA will just simply trade. And KS Locks with that bomb on the lower side of the map has a 1-on-3 on his hands.
Is there a duel to isolate? Will Wildcard give that up? JBA is accelerating forward, and KS Locks has moved back into decontamination room. JBA, however, despite having descending down quite quickly, is still going to be slowing down as well. KS Locks' position known. He is going to continue the slow creep forward. It's not a great sign, but maybe they're expecting him to be coming in from decon. Still not really sitting out the defuse. Needs to open the door now. Spots them out, but it will not matter. 12 has been found. Wildcard are an inch away from their first win on home ground.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely done even in that 3 versus 1. You know, JBA not exactly like trying to take that fight independently. He always wanted to relink with his squad. They had util as well. So the options were incredibly limited in that clutch situation. But you know, all these ideas, all these AKs and Galils that they're buying on the side of ODDIK, it's just every round is blowing up in their face. And where I was saying, you got the luxury of all these options and all these different ways you could play out the T side if you're a Stanislaw, given the early precedent they set. ODDIK don't have that. Everything they've tried has failed.
Just anything to save face as you move into map 2 is your goal at this point. Right, KS Locks finding that first kill is massive. Gets control over outside, and it forces Friend to make a move, but Friend is happy to get his feet going.
Four on 3. Again, you just don't have utility here on the side of ODDIK, so you're going to have to try and slide out and hope they go uncleared, and that's exactly what happens. Good timing from Madios, but they have lost another member all the meanwhile. Friends Orp has really been singing on this CT side.
And the man whose voice has never gone down is right here on ramp. Good for one, and honestly, that's all he wanted. A 1-on-2 is not terrible for Togs. It's honestly one of the best situations ODDIK has been in on this T side, which is kind of sad to say, but the truth is what it is. Going back to the A side does give him a 1-on-1 versus JBA, but JBA is waiting for this exact peak. It will not matter. Death has been delivered, and the bomb can be as well. Friend rotating up will have his hands only on the AWP. It's not a great place to be in the singular duel. The flashbang keeps Dogs away, and Friend is holding down the line. Wildcard will get it done. They will find 13. They will break first blood as we head into that second map. They'll have a chance of finishing 2.
Hey Future Pros! Ancient can be a great map to play, but taking space on lane can be tough. Let's look at a util set you can throw to help you take control of Cave. It's always good practice to have a teammate go mid and molly the jump up, or have them getting info so you know you can't be peeked from heaven. That is pretty much a requirement if you want to go for this play. For this, you will need a molly, smoke, and a flash. First, let's molly into the cave doorway. I won't lie, this is pretty hard to do, so make sure you practice this molly a lot. As you run towards the doorway, try to position yourself a bit wider to the right. Quickly aim in the middle of this brick and running jump throw the molly. You'll have to line this one up very fast to get it off in one motion. Then, if the enemy team knows what they're doing, they will likely molly into lane as you are scaling. So use your smoke to extinguish this. Finally, throw a flash off this section of the wall to land inside the doorway. It will take you a few attempts to get all this in one smooth motion, but at the end of the day, practice makes perfect.
Sipsky?
Oh, no. Thank you. I'm good for now, though. Thanks.
Misters, what can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 BO3s. You know how I like them, 30 rounds. And then precisely 1 death segment after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more every 5 minutes until one of us can't talk anymore.
Excellent strategy, sir.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good with BO1s for now, though. Thank you.
It's his first day on the caster desk. Give him time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byron. You're able to drink energy drinks during the day and still do your job, still function?
How the fuck else would you do this job? Monster Energy and bananas, my friend.
Right. I gotta say, I'm incredibly excited to be a part of your broadcast. I mean, the fans are absolutely...
Fuck the fans. Your only responsibility is to put viewership on the table. You got a casting partner?
I do. I do have a duo. His name is Moses.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Think about Moses. Name of the game. Move the viewers from other esports into Counter-Strike.
Right, but if you can entertain the fans at the same time, it's advantageous to everyone, correct?
No. Number 1 rule of Counter-Strike, I don't care if you're Henry G, I don't care if you're Chad Birchall, nobody knows whether a series is going to go 2 maps, 3, overtime, or be fucking forfeited, least of all the casters, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all a fugazi. You know what a fugazi is?
Yeah, Fugazi, it's fake.
Fugazi, it's a woozy, it's a wazi, it's fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It never landed. It's not fucking real, right?
Right.
Stay with me. We don't create shit.
Right.
We don't build anything. So you got a fan who watched 1 IEM and now Pro League is live and all of a sudden he's all fucking happy and he wants to go outside and socialize. You don't let him do that, do you?
Right.
Because that would make it real.
Okay.
Now, what do? You get another brilliant season, a special season, another segment for him to watch during the break. And he will, every single time, because they're fucking fans. And you just keep doing this again and again and again. Meanwhile, he thinks he's watching CS, which he is on paper, but me and you, the casters?
Right.
We're taking home cold hard cash via content creation, motherfucker.
Right, that's incredible, sir. I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, you should be. There's 2 keys to success in the caster business. First off, you got to stay relaxed. You play pugs?
Do I play pugs? Yes, I do play pugs. I frag out.
How many times a week?
2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times.
Those are rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up. See, me personally, I play pugs twice a day.
Wow.
Once in the morning after I work out, and then once again after lunch.
Really?
Why? I want to. That's not why I do it. I do it because I fucking need to. Think about it. You're dealing with numbers all day long. 1st to 16, overtime score lines, economy management, high frequencies, bang, 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 fucking digits, kick, 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 kick. All very acidic, above the shoulders, mustard shit. The grind can wake some people out.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so you've got to stay focused and stay in the game. Keep up to date with HLTV and Reddit.
Done.
This is not a tip, this is a prescription. Trust me, if you don't, you will fall out of meta, glitch your differential, and tip the fuck over. Or worse yet, and I've seen it happen, implode.
No, I don't want to implode, sir.
No, you don't.
I'm in it for the long run, you know?
Implosions are ugly. Pop off to the gaming PCs, win some Elo anytime you can, and when you get really good at it, you'll be fucking clicking your mouse and thinking about commentary.
Right, yeah.
Second key to success in this racket is this little baby right here. It's called Monster Energy.
Right.
It'll keep you sharp between the ears. It'll also help your voice box talk faster. And guess what? That's good for me. Revolutions, you follow?
Revolutions, yeah, it's, yeah.
Keep the fans in the stream and it goes 24/7, 365, every decade, every goddamn century. That's it. Name of the game. Ooh. Ooh. With a common denominator. Go! Go! CS go. The frags come in. We go 3 maps. Triple elimination. It's a 5-week league, no matter where we go.
Now it's 3 versus 2. It is doable once again for the Mongols, stuck in the shadows, but reveals his position. Now as he comes out of hiding, triple kill. What a kill.
Tasked with the 1v2 to close it. First man found, SNX, and it's another one going against him. Fallen. He's been a bit of a lame duck in this match so far, and it might end that way. 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, doesn't go for the spawn, and he wins it! Perfecto in the clutch. They're holding it, and he's got Zorti as well. This is no fun for Naf, and he finds a fresh AK spamming away, trying to find him, leaping through. It's easy for Perfecto, as they will leave with 7.
Senzu with a backstab. They're on the board. He gets them off, but they win the round.
Swinging wide, and now suddenly all in with the backstab takes out another. Perfecto. Oh, shot. Oh, Spico Scorcher. Full 10 seconds, it's a full commitment. No one's swinging yet. The spam is missing. They can't win it like this. They can't win it like that. Oh man, the full 10 second stick out of Cloud9 and the ultimate middle finger to VP. Now Flake's gonna get fully exposed to Madden, who comes back and clears it, so he gets ahead of it, knows he has to dive. Oh man, he's giving himself a chance. No way, Flake. Here's it. Oh, run Flay! Time is of the essence, and Shiro gonna need this plant, taps on and tries to bait them. players lie ahead of him. Oopsie is suddenly alive. Here's the Deagle spam, here's the weapon.
He knows, he senses the timing. Cyber Flames have no standing on the A side. That says that is incredible.
Added from this position. It's the same spot he posted his 1v2. Floppy to the clutch, getting his leg shot at, comes out. Whoa, he's got it!
He's alone. If he denies this, there's no more time. Perfecto gets it done and just needs to hide. Exertion's running in with it. And Perfecto is just hiding in the middle of the side. Exertion with a headshot. I cannot believe it. 1 second in it.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
I don't know too much about them, haven't played too much against them either. I've played against a few of their players in the past. They definitely have the Brazilian flair, which, you know, every Brazilian team has. They can shoot really well. They have some good explosive tactics, so definitely you can't underestimate them at all.
Stand in this, stand out there. This is all about the standout performance from Susp and Wildcard, powering them through that first map. What a victory to find. ODDIK was stunned on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic calling from Stanislaw throughout, but I think that extra oomph, that firepower that you're mentioning that Susp provided was definitely a massive benefit to them. So, I mean, when we really look back at that map, we'll just look at it as this ODDIK floundering in the, I guess, the raw potential that Susp showed us in that first. But that may be the last memory they hold. ODDIK will try and answer back on their own pick. Ancient, what they are hoping will keep them alive here in the lower bracket.
It's an incredibly well-programmed map for them. They know exactly what they want to do on their T side, and right now they're starting things off with the B side hit, but look at what Wildcard have planned. It's a double push forward from Cheetah, and Friends already got the first. That's more than what you could have really asked for, given that he's blind, peeking out of smoke. Sus taken down, and that's raid boss over. Stanislaw, just the boss. Maybe not so much for a raid. Has also been taken down, so despite the early advantage, it's going to be a 3-on-4 for Wildcard.
Friend will try, but he's making steps over towards Long. Its attention's raised that direction, but the dualies of Sonic end up empty-handed. And with Friend starting the affair, he hopes to get at least a couple more, but ODDIK crack through that B bomb site, and they convert on this pistol.
We really did need more from Susp over there, right? He's set up for success completely.
Yeah.
They've used their utility, they've used their flashes. You've got the first kill via Friend. He's also a threat to push through the smoke, theoretically. If you can't find that first frag, you're just not going to get anything done.
Yeah, I mean, maybe as well, it's one of these positions where you're not sure whether or not to try and support Susp by making that play through the smoke or leave him to his own devices. I mean, when they've left Susp to do his work on that previous map, it's not like he didn't deliver, but unable to get his hands on those goods. I love that we're diving into an Ancient straight after that nuke, which was a little slow and a little bit more sporadic. We're going to see a lot faster fighting, especially from a team like ODDIK that love to take space quickly. And here against these pistols, they are venturing into many domains. just to get information in some of these picks. They do lose 90 for the chance at that. But they know that those weapons cannot, or that weapon cannot be recovered. It's not like it will be a house of cards to fall.
Friend's trying to move in from behind the smoke. He has a chance, but he's not able to make good use of it. A very hard shot to miss, to land rather. Don't get me wrong. But it did feel like that was really your only opportunity to cause a bit more chaos. They will have to settle with just the one frag, and Sus will be just another casualty.
Have to make sure that they don't get ahead of themselves, though.
This is how they started off on Nuke.
Yeah. Win a pistol.
The follow-up.
And then suddenly guns come out and life gets difficult.
Oopsies. Don't want any oopsies here. Just want some smooth sailing for ODDIK. Make it a map number 3. But this is where the first real hiccups begin. And can you actually quench your thirst fast enough to stop them? Not any aggression out in middle. It's going to, in fact, be Cheetah focused one more time, but blocked off by a Molotov and a MAC-10.
I think it's as well, it's an area that they should be targeting. Stanislaw has a lot on his plate as that Cheetah player. And just by threatening that control, it becomes harder for Stanislaw to get a read on the map as this player that wants to get active and hunt for information. Sus is moved down the ramp, and as that smoke fades, he gets one and dinks up 90 as well.
Big. Stanislaw, oh, good for the one. Make it 2! And B9 picking up more than what it's worth. Friend as well on the other side. Good for the single, and 90, who's been low since Sus, but put him a little bit more miserable. Will end up falling. Bomb not planted either. ODDIK will not be able to take that extra ka-ching forward.
Yeah, 90 had to plant in that position as well. Fearful of the spam from Stanislaw, but JBA really nice that he spams the other side of that wooden pallet. The site is pretty permeable in terms of denying the bomb plant so long as you maintain cave control. So a good read on what the options were for 90. That's it. Get onto the gun round, and Wildcard are right back into it. ODDIK coming in with a deagle on Marios, but AKs for the rest of the squad.
Woody is playing with fire and death, but he's also delivering it. Friend trades elsewhere. KSLOX try to get aggressive in the middle. It's not necessarily something you characterize for him. 90 finds Sus, big kill, and well, big kills going both ways. Dogs is generally one of the biggest performers in late rounds for ODDIK's side. Friend boost past the smoke, another Molotov, and 90 will be eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic move there from Friend for him to have found a pick, you know, as they were going for this B-side attack, as well as to make use of the Molotov that was already down and get that follow-up by his teammate. Often moving past that CT smoke, the biggest vulnerability you have is getting peeked long as you're emerging the smoke.
Woody has given himself access of the bomb again, and with plenty of time, there's a threat of rotation. So Wildcard never will feel safe just sitting on their laurels.
Picked up another smoke as well. Use this smoke just to make sure you could get control of ramp. And you can see Wildcard are still kind of hedging their bets. They're unsure about whether Woody will reposition drastically after retrieving that package.
Time's running low now, though. And the threat of A will not really have been considered too much by Wildcard. Sonic said, you know what, as long as it's not being flanked in from CT, I'm okay if it gets planted as well. 10 seconds and JBA has started to gravitate back towards the bomb site. And the second it starts being dialed in, JBA will also be doing the same. Does actually reveal position, and that gives Woody a little bit more information to play with. Remember, his HP is low from earlier on. They've got a grenade for the smoke as well if they want to risk it, but JBA decides, I'm going to double peek and double swing. Woody will be given the ISO fight versus Sonic. Sonic, however, just wins it.
Yeah, I mean, if Woody had maybe a little bit more health to trade in that duel, there was certainly a chance he could have brought it to that 1 versus 1, but you can see Wildcard were fearful of giving him isolated duels, even with that smoke that was down, even with having HEs, they didn't want to get timinged by awkward moves by Woody in that situation. In-game leader of ODDIK trying his best to make that round feasible, but Wildcard weren't going to make a boisterous error just to get him off of that plant, or even just, you know, there was no ego, I guess, to hunt down this final kill. it was all about trying to play off each other and guarantee that trade.
It's going to be the nades down middle. JBA's been double naded up himself, and Nighty, although there's very little HP left on JBA, there's still enough meat to have a meal with.
I want to finish off this kill. Stanislaw is there to cover, and that's a perfect angle to support JBA's ascent through the ledge. And even JBA taking the next fight. I think he was setting up for Stanislaw to trade, but he's found success. Yes, the Glock of Matios that finally finishes the job.
One of the things to keep in mind, though, is that ODDIK has actually been juggling around some of their position on the T side, right? This round's a foregone conclusion, but looking over towards the gun rounds again, I'm curious to see whether Togs and Chaos Locks will be playing together in middle more often. Togs, earlier on, they were trying to have him play the B extremities a little bit more often and keep him alive for late round. Chaos Locks would also not get aggressive in mid, funnily enough, even though he was playing it. He would rather actually reverse back and get aggressive with a death ball for the rest of the team, but it feels like ODDIK might have tried to change up that style a bit on this T side for Ancient. Maybe expecting it to be read into, maybe already feeling like it was insufficient at places.
And you have to love the approach, though, from JBA in that round, even if he gets double naded down to 5 HP. Instead of thinking, oh, I'm low health, I should play it a little safer. It's kind of, well, I'm already all the way out here. I may as well give it a look. And he finds 2 kills from his 5 health.
The plan is the plan.
Yeah.
Don't deviate from it. And he is rewarded.
I think as well, when we're talking about, prospects in the region, there's a lot of talk about JBA as, a young, up-and-coming kind of star player within the region. And given the way this, the campaign here at ESL Challenger Atlanta started for Wildcard, nice that he's got that confident stride to him.
Absolutely. A lot of people out in the audience, I'm sure, do really want to see him succeed, and a lot of people back at home do as well. But a creep and crawl forward from ODDIK into Donut means that it's going to be JBA put to the test one more time. An early incendiary will singe no one, and a deep grenade will be doing very little as well. Woody, a single point of HP chipped away. That's not exactly value.
Yeah, the problem for ODDIK is that they don't just want to attack A simply from Donut. It'll just be too difficult as well, with the possibility of A main being explored by Wildcard. So after they show that presence, they start to move away, rerouting through red.
Sonic knows what's going on. He shot it a bit too quickly, but it doesn't matter. Position revealed or not, Sonic will nonetheless. It's in fact friends off that ends up being sacrificed. Chaos Locks will be able to put the bomb within arm's reach, but as he turns back to the B bomb site, he's not ready for the duel. Stanislaw takes him down.
Yeah, I really thought Sonic was going to be caught shadowboxing, but the reason they do that is to prepare for the real fight. Sonic able to get those 2 kills, just immediately shutting down that reroute that ODDIK had planned.
Feeling good about himself right now. And Sonic's also just one of those players who obviously he has such a strange level of veterancy when you look over towards his resume.
Yeah.
When you look over towards who he's played with, who he's played for. Does end up being a bit of a forgotten veteran in the NA scene, but he wants to be remembered, and right now he's going to be remembered for some easy frags down middle and a fadeaway with a limping foot.
Yeah, I actually can't believe he escaped. I mean, there are Tech 9s running him down. There's enough bullets in those Tech 9s usually to hound down that kill. 15 health will be enough. Nice double setup inside of Cave. They get Friend involved. And as much as Stanislaw is the man to look to inside of Cheetah, just having that extra support can be a nice way to alleviate the strain, especially when they know they're on a low buy.
This is like the 3rd time he's actually called for this as well. Now, Friend is making his way back over. He's very cognizant that they could already be in the bomb site, and that's the adjustment he's looking for. But Stana has now called, I think, twice for someone to come with him to Cheetah. He's expecting to be targeted. He's expecting that they're going to say, well, this guy's the weak link.
Well, I think it's probably because of how some of the early rounds started. Matios getting so aggressive with the SMG, the deep Molotovs as well. So for them, if there's a lack of that presence or a lack of that pressure, it actually might just be a vulnerability that could be explored in the late round. If not a chance to shoot some Ts just walking into their crosshairs.
That helps. Early nade's gonna do some good damage. No, I'm lying through my teeth. Thought that one would go deeper.
Oh, this is weird. Yeah, Friend going for that deep pick, and 90 just perusing the edge of the smoke. This is the problem. Stanislaw could not protect that ledge position.
That feels bad for Sonic. He does at least get a dink out, but you can't do anything when 90's on the other side with an AK. Susper's got one of his own, but there's so many players to deal with.
They're turning around.
Forward. He's going to find the timing, but it's not the kills. Manio's able to recover, and he recovers with 2.
That's fantastic. I mean, they're just going to accelerate immediately off of that. And finally finishing off that kill that Sonic teed up, and Stanislaw gets 2. Even having support, he'll be teed up for a 3rd. This in-game leader is fighting back, but it's now a clutch offered up. A one-on-one KS locks. There is no info on where this player was. Stanislaw is going to have to try and take something at some point. He knows he has the bomb at his feet.
Oh, he's backed off. This is perfect. The problem is going to be his read, of course, but at the same time, for KS Locks, he's dealing with a ghost right now. Stan could have feasibly come in from behind, but the reload gives away the gig. The game's been spotted, and so as Stan and his teammates keep giving him the call, I think you saw him, and now he knows the bomb is being planted. Stan's in pursuit. KS Locks cannot peek out. He also has no idea what route Stan shows, and he just stays patiently. Veterancy at its finest. 4 kills for Stan.
And look at the way that this in-game leader has started. 12-3 on Stanislaw right now. Sure, he gets 4 this round, but it's not as though he's not finding success in some of the other buys.
The weak link? Who? This is the thing. Stan was actually famous for being one of the players in North America who, when he turned out towards IGLing, he did have these maps where he popped off, right? He's one of the classic quote-unquote fragging IGLs. It's one of the reasons why their teams always felt like they had a good matchup versus Astralis as well, right? You're looking back towards Stan's teams would always do well because Glaive felt like he was sort of an extra man compared to what every other team had at the time. Stan could actually rival it very effectively, both with the calling and with the fragging.
Yeah, and maybe in the past few years that hasn't really been his acclaim, but I mean, the big thing you get an in-game leader for is the brain. If they can get some extra kills alongside it, that is a luxury.
That's a luxury they're very happy to have.
Yeah, and Stan is living lavish on that round.
Adios has a chance to get 2 over here, but no! Sonic turns on him. He wasn't blinded because he panics and tries to run away.
Even when it's going wrong, it's still somehow working.
Right.
It's still okay for Wildcard. Sus inside of Cave did need to provide something. I mean, Stan has a forward position outside of Cheetah, but ODDIK do have the sight, and you know, given the way this round started, fumbled moves, and you know, especially with that last round coming down to a one-on-one, Money is not in the healthiest position here for Wildcard and a few of their players, and so you know, given the way the round starts, they'll simply say, listen, we made a couple mistakes, ODDIK can take this one.
I'm not one to draw conclusions, but this does look a lot like Nuke right now. 6-2, they start to bring it back, 6-3, maybe looking at 7-5. Let's hope the trends aren't too clear-cut, but still. And listen, the one advantage you are going to have is, I think Stan's performance is a lot less sustainable than Susp's one.
Sure.
Right? And Susp has not shown up to this map. He's 3-7 so far, and that's not for lack of opportunity to frap.
Yeah, I mean, they've been attacking the B-bomb site fairly frequently, and he serves as, I guess, the proper anchor. You know, Ancient's a bit of a weird one where the B-bomb site kind of has 2 anchors, so long as the Cheetah player isn't sort of pushed away from Cave too far. Susp is the guy that will be last to rotate very frequently, and yeah, the B-bomb site has seen siege. But yeah, just taking the time, I think, to screw their heads on straight. Like you're sort of aptly describing the parity between this map and Nuke in terms of the scoreline. They're just making sure that it doesn't fall out of their favor.
It's definitely a conversation to be having both for Wildcard and ODDIK, right? Because of how often Wildcard's been concentrating their double cheetah setup, ODDIK gets a great call over here where they not just get the kill, but they accelerate into the site. They recognize what's been going on, and now it's a change-up. It looks like Fast A is the call, but that smoke's going to be slightly slow. At least maybe it just feels like it. It's gone out to the back of Donut. Sonic's found the first. JBA's right here with a flash to his name as well. And Sonic's just adding more to his tally. 5-on-2, and ODDIK's call has been thwarted faster than it was even dialed in.
Yeah, it's crazy as well, because you see so many games from Wildcard where they're just so aggressively pounding in towards the middle of the map. And, you know, this time JBA is starting close towards Dota. He's there to respond. He gets that Molotov down in time, and you think he's going to get all the kills. But yeah, Sonic providing a lot of help. But the round's not finished as of yet. Woody left alone, 90 taken down after alleviating some strain, but Susp just keeps applying that pressure back into the site, and Woody is ill-prepared.
Seven found a little bit earlier than it was on Nuke, and I have to say, if this is what Wildcard are going to look like, I am here for it.
Yeah, and, you know, for them, they said it. Forget about that first game. This is our first game properly at ESL Challenger Atlanta. They get a best of 3, and so far looking very good. I mean, that's a great round from JBA, just in the way that he reacted and called for Sonic support.
The boost up from ODDIK, but they find nothing. They've been disassembled, and it's been heard inside the smoke. Sonic's given the call. Be careful, we know where one of them is at the very least. Susp traded, JBA the one to commit to it. And with Friend repositioning back for a peek in with the AWP, he has been found. 90 the one to put him to bed. But the 3-on-4 is still very concentrated. Another duel in mid from Sonic, but it's 90 to continue to succeed on this B site.
He just brute forced it. He genuinely just brute forced it. He runs up ramp, finds an opener, and just keeps on finding frags. 90 was done with all of the tactical misdirection of these fast calls. He just decides he's going to take the duels himself, and he rips their heads. Sometimes it can be as simple as that. And this is why, you know, even when we were talking about Nuke, we were looking at 90 as the guy that is supposed to be effectively a playmaker. When things are going poorly, this guy does take ownership on rounds. He does try and drive some initiative for this team. That round is just fully accredited to him.
And we talked about in the first map how we didn't have a player to look towards to take ownership like that. If 90 will beat the man, I'm all here for it. But Woody's the one who starts off this round again with a kill on a Susp. The continual problems on the B site for Susp do continue, but Woody is the real problem.
All right, 90 had his turn. Is it Woody's time to shine? I mean, those are great picks. A Molotov as well that will flush Stanislaw forward. Woody will know that he should have a simpler duel ahead of him, and he actually hits the flick instantly. Sonic, though, in the cubby, a double, but JBA cut down on the rotate. It does end similarly to Nuke, 7-5 at the half. ODDIK fighting for their lives.
We really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? We're going up now. You do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up. Just want you there, give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, we're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and And when the night is done, you like that interaction. Going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Individuals will give you a chance, and that chance has been found. Woody and Nighty fighting for ODDIK's 5th, but can they fight for more? This is where ODDIK found themselves cut to a stop on Nuke, but now they will have to defend a fast A-side push from Wildcard, who look to close it out in this half. Madios starts off with his teammate already down. Togs hits the deck, and Madios retreats.
And just as the first pistol started, it's Friend that finds that opener, and they even get Woody as well in transition. Madios, being that low health, will not help them in this retake. Wildcard are just continuing to find player after player. This fast call to A, the immediate smoke they get down towards CT. It's just too much for ODDIK to handle. And just as it was a struggle for Wildcard on the retake, the numbers that the Wildcard still have available, it will just be too much for Lox and Madios to deliver on. And it'll be as simple as that. It's all on the entries and that snap decision from Spawn to just go with that fast A call. Wildcard, I mean, it's actually both teams that win their T-sides pistols, but Wildcard do it in a much more convincing fashion.
Mm-hmm. The thing over here to keep in mind as well is, right, I mean, I talked about how Stan's performance isn't really sustainable. Maybe Sonic also doing a little bit too well for what his role theoretically is. But I would also say that Susp's sort of underperformance shouldn't be sustained either, right? I never expect him to be gone for that long in a game, to be out for an entire map. And the T-side is a perfect chance to flip it around. You set him up for a couple of anti-eco kills over here, right back into things.
And to be honest, I mean, most of the success we saw from Sus was when he was being aggressive, you know, not so much sitting static in positions like he was often having to do on that CT side, you know, reacting to what ODDIK were throwing down. So yeah, I am expecting a bit of a Swedish bounce back.
At the same time, what I'd love to see for ODDIK, though, is Togs to come in and perform. Togs is such an incredibly important part of this team.
Yeah, and really struggling so far.
It's not just about his aim, it's also about the fact that a lot of their mid-aggression comes off the back of calls that Togs is clearly making. Togs and KS Lox will come through together, and if both of them aren't doing well, if you're going to be struggling on middle and ancient, you're going to be struggling on all of it.
Once again, an appreciable amount of respect given over to ODDIK on this low buy. You know, it could be a force in which they are stacked. But
I'll have you know, Wildcard are very much at their computers, okay, guys? Don't worry.
Yeah, the desk may not be there, but Wildcard certainly are. But they do lose a couple of players, even though they take a free bomb site. Again, it's really about limiting the amount of, I guess, opportunity you give ODDIK to, I guess, break your money as you move further into this half. But even Susp, you know, you're talking about setting him up for some anti-ecos. Well,
I might have jinxed him a little bit.
Yeah, he doesn't even land a bullet with that Mac.
Gun being retrieved over here as well, and JBA might be losing another one. That is disaster. In fact, that is really the worst case scenario. Is no one going to go back for that Galil that they dropped?
Oh, they're going to try and jump up as fast as they can to retrieve it. That bomb radius, especially when you don't have armor, you know, Ancient has to be respected for that.
I think Nighty just didn't drop the gun towards his teammates, unfortunately, as well, so that's never going to be good. Regardless, you get away with an AK saved and a lot of damage dealt. You now have a chance to reset economy for the T side, which is very rare on the CT side this early into a half. If there's ever really a sign for you to say, okay, we can make this work, we can start to come back, this would be it.
I mean, you can see it on Stanislav's face. I mean, just the fact that they lose so many players for that. You're having to come into this round with so many Galils and laps of util, but yeah, Togs trying to take that mid space. It's Sonic that finds him. Great flashes through from Spawn.
This is what I meant. If you're going to be losing out mid, you're losing out so much. Sonic, though, loses his life, and 90 is happy to deliver death twice over.
Thank you so much for that AK, huh? I mean, just fast headshots. And with the M4, that would have been a lot more taxing to perform. So, like, Wildcard were poorly spaced for it. Just 90 some clean shooting.
He's had that all game long now. 17 frags. Lox will be running, gunning it. Trying to get himself in a better position. He at least gives himself a chance to be defended by 90. 90 off angle is not enough. Sus puts him down, and Sus isn't done yet.
There he is. It took him a while, but there is Sus right back into it. I mean, fantastic kills. It's Woody that comes in on the flank, and I think he just gave up one too many steps. Stanislaw within earshot, and so he'll have Woody as he starts to emerge from these B doors. It is just purely punched in. Even with the success of 90, his misstep in trying his best to reinforce Cheetah, I don't think he planned to get into that off angle, but he knew he just got there a little too late. And offering as many fights as they did.
I mean, to be honest, it's just such an awkward rotation coming out from Lox over there, right? The fact that he's coming in from middle into Cheetah once again that late when you're in a 4-on-3 advantage, like, what are you looking for?
Yeah.
Are you hoping that 90 can then come over, the smoke's going to last longer than it will, and you can double peek out of it? That makes no sense.
And it's something I know I talked to you about, but it felt like Save a Buddy syndrome, where because of that misstep, everybody felt like they had to do something to help in some way, and it ends up going from bad to worse.
Worse is the right way of putting it right now, but 90 and KS Lox will at least make things possible one more time. ODDIK have shown how deadly they can be on low buys, and listen, this is where, as much as I said the previous round was the best chance to turn things around, this would be the second best.
To be fair, when you're saying they looked good on low buys, the last time they got a load of kills, they didn't even have a buy.
That's the lowest buy of them all.
Yeah, the one you're given for free. Regardless of how this series goes, Wildcard will look at these rounds and think they should have done a much better job. Still ways to recover it. Sonic, nice wide swing, had the shoulder-to-shoulder play as they emerge through mid, but unable to get anything further from it. Mario's sitting inside of the smoke as well, and he'll wait for contact. As soon as Togs fires a bullet, no, he actually just emerges the smoke himself.
That's insane.
I can't believe he's done that.
90 needs to save it again, and he's just not going to be able to do it. It's a 3-on-5. It's a 3-on-5 where you even get the first kill to make it a 2-on-4. Every single domino was set up for your success. All you had to do was tip it over. That's all. But you tripped, you fell, your nose broke, and now you're hoping that Woody's got a medic in his pocket.
This is another man advantage seeded. This was a 3-on-5.
And then a 2-on-4. Yeah. You just push the smoke.
It's bold, but it did not work. I think it has really become evident. I mean, even towards the end of that T-side half, ODDIK were desperate in quite a few ways. Whether it's 90 taking responsibility and just running up ramp, or Woody and his continued activity with that ult. But here on CT, when they're in that 5-on-3, they don't know when to let go.
And Sonic and Stanislaw have continued to have success over here. Really have to credit them so much for that. Again, the most veteran players on this team. And yes, there's going to be people saying, well, they're unbounded by pressure. They've got to stand in this. I can guarantee you those two have pressure on their shoulders. Because how many more lands are you going to get in your career? International lands, lands with prestige, lands where you get to go up against top European opposition, lands where you get to prove yourself. Friend, he's just happy to be here, and he's happy to be having a good time.
Especially on Nuke, when he just started to light up. No one wants to come into Atlanta and fall flat. But this man that you place so much importance on, Togs, it has been a flat delivery so far. And it's looking like he may be pressured, especially with Sus being found on the extremity like that. Wildcard will have lost all possibility of routing back to B.
Rotations into A are guaranteed, and Togs will find number 3. Deep Molotov as well should be keeping JBA away. He's just looking for a duel anywhere at all that he can find it, but no. Will not be the case.
Yeah, good move here to go for the reboost as well. They do it silently. See, JBA was hunting to see if they jump on the sign. It's really not that a lot that the Wildcard can do aside from hope that a duel is given to them, and that has happened in similar situations like this.
But there's no smokes to push through right now for the CT side, so maybe it's a little bit less hard.
JBA is still really honed in on this angle. If Chaos Lux steps a little too far, yeah, feet shown. They know exactly where Chaos Lux is. They'll have maybe been close enough to have heard it, but Woody is found elsewhere. JBA trying to reroute Wildcard. They called this round off at the 25-second mark.
They were really hoping to save the op, but unfortunately just not able to do so. If you take that one forward, maybe there's still a play to try and put together, but your money is terrible right now. A force buy is pretty much mandatory. And as much as there realistically are rays of hope and rays of light that I do see, right? You force buy over here, you probably lose that one. Maybe you're on an eco afterwards. It's 11-8, right? There's these cases I can make, but to be honest, Michael, after that 5-on-3, I need to see ODDIK convince me rather than the other way around.
Yeah, and that was a great display of what they can do in a 5 versus 3, where they play with a little bit more control, and they're constantly keeping tabs on areas. They're not over-rotating. They hear a Molotov in middle. They're not leaping at the opportunity to catch a player out when they already have this significant advantage. It's maybe what they should have done in the previous 5-on-3, but they learned their lesson quick. And I think you could see Stan was maybe preying on the idea that, don't worry guys, they'll make a mistake, but ODDIK didn't oblige.
The call is straightforward. The site is A, and the plan is simple. Go in, get some kills. Dog's in the same position, though. Doesn't want to let that happen. Friend will finally trade, but Chaos Lux has been given plenty of time to come back in. The smoke in the middle of the bomb site is creating so much chaos. And with deep nades opening in the smoke, Sonic takes advantage of it, can look to plant the bomb. Despite the advantage, it's a 3-on-3, and the smoke dissipating for the CTs. More trades coming in.
Yeah, they didn't feel comfortable to get that bomb down because they knew that Donut Smoke was going to fade. Sonic already rerouting, but Sus didn't quite get the memo, hanging around and seeing if there were still players around on the side of ODDIK. It's Sonic that will make a very, very lengthy rotation towards this B-bomb site that is open for the taking. And given the way that Sonic has been playing this map, currently 20-9, he is hoping to find 2 more to find Wildcard at map and series point.
If there was anyone to do it, it would be him. It would be the South African man.
He knows he's got the clock to play with. Maybe he doesn't expect ODDIK to have given as much ground as this. You know, he's cut sound. They don't have information on him whatsoever. But Woody is not moving a muscle, keeping his eyes on the prize at red.
That prize is mobile, though, as Sonic could still come in from the side and just stab him out.
Woody should start to think about it, though.
It doesn't matter. It's a little bit too late, but Sonic is also going to misread it. Back to the B-bomb side. He needs to go. He needs to realize this. He thinks about it. Well, if Woody's watching Red Room, then surely he's not worried about an A-side push. That means there has to be someone on A. Bomb now planted. Could be a quad kill for Sonic. Stanislav's already found one in similar circumstances. Marios now hoping to hunt him down. So far, success for ODDIK has largely been in the hands of 90, but maybe those aren't the only hands that can show stability. Sonic holds off the off angle, waits for the push to come through, and he loses it out. Marios will buy them just a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, Marios plays that very slowly. The fact he had a smoke as well, I thought was going to be his biggest friend, but just the timing on that for Sonic, he just wanted to make sure that he could even maybe catch out Marios, thoroughly clearing all these angles. But just as Marios is prepared for that cave fight, that's where Sonic decides to swing. It is... I mean, it actually couldn't have been timed better for Marios.
That said, the amount of damage they did just deal to the CT side is not exactly reassuring.
Yeah. It
If Susp hadn't gone down over there without getting a single kill, right, that's different. But now again, fast play into B, Tech9s to overrun Sonic every single round. It feels like he's always good for one. And now with a bomb that's being planted with sprays coming in, they can't get it down, but JBA brings down Madios instead. 3-on-3, sure, but KS Locks and Dogs are back in the site and they are letting this one look a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, really nice job there from Chaos Locks as well, playing ahead of the utility and just making sure that players couldn't jump into that smoke. They just prevent an AK from falling into the hands of Wildcard while all the util is still up. So even if that first kill is seeded, it's not as though ODDIK made any grand mistakes in defense of this bomb site. They got the players there, and they were willing to fight for each other as well in defense of long and short control.
And this is the part where you do kind of start to think about the worst case scenario if you're on the American side, the North American side. Guys, gotta win this one. This is the important one. And you start putting on pressure, you start putting more things on your own shoulders. That's how things can go wrong, and I'm sure Wildcard know it as well. But the fact is, this could be the pivotal round to decide the fate of Ancient here and now. And it will be Wildcard looking to try and go for a late mid take, contest into Woody's AWP again, and Woody's been able to ring off a few shots, one of them finding blood, but KS Locks will lose his own head.
Yeah, it's a great shot from Sonic. Took a lot of damage for it, but able to just plaster KS Locks against the wall. Woody, again, just re-peeking out from Donut, and Togs finds his as well, just re-aggressing through mid. B-bomb site does have some space taken, but the bomb needs to cross. And given the activity of ODDIK in middle, this will not feel safe for JBA. Friend, a nice kill through spawn. 90 starts to gravitate over, and given the low health on Friend, it was never going to be favorable. But JBA at least has info on where this B player is.
He's a man who's been touted by many of his domestic scene, many of the talents from there as being a clutcher. And right now, it does feel like Wildcard kind of needed. These past few rounds have all been so close, but the finishing stamp has always been bearing ODDIK's logo. Deep Molotov will at the very least let him back into the site, but he doesn't know that 90's rotated all the way out from B ramp back to the side to take him down.
Yeah, that was always going to be his biggest issue. Last seen, you know, close towards cave or the site, and given how much room he had, wouldn't have expected 90 to find this timing behind him.
These repeats from Woody have just been deadly, though. I will say that's a great risk to put yourself in. You're taking in the shoes of what before Trogs was kind of struggling with, like, let's be honest about it. And it did feel like Wildcard was trying to target that late mid play to try and find KS Locks and Togs. They weren't ready for the op.
And it felt as though as well Woody was kind of stepping out of his comfort zone as just to make sure, you know, 90 will hear all the presence and know that there are players on ledge, and so Woody took that gamble, and it's perfect. We are starting to see that resurgence here from Togs. Came into this half with 2 kills, but has been able to deliver on a couple of occasions for multi-frags. Starting to get his confidence back, and that is fearful for the Americans. I don't feel like I need to specify North Americans when, you know, we're talking about
Swedes and South Africans. You're right.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I mean, we talked obviously about how Sonic and Stanislaw are these two veterans who know how to change things up, who really have seen it all. You can't kind of say the same for 90 and Woody as well at this point. Susp, nice shot. This round might still have a bit more conversation to be had about it. Chaos Lock certainly being low as the only rotator who's close to the site itself is risky. JBA, a body shot could be enough, but he's not really making any secrets about it. More worried about a push through the smoke than what could come through Temple. That push does come in, and Madios shows them why they were worried. Madios, with all 3, shuts it all down.
Yeah, all just the confidence of a flash, even if those players weren't fully caught by it, just able to get so much space out through spawn and collect on these players that predominantly had pistols. Some nice shooting from Madios.
Some nice smiling afterwards as well. ODDIK are really looking like they are right back in it. I know which way the wind is blowing, and it feels southern. And the scary thing is, right, no one ever questioned ability to frag. They question ability to show up, and right now ODDIK has done just that, but trades in middle did not go their favor, not this time. Woody will try to rectify with 90 on his side, but the problem is they've left the B-bomb side completely open, and 90's been caught as well. Sus finds him, and right when ODDIK was knocking on the door of equality of 11-11, the door was opened up, but they broke their nose on it.
Yeah, Wildcard decided to remind them of the difference. I mean, that fast play through mid, and the way back in was 90 getting a kill on JBA, who didn't feel as though he was going to get much coverage from that ledge aggression out from Cheetah. But very timely from Sus. Saved JBA's life and saved the prospects of this round, I think, as well.
Do you go hunting? Is the question. You really don't have the best money, but to be fair, you also will have a buy in the next run, and I'm not sure how much it makes a difference there. That being said, though, decent money on the CT side as well, right? It does feel like you want to take the AWP out of their hands, and that's very hard to do.
I think even from their perspective, though, given the run that ODDIK have been able to pull together, they may think they just might be able to buy anyway.
Right.
And so the value in it doesn't... I guess you don't see yourself reaping the rewards.
It's not as clearly visible to you immediately, right? It's Plus, let's be honest, the other thing to keep in mind is, especially for a younger team, having a conversation about the next round is also very useful, right? There's extra 10-15 seconds to just chill out and make sure everything's working. It's a good time. It's basically a nice little fake timeout for yourselves.
Also, your economy is far more important, given that you are right about to close the series.
But can you close it? ODDIK, this is elimination point for them. Do they want to change things up? Do they want to go aggressive? It does feel like it might be planned with a double-man setup inside Cheetah. This has not been as much of a priority for them as it was for the Wildcard side. 90 out in the open, begging for a duel. But instead, he's been given a smoke to cordon it off. The grenade at his feet is not really helpful.
He's done well to not take really much damage given the util that surrounded him. But where ODDIK were desperate, they got individual plays. Can you look at 90 to be that guy right now when you're fighting for your life? Your first day at the tournament here at ESL Challenger Atlanta. It's a lot of responsibility where others have shied away on this Brazilian roster. There are few you can look to be your star man.
But the time is running out for Wildcard. And 90, every second that crosses, it's another chance for him to get it done, but the chances are gone. The dink for dink, and Sus comes out on top. Marius, though, and Woody are able to keep it competitive. The B-bomb side still reinforced by a leader now with his head removed. Wildcard, 2 kills away from their first win on stage, and Sonic wants to deliver them, but with the smoke in his hand, he needs to be careful. Locks back in the site, backs off to the smoke as well. Sonic to trade, only Togs remains. He wants to find salvation, but instead he finds death.
A fantastic round of performance and confidence build here by Wildcard. You know, these opening rounds in groups, teams were embarrassed with how poorly they played. We had a nice back and forth here on Ancient. We had stars step up. We had great performances from Woody, from 90 that tried to keep them in it. And even with Sus overperforming in expectation there on Nuke, you had Stanislaw, you had Sonic, you had these veteran players that stepped up and really delivered the goods, even when ODDIK had all the advantages.
And it's exactly what you want to see going forward as they get ready to face domestic rivals of M80. The question, though, is, can they show that form tomorrow? Can Stanislaw and Sonic do it all? The questions will all be answered by 3 people much better at doing it than we are.
The South African leads the Americans to another round in ESL Challenger Atlanta. I got to do that because I'm South African. Got to claim him a little bit, which is ironic because if you spoke to Sonic, he'd tell you about his Canadian passport and I'd tell you about my British one. But there you go. They stay in the competition. What is there to really say about this game? ODDIK just looked like they were struggling, and a few rounds on the board, but it was never quite enough.
They looked outclassed. They looked out of sorts at plenty of times on this series. I especially thought the first half of this Ancient, there are a lot of kind of odd moves, slightly disjointed. Yeah, I mean, they were not competitive in this series overall, and the better team absolutely won. So ODDIK, you know, it's a learning curve. They came to this tournament not expecting necessarily to win the whole thing, but I think they'll be disappointed they didn't get to show more.
We're going to go to, I'm going to let Apples talk very soon, but first we're actually going to go to the stage because JBA is with Mike now to celebrate their victory.
He is indeed. I got the man on the scene. JBA, dub on the stage in front of the American crowd here. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it is. It does feel good to win in front of the crowd.
And now you survive into the day two. Most importantly, you got a rematch with M80. I don't know if you heard some of the things Lake was shouting at you specifically.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't, no.
Well, let's just say you might need to do some talking in the server tomorrow.
It's not really me, but, you know, I might need to shit talk him a little bit.
I definitely think you should. You got to give it as good as you get, you know, get a little revenge there. Is that a matchup you're looking forward to in particular?
Yeah, I always like playing them. We have kind of a rivalry going on, so it just feels nice to beat them sometimes, and hopefully I'm landed for the first time.
And now into the best of three, right? Last time it was the BO1. Things can get out of hand. You feeling a little more confident in this one?
Yeah, definitely. We'll have a day to rest. Well, night to rest. And then, yeah, excited.
A few hours to rest at the least. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest. Congrats on the win. Look forward to watching tomorrow. A night to rest, Sam. We could all use that.
That's not how these events work, Mike. You know, we don't get to sleep. It's our punishment for being fans of Counter-Strike. Apples, what did you think of your American brethren and their performance there?
I feel like my pep talk at the beginning of the day when it was the M80 and Wildcard game, when I said, do better to JBA, I feel like that must have worked somehow, because almost every single time that he was in a clutch situation, it worked out for him in the end. He was able to hit his shots, figure out the plays around ODDIK, and that has to also go into Stanislaw and how he was calling the mid rounds and everything as well. And Sonic, like, I feel like everything kind of fell into place for Wildcard, and we weren't expecting their Ancient to be as strong as it was. You know, focusing on the M80 and Wildcard Ancient that we saw a little bit earlier, but they must have done some kind of work, some kind of regrouping. What did we do wrong? And they figured it out.
My concern is it did look stronger against ODDIK, but there were holes that you could quite clearly poke, right, in some of their plays.
Yeah, I mean, it will not be as easy for Wildcard in their future games in this tournament. But there were positives. They called good Counter-Strike. Sus looks absolutely monstrous on Nuke. Could just walk into anywhere on the map and decide it was his. Zonic played the best yes I've seen him play for years there towards the end. Stanislaw clutches throughout. So there are a lot of positives. They can absolutely make you know, a rematch competitive, but you'd struggle to take them as the favorites moving forwards.
Let's jump in and get a feel for what was going on in that series. We've got some comms from the players.
Flashing. Flashing.
Done, Ben.
Not done, not
I'm
done.
in mini.
One hard.
Oh my god, I'm in fucking mini.
Shoot a double. Run. Down. Mini. A flash.
Go down here. First.
Nice. Walking through.
Pushing outside.
More bomber, you guys.
You guys wait for me a little?
Outside.
Heaven.
I'm gonna come up heaven. Where's bomb?
Going secret, okay?
Okay. Out secret. Red.
Way up heaven.
Yeah.
Peeking from heaven.
Might be man.
It's.
I'm coming to you. Let's walk on this.
Nice. Good job.
There you go.
Holding pick. On pick at the beginning.
Up. Up.
Nice. Other
Yeah. Good.
Hot last, I think.
Nice.
Okay, shit.
Flash.
Flashing. Flashing.
One more mid.
Nice.
Let's search B, guys. Us
And
three.
one A, he's flashing over from A. The AWP, no?
Something down and off. Coming through.
Walk ramp, guys.
Nice. 1B right now.
Me too.
I have resmoke.
I'm staying on default. Wait.
I'm resmoking a lot.
Yeah. Short? I don't know.
Yep.
Didn't see it. Good side. 23.
Nice!
Right, when you take a look at that game, when you see the players and who stood up, who didn't stand up, what does Wildcard need to take away from this series and bring to the Challenger stage tomorrow?
Calm, composure. I think you just heard in the replays there, Stanislaw sounds so calm. He sounds so mellow. He's like, yeah, just walk in B, you know, take some heads, you know, take some space. And that's important on this because you could hear on the contrast all the young guys making a lot of noise and getting a little bit flustered. So I think ODDIK, Stanislaw, they're experienced. I mean, they played great individually in this game, but we're talking more so the intangibles, the communication. That is what they can bring to these younger guys. And, you know, I'm not sure they're going to win any more series in this tournament, I'll be honest, but if they give those intangibles, it can absolutely be, you know, still a successful event for them overall.
Yeah, and I feel like at least the second half of Ancient, it felt, well, a little bit more like situationally organized for them. It felt like they were utilizing their utility a little bit more. Maybe Stanislaw was able to be like, all right, guys, it's halftime. We need to all calm down. We can close this out now. We have a map on them. We don't need to be here all night. We can finish this out. So definitely, I feel like it was the veteran that like helped them chill out.
Let's take a look now at both your groups so you know where you stand at the end of day one of ESL Challenger Atlanta. Of course, in Group A, we have our first semi-finalist, FlyQuest. Alan?
Yeah, it's not so. A bit of a surprise. I mean, obviously, best of ones potentially played a factor, but FlyQuest earned that position, and that has thrown our playoff brackets into flummox.
Group B, our semi-finalist, Big. Not a surprise, because definitely one of the favorites coming into this.
Absolutely. I feel like the rematch, at least for the lower bracket for M80 and Wildcard, is going to be really interesting to watch, but obviously Big going to be the big top-tier player in this group.
We're going to give everyone lots of North American Counter-Strike, right?
Yes.
And then, of course, if we need to take a look at today, if you want to recap the whole damn thing and you go, okay, there were some standout moments here, some Counter-Strike we really loved. I know that there's 5 specific moments that we enjoyed. Should we break them down for everyone watching at home?
Let's do it, and there were plenty to choose from today. We're going to start on the map we just saw. Stanislaw on this round went nuclear, and given how close it went at the end, if he didn't make his aggressive move and haul back the round, we might still be playing Counter-Strike.
The next one is on Dust to Searson's 4K. This was an absolute slaughter for this team against M80. They won this map, and it just goes to show the skill level that M80 had against this game.
In at number 3, we have Dexter and his retake on A-side Inferno. It was a 1-on-2 on the end, and of course up against Thor earlier on. A pivotal moment in this recovery as they streaked ahead in the game, and yeah, as we said, there was a lot of problems for their opposition.
Number 2, we have Matiris with a 4K on Nuke, and obviously he was not the top fragger here, but it was great showing of some mechanical skill and a couple shooting in the door.
Yeah, ends in the end, first game of the day. He was a monster, and this round, he absolutely took no prisoners. Inns played a great bout of Counter-Strike in both of his games, and we said coming into the day that we needed him to be a star player, and that round exemplifies it. He was a beast.
Those are the 5 best players from today, but you still have 2 more days of action here at Challenger and at DreamHack Atlanta. So keep in mind that tomorrow we kickstart the day with an elimination match. BB is playing up against Rooster, and then we go into that American face-off, which is going to be tons of fun, playing for their lives and the hope of staying in the tournament. And then we'll end the day with the winner of the North American battle going up against Saw. So lots to play for, lots of American Counter-Strike if that's your jam. So make sure that you wake up bright and early and you join us. If you're not in America, sleep the whole day and join us in the evening. Apples, Alan, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone else. And if you've stuck around, thank you so much to everyone back in Atlanta as well, because obviously we're all in different places. It's been a vibe, and we will be back tomorrow. So good evening, good morning, good night. We'll see you later.